The world suddenly entered an ice age, and the merciless end of the world arrived, resulting in the death of 95% of the human population and plunging the world into silence. Zhang Yi, a once kind-hearted man, was betrayed and killed by friends and neighbors he had trusted and helped in his previous life. However, fate gave him a chance to start over, and Zhang Yi was reborn a month before the Ice Age apocalypse. This time, he not only carried the painful memories of his past life, but also awakened a powerful spatial ability that allowed him to store a large amount of supplies. Using this advantage, Zhang Yi began to frantically hoard resources in preparation for the impending disaster. Faced with the threat of material shortages, he emptied the warehouse of a super mall, obtaining food, medicine, and daily necessities worth billions. To ensure a comfortable residence, he spent a fortune to build a super safe house comparable to an apocalyptic fortress, equipped with advanced defense systems and temperature control. When the apocalypse truly arrived, while others struggled in the cold, sacrificing dignity and life for a morsel of food, Zhang Yi lived peacefully in his safe house. Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I was reborn. Pain, too much pain. Excruciating agony enveloped Zhang Yi's entire body. This was not just a feeling, but a harsh reality happening to him. At that moment, he was mercilessly knocked to the ground by friends and neighbors he had once trusted and helped, fists, feet, and even sticks raining down on him. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, they didn't even consider the help Zhang Yi had given them and turned on him. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw the goddess in his heart, Feng Yuqing, standing in the back of the crowd, looking pitiful as she shouted, "It was I who made him open the door. You must give me a larger share of the supplies." It was this woman who deceived Zhang Yi into opening the door and then led to his death. Zhang Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with hatred and regret. He could only blame himself for being too foolish and kind, allowing himself to become a stepping stone for others in this apocalypse. He wished more than anything to start over. This time, he would no longer show mercy to anyone. He would only live for himself. Zhang Yi soon lost consciousness as darkness engulfed him. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The hellish scene he had just experienced and the terrifying pain were still vivid in his memory. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, quickly drenched in sweat. What's going on? Didn't those beasts kill me? Regaining his senses, Zhang Yi began to take in his surroundings. This place was familiar. It was his own house. The comfortable temperature in the air felt surprisingly strange to him, because in December of 2050, Blue Star was affected by the explosion of a supernova 500,000 light-years away, ushering in a global cold storm. Global temperatures plummeted. In Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lived, the daily temperature was below -60 or 70 degrees, and a blizzard lasted for a month, burying the entire city. It was said that in the northern part of Huagua, temperatures even reached a terrifying -100 degrees, with the ground completely buried in ice and snow. Various species went extinct on a massive scale, and even more than 95% of humans perished in this disaster. Zhang Yi stood up and took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, gulping down more than half of it. Although the refrigerated water was very cold, to him now, it was like nectar in the apocalypse. The only way for people to obtain water was to go outside, risking extreme cold temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees to dig snow and melt it into water. Such tasks could easily lead to frostbite or death. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi opened his phone to check the time. It displayed November 12th. There was a full month until the apocalypse arrived. It seems I am reborn. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and quickly understood what had happened. That month's experience could not have been a dream, especially the pain of being attacked, which was too real. Zhang Yi raised his head, feeling immensely grateful for surviving. At the same time, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He remembered clearly those who had caused his death to end this life. He would live well and would no longer show kindness to those beasts. Moreover, under the premise of ensuring his safety, he must take ruthless revenge on those who harmed him. But for now, Zhang Yi needed to consider how to survive well in the apocalypse that would arrive in a month. Zhang Yi's living conditions were relatively good. His parents had passed away early, and he inherited a 120-square-meter house in Tianhai City. He also had over 2 million in savings, which, in normal times, would be considered quite ample. However, with the apocalypse approaching, the world would face a severe shortage of resources. Relying on this little money would not last long. After all, to survive alone, a massive amount of resources was needed. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi not only wanted to survive, but also hoped to maintain a certain quality of life in the future. Food, entertainment, all had to be considered. Otherwise, over time, his spirit would definitely break down. And weaponry was also essential. Only then could he protect his safety and complete his revenge on his neighbors. Just then, a ray of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi. He thought his right eye was blurry and rubbed it. But suddenly, a strange thought surged in his mind that it seemed that this ray of white light was part of him, and information about the white light emerged in his mind. With a thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness instantly entered that white light. To his surprise, he found himself in an enormous, vast white space. The area here was immeasurable, filled only with vast emptiness. This is Yi Kongjian, an alternate space? It seems that after my rebirth, I have gained some special abilities. Zhang Yi's heart filled with joy. It appeared that the gamma rays had caused his body to mutate, granting him extraordinary power. With this vast space, it would be much easier for him to store supplies for the apocalypse. However, Zhang Yi wanted to know how much he could store in this space, and whether there were any limitations on the objects he could retrieve. His consciousness immediately returned to his room, and he began trying to put things from his home into the space. He started with a teacup and a basin, both of which went in easily. Zhang Yi then tried to stuff larger appliances in: televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, air conditioners, vacuum cleaners. The white space accepted everything, swallowing them all. Moreover, with just a thought, Zhang Yi could take the items out of the space. However, some objects that were affected by strong external forces and were not independently existing could not be stored in the space. For example, when he tried to pull a piece of flooring from the ground, there was no response at all. The Yikong Jin seems to have many rules that I need to explore slowly. But just this huge space for storing objects allows me to hoard a massive amount of resources. He licked his lips, and a bold plan formed in his mind. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor at the Walmart warehouse in South China. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart had everything one could imagine. It had 3 giant warehouses in Huagua: Central China, South China, and North China. These 3 warehouses were terrifyingly large, especially the South China warehouse. Completed in 2040, it was 1,500 meters long, 720 meters wide, covering an area of over 1 million square meters. It was the world's largest warehouse, once praised by the president of Walmart's Greater China region as the world's 8th wonder. Of course, the world officially recognizes only 7 wonders, while the so-called 8th wonder is self-assessed, with thousands claimed. However, the area and storage capacity of the South China warehouse truly dominate the global warehousing sector. The supplies stored within can meet the weekly consumption of millions of people across several cities. In other words, as long as Zhang empties the entire warehouse and moves the goods into his space, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies for the apocalypse for not just 1 lifetime, but even for 10 lifetimes. The most critical aspect is that Walmart's quality control is extremely strict. There are no low-tier, off-brand products in the warehouse. Whether it's food, daily necessities, or luxury items, they are all from reputable brands. If Zhang Yi could empty a Walmart warehouse, he wouldn't need to worry about supplies when the end of the world comes, and he could live quite comfortably. As a warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi is incredibly familiar with every shelf, surveillance equipment, and staff scheduling in the warehouse. Emptying the warehouse would be no difficult task for him. After making up his mind, Zhang Yi felt much more relaxed. Goo-goo. At that moment, Zhang Yi's stomach protested. He touched his belly and glanced at the yellow braised chicken rice he had bought. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi finally smiled and shook his head, choosing to forego the takeout. There's only 1 month left until the apocalypse. Many delicious things need to be eaten quickly, or there won't be any chance later. Why should I be so stingy with myself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he was eager to eat some warm and delicious food. What's the point of saving money? After the apocalypse, money will turn into waste paper. It's better to spend it all now and not waste it. Zhang Yi turned around elegantly, preparing to find a high-end restaurant he had always been reluctant to visit and enjoy a hearty meal. Chapter 2. The White Lotus. As Zhang Yi stepped out of his home, he was greeted by a peaceful scene filled with joy and contentment. Many parents were playing with their children in the community square, their faces adorned with happy smiles. But Zhang Yi knew that in a month, all of this would turn to dust. He quickly walked out of the community, and not far away was a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant, a meal that would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000, and in the past, Zhang Yi had always been reluctant to dine there. But now, he didn't care at all. Having come back to life, he had to celebrate properly. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi found a window-side seat, ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu, and requested a bottle of Lafite wine. This set him back 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff in the restaurant looked at Zhang Yi with ambiguous expressions, thinking he must be a wealthy second-generation rich kid. After all, who else would spend so much on a meal? Zhang Yi didn't care what others thought. When the table full of delicious food was served, he began to stuff his face. Perhaps due to having experienced 6 months of a frozen apocalypse, he was so moved by the taste of this food that he nearly cried. As a result, his eating style became a bit ferocious, drawing whispers from the diners around him. Zhang Yi didn't mind them. You see, when the apocalypse arrives, people might even kneel down to beg for a pack of instant noodles. At that time, all civilization and morality would vanish into thin air. While Zhang Yi was enjoying his meal in a restaurant, a woman passing by outside suddenly stopped. She was a long-haired woman with exquisite makeup, wearing Gucci high heels and carrying an LV bag. This woman was Fang Yuqing, who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life. Next to her was her good friend Lin Canning. As they passed the Michelin 3-star restaurant, both couldn't help but look inside a couple of times. They had always longed for such high-end places, but their finances didn't allow them to splurge in such establishments. However, that didn't stop them from eyeing the inside with scrutinizing looks. Perhaps they could spot a quality, rich second generation to reel in. As a result, when Fang Yuqing saw Zhang Yi inside, she was shocked to find him sitting at a table full of top-notch food. "Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he afford to eat here?" Fang Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Canning was equally astonished, covering her mouth. "Zhang Yi is actually this rich." As she spoke, she glanced at Fang Yuqing with a hint of ambiguity and laughed. "Yuqing, you're so lucky. The guy chasing you is actually a hidden rich second generation. Look at that table full of food. It must cost at least 50,000 to 60,000. Who can afford such an expensive meal?" Lin Canning's tone was filled with envy. She knew that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. However, Fang Yuqing had always kept him hanging, neither rejecting nor accepting him. Fang Yuqing was a complete gold digger. She always believed she could marry a quality rich second generation and live the life of a young mistress. But she was also reluctant to give up on Zhang Yi, who had his own car and house in Tianhai City. So all this time, Fang Yuqing had treated Zhang Yi as a backup option. Her principle for backups was no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Seeing Zhang Yi enjoying a lavish meal worth tens of thousands made Fang Yuqing start to doubt. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden rich second generation? Fang Yuqing propped her chin up, deep in thought. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Right, aren't there often such characters in dramas? Clearly wealthy, but pretending to be ordinary to find true love. Fang Yuqing convinced herself with her own words, and her eyes lit up. If that's true, it would save her a lot of effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been pursuing her, and she felt that if she just nodded, he would immediately propose to her. Lin Canning also encouraged, "Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi." In fact, she was eyeing that table of delicious food. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The meals inside were something ordinary people would never get a chance to taste in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but shook her head, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? It might make him think I'm a gold digger. How about this? We wait outside and pretend we ran into him by chance." Fang Yuqing was not a fool. She wouldn't lower her stance for a meal. Even if Zhang Yi was really wealthy, she had to maintain her goddess demeanor. Only then, if they ended up together, could she truly control Zhang Yi and keep him as her loyal admirer. So the two had not far from the restaurant, waiting for Zhang Yi to come out. After over an hour of eating, Zhang Yi contentedly patted his round belly. The Michelin 3-star taste was actually average, but for a person who had just been reborn from the apocalypse, it was already a delicious meal that moved him. Next, he planned to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some supplies to take back. This was to test the storage capacity of his alternate space, just in case anything went wrong later. Though he was very confident about transporting supplies back from the Walmart warehouse, it's better to be cautious. After all, he was someone who had experienced hunger, and he couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Zhang Yi happily settled the bill and walked out of the restaurant with the waitstaff's warm smiles. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Zhang Yi. What a coincidence. Zhang Yi turned his head and was surprised to see Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining together. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. This kind of tactic was a classic move of a green tea bitch. The goal was to make a man's heart flutter unintentionally. Fang Yuqing, a top-tier green tea White Lotus, was naturally well-versed in this method. Unfortunately, the current Zhang Yi was no longer the naive dog who licked her boots. Not long ago, he had been driven to a miserable death by this woman. She even wanted to break Zhang Yi's ribs to make soup. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold, filled with naked killing intent. After all, the apocalypse was approaching soon. Killing her would pose no problem at all. Should he just kill her? Fang Yuqing felt a chill from Zhang Yi's stare and nervously said, Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yi quickly retracted his gaze and replied flatly, Nothing, I mistook you for someone else. He suddenly changed his mind. Letting this woman die so easily would be too cheap for her. Moreover, if he truly killed her now, it was highly likely he couldn't escape legal consequences. Zhang Yi didn't want to spend the apocalypse in a detention center. It would be better to let her experience the despair of the end times than use means to make her suffer to death. With a mind full of plans, Zhang Yi had ample time to prepare. Plus, with the memories from his previous life, he had 100 ways to make her die painfully. So now, he didn't need to deal with her just yet. The most crucial thing was to build the safest shelter, allowing himself to live comfortably during the apocalypse. Chapter 3. Shopping and stockpiling. Zhang Yi's attitude toward Fang Yuqing was very cold. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining also sensed something was off. However, mistaking Zhang Yi for a hidden wealthy heir, the two didn't get angry at his demeanor. Instead, they actively approached him that what's wrong with a wealthy person having a bit of an attitude? That called having style. Hey, Zhang Yi, were you eating at this restaurant just now? Lin Kaining casually asked. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This woman was no good, just as bad as Fang Yuqing. She was also part of the scheme that had harmed him, contributing to his death. Yeah, Zhang Yi replied coldly, then shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to walk toward the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurriedly followed him. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. To the supermarket. Zhang Yi's voice remained cold, tinged with impatience. If it weren't for wanting her to experience the despair of the apocalypse, he would have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining a glance and quickly said, What a coincidence. We're planning to buy something too. It's just on the way. Zhang Yi realized at this moment. It must be that they saw him dining at a Michelin 3-star restaurant and mistakenly thought he was some hidden wealthy heir. That's why they suddenly became so enthusiastic toward him. He couldn't be bothered to talk to them and walked straight toward the supermarket. But the more he acted this way, the more Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining thought he was a rich heir. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? The two followed closely beside Zhang Yi, with Fang Yuqing even leaning against him and occasionally reaching out to touch him intentionally. When Zhang Yi looked at her, she would shyly turn her head away, her face blushing as if she were very bashful. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Green tea bitch, you really know how to act. If you want to act in movies, you'd definitely win an Oscar. Zhang Yi entered the supermarket, pushing a shopping cart as he walked inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining quickly followed suit, pushing their cart along. Zhang Yi, were you eating with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi walked toward the food section and coldly replied, Can I eat by myself? Fang Yuqing's eyes brightened, and she quickly said, Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought everything in there was quite expensive, and I thought you were treating someone. Lin Kaining couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal would cost you half a year's salary. It seems your family gives you quite a bit of pocket money. Fang Yuqing quickly shot Lin Kaining a fierce glare. Idiot, how could you ask something like that? As a top green tea, the most important rule is talk about feelings with the rich and talk about money with the poor. Lin Kaining realized she had misspoken and hurriedly tried to make up for it. Ha ha, I was just joking. We're all good friends, so money really doesn't matter. But Zhang Yi completely ignored them. He arrived at the food section, looking at the dazzling array of products, as if he had entered a treasure trove. In his previous life, he had experienced the feeling of eating a pack of instant noodles for 2 days. So he had an infinite craving for food. Zhang Yi walked directly to the shelves, shoving all the food he could into his shopping cart. He bought a large quantity of ham, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and seasonings. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping? Yeah, Zhang Yi answered flatly. Lin Kaining grew suspicious and whispered to Fang Yuqing, do rich heirs camp and eat these? Fang Yuqing was also a bit confused, but thinking of that Michelin 3-star meal, she was reluctant to abandon the idea of Zhang Yi being a rich heir. She ran up to Zhang Yi and said eagerly, do you need any help? With free labor available, Zhang Yi had no reason not to use it. And seeing Fang Yuqing's feigned innocent smile, a thought of revenge sparked in his mind. He had a month to prepare for the coming apocalypse. Building a perfect shelter to ensure his safety was not a difficult task. As for living supplies, he could also acquire them through the Walmart warehouse. This way, he could ensure that he lived in absolute safety and comfort during the apocalypse. Why not intentionally hint to Fang Yuqing that he was stockpiling supplies, and then let her come crying to him later? As for Fang Yuqing leaking his information and bringing those bastard neighbors to attack him, that was easily solvable. As long as his safe house was built strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry about being attacked. Instead, he could effectively counterattack those bastard neighbors. Just thinking about their furious but helpless expressions made Zhang Yi smile turn a bit sinister. Yes, this was indeed an option worth considering. Zhang Yi planned to find a security company to build such a safe house. If feasible, he would go with this plan. If not, he would stay away from the city and find a remote wilderness to create an underground shelter. This was a dual preparation. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile. Then you guys help me push the cart. Fang Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi also instructed Lin Kaining to fetch another cart. Though both were filled with doubts, they still complied. Zhang Yi bought a lot of storable food, including instant noodles, ham, some cured meats, and canned goods. He also used one cart specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and some live fish. He wanted to test whether his unique space had any special effects on storing fresh produce. 3 hand carts were filled to the brim, and Zhang Yi specifically asked the 2 women to push the carts loaded with beef, lamb, and canned goods. They must have been carrying at least 400 or 500 pounds, making them sweat profusely. Fang Yuqing complained a bit, pouting as she said, Zhang Yi, how many people are going to eat all this? Are you planning some event that you haven't told me about? Zhang Yi sneered and replied, the world is unpredictable. What if the apocalypse comes one day? I need to stock up on supplies to get by. What Zhang Yi said was the truth, but no one would believe it. This was something that a doctor with the surname Li had confirmed before. Fang Yuqing thought Zhang Yi was just joking and laughed. Oh, come on, if you don't want to say, then just leave it. Why make such jokes? You just got a big favor from someone today, so you better treat me to a meal later. Fang Yuqing's eyes were full of hints. She was looking forward to Zhang Yi taking her to a Michelin 3-star restaurant for dinner. Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips. Sure, but I'm quite busy lately, so I don't have much time. Maybe next month. Fang Yuqing happily said, all right, then it's a deal. Lin Kaining quickly chimed in, great. Let's go together, hee. She was thrilled at the thought of a big meal, just for helping push a cart. Seeing Lin Kaining being so oblivious, Fang Yuqing shot her a glare. But Lin Kaining pretended not to notice. Zhang Yi went to settle the bill, and this purchase amounted to over 10,000 in supplies he paid without blinking an eye. It's worth noting that in the apocalypse, the value of these supplies would at least increase by tens of thousands of times. It could even be said to be priceless. Because when that time comes, even if you have a lot of money, you might not be able to buy a bite to eat. Since Zhang Yi bought a lot of items, the supermarket happily lent him the handcarts to use. Zhang Yi shamelessly ordered the 2 women to help him push the items back home. In fact, he had a car and could have easily driven the items back himself. But with free labor available, why not take advantage of it? Although the 2 women kept complaining of exhaustion, they immediately perked up after Zhang Yi promised to treat them to a big meal. Thus, the 3 of them pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Chapter 4. Ordering 500 tables of banquet at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi and the 3 of them pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Along the way, Many neighbors saw this scene and couldn't help but start discussing it. Zhang Yi no longer cared about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, these two green tea girls knew about his shopping, and the news could no longer be hidden. If he only wanted to survive, he could easily sell off all his assets and run to a deserted place to build an impregnable fortress. But how could he then take revenge on the neighbors who had brutally torn him apart in his previous life? Without killing those people, Zhang Yi's heartache would never disappear. Therefore, one of his plans for the apocalypse was to stay in this community and take revenge on all those who owed him in a different and cruel way. Of course, this plan's prerequisite was that the security company had the ability to create an unbreakable shelter for him. Otherwise, he would have to prepare a backup plan to build an underground shelter in a deserted area. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors around him. They were discussing the uses of all the supplies he had bought with smiles on their faces. He could even envision the scene during the apocalypse, when these neighbors would try to rush into his house to steal his things. He had experienced all of this firsthand. However, he wasn't afraid, because this time, he would be well prepared. He wanted those people to see but not be able to eat, leaving them furious in the end. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing lived in an apartment building. Since Zhang Yi worked as a manager at the Walmart warehouse, neighbors often asked him to help buy discounted items. Thus, everyone knew Zhang Yi. When they saw him and the others returning with so many items, an elderly lady who was playing with her grandson came over. She looked at the food in the cart, including fresh beef and lamb, and was suddenly tempted. "Xiao Zhang, why did you bring back so much? Is it from the warehouse's clearance? You won't be able to eat all this. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This was Aunt Lin, who worked on the homeowners committee. She often used her little power in the community to boss others around, acting like a leader. In the past, she frequently asked Zhang Yi to help her buy cheap discounted goods and was very fond of taking advantage of others. In his previous life, she had also pestered Zhang Yi for food. But when all the neighbors rushed to rob Zhang Yi's house, she not only didn't stop them, but also acted more energetically than the young people. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning didn't want to provoke this woman and quickly said, "These things are all bought by Zhang Yi. We're just helping him bring them back." Aunt Lin's eyes immediately turned to Zhang Yi, and she smiled, saying, "Xiao Zhang, it looks like these are from your warehouse. How about sharing a bit with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto one of the carts and reached out to grab a box of chocolates. Despite his small size, he had a vicious look in his eyes. That box of imported chocolates sold for over 200 at the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi snatched the item back. Then he coldly said to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, but I'm keeping these for myself." Since the apocalypse was approaching, he was too lazy to even engage in pleasantries. Aunt Lin's face suddenly changed. Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority made her extremely angry, especially when her grandson, Xiaohu, started crying and demanding the chocolate back. Pointing at Zhang Yi with a face full of disgust and shouting, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate, or I'll beat you to death." Zhang Yi looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Say one more word, and I'll slap you." Xiaohu was frightened by Zhang Yi and burst into tears, throwing himself on the ground and rolling around. Aunt Lin hurried to comfort her grandson, then angrily reproached Zhang Yi, "How old are you? Why are you arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolate. What's wrong with giving it to the child? If not, just give him a box of chocolates as a gift. I'll pay you back later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely curled his lips in disdain. Nowadays, mobile payment is incredibly convenient. Her promise to pay him back was clearly just a way to avoid paying. "I said, this is for me. If you want some, go buy it yourself." Zhang Yi sneered, and then waved to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to leave. As soon as they left, Aunt Lin's angry shouts followed behind them. Zhang Yi ignored her. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law worked outside, leaving her alone at home with her grandson. Usually, the old lady only bought enough groceries for a day. Therefore, when the apocalypse came, their supplies would be the first to run out. In the past, Zhang Yi had helped them out of kindness. But in this life, without his help, it would be a miracle if this unethical old lady and her mischievous grandson Xiao, who could survive for 10 days. Zhang Yi didn't want to waste time arguing with the dead. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was just that when that day came, everyone would find it hard to take care of themselves. The lives of others were naturally not his concern. After pushing the 3 carts of supplies back home, Zhang Yi told them to leave. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at Zhang Yi. However, upon seeing this, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea in his heart. He brushed her off. The two women had originally planned to stay and look for clues about Zhang Yi being an invisible rich second generation. But seeing Zhang Yi's disinterest in entertaining them, they had no choice but to leave. After they left, Zhang Yi opened his spatial pocket and stored the items inside, preparing to observe whether there would be any changes to these supplies in that space. After doing this, it was already very late. Zhang Yi did not rush to rest, but instead took out paper and pen to carefully plan the preparations for the next month. Although he usually was quite lazy, when it came to survival, people could always unleash enough potential. To live comfortably in the apocalypse, the first thing to solve was the food problem, which was easy to handle. Besides the items he usually bought, he could take everything else from the warehouse. However, this couldn't be rushed. He needed to conduct thorough investigations first. Moreover, he had to collect supplies a few days before the apocalypse to avoid attracting others' attention. If he got caught, he definitely wouldn't survive a few days in a cell. Zhang Yi wrote the word food in his notebook and checked it off. Next was heating. After the apocalypse, energy supplies would be extremely scarce, and air conditioning would soon become unusable. Therefore, he had to use the simplest method. A fireplace was the best choice. The principle of a fireplace is similar to that of a heated Kong, both using primitive methods for heating. In Europe, people endure the harsh winter using this method. In that case, he would need to renovate the house completely, preferably adding insulation layers. When it came to renovation, Zhang Yi thought about how his home was broken into in his previous life, and his heart tightened. He also needed to transform his home into an impregnable steel fortress. First, he would need to install thick steel plates, or alloy materials, at least capable of withstanding ordinary explosions. Once the apocalypse arrived, people would do anything to survive, so he had to be fully prepared. He couldn't joke around with his life safety. Zhang Yi had tasted death once and would never want to experience it a second time. The problem of the safe house was also easy to solve. Tianhai City had security companies specializing in providing security services for the privileged, including the construction of safe houses. Zhang Yi remembered reading in the news in his past life that a top billionaire abroad once built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small-scale nuclear weapons. Then there were medicines. I must prevent myself from getting sick and unable to be treated. Walmart's warehouse has many common medications that can treat minor ailments like colds and fevers. But these are far from enough. The Cambrian storm will last for at least several decades, and I need to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi has a good network in Tianhai City. After all, he works in warehouse management and knows some staff from hospital warehouses. As long as he can provide enough money, he can get any medicine. After solving these issues, Zhang Yi tapped his pen on the notebook. Next, there was one last problem to solve. His gaze sharpened. That is weapons. When the apocalypse comes, humanity loses its morality, and battles for resources will be everywhere. Lives are like grass, and to survive, one must possess sufficient military strength. Zhang Yi is not a martial arts expert, but no matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife. As long as the prepared weapons are strong enough, this problem can be avoided. Mountain knives, crowbars, and hatchets are easy to obtain. Bows, air guns, and compound bows also have channels. But the most powerful is, of course, the American katana. This thing can only be obtained through the black market in the country. Going abroad to get it? That's not realistic. Being unfamiliar with the outside world. A trip would take many days. I don't have a gun permit abroad and can't go to a weapon store to buy one. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. There was no way to resolve this problem for now. But he still has a month. As long as he is willing to spend money, there should be a way to solve it. He spent 3 hours drafting a perfect plan and then happily took a hot shower before lying down in his comfortable bed and falling asleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi got up from bed. He didn't sleep well that night, waking up several times from nightmares. Upon waking, he found himself still lying on his warm and comfortable bed at home, which relieved him greatly. The time during the apocalypse had caused tremendous harm to his spirit. To avoid repeating the same mistakes, Zhang Yi became more determined to make foolproof preparations. After getting up, Zhang Yi made himself breakfast. Then he opened the alternate space to check the changes in the supplies he had thrown in. To his delight, after a whole night, the meat, fruits, and vegetables showed no signs of change at all. The meat might not show any immediate changes, but fruits and vegetables easily lose freshness overnight. However, after placing them in the alternate space, those fruits and vegetables were just as fresh as when he bought them yesterday. My alternate space is independent of this world. Perhaps the rules of time change here as well. It might be that time flows slower or even stands still. This is fantastic news. This means I can put all kinds of things in there without worry. However, when Zhang Yi checked the fish he had placed inside, he found that they were all dead. Even though they were dead, they looked lifelike and showed no signs of spoilage. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and understood some more rules about using the alternate space. Living creatures cannot be placed inside, or if they are, they cannot survive for long. It seems my idea of living in there is not very practical. But this is not a big problem. The alternate space is a vast white expanse, which is nowhere near as comfortable as Zhang Yi's own home. As long as I can put things in there, that's good enough. With this thought, many ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. Since I can preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what about cooked meals? Although Zhang Yi can cook, he is still far from a professional chef. Relying solely on himself for meals would eventually become tedious. So, Zhang Yi immediately called the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This hotel also offers takeout, and their meals are top-notch, which Zhang Yi loves. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I assist you? Zhang Yi immediately replied. I have guests coming over and need to book 500 tables of food for a 3-day banquet. The person on the other end was also taken aback. 500 tables of food would take them a long time to prepare. Moreover, as a 5-star hotel, the cheapest banquet table costs at least 3,000 to 4,000. For 500 tables, that would be over $1 million. The staff, not daring to make decisions on their own, quickly said, "Please hold on, I will ask our manager." After a while, another person answered the phone. "Hello, sir. I am Chen Dingfeng, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I know how to address you?" Chapter 5. Loans to make money. Zhang Yi replied, "My name is Zhang Yi. I want to book 500 tables for a banquet. Do you have any issues with that?" The manager was taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered such a request since the hotel opened. However, with such a large order, they certainly had to accept it. "Mr. Zhang, 500 tables for a banquet would cost over $1 million. If you need it, we will prepare it for you immediately, but we will need a deposit of 200,000 in advance." Zhang Yi responded, "That's not a problem. Just send me your account details, and I'll transfer the money." Having money made things easier. The manager readily agreed and added Zhang Yi as a friend to send in the bank account information. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred 200,000 yuan. After confirming the deposit had arrived with the finance department, the manager immediately began instructing various departments. Hurry, hurry, we have a big order. Get the procurement department to prepare supplies quickly, and the kitchen should not take any other takeout orders for now. We need to prepare the 500 tables for the customer within a day." On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the money would be useless in a month, he still needed it to buy things now. In his hands, the inheritance left by his parents and his savings totaled around 2 million. Now, half of that was gone, and to be honest, it was a bit painful. But then he thought this is a good thing. Many people hold onto large amounts of money, which later becomes worthless. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money. However, there were still many places that required money. He needed to find a way to make money. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly fell on a house his family owned. This house is located in the central ring of Tianhai City, with an area of 120 square meters, and the community was built 10 years ago. According to current market conditions, a square meter costs over 40,000 yuan. This means the house is now worth at least 5 million. Got it. I can mortgage it for a loan, and that would give me money. Zhang Yi chuckled. Borrowing this money would be comfortable since he wouldn't have to pay it back. He immediately left his house and drove to the bank to apply for a loan. On the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, I'm so bored this weekend. I really want someone to accompany me to go out." Zhang Yi glanced at it and tossed his phone aside. He arrived at the bank to handle the loan business. Since Zhang Yi was applying for a large loan and had all the necessary documents, and the house was fully paid for, the loan was quickly approved. However, the bank only offered him a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi didn't negotiate. After all, it was free money, and he didn't have time to argue with the bank. After signing quickly, The bank transferred the money to his account. Now, after spending over 1 million on the banquet, he still had around 5 million left. That should be enough for renovating the house. However, he also needed to purchase a large amount of medicine and weapons. This money might not be enough. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering how to get more money. At that moment, a yellow-haired guy on the roadside noticed Zhang Yi, who was deep in thought, and his eyes lit up as he walked over. "Hey, buddy, do you need money?" Zhang Yi looked up at the yellow-haired guy. "Who are you?" The yellow-haired guy smiled wider and lowered his voice to ask, "I just want to know if you need money right now. Is the bank not willing to lend you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi realized what this person was about. He was definitely a loan shark. Zhang Yi's heart stirred, and a plan formed in his mind. He sighed and pretended to be in a difficult situation. "Yeah, my family's business urgently needs funds to turn over. But the bank..." He intentionally showed a troubled expression. The yellow-haired guy looked as if he understood immediately. Anyone who could borrow money through normal channels wouldn't go to a loan shark. He said to Zhang Yi, "Yeah, borrowing money from banks is tough these days. There are all sorts of rules, and the speed of getting funds is slow. However, brother, if you urgently need money, I can help you with that." Zhang Yi cautiously looked at the yellow-haired guy. "You? Can you really do it? I need several million." The yellow-haired guy's eyes lit up at the mention of a big deal. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Our company specializes in helping people in financial distress. If you need money, you can't go wrong with us." Zhang Yi took a glance at the card, which read Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Limited, and the yellow-haired guy's name was Minghua. Zhang Yi excitedly said, "Can you really lend me money? I need 5 million. As long as you can help me through this tough time, I guarantee I can pay it back in 3 months at most." Minghua smiled. "This can be discussed. Our company is very capable and specializes in helping people like you who lack funds. Let's go. We can discuss this matter slowly at our company." Zhang Yi nodded eagerly and followed Minghua to their company. The so-called company was located in a remote office building. After entering, Minghua took Zhang Yi to the boss's office. The owner of the loan company was a burly man dressed in an expensive Benetton suit, clearly trying to create an image of a legitimate company. However, there was a hint of menace in his demeanor. If he hadn't struggled in society for years, he wouldn't have such an aura. Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss in front of him. "Manager, this is the client who wants to borrow money from us." The boss, named Chen Xiong, greeted Zhang Yi with a smile and invited him to sit down. "Mr. Zhang, how much do you want to borrow?" As expected from a loan shark company, the conversation was straightforward. Such companies are inherently unregulated, so there are not so many rules. Moreover, they have plenty of ways to ensure you pay them back, not worrying about defaults. Zhang Yi said, "I want to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned. "Oh, that's not a small amount. However, Mr. Zhang, I must inform you in advance that our interest rates are very high. You need to be mentally prepared." Minghua chimed in, "Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs funds to turn over. Once the business is back on track, repaying the money will be quick, right?" The two of them worked together, and Zhang Yi took it all in. Zhang Yi continued to act eager, saying, "Yes, I can pay it back soon. If the interest is a bit high, then so be it, as long as you can lend me the money." Chapter 6, Building a Top-Notch Safe House. Chen Xiong smiled. "That's good. Our interest rate is 4. You borrow 5 million, and when you pay it back, you have to return 7 million. So, you need to give me an IOU for 7 million first. Additionally, you must have something of sufficient value as collateral. Houses, factories, cars, anything will do." Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the property certificate from his body. This was the one he had taken to the bank for a loan, and it just happened to be on him. "This house of mine is worth over 5 million. Can I use it as collateral with your headquarters? I also have a 300,000 Mercedes. If I can't pay back later, you can take that as well." It was the first time Chen Xiong encountered such a straightforward client, so he quickly took the property certificate to take a look. After confirming the information about Zhang Yi's house, he was even more satisfied. According to the current market price, that house could at least sell for 5 million. Plus, with a car added, this business deal would certainly not incur a loss. However, Chen Xiong still put on a somewhat dissatisfied expression. "Mr. Zhang, this house is worth at most 4 to 5 million. But to take 5 million from me, I feel a bit at a loss. Zhang Yi's face showed a look of shock as he excitedly said, "Boss Chun, you must help me. I am in urgent need of money right now. If you could transfer the money to me today, I only need 5 million. Chun Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery. Their business was to take advantage of others' desperation. The more urgent someone was for money, the more they would exploit them. No, this business really doesn't add up. After some haggling, both parties agreed on 4 million. However, Zhang Yi requested that the money must be transferred to his account today. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was genuinely high. This was probably their only advantage over banks. After signing the contract, Zhang Yi's account quickly received 4 million in cash. He chuckled to himself. To Chun Xiong, this money was like a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Why does that feel like I'm cursing myself? Zhang Yi left with a grin. After he departed, laughter echoed in the office as Chun Xiong and Hu Minghua celebrated. Ha ha ha. This business was really easy. That foolish kid just took the 4 million and left. Chun Xiong said proudly, "We'll at least make 2 to 3 million from this deal. We won't have to worry about this month's performance." Hu Minghua leaned against the desk, laughing, "Boss, since he signed the contract so readily, could there be something wrong with that house?" Chun Xiong held the property certificate in his hand, smiling. "This property certificate is genuine, no problem. As long as the house belongs to him, he can't escape. With the property certificate and that 7 million IOU in hand, they would naturally find a way to acquire that house. Not only that, they had even more ways to completely drain Zhang Yi dry." Chun Xiong squinted his eyes and elegantly took a sip of coffee. If all else fails, they could contact a few overseas agencies to see if he had any valuable parts to sell. They never engage in losing deals. Zhang Yi cheerfully left the lending company. He glanced back at the office building, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "They're all good people, just giving me money to spend." From now on, Zhang Yi would have no further interactions with Chun Xiong and Hu Minghua. Rather, it was highly likely that they would die in the impending cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now had around 9 million in funds. It was more than enough to implement his plan. After all, he could use a deposit payment method for any purchases he made next. That 9 million would have the purchasing power of tens of millions. There was no need to get more money. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't mind taking advantage of various online lending platforms. Zhang Yi drove to the famous Zhanglong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanglong is one of the largest security companies in Huagua, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy and celebrities. Sometimes, even high-ranking officials would hire them for assistance. Zhang Yi sought them out because he had heard that Zhanglong had built a top-notch safe house worth $1 billion for the son of a billionaire in Jiangnan province in his past life. It was said that the family, which made its fortune in real estate, could still live lavishly even during the apocalypse, thanks in part to the safe house built by Zhanglong. Zhang Yi arrived at Zhanglong and explained his purpose to the front desk. Immediately, someone from the business department invited him to a lounge. The female receptionist served him freshly brewed coffee. Shortly after, a burly man with a buzz cut walked in. He was dressed in a black suit that looked like it might burst at the seams. However, one had to admit that seeing such a person would fill clients with a sense of security. "Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, and I am the manager of the business department. How can we assist you?" Wu Huiran asked as he sat next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said, "I need you to build a safe house for me. The highest level safe house that can withstand the apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression became serious. If others heard this, they might find it ridiculous because no one would believe in an apocalypse. But for Zhanglong, this was not a joke. The wealthiest and most powerful people in the world are often the most afraid of death. Long ago, some billionaires abroad spent hundreds of millions of dollars building doomsday shelters. In recent years, many wealthy individuals worldwide have started to imitate this behavior. Some might be genuinely afraid of large-scale natural disasters, while others simply want to add a sense of security due to having too many enemies. Thus, Zhanglong Security's doomsday safe houses naturally emerged to meet market demand. When Wu Huiran heard that Zhang Yi wanted to build a doomsday-level safe house, he immediately became polite. Such large orders were rare for them. "Mr. Zhang, we at Zhanglong are a world-class security company. We can certainly meet your requirements." Zhang Yi immediately asked, If I require you to completely renovate a house on the 24th floor, can you do that? Wu Huairen's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Typically, such safe houses are standalone villas or underground shelters. It was rare for wealthy individuals to choose to build a safe house in an apartment. However, since the client made a request, the company would certainly accommodate it. Wu Huairen smiled confidently. That's certainly no problem. We at Zhanglong are a top-notch security company. With our technology, we can fully meet your requirements. Upon hearing Wu Huairen's words, Zhang Yi also made plans in his mind. Since that's the case, he would choose to transform his own house into a safe house. He chose to stay because he wanted to personally witness how those who had harmed him would meet their end. Wu Huairen took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our services are all customized. You can select the services you need from this list, which also includes corresponding prices. In the information age, communication is indeed convenient. Zhang Yi took the computer he handed over and began to carefully filter the services on it. It has to be said that a professional company is indeed professional. As long as you have the money, Zhanglong Security Company can almost meet all your demands, including building a safe house 100 meters underground or underwater. However, these projects would take too long for Zhang Yi. He only had 1 month. Chapter 7. Purchasing equipment. After Zhang Yi finished reading the introduction to the safe house, he immediately selected his service items. First was the reinforcement of the entire house, replacing all materials in their home. The walls, ceiling, and floor would all be made of 200 millimeters thick alloy, directly replacing the original walls. This is an aviation material that weighs only 1/3 of steel, but has 10 times the strength of high-quality steel. Building a safe house with this material fits perfectly into the building where Zhang Yi lives, without any concerns about load-bearing issues. The windows would be made of the best bulletproof glass available in the world today. Secondly, the ventilation system would all be equipped with air filtration functions, preventing any harmful gases from entering from the outside. Finally, there would be a complete monitoring system capable of comprehensive surveillance of both the interior and exterior of the house without any blind spots. The doors would be replaced with heavy-duty anti-theft doors made of materials equivalent to those used in bank vaults, making it very difficult to break in even with small explosives. In short, Zhang Yi's only requirement was to turn his home into an impenetrable fortress. After selecting these items, Zhang Yi handed the computer to Wu Huairen. After reading it, Wu Huairen couldn't help but widen his eyes. A house of only 120 square meters, yet built like a steel drum. As long as weapons are added, it will be a fortress, Wu Huairen muttered. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. Oh, do you have some knowledge about fortresses? Wu Huairen chuckled, saying, I was a mercenary abroad, and I know a lot about military weapons. A spark of inspiration flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Wu Huairen, Do you have a way to get guns? This question made Wu Huairen's expression turn serious as well. In Huahua, private ownership of firearms is not allowed. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that, in principle, such things are not permitted for private ownership, Wu Huairen said quietly. Are you encountering some terrifying enemies, which is why you're so scared? Zhang Yi took the opportunity to push. That's right, I've offended some people from the underworld. They're very ruthless and have guns. I was thinking if I could get some guns for self-defense. Otherwise, I can only hide in the house and wait to be beaten, which isn't a solution. Wu Huairen chuckled. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huairen's expression, Zhang Yi could tell that he wasn't unable to get guns. He simply didn't want to get involved. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Then he said to Wu Huairen, This safe house project will cost over 8 million. If I encounter problems later, it won't reflect well on your company. He stared at Wu Huairen, speaking each word clearly. I just want a self-defense weapon. If you can help me with this, I won't treat you badly. Wu Huairen didn't speak. He frowned, weighing the matter. He naturally had connections. However, he wasn't clear about Zhang Yi's background and didn't dare introduce him lightly. You should go back for now. Although I can't do this, I can help you find out. If there's any news, I'll contact you. Wu Huairen was obviously indecisive. However, Zhang Yi didn't push too hard. Guns are indeed something that requires caution. He smiled and said, All right, I'll wait for your news. By the way, I'm in a hurry about this. Please come help me create the safe house as soon as possible. Wu Huairen replied. At most, within half a month, We can have it completed for you. After finishing the conversation with Wu Huiren, Zhang Yi immediately signed the contract. Similarly, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, he chuckled. He would never have the chance to pay it again in this lifetime. After leaving the Zandergon Security Company, the housing issue was basically resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his car and called a familiar acquaintance, Liu Yang. Liu Yang runs a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He has leased several hundred acres of land in Xishan, where various harmless small animals are kept for people to hunt for leisure. He has many legally obtained bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had been there a few times before, so he had Liu Yang's contact information. He called and asked Liu Yang to help him buy a batch, offering to pay a premium for it. Liu Yang, being a businessman, easily agreed since he would also ask Zhang Yi for favors from time to time. Brother Zhang, why are you buying so many weapons? These things can only be used for hunting or personal use, but they can't be used to harm others. Liu Yang asked with a smile, but there was a hint of caution in his words. After all, these items were being sold by him. If Zhang Yi were to use these weapons to hurt someone, he would also get into trouble. Of course, someone who can run a hunting ground in Tianhai City has their background. However, they wouldn't want to take risks for an ordinary friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed heartily and casually found an excuse. You're overthinking. I invited a few friends to go hunting in an African wildlife park soon. So, I need more equipment. Liu Yang clicked his tongue. Wow. Brother Zhang knows how to have fun, but there are quite a few lions and hyenas in Africa. Be careful. That's settled then. How long will it take to prepare the items for me? Liu Yang replied, I have some ready here. Just come by and pick them up when you have time. Zhang Yi didn't procrastinate. He immediately drove to the Xishan hunting ground to buy the items. For him, time was very precious, and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. He purchased 5 high-quality steel crossbows, 3 high-grade compound bows, and 300 arrows for both the bows and crossbows. Additionally, he bought 2 excellent hunting knives made of Damascus steel, which are very tough and sharp, extremely difficult to damage unless used for long-term chopping of hard objects. These would be perfect for self-defense or attacking. All these items filled the trunk of his car. Looking at this pile of equipment, Zhang Yi felt a strong sense of security. He then drove all the gear back home. Since everything was purchased through legitimate channels, and he had previously obtained a hunting license for fun, he wasn't worried about being questioned by the police. By the time he returned home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again for a satisfying hot pot meal at Heideleo, thinking that he would have to cook hot pot himself in the future. He immediately pulled out money and ordered 10,000 portions of hot pot base from Heideleo. The staff at Heideleo were stunned, thinking Zhang Yi might be someone from a rival business trying to cause trouble. Fortunately, Heideleo's service was good, so they didn't confront Zhang Yi directly. Later, the manager came over, inquired about Zhang Yi, and accepted the order. However, the condition was cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from being a disruptive competitor. Zhang Yi was very straightforward and paid over 1 million yuan on the spot. Such a generous gesture made the store manager beam with joy, and they even threw in an additional 500 portions for Zhang Yi. Chapter 8 Supplies gradually arrived. Zhang Yi left an address for the employees of Heideleo to send the hot pot base over. As for the food materials, they could be taken directly from the Walmart warehouse at the time. Only the hot pot base would not be sold outside. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available in the market were far inferior to what was served in the restaurant. Otherwise, customers wouldn't bother coming to the restaurant for hot pot. After dinner, Zhang Yi prepared to go home when his phone received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. Are you available to receive them now? Yes, just bring them over, Zhang Yi replied. When he got home, he waited for them to deliver the food and drinks. Those 500 banquet tables would be enough for him to eat for 2 or 3 years. Anyway, with 8 to 9 million in hand, he wasn't too worried about spending money and was eager to spend it all. On his way home, Zhang Yi thought about what other foods he liked. So, he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking them to send him 100 tables each. The 8 major cuisines, including Western food, totaled several thousand tables. This time, he had essentially covered his meals for half a lifetime. Not long after, the banquet vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road, leaving the residents of the community dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, quickly stepped forward to stop them and asked what they were there for. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that the homeowners needed to come before he could open the gate. After all, the commotion was too large, and he couldn't let them in without knowing what was in the vehicle for the safety of the community. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi went downstairs and arrived at the entrance of the community. At this point, the entrance was crowded with people, including neighbors from the apartment building and onlookers Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi walked up to Uncle Yu and smiled. Uncle Yu, these are for my meal delivery. Let them in. Uncle Yu looked surprised. Meal delivery? Where are you eating that requires so many vehicles? The surrounding neighbors were also in an uproar upon hearing it was a meal delivery. Wow, there must be at least a few hundred tables. Where is he planning to put them? Is there some event at Zhang Yi's house? Is he getting married? But a few hundred tables is quite a shock. Look closely. That's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering a few hundred tables, there must cost at least 100,000. My goodness, spending that much on a banquet. Zhang Yi is truly low-key. Previously, they only knew that his family was well off. Now it seemed he might be a big rich man. The neighbors began to murmur, and their gazes toward Zhang Yi turned warm, mixed with a bit of reverence. On the roadside, Fang Yuqing saw this scene and bit her lip, solidifying her determination to win Zhang Yi over. She actively walked toward Zhang Yi and smiled. Zhang, what have you been busy with at home lately? Buying so many things. Zhang Yi ignored her and handed a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Seeing the homeowner had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the hotel's convoy to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way. Although he didn't pay attention to Fang Yuqing, she seemed undeterred, chatting and laughing beside him. Is there something at home you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? I hope you get to know you better in the future. Don't treat me like an outsider. Zhang Yi glanced at her coldly and sneered. All these things are for my boss. The last time we went to the Western restaurant, it was his treat. He sighed. If only I really had that much money. Fang Yuqing's expression changed immediately. You're not joking, are you? Zhang Yi shrugged. Why would I lie to you? We've known each other for several years. You know my situation. My parents have passed away, and I'm just a warehouse supervisor. I don't have any money. His explanation made Fang Yuqing's face fluctuate between emotions. She had indeed suspected he was a rich second generation, thinking his family must be in a big business. Zhang Yi's admission that he was not a rich second generation clarified all her doubts. She silently distanced herself from Zhang Yi, then fixed her hair and smiled politely. No matter whether you are a rich second generation or not, we are still the best of friends, right? I'm not a materialistic woman. The emphasis she placed on the word friends was deliberate. Green tea bitches never go all out, as they still need backup and admirers to serve them. Zhang Yi smirked and chose not to say anything further. On the other side, the staff from Hongfu Tianxia began transporting the large meals to the location designated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was well liked, so he borrowed a small underground warehouse from the property management of the community. He had them place the items in the warehouse temporarily. Though 500 tables of food was a massive amount, once packed in meal boxes, it didn't take up too much space. Zhang Yi ordered only the highest quality foods, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, caviar, and more. Transporting 500 tables of food to the warehouse took some time. Even the hotel manager was taken aback. After years of being a manager, it was the first time he encountered such a large takeaway order. Zhang Yi, however, told them to continue moving the items into the warehouse. After they left, he secretly stored all the food in his alternate space. Others might have suspected something was off, thinking Zhang Yi was acting strangely. However, in this busy world, no one had the time to care about someone unrelated like him. So whether it was neighbors or hotel staff, they only exchanged a few comments, and no one truly paid attention. Soon, all 500 tables of the banquet were stored in Zhang Yi's alternate space. By nightfall, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiren, the manager of Zhanglong Company. Wu Huiren informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could come over to build his safe house at any time. He asked when Zhang Yi would be available to start the work. Zhang Yi told them they could come over tomorrow. He planned to move into the hotel first. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi was waiting for Wu Huiren to continue. He had something very important to discuss with Wu Huiren, acquiring the universal equality device. After hesitating for a while, Wu Huiren lowered his voice and said to Zhang, "Hey, if you really need this, I can recommend a way for you. However, the price might be a bit steep." Zhang Yi nodded. He was well aware of that. However, money was no longer an issue for him. That is not a problem, as long as the quality is good. Wu Huiren said easily, "All right, since that's the case, I will introduce you. I will notify you of the transaction location in 3 days." Chapter 9, Super Warehouse. The issue with the gun was resolved, and Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. During the apocalypse, having this item would give him immense confidence, whether facing humans or non-humans. The next day, Zhang Yi packed some important items into his space. He needed to turn his house into a safe house, so he temporarily moved into a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans entered the Yu-Lu community. A large group of workers from the Dragon Company, dressed in work uniforms, got out and began measuring the data of Zhang Yi's house. Many neighbors observed this scene with curiosity. What was wrong with Zhang Yi lately? Why was he always doing such strange things? Some colleagues even joked, "Yeah, just a few days ago, I saw him buy 3 carts of food at the supermarket." Ha ha ha. If you didn't know better, you'd think the apocalypse was coming with all that food. Wouldn't it all go to waste once it expires? Maybe he's gone a bit crazy. Everyone expressed confusion over Zhang Yi's unusual behavior, but no one cared, viewing him as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning thought Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Caning suddenly realized, "Now I understand why he went to that Michelin 3-star restaurant for dinner. Turns out he has gone crazy." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly unhappy. Just thinking about that day when she had actively approached Zhang Yi and helped him push so many things home, exhausting herself, made her mad. What on earth was Zhang Yi doing? Lin Caning, however, expressed some concern. He did promise to treat us to a big meal. He wouldn't forget, right? She had been eagerly wanting to eat at that Michelin 3-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing scoffed, "Forget it. With how strange he has been lately, even if he invites me. How would he go? What if people see us eating together? That would be so embarrassing." She planned to find a rich husband and couldn't he afford to ruin her reputation. Although Lin Caning felt very unwilling to give up after hearing Fang Yuqing, she had no choice but to let it go. On Zhang Yi's side, he didn't care all about how the neighbors viewed him. In a month, they would understand who the real joke was. Zhang Yi left his house and drove to the Walmart warehouse. Today was Monday, time to go to work, and he would also take the opportunity to scout the warehouse for future actions. The Walmart warehouse was located in the Economic Development Zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Because the land prices here were relatively cheap, many large groups in Tianhai City had warehouses here, including some pharmaceutical companies. This made it convenient for Zhang Yi to later obtain some special medicines. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in as usual, as the warehouse supervisor. He was extremely familiar with the place. He could say he knew every warehouse and even every shelf like the back of his hand. Normally, he found it particularly boring to be there. However, today, seeing the massive warehouses filled with goods worth tens to hundreds of billions, he felt an unstoppable excitement. Because soon, these items would be taken by him, becoming his most important resources for survival in the apocalypse. As Walmart's South China Central warehouse, the amount of goods here was beyond anyone's imagination. Just the stockpile of cola alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire warehouse covered over 1 million square feet, filled to the brim with all kinds of living essentials. Among these were food, clothing, hardware tools, and even cars, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It could almost be said that anything sold in a supermarket could be found here. Having worked here for many years, Zhang Yi was well aware of what each shelf held. He also knew the work schedule and the locations of the cameras very well. Although the surveillance here was very strict, he was familiar with its vulnerabilities and could disable the entire monitoring system within 10 minutes. Then, using his spatial abilities, he could take everything from the warehouse. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to act. There was still plenty of time, and he didn't want to alert anyone. After wandering around the warehouse, he left, with a pack of Huangalu cigarettes in hand. He headed to the nearby ruining pharmaceutical company warehouse. Since he worked in the same area, he was familiar with the staff there. Upon arrival, he found a manager named Zhou Hairan. They all knew each other well. In a large Group S warehouse, there would inevitably be people who benefited from the warehouse. Zhou Heron's brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group, so he often stole some medicine from the warehouse to sell. After chatting with Zhou Heron, Zhang Yi indirectly mentioned his intentions, hoping to obtain a few boxes of special medicines for treating acute illnesses. Zhou Heron was initially cautious, but when Zhang Yi mentioned he would pay double the market price for the medicines, Zhou Heron couldn't hold back anymore. Eventually, they settled on a price of $3 million for 5 large boxes of medicine. If judged by a normal person, the total number of times one gets sick in a lifetime wouldn't even use up half of that amount. After securing the medicines, Zhang Yi had basically prepared all the supplies he would need for the apocalypse. With less than a month until the apocalypse, he naturally didn't feel like continuing to work. So he went to the warehouse manager's office and falsely claimed that his grandfather from his hometown had passed away and he needed to return for the funeral. Asking for a 20-day leave, Zhang Yi was well-liked and had a good relationship with the manager. So even though the leave request was a bit outrageous, he was challenged and easily got the leave approved. For the next period, Zhang Yi planned to relax comfortably in a 5-star hotel while waiting for the supplies he purchased to arrive and for the safe house to be completed. As he walked out of the manager's office, he happened to see Fang Yuqing bending over at the coffee machine, pouring coffee. One had to say, this woman indeed had some charm, exuding a certain allure. While pouring coffee, she didn't forget to sway her little backside, attracting some young men who came over to fawn over her. A nearby guy, smiling widely, invited Fang Yuqing to join him for a Jay Cho concert, waving the tickets in a show-off manner. This guy was named Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi had a strong impression of him because they lived in the same community. He was also Fang Yuqing's loyal admirer, and among those who caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life, he was one of them. Chapter 10. Angrily confronting the dog licker, Zhou Peng was flattering Fang Yuqing next to him. However, it was evident that Fang Yuqing was not interested in a man like Zhou Peng. In terms of economic conditions, Zhou Peng was much worse off than Zhang Yi. He was even renting his house. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing still smiled and said to him, "Thank you, Zhou Peng, but I happen to have plans with friends that night." What a coincidence! A look of disappointment flashed across Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary on those 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to take the opportunity to confess to Fang Yuqing during the concert, but now it seemed like it would all be in vain. Zhang Yi, witnessing the scene, wore a smirk of mockery. He knew that Zhou Peng, the dog licker, would ultimately achieve nothing. However, feeling dejected, Zhou Peng saw Zhang Yi smiling beside him and suddenly became furious. To shift the focus from his own embarrassment, he immediately walked over and said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, you're really unscrupulous. A grown man, making a woman help you carry things. Aren't you ashamed? Yuqing has been complaining about her back pain today. I hope you won't trouble her next time." Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out that this woman had spread the news. Fang Yuqing pretended to be concerned and said, "It's okay. Actually, he doesn't have any serious issues. It's just that he can't do heavy lifting. It seems like his back is a bit strained." As she spoke, she pinched her own waist and frowned, showing a pained expression. To demonstrate his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng boldly pointed at Zhang Yi and said, "You quickly give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical treatment." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold as he glared at Zhou Peng and scolded, "She voluntarily helped me carry things. I didn't ask her for help. Besides, who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me here? Do you really think you're someone important?" Zhang Yi's scathing reprimand stunned both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng was just an ordinary clerk in a warehouse, without power or influence. He dared to scold Zhang Yi only because Zhang Yi usually had a good temper and didn't like to argue with others. But upon seeing Zhang Yi truly angry, Zhou Peng suddenly felt intimidated. "Why are you shouting so loudly? I was just discussing it with you." Zhang Yi sneered and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste his breath on Zhou Peng. To Zhang Yi, everyone now looked like they were dead. In a month, 99 of the people around him would gradually perish in the extreme cold of the apocalypse. Why bother talking to the dead? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng ran to Fang Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have completely changed. He no longer approached her to greet her, nor did he chat with her at night or say goodnight. Something must be off, Fang Yuqing thought to herself. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. It was exactly the place he had previously reserved Hongfu Tianxia. Upon hearing that Zhang Yi had arrived, the manager immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and arranged for him to have a guest room. A room in a 5-star hotel cost over 1,000 night. But Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. After all, he still had several million in hand. He would only feel it was a waste if he couldn't spend it. That night, Fang Yuqing, who usually acted like a white lotus, unexpectedly took the initiative to message Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw someone renovating. Zhang Yi smirked yes. Fang Yuqing continued, you seem strange lately, stocking up on things and renovating your house. Is something going to happen soon? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This white lotus, while bad, was not at all foolish. It seemed that his recent strange behavior had indeed caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. Others' opinions had no significance to him now. Nothing, he coldly replied, then tossed his phone aside. On the other end, Fang Yuqing felt uncomfortable seeing Zhang Yi's indifferent attitude. For the past 2 years, he had always treated her well, often checking on her and finding various reasons to chat with her every night. However, recently, he seemed to have entirely changed, growing distant and even not initiating conversations. This made Fang Yuqing feel very uneasy. She could be disinterested in Zhang Yi, but she absolutely did not allow Zhang Yi to lose interest in her. To Fang Yuqing, this signified that a fish had escaped from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not a rich second generation, he was still a quality middle-class guy. If she couldn't find a rich second generation to marry in the future, she could still give Zhang Yi a chance. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. It seems like our communication has decreased recently. It's making me feel a bit lonely. However, after waiting for a long time, she did not receive a reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, feeling increasingly irritated. Damn Zhang Yi, has he encountered some bad luck recently? How dare he not reply to my message when I'm the one reaching out? Meanwhile, her roommate, Lin Kainin, overheard Fang Yuqing's complaints and walked over with a smile. Recently, that Zhang Yi is indeed a bit strange. Who knows why he's buying so much food and drinks, and even ordered so many banquets from the hotel. It really seems like he's preparing for a shortage of supplies. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing furrowed her brows slightly. She said to Lin Kainin, Ning Ning, do you think something might really happen soon? Is Zhang Yi stocking up because he received some news? Lin Kainin paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, holding her stomach. Yuqing, are you silly? If something were really going to happen, the authorities would definitely notify us. We should just relax. If we stock up on supplies, others will laugh at us for being foolish. Fang Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing the truth in Lin Kainin's words. Zhang Yi stayed in the suite of the 5-star hotel for several days. He didn't go anywhere. During this time, he was busy purchasing banquet supplies from various hotels. Meanwhile, he was also practicing the use of compound bows and crossbows in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had always liked hunting and had a good foundation. Now, within a range of 15 meters, his accuracy was particularly high, especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand. Such modern equipment allowed an ordinary person to shoot arrows comparable to ancient archers. Not to mention dealing with humans, even wild boars, wolves, and large dogs could suffer significant damage from his shots. Chapter 11. The safe house is complete 3 days later, under the introduction of Wu Huiren. Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was a bit high, Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. With these heavy items in hand, he felt more confident about his safety in the apocalypse. He also completed a deal with Zhou Hairun and obtained 5 boxes of high-end imported medicine. Another week passed. Wu Huiren called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been completed according to his requirements and invited him to come for inspection. Zhang Yi then left the hotel where he had been staying for a while and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huiren personally guided Zhang Yi through the inspection of the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be amazed. Zhanlong Company truly lived up to its reputation as a top security company in the country. The speed and quality of the safe house construction were impeccable. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates, as per Zhang Yi's requests. Moreover, it looked no different from the outside compared to before. Wu Huiren patiently explained everything to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system was of military grade, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent gas attacks from the outside. Additionally, the entire house's heating system had been redone using professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. Besides installing a fireplace as Zhang Yi requested, it also isolated 99.5 of temperature loss. At this point, Wu Huiren gave Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. Furthermore, to ensure safety, a monitoring system had been installed throughout the entire building with a total of 300 cameras, allowing Zhang Yi to monitor every floor of the building. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. He could only sigh, realizing that having money really was great, as it could buy services unimaginable to ordinary people. He went to the balcony and found that it had been transformed into a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiren explained, "The materials of the windows are bulletproof and explosion-proof, even sturdier than the 200mm alloy plates. They also provide ample light and necessary external observation." Zhang Yi was very satisfied with the safe house. Unless an army armed with heavy weapons came, no one would be able to forcibly break into his home. Even if the entire building collapsed, his room would probably remain unharmed. "I am very satisfied with the safe house you built," Zhang Yi said with a smile to Wu Huiren. Wu Huiren also smiled broadly. He took out a document for Zhang Yi to sign and then said, "If there are no issues, please pay the remaining balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded with a grin, of course. However, he had no intention of actually paying that balance. He thought about how he had only paid a 1 million deposit to essentially get a safe house worth nearly 10 million for free, and it felt amazing. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, surveying his nearly perfect safe house. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something very important: the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget something as important as water?" After the ice apocalypse arrived, although it was freezing outside, he could obtain water by breaking ice. However, the outside would generally be minus 60 to 70 degrees, and going out would mean potential danger. Zhang Yi absolutely could not tolerate such a significant flaw in his safe house. After thinking for a moment, he directly placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 large water storage barrels. Each could hold 500 cubic meters of water, enough for several years of use. Additionally, he could take mineral water from the warehouse later, so the water resource issue was perfectly resolved. The delivery guy was indeed quick. A few hours later, he delivered the barrels to Zhang Yi's door. Zhang Yi went to the community entrance and asked Uncle Yu, the security guard, to let the delivery guy through. Seeing Zhang Yi buying so many strange things, the surrounding neighbors began to gossip. "Is Zhang Yi a bit off?" "Yeah, buying all sorts of weird stuff every day. The other day, I saw a lot of people carrying at least 10 centimeters thick steel plates to his house. He might have lost his mind, trying to build a safe house like in the movies. I've seen some bored rich people doing similar things in videos abroad. Isn't this just unnecessary worry? Now, he buying so many water barrels. Does he think Tianhai City will run out of water in the future? Ha 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 ha. Huh. Tianhai City is by the sea." Facing the neighbors' mocking comments, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He just sneered inwardly, thinking that when the ice apocalypse arrived, they would understand how foolish they were. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining to them. These people would only see him as a fool and wouldn't take his good advice seriously. They might even turn it against him, saying he was spreading rumors and disturbing social order, which could lead to him getting arrested. Security guard Uncle Yu was chatting with neighbor Grandpa Tang. Uncle Yu kindly approached and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what are you doing with all those water barrels? If you need help, just let me know. I can lend a hand." Zhang Yi looked at the kind Uncle Yu and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Uncle Yu was a retired soldier, childless and alone. Having served as a security guard in the community for over a decade, always diligent in his duties. In his previous life, he donated his last bit of food to help a mother and daughter who were about to starve, ultimately starving himself. He was one of the few examples of humanity's brilliance that Zhang Yi had encountered in the apocalypse. So, Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "The temperature this year is a bit abnormal. I have inside information that this winter will be tough. To be safe, you should stock up on some food and water to avoid price increases later." Uncle Yu had a good relationship with Zhang Yi and knew he was a kind-hearted young man. Plus, older people are often prone to worry. So hearing Zhang Yi say this made him frown. Xiao Zhang, is this true? Is the information reliable? Zhang Yi nodded. Look, I prepared so much already. You can stock up on instant noodles and mineral water. You won't regret buying extra. Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. He lived alone and liked to stock up on instant noodles and ham sausages for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had reminded him, he would take some time to buy more. It was just to ease his mind, and those things could be stored, so he wouldn't worry about buying too much. However, Grandpa Tang, who was nearby, walked over and said to Zhang Yi, Xiao Zhang, you mustn't spread such talk around. Our society is stable and peaceful. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Be careful, or someone might report you for spreading rumors, and you could end up being questioned. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and didn't pay much attention. He had already given his warning. Whether they believed it or not was their business. Chapter 12. Emptying a warehouse worth billions. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery guy to send 100 giant water barrels to the warehouse. He then put them into a space and brought them back home. After arriving home, Zhang Yi started to turn on all the faucets in the house, filling the barrels with water. At this rate, he could fill all 100 barrels within a week. Days passed by, and Zhang Yi did not rest for a single day. He spent every penny he had without hesitation. He ate at the best restaurants every day and bought large quantities of meals from top restaurants to store in his alternate space. During this time, he also went to the shooting range in Tianhai City every day to practice archery and firearms, working hard to improve his skills. It was unrealistic to expect to become a martial arts expert in just a month. However, with a bow, crossbow, and a super safe house with a full metal shell, he would not fear any potential danger. Such actions naturally could not escape everyone's notice. However, everyone around him viewed Zhang Yi as a joke, thinking he was mentally unstable and secretly laughing at him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately kept her distance from Zhang Yi, unwilling to communicate with him. As time passed, more than 20 days went by, and the apocalypse was approaching. Zhang Yi had collected a massive amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these did not provide him with enough security. He decided to target the giant warehouse of Walmart. As long as he took down this warehouse, he could obtain an enormous supply of resources that would last him for a lifetime. The reason he didn't wait until the last day to act was that Zhang Yi remembered something from his past life. He had vaguely heard that the higher-ups had actually received news about the gamma rays coming in advance. Therefore, they had already started quietly relocating a large amount of living supplies before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi couldn't take the risk. He needed to act early. Moreover, considering this logic, even if the supplies in the Walmart warehouse completely disappeared, the higher-ups, eager to find shelter, wouldn't have much energy to investigate, giving Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. Thus, Zhang Yi returned to the warehouse and resumed his normal shift. The Walmart warehouse had personnel on duty 24 hours a day, but at night, there were only 10 people on duty. Zhang Yi decided to use the simplest and most brutal method. He put sleeping pills into their tea. After all, the apocalypse was only 3 days away, and he wasn't afraid of being found out. Since these people were all familiar faces to Zhang Yi, he easily succeeded. Once the medication took effect and they fell into a deep sleep, Zhang Yi went to the monitoring room and turned off all the cameras in the warehouse. He knew this place too well. He could visualize every corner with his eyes closed, and with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, he executed everything smoothly. After completing all this, he changed into shoes 2 sizes larger, put on gloves, and quickly headed to the warehouse. Looking at the massive warehouse in front of him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to collect the supplies. As long as he scanned the shelves with his right eye and focused, the entire shelf would appear in his alternate space. Zhang Yi first went to the beverage area, which stored tens of thousands of tons of mineral water, drinks, and alcohol, including many high-end red wines and spirits. He didn't discriminate and packed all of it into his warehouse. Soon, the thousands of cubic meters of beverages disappeared completely. Next, he moved to the fuel area for living supplies. Here, there were many smokeless coals and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, all for household use or for camping and picnicking. There were over 10,000 boxes of smokeless coal alone, not to mention the solid alcohol and barrel gasoline. The quantity here was enough for Zhang Yi to use for hundreds of years. Zhang Yi didn't consider leaving some for others. After all, these things wouldn't reach ordinary people when the apocalypse came. So he unhesitatingly collected all these supplies and used his years of storage experience to allocate areas for them in his alternate space for easier access. The third step was to move to the food area. The quantity here was even larger, reaching several tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were stuffed full, resembling small mountains. Canned foods, packaged roasted chicken, roast duck, puff snacks, instant food, high-end snacks. It was enough for him to eat for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi sighed. He wasn't picky at all. He took whatever was available. After collecting the food, Zhang Yi went to the sports equipment section. His safe house also required sports equipment. Regular exercise was essential for maintaining health, and could even save his life if necessary. Although the space in the safe house was limited, he didn't hold back on what he could take since the area in the alternate space was infinite. Among these, there were particularly useful items. For instance, baseball bats and fencing equipment were excellent weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi also found some highly useful items, such as skiing and climbing equipment, including professional cold weather gear suitable for national athletes. These could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. They were the latest technological products from 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These would be the top-notch cold weather gear when the Ice Age arrived. He was not polite and immediately collected dozens of sets of top-grade cold weather clothing and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After 2 full hours, Zhang Yi single-handedly emptied the Walmart warehouse, which covered over 1 million square meters. After doing all this, looking at the vast, empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Now, even if faced with the coldest ice age, he had confidence that he could live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, took off his gloves and shoes, and put them into the alternate space. Then he drank a bit of the tea laced with sleeping pills and fell heavily asleep on the table. He didn't know how long it had been when he was abruptly shaken awake. Supervisor, something big has happened. Wake up. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, looking confused at several colleagues in front of him. What happened? One of the warehouse employees stammered, pointing at the warehouse. It's ghostly. Our warehouse has been completely emptied. What? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, slapping the table and standing up. He pretended to casually walk to the warehouse and naturally saw the empty scene. Zhang Yi knew better than anyone what had happened. However, he still feigned weakness, trembling as he asked, "What on earth happened? Why are so many supplies missing from the warehouse?" The surrounding employees also looked tense. Yes, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least billions. Even with big trucks, it would take several days to haul everything away. How could it all be gone in the blink of an eye? They didn't mention the fact that they had just been sleeping. After all, everyone was on night shifts, and taking a nap was common. Zhang Yi maintained a serious expression and pretended to be anxious as he paced back and forth. Then he said to everyone, "This matter is too strange. We can't solve it. Let's call and notify the higher-ups." Although everyone felt nervous, they weren't overly scared. After all, if the situation escalated, they wouldn't bear much responsibility. The entire warehouse, worth billions, disappeared in just 2 hours, which is clearly not something they could accomplish. With a monthly salary of only a few thousand, they had no reason to work so hard for the company. Therefore, when Zhang Yi said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups worry about this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to inform him of the situation. When the manager heard the news, he was completely stunned and even thought Zhang Yi was joking with him. Chapter 13, The Arrival of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi cleared out the entire Walmart South China warehouse. Goods worth over tens of billions all entered his alternate space. He pretended to know nothing and immediately reported to Walmart senior management. Soon, this news spread throughout the senior management of Walmart's South China region. A large group of executives, shocked, rushed to the scene and called the police to handle the matter. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, looked at the empty warehouse, his face turning whiter than snow. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders requiring them to transport all goods back to the country in the shortest time possible. It was said that this was a directive from the high-level officials in the United States, and the ships they dispatched were about to arrive at Tianhai port. Now, everything was ruined. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all about his secret being exposed. After all, it was too unbelievable that an entire warehouse's worth of goods, valued at tens of billions, had disappeared in just 2 hours. Even if the police launched a full investigation, they would not be able to uncover the truth in a short time. Moreover, Walmart was a foreign enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. So the intensity of the investigation naturally did not need to be mentioned. However, he still pretended to be nervous and scared, cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police were also very suspicious about the matter. They reviewed the surveillance footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal footage had been turned off, it was impossible to steal millions of cubic meters of goods without leaving any traces. However, upon reviewing the footage around the warehouse, they found no signs of any vehicles passing by. This meant that the tens of billions of goods either disappeared into thin air, or it was a staged theft by Walmart itself. Logically deducing, the latter was evidently more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, there was no way to explain how millions of cubic meters of goods could vanish without a trace in just 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, although they raised some suspicion, the illogical disappearance of the goods meant that even if internal employees were involved, it was not the main issue. Since Walmart was a foreign company, there was no official background from Huawei involved. The case was too significant, and the police's efficiency in handling it was naturally not quick. In fact, fearing international repercussions, they even started passing the buck on the investigation. To clarify this matter, it wouldn't be easy to resolve it in 3 days, let alone 3 months. Zhang Yi was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for a short period and had to cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation at any time. Zhang Yi complied and was sent back home. After returning home, he glanced outside through the blinds. Today was December 10th, just 2 days before the arrival of the Ice Age. For the next period, he only needed to stay at home, go nowhere, and he could lie back and win at life. Thinking about the tens of billions worth of goods in his alternate space that covered almost all his needs, Zhang Yi felt very at ease. He returned to his bedroom and lay down. After a night of busy cooperation during the interrogation, he felt a bit tired. Zhang Yi slept until evening, and when he turned on the TV, the news was reporting on the theft incident at Walmart's South China warehouse. Due to the excessive loss of goods and the bizarre nature of the theft, major news outlets across the country were vying to report it. How could such a large warehouse be emptied in just a few hours? It must have been an inside job. It was definitely someone internal, and it was very likely the top executives at Walmart themselves trying to defraud insurance. That was millions of cubic meters of goods, even using large trucks. It would be impossible to move them all in one night. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This matter would not have an answer before the apocalypse arrived. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yi stayed at home, going nowhere. He knew that time was running out for this world. For safety's sake, he would not leave his room without permission. During this time, the police and investigators from Walmart headquarters called him in again for questioning. Although they suspected that Zhang Yi's behavior that night was a bit odd, the investigation was short and lacking solid evidence. They could only suspect him but could not arrest him. During this time, some acquaintances messaged Zhang Yi, trying to inquire about the inside story, but he managed to brush them off. Finally, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through Blue Star at 2 o'clock in the morning, lasting only an instant. But the impact on the planet was catastrophic. A few hours in advance, he completely sealed off his room, and the fireplace had already started to burn. Because soon, as energy sources depleted, air conditioning and heating would completely fail. All heating methods would have to revert to the most primitive means. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bottle of beer, staring intently outside. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared at the horizon. It was clearly midnight, yet the land brightened as if it were dusk. However, this brightness lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most people were already asleep at this time, so they did not notice this momentary change. But knowing what this meant, Zhang Yi felt a cold sweat running down his back. He gulped down the beer, the refreshing Budweiser bringing him a slight sense of calm. Zhang Yi thought to toss a few pieces of good wood into the fireplace. He reached out and turned on the TV, watching the program while waiting for the world's changes. Just a few minutes later, snowflakes began to fall densely outside. Initially, the snowflakes were as big as a fingernail, but within 2 minutes, they transformed into goose feather-sized snow. The wind outside began to howl, and the snow outside seemed to turn terrifying in an instant. A sudden blizzard appeared over the entire city. This was the power of nature. When it changed, it would not give you any warning. Zhang Yi's heart began to race. Although the safe house he built was perfect, he had experienced an ice apocalypse before, so it was inevitable to feel some concern. He wondered whether this safe house, costing as much as $8 million, could withstand the coming extreme drop in temperature. However, as the flames in the fireplace blazed fiercely, the indoor temperature became incredibly warm, even a bit hot. Zhang Yi glanced at the indoor temperature, which had reached 32.6 degrees. Looking outside again, the heavy snow had already submerged the entire city. Zhang Yi felt a lot more at ease. He reduced the amount of charcoal since it was too hot inside. Zhang Yi didn't rush to sleep. He wanted to continue observing the upcoming changes. As for resting, he would have plenty of time later, especially since he didn't have to go to work. Within half an hour, the snow on the balcony had already piled up thickly. Zhang Yi checked his phone for news and found that reports about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over the internet. The online community was filled with voices of complaint, with netizens lamenting that this year's cold winter had arrived too early, and they hadn't had time to prepare winter clothes. This damn weather. How is it below -10 degrees? Tomorrow the roads will probably be frozen over. How are we supposed to go to work? Some people are quite happy about it, though. With such heavy snowfall, they won't have to go to work tomorrow, haha. Especially some friends from the south, who are even more excited to share their photos with the snow, saying they've never seen such heavy snow in the south. Zhang Yi shook his head. This is just the beginning. The heavy snow will continue for at least another 3 months, and the temperature will keep dropping. By then, they won't be in such a good mood to enjoy the snow. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I watched the world with a smile. The Ice Age has begun. In the southern city of Tianhai, heavy snow is falling, and discussions are rampant online. Some are complaining, while others are relieved. However, none of them know that this heavy snowfall and drop in temperature are not temporary, but will persist and intensify, ultimately bringing a disaster that no one can bear. At this moment, Zhang Yi is lying on the sofa in his safe house, comfortably enjoying the temperature of over 20 degrees Celsius while sipping on a chilled Budweiser beer, feeling very content. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a chat group notification. Among the groups were his former classmates, hobby groups, and the community owner group. Oh my God, how did it suddenly snow so heavily? The weather forecast didn't say anything. I was frozen awake in the middle of the night. I quickly got up to turn on the air conditioning. Don't mention it. Our old air conditioner isn't effective at heating. It's been half a day, and it's getting colder. I don't even know how long this cold weather will last. I haven't bought my winter clothes yet. Everyone was discussing, expressing their feelings in a flurry of voices. However, Zhang Yi could feel that most people didn't take the sudden drop in temperature seriously. Instead, they were somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi knew very well that this was just temporary. He yawned, not intending to continue reading. He returned to his warm bed, covered himself with a velvet-thin blanket, and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was very comfortable. A high-end piece moved from a Walmart warehouse. Especially the mattress, which was said to be the same model as that of a certain female celebrity, worth $3 million. Outside, the heavy snow fell like goose feathers, and the cold wind howled, while inside, the fireplace burned brightly, creating a pleasant temperature. In such a comfortable environment, Zhang Yi quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Feng Yuqing, the White Lotus, calling him. Having been disturbed from his dream, Zhang Yi's mood was naturally not great. He answered the phone, somewhat annoyed. Hello, why are you calling me so early? Feng Yuqing was taken aback by Zhang Yi's cold tone. However, she quickly replied, Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew it would drop in temperature? Feng Yuqing's voice trembled, as if she was trying hard to endure something. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. As expected, this white lotus never misses a chance to seek attention. He lazily replied, I just heard a friend mention it, but I didn't expect the temperature to drop so drastically. He threw off his blanket. The room was very warm, making him sweat a little. Zhang Yi put on his slippers and walked outside. When he reached the floor-to-ceiling window, the familiar scene before him made his gaze freeze. The heavy snow had already submerged the entire city. He couldn't see the streets or the shrubs by the roadside. He could only vaguely see the outlines of city buildings, with many houses' first floors submerged. Moreover, the heavy snow continued to fall, with snowflakes descending like feathers, showing no signs of stopping. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing continued, No wonder you stocked up so much. Zhang Yi, you really should have told me about this in advance. Now I'm freezing. Zhang Yi frowned, surprised that she had the nerve to complain to him. He hung up the phone directly and tossed it aside. Then, he went to the bathroom and took a comfortable hot shower. Afterward, he took out a piece of top-quality A5 Wagyu beef from his storage and had steak with pasta for breakfast. While eating breakfast, he turned on the TV. Since the temperature had just dropped and there was no power outage yet, the TV was still functioning normally. However, even if there was a power outage, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources, dozens of generators, and a massive amount of gasoline. In terms of energy, he had enough to last for at least 300 years. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi first tuned into the morning news channel. Although, as a reborn person, he knew what was happening outside. Watching the situation was still a form of entertainment. On the news channel, two anchors were surprisingly dressed in thick down jackets. It should be noted that places like TV stations usually do not skimp on central air conditioning and are prioritized for power supply. However, the fact that the anchors needed to wear down jackets indicated that the temperature had reached a point where even central air conditioning couldn't fully cope. The female anchor spoke into the camera, striving to maintain a steady tone. Last night, a strong cold wave hit various parts of the world, causing drastic changes in global temperatures. The general drop in temperature reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the cause of this cold wave. In the coming days, we hope everyone pays attention to keeping warm and avoids frostbite. If possible, please do not go outside. The authorities will properly address this issue. We hope everyone remains calm. Do not spread rumors or believe in them, and do not engage in panic buying. This snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. With the Ice Age coming, one could only rely on oneself to survive. If he just stayed at home, doing nothing, he would surely be among the first to die. In the upper right corner of the TV, it had already displayed that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had reached minus 65 degrees. It should be noted that during the day yesterday, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was still 15 degrees, meaning it had dropped by 80 degrees in an instant. Zhang Yi shuruk. This degree of temperature drop was exactly the same as in his previous life. However, now he was in his pajamas, drinking red wine and eating steak with pasta, feeling no chill from outside. After all, it was a safe house built for 8 million, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation function, so the temperature inside hardly dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was curious to see what those neighbors who had laughed at him before were discussing. The first message he saw was from Fang Yuqing. Zhang, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing so heavily outside, and I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some? I'll return it to you after the snow disaster is over. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming on his lips. The White Lotus was smart enough to know that with such heavy snow, food would become very expensive. She didn't want to brave the extreme cold of minus 60 or 70 degrees to go out, so she sought Zhang Yi for food. But Zhang Yi knew that this ice disaster would last a long time and wouldn't pass quickly. Moreover, he had no intention of giving Fang Yuqing anything to eat. In his previous life, he had been deceived by this White Lotus and had given her a lot of food from his own home. In the end, she had caused Zhang Yi's death and even wanted to extract his ribs to make soup. For a woman like this, Zhang Yi only wanted to play with her and watch her die miserably. With this thought, a mocking smile appeared on his lips as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. You should have said something earlier. I've almost eaten everything I've stocked up. Look, I just made steak this morning. After sending the message, he took a selfie with himself and the steak and red wine on the table. He deliberately included his pajama-clad appearance in the photo and sent it to Fong Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus demands supplies at this moment. Fong Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Although the air conditioning had been set to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely reached 0. She was shivering all over, feeling as if cold air was seeping into the blankets. After seeing the photo sent by Zhang, Fong Yuqing immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather, Zhang Yi was still wearing a thin nightgown, comfortably eating steak and drinking red wine. Clearly, they lived in the same building. Why did it feel like they were in 2 different worlds? Especially after seeing the delicious steak on the table and that bottle of high-end red wine. Fong Yuqing's mouth watered. As a top-tier White Lotus and a social climber, she had some knowledge of these luxury items. From what she could tell, the steak Zhang Yi was eating looked like authentic top-grade Wagyu. Especially the French red wine beside him. It must be classified as a Grand Cru, worth at least €20 to €30. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi was living so comfortably, making Fong Yuqing incredibly envious. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. How nice. I want to eat steak and drink red wine too. She thought her hint was quite obvious. Based on Zhang Yi's previous character, he would definitely take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine. However, after reading her message, Zhang Yi was all smiles. Did he still think of himself as her past admirer? He leisurely replied, if you want to eat, just go buy some at the supermarket. Fong Yuqing's face immediately stiffened upon seeing this message. Wasn't that nonsense? It was already -6 or 7 degrees outside, and any exposed skin could risk frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable request of her? A delicate girl. Fong Yuqing gritted her teeth and angrily said, Zhang Yi, you're really not a man. You don't even know how to take advantage of such a good opportunity to show off. At this moment, Fong Yuqing still had some pride. Although she really wanted to eat steak and drink high-end red wine, she viewed Zhang Yi merely as a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed that this snow disaster would pass in a few days. Therefore, she continued to maintain her image as a proud goddess and did not actively ask Zhang Yi to bring her food. Zhang Yi ignored Fong Yuqing and instead checked other chat groups, intending to watch some drama. When he saw the homeowners group for their community, he happened to catch Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone not to panic and to stay at home. Everyone, don't worry, it's just a sudden drop in temperature. It will pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Please do not panic buy supplies and trust your officials. Our neighborhood committee will also find ways to help everyone get through this snow disaster. Please follow orders and do not cause trouble for the officials. Some homeowners raised objections. With such heavy snow, who knows when it will stop? It's already difficult to go out. How can we not stock up on supplies? Yeah, otherwise we should go out and buy some vegetables. The prices are probably going to skyrocket these days. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you doing? Aren't you just adding to the chaos? Panic buying will only lead to higher prices, and everyone will end up eating overpriced food. If I find anyone hoarding supplies, don't blame me for reporting them for disturbing the peace. Zhang Yi watched Aunt Lin commanding everyone in the group like a leader, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Today was the first day of the Ice Age. Due to the extreme cold outside, the supplies in the supermarket hadn't been completely looted yet. If someone dared to brave the heavy snow and go out, although there was a risk of frostbite, they would definitely have the chance to stock up on some supplies. However, due to Aunt Lin's intimidation, many people hesitated and didn't go out to buy vegetables. The outcome was predictable. At that moment, Aunt Lin suddenly pointed her finger at Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the homeowners group. Xiao Zhang, you already hoarded quite a bit at home. Now that the snow disaster is severe, you shouldn't be a negative example. Stay at home obediently these days, and if I find you going out to buy things again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being merciless. Zhang Yi's expression darkened slightly. This old woman had been holding a grudge against him ever since he didn't give her what she asked for last time. Now that she found an opportunity, she didn't forget to take a jab at him. However, what a pity, Aunt Lin and her neighborhood committee meant nothing to Zhang Yi now. He sneered and replied, Aunt Lin, no one knows how long this snow disaster will last. If it goes on for a long time and everyone runs out of food, can you take responsibility for that? Zhang Yi's question echoed the sentiments of many. Everyone was dissatisfied with Aunt Lin's words, but hesitated to refute her due to her position in the neighborhood committee, with Zhang Yi leading the charge. Some people immediately stood up to ask, yeah, if you don't let us stock up on supplies, who will take responsibility if we run out of food and water? Aunt Lin felt flustered when she saw everyone standing up against her. At the same time, she hated Zhang even more. How dare he openly contradict her in the homeowners group? Wasn't that a slap at her face? Rest assured, the neighborhood committee can responsibly tell everyone that supplies will not be lacking. The snow disaster will pass quickly. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite people at this time. What you're doing is illegal. Curled up at home, Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and said fiercely, this Zhang Yi really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I'll think of a way to find a dark place to detain him for a few days. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Even at such a time, this old woman still wanted to act tough, relying on her little bit of power to bully others. It was truly laughable. Wow, I can't wear such a big hat. Don't worry, it's so cold outside, I wouldn't go out even if you asked me to. You all do as you please. He had already stocked up on supplies long ago, so there was no need for him to go out and fight over vegetable scraps in the supermarket. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's nonsense would suffer later. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. As the apocalypse approached, he didn't know how many people would freeze or starve to death. However, some people deserved it, like the neighbors who had harmed him in his past life, regardless of whether they lived or died. Zhang Yi had made up his mind to survive. Other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Revenge. Zhang Yi strikes back. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, yawning out of boredom. While others were enduring hunger and cold, he was living more comfortably than in paradise. His home had the perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, keeping his safe house at a comfortable, constant temperature all year round. All he needed to do next was to make sure he enjoyed himself every day. At that moment, there was nothing interesting on TV. Various live broadcasts had been shut down due to the extreme cold. After all, the beautiful streamers he usually loved to watch couldn't possibly endure minus 60 or 70 degrees, or even over 100 degrees, dancing in tank tops. If they did, Zhang Yi would have to give them a thumbs up and say they were really something. He opened his alternate space, where the electronic device area had plenty of gaming consoles and AAA titles. There were hundreds of brand new, unopened PS5s, Switches, and Xboxes. As for game cartridges, there were tens of thousands of them. Zhang Yi took out the latest PS5, hooked it up to the huge 100-inch Sony TV in his home, and started playing games. He was playing this year's latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby were Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. If he wanted to pass the time, they were all excellent choices. If he thought the gameplay was too short, there were also massive games like Civilization and Cities, Skylines that could keep him entertained for hours. He no longer had to consider work or social interactions. This life was even more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. Since he was at home, Zhang Yi was only wearing pajamas, munching on snacks while gaming, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, however, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was that annoying Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee tagging him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are blocked by heavy snow. Come out with tools and help clear the snow. Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi noticed that she was rallying everyone in the group to go out and shovel snow, but very few were responding. Unexpectedly, she had directly targeted him. Zhang Yi glanced outside at the heavy snow, which had almost completely covered the entire floor. With 3 meters of snow, it was almost impossible to clear it by hand. Moreover, he knew that this snow would likely continue for another 3 months. Going out to shovel snow now would be slower than the snow falling. He immediately replied, "It's freezing outside. We would turn to popsicles if we went out for a bit. Let's wait until the snow stops to talk about shoveling." Others chimed in to agree with Zhang Yi. "Yeah, it's over 70 degrees below zero outside. We'd probably get frostbite if we went out for a bit. We're not in northeast China. We don't have any decent winter gear. How do we go out?" Aunt Lin was immediately agitated. "What kind of attitude is this? Shoveling snow isn't just for me. It's for everyone, right? You're all young and strong guys. How can you think of avoiding responsibility in a disaster? You should be actively helping the community." Her focus turned to Zhang Yi, who was leading the opposition against her. "Zhang Yi, I order you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and shovel snow. This is a critical time. We must unite and follow the organization's commands." Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. Once the snow disaster is over, there will be consequences from the organization. Aunt Lynn brought up her identity as a neighborhood committee member once again. The homeowners immediately felt they couldn't speak out. With the snow disaster just beginning and basic social order still intact, no one dared to defy her. Despite the neighborhood committee members seeming to have little power, their small amount of authority was closely related to everyone's daily lives, so people were reluctant to provoke them. Everyone fell silent. No one wanted to be the one to stand out. However, many hoped that Zhang Yi would step up and confront Aunt Lynn, becoming the voice for everyone. Zhang Yi certainly understood the thoughts of these ostriches. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he looked down on them. But he couldn't just swallow his anger. So, he decided to confront Aunt Lynn directly. He scrolled through the chat history and noticed that Aunt Lynn had tagged only a few easygoing young people in the community. She had completely ignored the troublesome characters or those with power and influence. Zhang Yi then sarcastically remarked, "Aunt Lynn is right, since it's for everyone. You neighborhood committee members should take the lead in shoveling snow. And speaking of being young and strong, there are so many people in our community. Why did you only call on us? Do you think we're easy to bully? You didn't T-tag those social elites or rich second-generation folks at all. What's wrong? Can't you even speak up in front of them?" Other homeowners nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is really our internet spokesperson. Exactly. She only calls on honest people. Why not go after Chen Jinghao and Su Hao? Everyone actually knew who Zhang Yi was referring to, living in the same community. They were all aware of who the influential figures were. For example, Chen Jinghao from 601 on the 6th floor was a well-known social boss, managing a construction project with hundreds of workers under him. Then there was Su Hao from 802 on the 8th floor, whose father was a prominent developer in Tianhai City. And his family even had people working in the government. Aunt Lynn hadn't mentioned those two at all. Zhang Yi had directly exposed Aunt Lynn's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which made Aunt Lynn lose face immediately. The reason she didn't mention those troublesome figures was indeed because she lacked the courage, and they wouldn't even bother with her. People like her always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Zhang Yi had been that kind of person in the past, Aunt Lynn wouldn't have dared to ask him to shovel snow. Feeling embarrassed, she angrily sent several long voice messages in the group chat. Shoveling snow is a public service, meant for everyone's benefit. Some people are nitpicking over minor issues and show no spirit of contribution. Such people are simply the black sheep of our homeowners group. If you don't want to do it, then don't. There are plenty of people who will. Everyone's awareness is much higher than yours. Also, I'm not treating anyone special. There's just no need to tag everyone one by one. I hope you all understand and don't misinterpret my intentions. If you continue to spread slander against me, I will report you to the police. Aunt Lynn's explanation only seemed to make things worse, especially at the end, when she even claimed she would call the police, which made Zhang Yi unable to hold back his laughter. Hearing Aunt Lynn's words, the more timid homeowners were already a bit scared and took their tools to go shovel snow. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi felt no fear of her at all, not to mention that the police would not support her unreasonable behavior. Did she really think that all the various social systems were functioning normally? Chapter 17. The bully of Lin Dama. Zhang Yi completely dismissed Lin Dama's words as nonsense. However, since he had nothing better to do, he intentionally wanted to tease this old woman. Wow, Lin Dama is so swollen. If you're so capable, why don't you call Chen Jinghao and Su Hao to come downstairs and shovel the snow? He directly named them in the group chat, showing no regard for anyone's face. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious thug. He was the one who barged into their home, wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, an arrogant, rich second generation, was the first person to draw a knife on Zhang Yi. In short, apart from a few good neighbors, the rest had either attacked or robbed Zhang Yi. He could even guess that after his death in his previous life, each of them had taken a share of his spoils. Therefore, Zhang Yi showed no respect to anyone and shamelessly tore off their masks, disgusting them. Lin Dama looked at her phone, and her expression changed immediately. Zhang Yi's direct naming made it hard for her to back down. No matter how she reasoned, if she showed weakness now, she would absolutely become a laughingstock. Moreover, no one would listen to her commands in the future. There was no choice. She had to tag Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in a group. Family members. This community is my home. Shoveling snow relies on everyone. I hope those who have time can bring tools and go out to shovel the snow together. Before long, an ID named 25602, Chen Jinghao, sent several question marks. Shortly after, a voice message appeared in the group. Shovel snow? Shovel your head. Are you blind? Can't you see that it's still snowing heavily outside? Damn it. Is your brain sick? If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't bark here. If you tag me again, I'll kill you. Do you believe it? Chen Jinghao cursed Lin Dama harshly, using very unpleasant language. After hearing this, the homeowners in the group burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. This Lin Dama thought of herself as something important, but in reality, they didn't take her seriously at all. A mere member of the neighborhood committee had some influence over ordinary homeowners, but people like Chen Jinghao wouldn't regard her as anything significant. Rich second generation, Su Hao also sent a voice message. What does shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't have to work. I can sleep at home all day without a care. After saying this, he also sent a picture of himself lying in a thick blanket, holding a woman in his arms. This house was just a place Su Hao bought to keep a woman. He just happened to be stuck here. Lin Dama asking him to shovel snow made him think this woman was out of her mind. Lin Dama, too afraid to retort after being scolded by Chen Jinghao, did not dare provoke someone truly ruthless. But seeing Su Hao's provocation, she stubbornly replied, "No matter what, you're also one of the homeowners. Shoveling snow is your obligation." Su Hao disdainfully said, "Bah, do you think my monthly property fees are in vain? Without my money, you neighborhood committee people would starve to death. Damn it, you keep using homeowners' money to act like a big shot and think you're the master. Ridiculous." None of those rich second-generation kids were easy to deal with. Although Su Hao was idle, he had seen the world and would never regard a mere neighborhood committee old woman as anything important. After saying this, he smugly taunted, "I am where I am today because of my parents and family. Can you poor people compare to me? Hurry up and shovel the snow. You all need to go out and earn money. I can only leave this hellhole after the snow is cleared." Everyone listened to Su Hao's arrogant words, feeling furious but powerless to refute him. After all, he was born with a silver spoon. Although his words were harsh, they were not untrue. The commotion caused by Chen Jinghao and Su Hao completely disheartened everyone. Lin Dama's words became worthless, and no one paid her any mind. Lin Dama was furious. However, she was not angry at Chen Jinghao and Su Hao. Instead, she was angry at Zhang Yi. She thought she had successfully mobilized the homeowners, and it was all Zhang Yi's fault for ruining her good intentions. So she privately messaged Zhang Yi, angrily asking, "Zhang, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? What do you want to do? I asked everyone to go out to shovel snow. Does everyone need to go out? Now look, no one is willing to do it. Are we going to be stuck at home forever?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, someone has come to ask for a scolding? Stop acting innocent. You're just a coward who bullies the weak. You dare come here barking? You don't even dare to talk back when someone scolds you, but you come here looking for attention? Let me tell you, your grandfather is not to be trifled with. Keep barking, and I swear I'll deal with you." Zhang Yi had Lin Dama's personality figured out perfectly. She was just a waste who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi said these harsh words, Lin Dama was frightened. As an old woman living with her grandson, she relied on her identity in the neighborhood committee to gain some respect. But if others disregarded her status and went all out against her, she wouldn't stand a chance. She immediately dared not speak, seemingly afraid of truly provoking Zhang Yi. Lin Dama quickly blocked Zhang Yi, fearing he would continue to insult her. Her body trembled, not sure if it was from the cold or from being frightened by Zhang Yi. That bastard! What a lunatic! Better not provoke him for now. Just wait. I will find ways to make your life miserable in the future. In her mind, Lin Dama envisioned using her position in the neighborhood committee to make things difficult for Zhang Yi later. For example, when distributing living supplies, she would purposely delay Zhang Yi, or she might not inform him about any good community activities. She imagined Zhang Yi's regretful expression at that time, and even thought he would come to beg her for mercy, while she would coldly shut the door and say, "Aren't you being so arrogant? Keep being arrogant." As Lin Dama thought about this, she began to smile happily. "Hee hee, there will come a day when you will come begging me. For now, a 1T stoop to your level. Lin Dama found satisfaction in this kind of self-deceiving victory. Then she continued to rally others in the group to go out and shovel snow. Although everyone despised Lin Dama, most of them had to go out to work later. And considering their own travel issues, some honest people took tools and braved the severe cold of over -70 degrees to go out and shovel snow. What Zhang Yi didn't expect was that just after scaring off Lin Dama, someone else came looking for trouble. This time, his WeChat phone was called. He glanced at the profile picture and was shocked to see it was Chun Jinghao from the group. It seemed that Zhang Yi's earlier remarks in the group had upset him, so he called to intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had always held resentment toward this bastard, and upon seeing him call, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Right now, he actually hoped this clueless guy would come looking for trouble. After all, he couldn't leave this safe house, but if anyone dared to come looking for trouble, he had plenty of ways to make that person suffer miserably. So, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of who? As soon as the call connected, a torrent of harsh curses erupted from the other end. Are you looking for death? Who told you to talk about me in the group? You dare provoke me, Chun Jinghao? You little brat are clearly asking for trouble. I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in this city. Do you believe me? Chun Jinghao was somewhat notorious in Tianhai City. A bully with hundreds of followers, rumored to have been involved in several homicide cases. Therefore, all the residents in his neighborhood avoided him, and no one dared to provoke him. To establish his authority, Chun Jinghao's style was that anyone who dared to offend him even a little would have to pay a hefty price. This is the so-called face of a society person. So, even though Zhang Yi only mentioned him in the residence group, Chun Jinghao took it as a provocation. On the phone, he cursed furiously. You really want to die? You talk a lot, don't you? Come out if you have the guts. You dare to use me as a topic. Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't indulge him. He sneered and retorted, What are you? Stop pretending here. You scum of society. Useless trash. If I call you, you better come. After cursing, Zhang Yi hung up and blacklisted him. After hanging up, thinking about Chun Jinghao's furious expression, Zhang Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He walked to the TV and turned on the surveillance camera. When the Zhanlong security company set up the safe house for him, they installed cameras on the entire floor. It could be said that the whole building was under his watch. Zhang Yi looked toward the 6th floor where Chun Jinghao was, and sure enough, their door was soon violently pushed open. Chun Jinghao, dressed in a down jacket and holding a baseball bat, stormed out aggressively. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he shrank back from the cold. It was over 70 degrees below zero outside, and he was only wearing a down jacket over a thermal shirt, deliberately leaving the zipper open to show off his chest tattoo. The freezing temperature quickly taught him a lesson. Seeing no one around, Chun Jinghao hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Zhang Yi, sitting on the sofa, leisurely picked up a hand crossbow from under the coffee table. This type of crossbow was used for hunting. Even a 300-kilogram wild boar would be pierced through with a 20-centimeter bolt if hit. He hummed a tune while preparing the bolt. After practicing for a while, he had become very skilled in using the crossbow. Within 15 meters, he could hit a target the size of a watermelon without missing. The elevator continued to ascend, and Zhang Yi took the prepared crossbow to the door. His massive security door had a shooting hole 2 meters high. Standing on a chair, Zhang Yi opened the door for the shooting hole, which could only be accessed from the inside. He aimed the crossbow at the corridor outside. For safety reasons, Zhang Yi also had a handgun in his pocket. Even if Chun Jinghao was made of iron, he would still face misfortune today. Before long, the sound of the elevator echoed, and Chun Jinghao cursed as he walked out of the elevator. Thanks to the notes in the residence group, he easily found Zhang Yi's apartment. At the door, he raised the baseball bat and began smashing the door while shouting, Zhang Yi, you bastard, come out. You were so tough just now, weren't you? Now come out and see how I take you down. Chun Jinghao cursed viciously and slammed the door hard. However, that security door was 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof metal. In terms of defense, it was more formidable than some armored vehicles. Naturally, it wasn't something Chun Jinghao could break with a baseball bat, and instead, his hand ached from the impact. Chun Jinghao continued to curse, but didn't notice that he was already being aimed at by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi looked at Chun Jinghao's ferocious expression and revealed a playful smile. He aimed the bolt at Chun Jinghao's head. However, after a moment's thought, he changed his target. In this apocalyptic scenario, aside from him, everyone else in the building would likely die. Chen Jinghao was no exception. Killing him now would be too easy. After all, in his previous life, he was torn apart and devoured by these crazed neighbors. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a wicked smile. He wouldn't let this scum die so easily. So, Zhang Yi changed his target. With a slight sound of the bolt slicing through the air, the sharp bolt shot directly into Chen Jinghao's leg. The bolt, capable of killing wild boars, pierced completely through his calf. Chen Jinghao let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. In such temperatures below 70 degrees, a penetrating injury like this meant his leg was surely ruined. And without medication, infection was inevitable. Next, he would die a miserable death in pain and cold. At this moment, Chen Jinghao was in excruciating agony, realizing he had encountered a terrifying, ruthless person. In fact, people like them relied on their fearlessness and audacity. They bet that honest people wouldn't dare resist them. But when faced with someone daring enough to use a crossbow, their hearts would also tremble with fear. Terrified, Chen Jinghao scrambled back to the elevator, dragging his injured leg. Zhang Yi chose not to shoot again for a simple reason. He wanted Chen Jinghao to live a little longer. After all, he wasn't a devil. After Chen Jinghao returned to the elevator, he was drenched in cold sweat, and in the freezing temperatures, it quickly began to freeze. However, at that moment, his heart was colder than the air. The ruthless attack he had just faced made him feel the naked killing intent. In today's society, anyone who dared to shoot a crossbow at someone was not to be trifled with. Chen Jinghao looked at his ruined leg, which was completely pierced by the crossbow bolt. Blood stained half of his pants and quickly froze. In such low temperatures, his sense of pain wasn't as intense. But this didn't make Chen Jinghao feel relieved. Instead, it horrified him. He knew that under these circumstances, if his leg didn't receive medical treatment, it would be useless within half an hour. Chapter 19. A cold water bath for you. Chen Jinghao finally felt scared. He took out his phone and called 120. However, the call couldn't get through, and after more than 2 minutes of trying, it still showed a busy line. Chen Jinghao's heart sank. Outside, the weather was freezing, and even the hospital was in a state of paralysis. Even if there were hospitals still operating, the heavy snow had sealed off the city, making it impossible to send an ambulance out to rescue anyone. Chen Jinghao was tough, and after hesitating for a long time, he decided to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to remove the crossbow bolt from his leg. After a difficult return home, he took out a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic medication from the drawer. Having often fought with others, he naturally kept these items at home. Chen Jinghao used the knife to cut open his pant leg, and when he saw the wound, his face turned pale with fright. In the extreme cold, the wound on his leg had already frozen. While this temporarily stopped the bleeding, the area around the wound had started to turn purple, and his calf had lost all sensation. Chen Jinghao felt despair. He knew he had to rely on self-rescue. Luckily, being a tough guy from the streets, after a moment's thought, he began to perform surgery on himself. Since his calf was already frostbitten, the low temperature had dulled his pain significantly. So even without anesthesia, he successfully completed the procedure. However, the process was so painful that he nearly passed out. It was clear that his calf was ruined. Chen Jinghao lay on the sofa, gasping for breath, filled with hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who shot him. Zhang Yi, you little bastard, I will definitely kill you, absolutely. Chen Jinghao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wasn't joking. He truly intended to end Zhang Yi's life. Otherwise, how would he survive in Tianhai City in the future? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone, but since Zhang Yi had blocked him, he could only mention Zhang Yi in the property owners group chat. Zhang Yi, you little bastard, just wait for me. If I don't kill you, Chen Jinghao, will write my name backward. The other property owners didn't know what had happened, but upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they couldn't help but sweat for him. Chen Jinghao was a notorious thug, and he was ruthless. However, if they knew that Zhang Yi had shot him and ruined his leg, they would probably be too scared to say a word. Some, however, were very excited. For instance, Aunt Lin, who had previously been humiliated by Zhang Yi, happily said, It's best when dogs bite dogs. Humph. Neither of them is a good person. I hope that thug Chen Jinghao kills Zhang Yi. Let that damned thing insult me. Bai Lianhua Fong Yuqing also saw the messages in the group. She pouted, quite hoping Zhang Yi would get beaten up by Chen Jinghao. After all, how could Zhang Yi be so cold towards her, even refusing to bring her some food when she, a goddess, asked for it? However, no one in the group dared to speak up, fearing that this matter might implicate them. Zhang Yi saw this message and burst out laughing. As long as he didn't leave the safe house, he wouldn't take 100 Chen Jinghaos seriously. Zhang Yi sent a voice message. Were you just barking like a dog? If you dare provoke me again, I'll ruin your other leg too. The property owners in the group were in an uproar upon hearing this voice message. They never expected Zhang Yi would dare to stand up to Chen Jinghao. Moreover, it seemed he had injured one of Chen Jinghao's legs. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly breaking it. Damn it. Zhang Yi, just wait for me. I will definitely kill you. Zhang Yi was equally unyielding. You dog, if you have the guts, come here. Let us see who dies first. It must be said that after the apocalypse, Zhang Yi was quite carefree, without the constraints of public order and social morals. He didn't need to give anyone face. It was liberating. On the other hand, Chen Jinghao was furious. Back in his house, relying on the meager effect of the air conditioner, he gradually regained some feeling. But the intense pain in his leg made him grimace. Now, if he wanted to move, he could only rely on crutches. After thinking for a while, Chen Jinghao felt that killing Zhang Yi wouldn't be difficult. He believed he was shot simply because he was careless. Now that he was on guard, he could easily call his little brothers over to charge into Zhang Yi's home and kill him. After all, with the freezing weather outside, both the hospital and the police station were paralyzed. This was the perfect time to take a life. Chen Jinghao immediately called his little brothers, asking them to bring weapons and come help him take care of Zhang Yi. Many of Chen Jinghao's little brothers lived nearby, and after receiving his order, they all grabbed machetes, baseball bats, steel pipes, and other items and rushed to Chen Jinghao's house. Upon seeing the injury on Chen Jinghao's leg, they all shouted that they wanted to kill that guy and avenge Chen Jinghao. Chen Jinghao coldly said, "I'm not seriously hurt. After the snow melts in a few days, I'll just go to the hospital for some recovery. But that dog dared to shoot me. ISNT, that's stepping on the head of the Tai Sui. If I don't kill him, how will I, Chen Jinghao, survive in the future?" One of his little brothers immediately said, "Boss, just tell me his room number, and I'll go chop him up right now." Chen Jinghao nodded. They lived in room 2401 of this building, but that little bastard is very devious and has a hand crossbow. He used it to ambush me. One of the little brothers holding a steel pipe shouted, "This person is too dishonorable. He actually ambushed us." Chen Jinghao said, "Be careful when you go over. I know he is alone in his house. Just make sure he doesn't shoot you, break down their door, and kill him at will." Chen Jinghao's little brothers were all reckless. Despite knowing Zhang Yi had weapons, they weren't afraid. Instead, they became excited. With the snow disaster sealing off the city, it was lawless, and they could openly go beat someone up. The malice in their humanity was unleashed without restraint. So, they took their weapons and headed towards Zhang Yi's house, intending to break in. Zhang Yi also knew that Chen Jinghao wouldn't let this go easily and would come to take revenge. However, Zhang Yi was not nervous at all. He was at home, playing games while using a split screen to monitor the activity in the entire building. He saw all of Chen Jinghao's little thugs clearly as they approached. His table was filled with equipment, just waiting for them to arrive so he could give them a good show. After all, those social scum deserved to die. Zhang Yi had no thoughts of showing mercy. Before long, more than a dozen of Chen Jinghao's little brothers arrived at Zhang Yi's door. They knew Zhang Yi had a hand crossbow, so they were a bit cautious as they came. Several of them held wooden boards as shields in front. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's door and finding nothing amiss, they began to take action. "Open the door. Damn it, daring to shoot our boss. Today you'll see how we'll kill you. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Open the door." They cursed as they began to smash Zhang Yi's door with hammers and iron rods, wanted to break in and teach Zhang Yi the harsh lesson before handing him over to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi was playing his game, unhurried. He was stuck at the first boss and had died 7 or 8 times without getting past it, feeling quite frustrated at the moment. Hearing the shouting and banging from outside, Zhang Yi shouted angrily. Can't you put in some effort? Haven't you eaten? The little Karamis outside were infuriated by Zhang Yi's arrogance and began to hit harder. However, the safety door, made of 20 centimeters thick alloy, was difficult to open even with small explosions. Not to mention, they were just using primitive methods to break the door. After banging for a while, only a few small white spots appeared on the metal door, just some paint chipped off. They couldn't even make a dent, let alone break the door. The little Karamis were dumbfounded. Damn, this door is pure metal. And so thick, how can we break it? They thought. How many enemies does this guy have? A group of little Karamis looked stunned. However, when they came, they had promised Chen Jinghao that they would beat Zhang Yi half to death and bring him back. Now that they couldn't break the door, they had no way to report back, so they continued to bang and shout outside. Zhang Yi's game character died again. Listening to the shouts of the little Karamis outside, he finally felt a bit annoyed. He went to the kitchen, attached a water hose to the faucet, and then climbed up to the shooting port. The little Karamis outside had not noticed what was above their heads and were still barking like dogs. Zhang Yi sneezed, then turned on the faucet and sprayed water at them. The torrent of water surged down the narrow corridor like a heavy rain, instantly drenching them. Chapter 20. Starting a laid-back life, can you imagine what it feels like to have cold water poured on you at over minus 70 degrees? Zhang Yi held a large hose and sprayed it towards those little Karami outside the door. There was about 100 degrees of temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. So when the water flowed out, it was steaming, but once it landed on those people, it quickly froze into ice. In the freezing cold, they were all dressed in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked their bodies, instantly making them feel as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. Damn, so cold, I'm freezing to death. Stop pouring, stop pouring. At that moment, they would rather be beaten up than endure this icy torture. One by one, their lips turned purple, and some even fainted from the extreme cold. Instinctively, they hurriedly ran away from Zhang Yi's door. But in just a few seconds, it was enough to get them completely soaked. They didn't even have time to take the elevator to escape. Their clothes were already frozen stiff. Zhang Yi watched them run away before finally turning off the tap. He had originally planned to teach these people a lesson with a hand crossbow. However, the loading speed was too slow, and there was a risk of being counterattacked through the shooting hole. Instead, this method of flooding them with water was more effective. After being drenched and chilled to the bone by Zhang Yi, those little Karami ran back to Chen Jinghao's house, their lips turning purple from the cold. Chen Jinghao was furious when he saw them return in such a disheveled state. Where's that little brat? Did you catch him? The little brothers hurriedly looked for blankets and sheets to warm themselves. Their clothes were completely soaked, frozen like ice. More than a dozen people scrambled for clothes and blankets in the room. However, due to the large number of people and insufficient supplies, a few little brothers had no choice but to strip off their clothes and huddle together for warmth. The scene was quite bizarre. This made Chen Jinghao extremely angry, and he slammed the table, shouting, "Someone explain to me what the hell is going on." A few little brothers, having regained some body heat, stammered out the whole story to Chen Jinghao. That Zhang Yi is too despicable. He sprayed us with a hose. We couldn't stand it at all. We don't know how thick his door is. We smashed it for half a day and only chipped a bit of paint. After hearing this, Chen Jinghao furrowed his brows deeply. When he had tried to smash the door himself, he indeed felt that Zhang Yi's door was very solid. It seemed that a direct assault would be difficult. But soon he sneered. No worries. Even if his house is like an iron turtle, there will always be flaws. And I don't believe he can stay at home forever. You guys keep watch nearby. As soon as he steps out, just beat him to death. Chen Jinghao said viciously. His little brothers were all desperate men. Upon hearing this, they shivered and chuckled coldly. Although they were frozen like dogs, they still had to put on a fierce front. However, they never expected that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving his home at all. The outside was hell, but his room was paradise. Why would he go from paradise to hell? After dealing with Chen Jinghao and the others, Zhang Yi went back to playing his game. Although he knew these guys wouldn't give up easily, they didn't have the ability to invade his home. As for going outside, Zhang Yi would never make that choice. Even with a 1 in 10,000 risk, he wouldn't take the chance. Staying comfortably at home, isn't that nice? Not long after, Zhang Yi went to the floor-to-ceiling window to check the scene outside. Indeed, there were people with tools shoveling snow. He seemed to see Uncle Yu, the straight-talking and enthusiastic retired soldier, who was always the first to rush in when something happened. The dozen or so people downstairs were relatively easygoing young homeowners from the community group. However, members of the neighborhood committee, like Aunt Lynn, were nowhere to be seen. Faced with a thick snow layer of 2 to 3 meters, they were digging with great effort. Yet Zhang Yi knew that this was completely futile. Not to mention, just to dig a path from downstairs to the community gate would take a whole day. But even if they cleared it, what would it matter? The roads outside were completely covered. With such thick snow, only professional snow removal vehicles could slowly clear it. But in the south, there were no such specialized vehicles. Going outside had become impossible. Moreover, in weather below -70 degrees, they couldn't last long. With inadequate cold weather gear and their bodies unable to adapt to such low temperatures, staying outdoors for half an hour posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest people were indeed quite pitiful. However, it was their own choice, and Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to say anything. After all, everything was none of his business. He just wanted to live well. As the afternoon arrived, Zhang Yi felt a bit hungry and took out a feast from his alternate space. The meal was quite simple: a plate of Australian lobster, a Wellington steak, 2 Huangshan sesame cakes, and a bottle of cola. Such delicacies were plentiful in his space. Now that he was staying home every day, Zhang Yi's schedule had become quite free. In short, he slept when he was tired and ate when he was hungry, without needing to distinguish between day and night. The heavy snow continued to fall outside. Zhang Yi took a moment to look down from the window of the apartment building. Those snow shovelers had returned, and the cleared area they had worked so hard for half a day was quickly covered by the heavy snow again. They probably realized that relying solely on their strength was futile against nature. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa in his autumn clothes, with the indoor temperature at 27 degrees. Comfortable and pleasant. He turned on the TV and watched the programs. Now, many TV stations across the country had directly stopped broadcasting. Only a few provincial channels and CCTV were still airing. Among them were promotions for official work and slogans encouraging everyone. At this moment, our gaze turned to Shengjing. The officials were strategizing and directing us to launch a final assault against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that in the United States, ineffective snow disaster prevention had caused 200 million people to be affected, with tens of millions dead. Our country's snow disaster was under control, and everything was developing positively. We hope everyone remains calm and trusts in the power of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terrifying nature of this snow disaster were beyond human imagination. Although the authorities were working hard to solve the problem, human power was indeed too weak in the face of nature. Chapter 21. White Lotus and Green Tea in the owner group. Aunt Lynn was still chattering away. Have you all seen the news? Our country is strong and can completely handle this snow disaster. Don't be nervous. All problems will be resolved. By the way, if anyone needs supplies at home, those who can help, please do. After all, this snow disaster will pass quickly, and there's no need to hoard supplies. However, very few people replied to her. Clearly, after 2 days, there was still no sign of the snow disaster ending, which made many people start to worry. Fan Yuqing sent a message to Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Fan Yuqing probably thought she was being dealt with by Qin Zhenghao. However, he didn't think Fan Yuqing was acting out of kindness. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fan Yuqing was actually a bit disappointed. But soon she said, we're out of food at home, and I remember you bought quite a bit. Can you give me some? You could treat me to dinner later. Zhang Yi's mouth revealed a cold smirk. Sure enough, this woman had a purpose for contacting him. He remembered that last time, when he went to the supermarket, Fan Yuqing and Lin Caning also bought some things. Although they didn't buy as much as he did, it shouldn't be that they couldn't last 2 days. What you mentioned was a long time ago. I didn't keep much at home, and actually, I don't have much food. Fan Yuqing still wound tea, give up. How about giving me a few packs of instant noodles? You're in charge of the warehouse. Your home can't be short of food. Zhang Yi was very blunt. I really have no instant noodles left. Look, this is what I usually eat. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fan Yuqing. Seeing the photo, Fan Yuqing's eyebrows shot up in anger. Damn, Zhang Yi, what do you mean? Are you doing this on purpose to irritate me? Beside her, Her best friend Lin Caning poked her head out from under the covers. It was too cold, so they were sharing a bed. As soon as she saw the delicious food in the photo, her eyes sparkled with greed. These little fairies usually didn't cook at all. They either ordered takeout or had men treat them to meals. During these days of heavy snow locking down the city, they were starving. They could only eat instant noodles and canned food that they usually didn't like. Seeing Zhang Yi still eating Australian lobster and steak, both women felt a mix of anger and envy. They were angry because Zhang Yi was eating alone and didn't think to send some to them. Lin Caning immediately said sourly, "Wow, Zhang Yi is too much. He has such good food at home and didn't think of you. He used to say he liked you. I think he is completely insincere." Fan Yuqing was also very unhappy. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi sent her a photo. She knew Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed Zhang Yi still liked her, just wanting to use this method to gain her compromise. Foolish. Just a little food, and you think you can make me your girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you're too naive. Fan Yuqing scoffed. As a proud woman, she had to maintain her high and aloof image. But looking at the photo Zhang Yi sent, the desire in her eyes was hard to hide. Lin Caning naturally understood her. So she said, "Yuqing, why don't you just tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him, but he needs to provide the food? That way, you can keep your face and still enjoy the delicious Australian lobster and steak. I believe he will be so excited that he will agree immediately." Fan Yuqing frowned and thought for a moment. To her, Zhang Yi was just a high-quality backup. Although he was handsome and had some wealth, he was still far from her ideal of a tall, rich, and handsome man. Normally, there was no way she would lower herself to him. But now, she really couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day. "Then let us give him a chance to have dinner with me." Fan Yuqing pouted and said reluctantly. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we gathered. How about coming to our house for dinner tonight?" Zhang Yi smiled when he saw the message. "Are you inviting me to dinner? Great, thank you." This line made Fan Yuqing's face turn pale with anger on the other end of the line. Or maybe it was from the cold. She angrily said to Lin Caning, "This Zhang Yi is simply ungrateful. I give him a chance to treat me to dinner, and he actually wants me to pay for it." Lin Caning was taken aback. She didn't seem to expect that the Zhang Yi who had been pursuing Fan Yuqing was suddenly so inconsiderate. Strange, could it be that a simp has finally awakened? Fan Yuqing angrily threw her phone aside. "This Zhang Yi, I was planning to keep him as my backup. Now he has to move back in line. I am really angry this time. From now on, I won't talk to him again. Even if he comes to beg me, it won't work." Although Lin Caning was greedy, she also added fuel to the fire. "Exactly. He should know what he's worth. Wanted to pursue you, but being so stingy. A man like this deserves to be single for life." The two continued to scold Zhang Yi for a while. During this time, Fan Yuqing picked up her phone, thinking Zhang Yi would send a message to apologize. However, Zhang Yi didn't send a single message, which made her face darken with anger. Meanwhile, Lin Caning had a mischievous thought. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, why are you so stupid? Now Yuqing is unhappy. Do you know how serious the problem is?" When Zhang Yi received the message, he habitually took a look. For him, checking various chat group messages had become a way to entertain himself. What could be more exciting than the human nature in the midst of disaster? Seeing that the message was from Lin Caning, Zhang Yi glanced at it and then chuckled. One playing the villain and the other playing the hero, right? You two are really dramatic. Zhang Yi had long seen through this combination of green tea and White Lotus. Usually, when Lin Caning intervened, it was to help Fan Yuqing. Since Fan Yuqing needed to maintain her pure goddess image, asking for gifts and hinting for men to spend money on Fan Yuqing was always Lin Caning's job. Chapter 22, still useful as a spare tire. Zhang Yi feigned confusion and said, "What's wrong? I haven't done anything bad." Lin Caning replied, "Are you stupid? It's snowing heavily and we've almost eaten everything at home. If you send some good food over now, wouldn't it be a great way to express your loyalty to Yuqing? If I were you, I would send over all the good stuff like steak and lobster. When Yuqing gets moved, won't your chances increase?" Zhang Yi looked at the message Lin Caning sent and could already imagine that gold digger drooling at the moment. He couldn't help but sneer. This behavior was no different from begging. What's ridiculous is that if you're begging, then just beg, but why put on a show of generosity? as if Zhang Yi sending food to them was actually them giving him a chance. This kind of face made Zhang Yi want to slap them hard. Despicable. Zhang Yi decided to play with these two green tea bitches. He said, "But we don't have much food at home either. It's just enough for me." Lin Canning frowned and immediately criticized, "Fool, how many days can this snow disaster last? If you endure a couple of meals of hunger and then trick Yuqing into your hands, won't you make a big profit? If you can't even part with this little bit of food, I see that you don't really care about our Yuqing at all." Zhang Yi laughed even harder. These two women were playing the good cop and bad cop, trying to work him over. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi was reborn and had long seen through their shamelessness. Faced with Lin Canning's act, he simply replied with a casual "oh," then tossed his phone aside, ignoring her. Lin Canning saw that "oh" and was instantly furious. "Oh, what does your "oh" mean? I've talked to you for so long, and that's your attitude? Hurry up and send me the food. I want to eat steak and Australian lobster too." Lin Canning was a foodie, and after not having good food for a couple of days, seeing Zhang Yi enjoying a feast made her drool. She originally wanted to use Fang Yuqing's name to trick Zhang Yi into sending all the good food to her. However, the development of events was completely contrary to her expectations. That almost broke her defense. Could it be he was no longer interested in Fang Yuqing? No, absolutely impossible. Lin Canning recalled Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Fang Yuqing over the past few years and immediately shook her head. He must have just temporarily lost his mind. Lin Canning was angry, so she found Fang Yuqing and embellished the story. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that she was trying to help her get supplies from Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing's face was cold as she said haughtily, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again." Now, for Zhang Yi to become her dog again, he would have to sincerely apologize for the events of the past few days and pay a huge price to seek her forgiveness. Lin Canning poked Fang Yuqing. "This Zhang Yi is clueless, but don't you have other dogs?" In their community, there were quite a few colleagues who worked in warehouses. Among them was Fang Yuqing's other pursuer, Zhou Peng, who was the most devoted to her. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Canning was referring to. She curled her lip in disdain, thinking that Zhou Peng wasn't even worthy of being her spare tire. Although they previously worked at Walmart, Zhou Peng didn't even own a house in Tianhai City and was still renting. Fang Yuqing only used him to take advantage of some small benefits and had no good feelings for him at all. Lin Canning advised, "It's so cold outside, and the snow is falling so heavily. We can go out to buy things, so why not use him first and let him help us?" Fang Yuqing's gaze wandered for a moment, thinking that Lin Canning had a point. So she sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came running over, bringing a backpack full of food. After all, he worked at the Walmart warehouse, and usually he would take some discounted goods home. So there was naturally some stock at his place. At the mention of Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng was like he had been injected with adrenaline, specifically selecting good items to bring her. Moreover, Zhou Peng pounded his chest and guaranteed, "Yuqing, just tell me what you want me to do. You know, I could do anything for you." Fang Yuqing rarely showed a smile to Zhou Peng. "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're so nice." A few sweet words sent Zhou Peng on his way. Then she returned to the house, immediately changing her expression. "TCH, with your bear-like appearance. You dare to have thoughts about me? Maybe in your next life." The atmosphere in the entire building was gradually becoming unusual. The extreme cold made it so that even with the air conditioning running, the indoor temperature was still below zero. This was unbearable for the Southerners in Tianhai City. Moreover, they had no habit of stockpiling supplies, and 2 days of being frozen had already emptied everyone's refrigerators. Although Aunt Lin was still promoting that everything was fine and the snow disaster would soon pass, everyone had their own concerns. However, Zhang Yi was watching all this with delight. In the apocalypse, all his preparations were more than sufficient, and life was even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. He felt like an outsider, quietly watching the grand performance outside. After Zhang Yi taught Chen Jinghao and his little brothers a lesson, they temporarily stopped bothering him. They knew Zhang Yi's home was hard to break into. Moreover, Chen Jinghao's leg was basically useless. If he didn't go to the hospital, he would be a lifelong cripple in a few days. As for those little punks, after getting drenched, they all fell into a state of cold and fever. Without a way to keep warm, dragging their sick bodies, they would probably die from high fever before starving to death. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing games and watching chat groups. When he had nothing to do, he would also work out. After all, there were many fitness equipment at home, all from international brands. Otherwise, he would read various professional books he downloaded online, such as Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. Better to be prepared. Mastering this professional knowledge would be best if it never came in handy, but in case of an emergency, it might just save his life. Outside, the snow fell heavily, and the sky was covered with clouds, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi got up from bed, enjoying a delicious Peking duck while looking at the clock. It was almost time. The good show was about to start. Zhang Yi said lightly. Just then, the chat group on his phone exploded. Chapter 23. Water and power outages 3 days after the apocalypse began, the real show finally started. Zhang Yi knew what would happen on this day, so he didn't sleep all night, waiting to watch the performance. What happened was actually very simple. The electricity in the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Soon after, due to the chain reaction of the power outage, the water supply company was unable to provide water normally. The water supply system malfunctioned, and every household was out of water. All of this was within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities were still trying their best to resolve the snow disaster. However, as the days passed, it took until the third day for them to realize that this was not a problem that could be solved by human effort. In the freezing cold, major hydropower plants gradually shut down, and thermal power plants could not continue generating electricity due to the inability of personnel to work. Once cities across the country exhausted their stored electricity, power outages became inevitable. At this point, only a small number of nuclear power plants were still operational. However, the electricity generated was all supplied to government departments. With water and power outages, ordinary people's lives were suddenly plunged into darkness. Zhang Yi had already prepared 2 silent generators in advance, starting to generate electricity to power his room. After doing this, Zhang Yi opened his phone and saw multiple messages in various chat groups. Do you have power at home? We don't have power, and the water is also out. What's going on? Our home has no water or power. In such cold weather, the air conditioning can't work at all, and we can't use the heater. How are we supposed to live like this? Why isn't the government doing anything about it? If this continues, people will freeze to death. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this time, the authorities were already too overwhelmed to care for everyone. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He also understood that the apocalypse, in a true sense, had only just begun today. After losing the electricity and food of modern society, humanity would fall into mass death. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi glanced anxiously at his home. When he saw his warm and secure house, like a copper-clad iron barrel, and the endless supplies in the other dimension, a sense of solid warmth surged in his heart. In the community owners group, there were also tense complaints. If it weren't for advanced technology, and if phone batteries didn't stop working due to low temperatures, they wouldn't even be able to use their phones. But without electricity, the phones would eventually become useless. How long would this snow last? The air conditioning couldn't work, and the temperature inside the house was below -30 degrees. If this continued, people would really freeze to death. The water was also out. Were we supposed to drink snow? We don't have much food left. And with the heavy snow blocking the doors, we can't go to the supermarket. What should we do? Someone started tagging Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, weren't you saying there was nothing to worry about before? Yes, I believed you and didn't go out to buy supplies. How do we solve this now? When will the authorities come to rescue us? Say something. Facing the neighbor's questions, Aunt Lin was also anxious and panicked inside. At this moment, she was even more afraid than the neighbors. The homeowners still didn't know how the authorities would rescue them. But Aunt Lin had already received some news in advance through the neighborhood committee. The whole world was experiencing heavy snowfall, reportedly a snow disaster that occurs once in hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps we were welcoming another mass extinction, the apocalypse. Although the authorities were trying their best to hold on, with over 1 billion people in our country, it was impossible to take care of everyone. Several major cities in the country had already fallen. To survive, we could only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and heating energy. I've already started going door to door to collect supplies. under the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't this harming others? Harm others? If I don't do this, our family will freeze to death or starve within 3 days. I can't care about that anymore. I don't know how many people will die in this snow disaster. I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence, we need to gather more supplies quickly. Surviving is the most critical thing at this time. Aunt Lynn stared intensely at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, trembling all over. Although the indoor temperature had already dropped to below -30 degrees, she was still sweating coldly. She lay in bed, covered with 3 thick layers of blankets, almost suffocating her, but she didn't dare to uncover them because the room was like an ice cellar. At this moment, her grandson Xiao, who asked from the bed, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Aunt Lynn looked at her little grandson, feeling a heavy heart. She had just chatted with her son and daughter-in-law today. They were working in another city and were now stuck in a rental house. Their situation not much better than hers. I must protect the 2 of us. We have to survive. Aunt Lynn bit her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination. "Xiao, it's okay. In a little while, Dad and Mom will come back." After comforting Xiao, Aunt Lynn picked up her phone and began to speak in the homeowners group. "Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. The outside weather is extremely cold, and water and power outages are not surprising. Don't worry, workers are already on their way to repair the situation. The authorities have issued a notice that in these extraordinary times, our neighborhood committee will manage the community owners uniformly. I hope everyone will cooperate with our work. If anyone refuses to cooperate and causes serious consequences, we will request the police to arrest and interrogate them afterward." Aunt Lynn's words were very severe. This statement caused strong dissatisfaction among the homeowners. They did not expect that at such a time. The neighborhood committee not only failed to explain their ineffectiveness, but also threatened the homeowners. However, everyone was also a bit afraid, and no one dared to speak out against it. Zhang Yi held his phone, calmly watching Aunt Lynn's messages. He raised an eyebrow and let out a sneer. He knew Aunt Lynn was lying. In his previous life, she had used such despicable means to trick others out of supplies. But he had no intention of exposing Aunt Lynn's tricks. After all, whether other neighbors lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the TV and continued playing his game. Water and power outages? No problem. His warehouse was stocked with a massive amount of backup batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had hoarded 500 tons of tap water, not to mention several tons of mineral water and beverages in his warehouse. Moreover, if necessary, he could also obtain water by melting snow. In short, whether it was fresh water or energy, he was not lacking at all. Chapter 24. Aunt Lynn's threat. Zhang Yi was engrossed in his game while munching on imported snacks, living a flavorful life. The entire Tianhai city, or rather over 99% of the world, was plunged into a state of water and power outages. The water shortage was somewhat easier to resolve. Those who couldn't bear it could go out and dig snow for water. However, the power outage was the most unbearable thing. Modern people's bodies are very delicate. Living in temperatures below -30 degrees was practically a death sentence. But it wasn't entirely the government's fault since most power stations weren't inoperable. It was just that workers couldn't go to work. Zhang Yi remembered that there would still be a period of electricity supply each day. The government didn't want the populace to all die. However, relying on those 21st century industrial nuclear power plants and renewable energy stations, the amount of electricity provided was very limited. At most, they could charge their phones or boil some water. High-power appliances like air conditioners and heaters were out of the question. At this time, the neighbors were lamenting in the owners' group chat, fear prompting them to huddle together for warmth, hoping someone could bring them a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhenghao, who had his leg broken by Zhang, was now dragging his injured leg at home, nearly freezing to death. Already injured, living in such low temperatures inflicted double the harm on him. His little friends were even worse off. Although Zhang, he had only sprayed them with a hose. There were no means of heating in such temperatures. The indoor temperature gradually approached the outdoor temperature, reaching -50 or 60 degrees. Several people began to develop high fevers, with the lowest temperature reaching 39, and several were above 40. Since they weren't prepared with medicine, there was no ibuprofen at home. Given the weather, going out to buy medicine was impossible. Therefore, they could only endure. This was why Zhang Yi didn't shoot them at that time. Letting them freeze to death in despair day by day was far more satisfying than killing them outright. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, focused on his game. Outside, it was freezing cold, with howling north winds mixed with heavy snow. Inside, it was a warm 27 degrees, brightly lit, with no worries about food or drink. Entertainment and dining fully provided. If he had to say something was missing, it might be the lack of a woman to accompany him. However, Zhang Yi wasn't the type to let his desires cloud his judgment. Having been taken advantage of by women in his previous life, he now prioritized his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in absolute safety, he would never allow anyone into his safe house. In the apocalypse, human nature was an immeasurable thing. He had witnessed a woman kill her husband over a pack of instant noodles. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. Curiously, he picked it up and found Aunt Lin tagging everyone in the owner's group. Due to the current blizzard, everyone's lives were severely impacted. According to the official notification, this snow would continue for a short period. To help everyone get through this difficult time with dignity, every household would be required to contribute their supplies for unified distribution during these challenging conditions. This was an order from the authorities, and every household must comply. Otherwise, any household that acted selfishly and defied the organization would be held accountable afterward. Don't think that just because you are capable, you can oppose our organization. Remember, each of you has your own weaknesses. Zhang Yi chocolate coldy. It was the same old trick as in his previous life. Although Aunt Lin, as a member of the neighborhood committee, had little power, she had more channels of information than ordinary people. She must have known that the apocalypse was coming and that the government in Tianhai City had come to a standstill. Thus, she wanted to use deception and intimidation to get everyone to hand over their supplies to her. However, Aunt Lin's methods were truly lacking. After all, she was just an old woman with a middle school education. A smart person could see through her words immediately. Even if the government were to conduct unified regulation, such an order would never be issued. However, living in this building were over 50 households, and some timid individuals would certainly obey Aunt Lin out of fear. Zhang Yi didn't plan to intervene. He just wanted to watch the show. Sure enough, this time because Aunt Lin was forcefully demanding that each household hand over their supplies. Some people were finally pushed to their limits. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor and was also Zhang Yi's colleague, was a frugal housewife who often brought things home from the warehouse. The neighbors all knew this. Wang Min said, "We can't even go out because of the snow blocking the doors, and each household doesn't have enough to eat. How can you collect everything for unified distribution? Doesn't that make sense?" Another homeowner named Sun Jichao added, "Everyone is having a hard time. It's not easy to keep some food. This is going too far." Aunt Lin gritted her teeth, pressing the voice message button hard. "I've said it before. This is a critical moment, and we naturally have to use extraordinary measures. The snow disaster will pass soon. You don't need to worry. It's just a matter of redistributing supplies. At this time, many families have no food. Are you that selfish? Don't you think of your neighbors? Some families had stockpiled supplies, while others lacked them. Naturally, those who were short on supplies stood up to support Aunt Lin. Yes, we are neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other in times like this? It's just some food and drink, right? Usually, everyone can afford it. It's just that the situation is special for these 2 days. This is a decision from the organization. If you don't comply, the consequences are not something everyone can bear." In the WeChat group, 2 groups of people began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent, and the White Lotus Flowers Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning also said nothing, because their families actually had quite a lot of supplies. However, with their personalities, they would never hand anything over. Zhang Yi's desire to watch the show was soon interrupted. Although he didn't speak, Aunt Lin took the initiative to send him a private message. "Xiao Zhang, you work at the warehouse, so you must have quite a bit of food and drink at home, right? I remember last time you bought 3 big trucks of supplies. Now that everyone is in trouble, it's your time to show your spirit. Don't worry, once the snow disaster passes, we will definitely return it to you. Everyone will remember your kindness." Aunt Lin first stirred up the group chat to instill panic in the timid. Then she began to break through one by one. As long as she could trick one family, she could obtain some supplies, allowing her and her grandson to survive a few more days. And Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, had also caught Aunt Lin's eye. Chapter 25. Scolding the old woman Zhang, he let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking he could do his neighbors a big favor, he gave away some of the supplies he had hoarded. But what was the result? Not only did he not receive any gratitude from his neighbors, but they also assumed he still had a large stock of supplies at home. Ultimately, he was killed when they broke into his house and was used as food. It could be said that the old woman with the surname Lin was also partly responsible for his death in the last life. He smirked and lazily sent a voice message. "That's great. Our supplies are also finished. Aunt Lin, when you collect supplies, please share some with me." Aunt Lin was furious and immediately started scolding him in her house. "Bah, who are you trying to fool? Your family must have hoarded a lot of things. Oomph. After working in the warehouse for so many years, I don't believe you're clean." She was so certain because Zhang Yi often helped the neighbors buy discounted items from the Walmart warehouse. For example, products with damaged packaging and near-expiry food were sold at very low prices. As an internal employee, he had the right to priority purchase. Sometimes, the warehouse would even distribute them as employee benefits. Aunt Lin's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, still unwilling to give up. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a big catch, and if she could pry open his mouth, they could get a huge stash of supplies. Enough to last for at least another week. Aunt Lin took a deep breath, trying to speak in a tone that was firm yet gentle. "Little Zhang, don't joke with me. Everyone knows you're the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. Is it possible that your family lacks food? This time, it's an order from the organization, and you must comply. You've contributed to everyone, and the organization will remember your good deeds. Be obedient and send all the supplies from your home to Aunt Lin." Set an example. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth. He had eaten roasted lamb leg for lunch, and there were bits stuck in his teeth. He replied in a lazy tone, "I'm not lying to you. We've run out of everything at home. Even landlords don't have any surplus these days. Aunt Lin, can you send me a few packs of instant noodles? As a member of the neighborhood committee, you should set an example and show some spirit." Zhang Yi mokiter. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unyielding, Aunt Lin knew that being soft wouldn't work. She intensified her tone, and her voice became low. "Zhang Yi, is it impossible to talk nicely with you? Do you think I'm speaking to you in a personal capacity? I'm representing the organization. Refusing to hand over your supplies means you're going against the organization, and I will definitely deal with you." Zhang Yi ilafit koldi. "Bah, representing the organization? You really think you have authority? You're just a worker in the neighborhood committee. Don't even talk about being a civil servant. You're not even a staff member. You usually just placate those old folks. Don't come here acting like you're important. You have your ways. I'll be waiting at home for you." Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. The neighborhood committee staff were merely social workers. They had no official status and certainly weren't civil servants. Moreover, Aunt Lin was just a gopher in their committee, not even a minor leader. Of course, even if she were a big official, Zhang Yi wouldn't care at this point. After scolding Aunt Lin thoroughly, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and then blocked her. He had no time to argue with this shrewish old woman, who loved to yell. His actions nearly drove Aunt Lin to the brink of exploding with rage. This Zhang Yi time and again opposed her, rubbing her face into the ground. How could she, who considered herself a community leader, tolerate this? "Zhang Yi, you bastard. I really want to kill you," Aunt Lin shouted angrily. However, she could only scold him a few times. In fact, she was in no position to do anything to Zhang Yi herself. She wanted to kick Zhang Yi out of the owner's chat group. However, she thought about it and realized this would not harm Zhang Yi at all. She also wanted to rally everyone in the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. But if she did that, everyone would know he refused to hand over supplies. If everyone followed suit, she wouldn't be able to deceive them anymore. Regardless, at this moment, she had no way to deal with Zhang Yi. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more uncomfortable she became. But she had no way out and could only swallow her frustration. Right now, the urgent matter for her was to deceive others. She had to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't woken up yet and try to scam their supplies. In the next 2 days, Aunt Lin really managed to deceive some supplies from several households through coaxing and intimidation. However, not everyone was a fool. In the apocalypse, everyone prioritized how to survive for themselves and their families. Some people chose to ignore Aunt Lin, while others, with more temper, directly scolded her and drove her away. As for tough characters like Qin Jinghao and Su Hao, she didn't even have the courage to approach them. Zhang Yi could see all of this clearly through the surveillance cameras. However, he was busy enjoying his life and didn't need to meddle in other people's affairs. By now, it had been 5 days since the snowstorm began. Normally, families would only store enough food for 3 to 5 days. Here, due to some people working in the big warehouse, their supplies were slightly more abundant. However, due to the severe cold, heating required fuel and food, leading to faster consumption of supplies. Over the past few days, a sense of hostility began to emerge in the chat group. Initially, the honest owners were waiting for official rescue, but due to the lack of energy for heating and food, they began to change their mindset. Especially those who had been deceived by Aunt Lin and lost their supplies could no longer hold back and started questioning her in the group about how the supplies would be distributed after she took them. 25 1 Unit 1502. Lin Chinxia. Aunt Lin, you promised that the supplies would be distributed uniformly after taking them? Our food is all gone. And it's been 2 days. Can you give us some? Yeah, you said there would be a uniform distribution so that everyone would have something to eat. The owners clamored, including those who hadn't taken anything before, hoping to get a share. However, Aunt Lin seemed to have vanished, offering no response. Of course, she could see these messages, but at this moment, she had no intention of distributing any supplies. In the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi truly understood what was happening. The outside world had already fallen into chaos. Only with supplies could one survive. Otherwise, they could only wait to die. She hugged her grandson, curled up in 5 layers of blankets, gritting her teeth and saying, "The supplies I painstakingly scammed. How could I possibly give them back to you?" Chapter 26. Black eating black. Upon seeing Aunt Lin not responding to any calls, the neighbors began to realize that they had been tricked by her. In an instant, the chat group was filled with friendly greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, from the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive the neighbors, she had already thrown away her dignity, and she certainly wouldn't care about how they insulted her. But someone had their eyes on the supplies she had swindled. For example, the social figure Qin Jinghao. Although the apocalypse had arrived for 5 days, everyone was still unaware of the true situation outside. Therefore, it hadn't yet escalated to the point of fighting over resources. In Zhang Yi's memories, Qin Jinghao later led a group of followers, going around robbing others' belongings, even resorting to murder. However, at this moment, he hadn't thought of seizing the neighbor's supplies through robbery. After all, not all social figures are madmen. He had some sense. Even Zhang Yi, who had shot off one of his legs. He did not choose to storm into Zhang Yi's house without absolute certainty. Now, their family supplies had also dwindled significantly. Such social figures do not have the habit of hoarding supplies at home. There were plenty of beers in the fridge, but that stuff had long frozen. And not to mention it couldn't fill the stomach. One could only smash it to gnaw on the ice. Aunt Lin's actions caught his attention. Aunt Lin had said she would collect supplies and distribute them uniformly. Although he scoffed at her words, it was now clear that Aunt Lin had obtained a portion of the neighbor's supplies through deception. So he had a legitimate reason to take them. Even if things stirred up after the ice melted, Aunt Lin wouldn't dare to do anything because she was in the wrong. Therefore, Qin Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At that moment, Aunt Lin was at home, happily eating cookies with her grandson, Xiao Hu. The instant noodles needed to wait for the short daily phone call time to boil water for soaking. Just then, the phone rang loudly. "Grandma, phone." Xiao Hu pointed at the phone and said. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She thought it must be those neighbors who had been tricked out of their supplies calling. She felt no guilt towards those fools, and thought they were just a bunch of idiots. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear appeared on her face. "Qin Jinghao, what does he want from me?" Qin Jinghao was a well-known social figure. Not only did he have many underlings, but he was also said to have a powerful background. He was definitely not someone she, a small community committee worker, could provoke. Aunt Lin answered the call. Qin Jinghao's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You really have some skill getting everyone's supplies into your hands." Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin immediately became alert. She coughed and said, "Ahem, as a community committee worker, it is my duty to manage the supplies for everyone." Qin Jinghao let out a cold laugh. "That's just right. Our family is currently in need of supplies, so hurry up and bring them to me." Aunt Lin's face stiffened. She did not expect this rogue to come and extort her supplies. She seemed to forget that she had also swindled supplies from other neighbors through shameless means. Although Aunt Lin did not dare to provoke Qin Zhenghao, she was unwilling to hand over the supplies she had obtained for the sake of her and her grandson's survival. She gritted her teeth and said, "I still need to manage these supplies a bit more. Moreover, some families haven't submitted theirs yet, so distribution can't proceed." Qin Zhenghao was already getting impatient. This Aunt Lin really didn't know how to stay alive, actually using such words to stall him. He cursed angrily. "Old hag, don't think you could just ignore me. Those things have all been pocketed by you, right? Let me tell you, it would be best if you obediently hand the stuff over. Otherwise, I'll just come and take it myself." Aunt Lin was so scared that her face turned pale, trembling and unsure of what to say. She had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. When dealing with ordinary residents, she was stubborn and unreasonable. But how could she know how to deal with someone like Qin Zhenghao? She could only muster up her courage and say, "What do you want to do? I warn you, don't mess around. I am a community committee worker." Qin Zhenghao laughed even harder. "Pa, what a load of crap. Do you really think you're something special? If you don't give it to me, I'll just come over and take it." After saying that, Qin Zhenghao hung up the phone. In the past few days, due to the extreme cold, he had called several of his underlings to his home. On one hand, more people meant more warmth. On the other hand, many had fallen ill after being drenched in cold water by Zhang Yi, so someone had to take care of them. Thirdly, as a social figure, Qin Zhenghao still had some brains. He had already realized that the situation was developing in an unusual way, so he concentrated his manpower. If it came to a necessary moment, having people on hand would give him absolute say. However, with so many people, they still needed to eat. He hung up the phone, directly called his underlings, and a group of them marched towards Aunt Lin's house. Qin Zhenghao leaned on a mop as a cane, holding a baseball bat in one hand, storming angrily to Aunt Lin's door. This scene was clearly captured by Zhang Yi using surveillance cameras. Zhang Yi sat on the couch with his legs crossed on the coffee table, eating chips while enjoying the program on TV. "Oh, it looks like a dog-eat-dog situation is about to unfold," Zhang Yi said with a grin. It was only the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and he didn't expect such an entertaining show to unfold, with both sides being people he particularly disliked. Zhang Yi was in a very good mood. Suddenly, he thought of those foolish neighbors who had been tricked by Aunt Lin. According to his memories from his previous life and his understanding of these neighbors, even after this incident, more people would continue to fall for it. There was no helping it. People always have a gambling mentality. And due to thousands of years of Confucian thought, Chinese people instinctively choose to obey someone like Aunt Lin, who represents the community committee. Thus, they were being sheared by Aunt Lin layer by layer. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, wondering what would happen if he posted what was happening here in the group. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. It would definitely be quite a spectacle. So he pressed the record button. After Qin Zhenghao and his men arrived at Aunt Lin's house, they began to shout loudly, demanding Aunt Lin to open the door. Yulu community was a mid-range residential area, and every household had installed security doors. However, as everyone knows, security doors are meant to keep out thieves, and they are not very effective against hard-breaking intrusions. Aunt Lin's house was not like Zhang Yi's. Although it was clear that Aunt Lin was desperately trying to block the door, the security lock could not hold back a group of greedy rogues. They used baseball bats, steel rods, and pry bars to smash forcefully, quickly destroying the door lock. It was evident that they were not doing this for the first time. Once the door lock was broken, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin used to block the door were no obstacle for them at all. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw the terrified expression on Aunt Lin's pale face. Chapter 27. Flying kick to Lin Xiaosun. Zhang Yi heard Aunt Lin scream, as if a pig were being slaughtered. After Qin Zhenghao rushed into the house, he slapped Aunt Lin hard across the face. "Old hag, this is for deceiving the neighbors out of their supplies. I'm doing this for justice." Qin Zhenghao laughed heartily as he said this. Aunt Lin fell to the ground, dizzy and unable to speak for a long time. Qin Zhenghao ordered his men, "Search this place. Take all the food and drink. This is what the neighbors have worked hard to gather. We can't let her benefit from it." His subordinates chuckled and winked at each other as they rummaged through the kitchen and bedroom, turning over every hiding place in Aunt Lin's home. Soon, they found a large pile of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, bottled water, and other items. Aunt Lin crawled over in tears, clinging to Chun Zhenghao's leg. "You can't take everything. We have our own supplies. If you take them all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chun Zhenghao stared at her coldly and sneered. "That's not my problem. Get lost." He then kicked her with his good leg, hitting her squarely in the face. Aunt Lin let out a pig-like scream as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout came from the bedroom. "You bastards, get out of here!" It was Aunt Lin's grandson, Xiao. Upon discovering that his secretly hidden chocolate biscuits had been found, turned red with rage. He actually took a fruit knife from the drawer and stabbed it into one of the little Karami's buttocks. In such extreme cold, any injury could be fatal. The little Karami let out a cry of pain. When he turned to see that it was a child who had stabbed him, he was even more furious. "Damn, if this gets out, how will I survive in the future?" The little Karami was extremely angry and kicked Xiaohu in the stomach with all his might. An adult's full-strength kick was something a 6-year-old child could never withstand. Xiaohu let out a scream and was sent flying, crashing into the wall and landing on the ground like a pile of trash. There's a saying that hitting someone is like hanging a painting, and this scene was a perfect illustration of that saying. Those watching, including Chun Zhenghao and his crew, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lao Wu, what did you train your legs so well? You kicked that little brat flying, impressive." The little Karami, nicknamed Lao Wu, pulled the knife from his butt and said triumphantly, "Aren't I cool? You should have recorded that moment." Aunt Lin, injured and initially planning to lie on the ground, pretending to be dead, saw her beloved grandson being kicked so hard and let out a desperate cry. "Xiao, my grandson." She lunged towards Xiao. Chun Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin and declared sternly, "This is the price you pay for deceiving the neighbors. I'm doing this for justice." With that, the group laughed heartily and left Aunt Lin's house with their spoils. This cruel scene made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. Seeing the despicable Aunt Lin and her family being beaten up made Zhang Yi feel satisfied, not the slightest bit sympathetic towards them. However, this scene also represented the cracks beginning to form in the previously civilized society of the entire apartment building. From here on, more brutal events would occur. After all, once the ice cracks in one place, it will rapidly expand. It's a pity that it has little to do with me. Lying on his imported sofa, Zhang Yi smiled and sighed. He then sent the recorded video of the incident to the owners group of their building. In the owners group, those who had been deceived were still cursing Aunt Lin until they saw the video Zhang Yi posted. In the video, Aunt Lin's house was smashed by Chun Zhenghao and his men, and she and her grandson were brutally beaten, with the supplies she had deceived from others taken away. The owners were instantly delighted. "Haha, big fraud, you deserve it. How good is so mighty. This is how you deal with people like her, using thunderous methods. This is the price for being a fraud. Trying to steal and ending up losing, it's hilarious." Although the owners who lost their supplies knew that the goods taken by Chun Zhenghao would never be returned to them, seeing Aunt Lin being beaten still made them genuinely happy. For a moment, some even considered Chun Zhenghao a hero and praised him. "How good is so mighty. Truly a big brother of society, full of justice. If it weren't for Hao Ge, we would have had no way to deal with such shameless scum. Be careful. Hao Ge, this old hag is very shameless. Watch out for her calling the cops on you." Some even started to worry about Chun Zhenghao and offered him advice. This time, Chun Zhenghao gained both fame and fortune. He didn't provoke a collective backlash from the owners and obtained a large amount of supplies. Zhang Yi watched the owners chat and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, shaking his head. These owners were completely unaware of one crucial issue. If Chun Zhenghao could barge into Aunt Lin's home to rob her today, then one day, he could just as easily break into their homes. As people gradually lost hope in everything outside, such events would come swiftly. However, seeing the owners still chatting freely in the group proved one thing. Everyone still had some supplies on hand. Most families weren't as desperate as they claimed. Many in the Yulu community worked in the warehouse area and had a habit of stockpiling supplies at home. Even those not working in the warehouse area would buy discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A box of soon-to-expire instant noodles could last a family of 3 for 4 to 5 days if they saved a little. Therefore, even though it was very difficult for everyone to eat and stay warm now, by saving a bit, they could still survive for a while. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had lasted a full month before being overwhelmed by hungry neighbors who stormed in and devoured everything. Financial resources should not be exposed. Everyone understood this principle. The reason they all cried poverty was that they feared others would ask them to borrow supplies. Of course, they were just barely managing to survive. If you talked about quality of life, that had almost nothing to do with them now. Zhang Yi stopped looking at the chat messages. He took out a target from his alternate space and set it up on the wall. Then he picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow, starting to practice his shooting skills. Even though his safe house was as solid as a steel fortress, living in the apocalypse meant he couldn't afford to be negligent. Only through persistent daily practice of survival skills could he ensure he survived until the end. Moreover, practicing shooting was also a good form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for marksmanship, he didn't find it necessary to practice. He had a shooting association membership card and knew how to use firearms. Though he couldn't say he was an expert, just having a gun in hand was a significant deterrent. With only 100 bullets, which couldn't be recovered like arrows, it was better to conserve them. Chapter 28. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 bucks. Aunt Lin was robbed of her supplies by Chun Jinghao, and she and her grandson, Xiao Hu, were brutally beaten. The old woman was barely holding on, but her grandson, Xiao, who had been kicked hard in the stomach by Chun Jinghao's underling, little Kalami, a 6-year-old child, couldn't withstand such a kick, and his internal organs were damaged. In her desperation, she could only seek help in the homeowners group, hoping someone could save her grandson. However, due to her previous deceit in obtaining supplies, everyone was particularly disgusted with her, and no one was willing to help. Woo, I know I was wrong before, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please save him. Aunt Lin cried out in the group, her voice filled with despair. But none of the homeowners showed her sympathy. Instead, some mocked her. Who knows if this is true or not? Right, besides, we're not doctors and don't have the ability to help you. If you hadn't tricked everyone into giving you supplies, would Brother How have beaten your grandson? In the end, it's all your own doing. Aunt Lin broke down in tears. It's all my fault. I admit it. As long as you can save my grandson, I'll bow to you. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Ku sent a message. Let me take a look at the child, but I can't guarantee I can cure him. Zhang Yi immediately pictured a tall, confident woman with a long ponytail in his mind. Zhou Ku was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In his previous life, she had used her medical knowledge to save many people and was one of the few good people among the neighbors. She usually had a cold demeanor and rarely spoke in homeowners group. This time, seeing that Xiao Hu was in danger, she stepped forward. Aunt Lin then remembered that there was a doctor in the community and hurriedly sent her grandson over, thanking her profusely. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice rang out again in the group. Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, shock-resistant medications, and antibiotics? My Xiao Hu needs surgery. Please help. I'll bow to you. Xiao Hu was severely injured. That kick had ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Ku was a doctor, she didn't have many medications at home. The homeowners laughed at Aunt Lin's plea, but remained silent. Who keeps those kinds of medications at home? Chun Jinghao chimed in with sarcastic comments. How do you bow? Bow in the group? A flood of laughter followed. Aunt Lin's voice was already filled with sobs. As long as you can help, I'll bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Interestingly, he had all those medications in his alternate space. However, he absolutely wouldn't take them out to save Xiao Hu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic world, medications were as important as food, and he didn't want to expose himself. Secondly, he genuinely disliked Aunt Lin and that spoiled little brat. Moreover, even if he managed to save Xiao Hu, he wouldn't survive the long winter. It was better to keep those medications for himself. No matter how much Aunt Lin begged in the group afterward, no one stepped forward to help her. After a long time, Dr. Zhou Ku finally sent a message in the group. I've temporarily stabilized Xiao Hu's condition, but this is just emergency treatment, and it won't last long. He must go to the hospital for surgery to survive. She also stated that she could help treat anyone with urgent medical issues. Soon, a wave of praise flooded in. Even Chen Jinghao and wealthy second-generation Shui Hao were keen to commend Dr. Zhou Ku for her compassionate heart. In the past, everyone wasn't very fond of the aloof female doctor, but at such a time, everyone feared for their lives and tried hard to please her. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat group, quietly observing the changes in the situation. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him. Zhang Yi was quite happy to have some peace, but he knew that this white lotus would surely come to him seeking help soon. Right now, she was just trying to maintain her pathetic vanity, believing herself to be a superior woman who wouldn't lower herself to beg a man. Of course, except for the wealthy. But what about later? The heavy snow continued to fall, completely submerging the first floor. Now, not to mention leaving the community, even trying to get out the main gate meant facing snowdrifts of 4 to 5 meters high. It was inevitable that supplies would be exhausted. At that time, with her personality, this white lotus would definitely come looking for Zhang Yi. A week had passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days might not seem long, but for a group of people enduring the cold, who could only curl up at home every day, it felt longer than 7 years. At first, they were filled with hope. Now, nearly everyone recognized the reality. The chances of rescue were almost non-existent. Through the internet, they had learned that the entire world was experiencing an unprecedented snow disaster. The whole world was buried under heavy snow, and in some northern cities, temperatures reached over minus 100 degrees. The snowstorms were even heavier, and many cities were completely submerged. Although the authorities were still trying to encourage everyone to unite and help each other through the few available channels, seeing the frozen city outside, everyone's spirits had completely sunk. Due to the shortage of supplies, the problems became increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's food had been completely robbed by Chen Zhenghao, and her grandson lay on the bed, barely alive, driving her into a state of madness. She spent her days frantically shouting in the group that she was a leader of the neighborhood committee and demanded that everyone turn over their supplies to her. However, now everyone had learned to be smart, and no one paid her any attention. In the homeowners group, a mother living on the 12th floor, Crazily, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have food? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can buy it at a high price. This message caused a subtle change in the homeowners group. In the past, everyone thought the disaster would pass quickly and the city would be unsealed. So although there were food transactions, the prices were only a few times higher than usual. But now, more and more families had exhausted their supplies. At this moment, food was life, a hope for survival. Soon after, someone suddenly said, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. If you need them, I can sell them to you. However, I want $1,000 for 1 pack. A pack of instant noodles for $1,000. This was something unimaginable in the past. They probably never expected that this transaction would have such a significant impact on the entire building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, looking at his phone, and said lightly, Interesting things are about to begin. Crazily did not reply, clearly still hesitant. At least for now, people still held a glimmer of hope, believing the snow disaster would eventually pass. After that, people would still need to live and earn money. Just then, Shui Hao, the wealthy second generation who hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly chimed in. I'll pay $2,000 for a pack. How many do you have? I want them all. Chapter 29, the 10th day, a remark from the rich second generation. Su Hao caused an uproar in the entire chat group. What? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? I must have misheard. Hey, don't inflate the prices like this. I'm getting a bit scared. Some people trembled as they said, the snow disaster will surely pass, right? There is really no need for this. He sent a voice message, but the trembling tone already revealed his inner panic. People hadn't completely given up hope. Every morning when they opened their eyes, they longed to see the heavy snow stop, the sun rise, and return to normal life. However, the incident of the food being bought at high prices by the treasure mom, Crazily, and the rich second generation, Su Hao, deeply struck the fragile chord in their hearts. Someone pretended to be calm and said, Stop joking, a pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you really think it's the end of the world? Haha, it's just a bit of heavy snow. Winter has just come early. It's not like zombies are surrounding the city, come on. Zhang Yi saw this message and chuckled, shaking his head. Zombies surrounding the city? Don't compare such low-end things to this ice apocalypse. Zombies may be terrifying, but they can still be fought against by human strength. However, in the face of natural disasters, tiny humanity is as vulnerable as insects against the forces of the universe. They still had no idea what kind of terrifying disaster they were facing. Su Hao arrogantly said in the group, Don't worry about so much. Anyway, I just have money. Can I buy peace of mind? If you're willing to sell, just message me privately. If not, then forget it. Su Hao pretended to be indifferent. But Zhang Yi had already seen through it. His indifference was all a facade. In reality, he had long begun to feel scared. Otherwise, he wouldn't offer such an outrageous price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This situation wasn't too hard to think through. Although Su Hao was wealthy, with a net worth of billions, in the apocalypse, he couldn't even enjoy a luxurious lifestyle, let alone order takeout. Wealthy people aren't necessarily kind, but they're definitely not foolish. Realizing the severity of the crisis, Su Hao began to buy supplies from his neighbors at high prices. "Treasure Mom," Xiaolime exclaimed. "How can you do this? Our family has no food left. Buying food is a matter of life and death." Su Hao replied bluntly, "I'm not competing with you. I'm just offering a higher price. It's their freedom to sell to whoever they want. Does it concern you?" Seeing that Su Hao was ignoring her, Xiaolime began to cry in the group, pleading for help. "Please, everyone help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I have no milk for her. We're both going to starve." In the homeowners group, there was silence in response to Xiaolime's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was fully revealed. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Xiaolime's offer was only half of that. It's worth noting that the average salary level in Tianhai City is only around 5,000 yuan. Who would be willing to sell their hard-earned supplies to her at a low price? Many people had already privately contacted Su Hao to chat and started discussing deals. Xiaolime seemed to realize what was happening and continued to cry in the group, begging everyone to help her. But still, no one spoke up, not even to offer her a word of comfort. After all, if you open your mouth, Xiaolime might think you were soft-hearted and then cling to you tightly. This helpless mother was crying in desperation. She was taking care of her 8-month-old child, struggling to look after herself, let alone a completely dependent baby. In Zhang Yi's mind, memories of Xiaolime from his past life surfaced. His impression of her wasn't too deep because this woman had always presented herself as a weak mother. She had survived by garnering sympathy with this image, trading it for supplies. However, one thing was indeed quite strange. In Zhang Yi's memory, she and her daughter were doing just fine later on. Thinking of this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Everything that seemed pink on the outside was black once cut open. It was highly likely that after his death, she also took a share of the spoils. Zhang Yi understood that in the apocalypse, having a saintly heart was the biggest factor leading to death. Therefore, he chose to remain silent and coldly observe Xiaolime. Too many people were dying in the apocalypse. He just wanted to take care of himself. As for others, if they died, then they died. However, Xiaolime's pleas finally had some effect. Uncle Yu, the security guard, softened his heart and ultimately agreed to give her some food. Xiaolime thanked Uncle Yu profusely, claiming she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi observed through the surveillance that Su Hao, relying on his cash power, eventually bought supplies from many neighbors. The quantity wasn't too much, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi sneered. This is the last flicker of money in the apocalypse. It probably won't be long before people realize that money is turned into waste paper as supplies run out. Supplies are the absolute king. At that time, who knows how many people will regret selling their supplies. It must be said that Su Hao indeed set a bad precedent in homeowners group. Moreover, since many owners in the 25-unit building were friends and colleagues, Su Hao's high-price purchases affected everyone around him. Once he set a high price for supplies with real money, everyone realized how scarce supplies were. Each person tightened their grip on their supplies even more. At the beginning of a snow disaster, some people would still share and exchange supplies with neighbors amicably. But now, they had become more miserly than Grang Tai. Even when their best friends asked to borrow food, they would refuse with various excuses. On the 10th day of the ice apocalypse, at this time, in the homes of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, supplies had almost run out. The two used to be picky eaters, fond of high-end foods. But now they could argue over a pack of instant noodles. The food they had bought earlier, as well as what the sycophant Zhou Peng had delivered, was now nearly gone. If things continued like this, they would starve to death in at most another week. The two of them, wrapped in blankets, sat on the sofa, their faces pale, and on the coffee table lay a pack of open compressed biscuits. Lin Kainin glanced at the compressed biscuits and said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with pain. In the past, she would never have allowed such coarse food to enter her delicate throat, even if it killed her. But now, she could finish every bite clean, even refusing to throw away the crumbs that fell on the ground, insisting on picking them up to eat. Chapter 30. Quality Backup. Lin Kainin continued. There are 5 packs of crispy noodles and 3 bags of instant noodles left. There's half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen, but we've already finished the buns and noodles. Fang Yuqing held her head in pain. Crispy noodles, crispy noodles. That stuff can't fill you up at all. Lin Kainin stared at her fiercely. Yuqing, the situation outside is very dire. Do you think this heavy snow might not stop at all? Fang Yuqing was taken aback, and then turned her head to look out the window blankly. Through the glass already covered in ice flowers, she could faintly see the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. It had been 10 days. This snow had been falling for a full 10 days without stopping for a moment. The second floor was completely submerged, and there was no way to go outside. The streets in the distance were eerily silent, with no sign of snowplows sent by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to the bottom, filled with despair. She didn't know how long this snow disaster would last, or whether it would ever end. Fang Yuqing covered her eyes and cried out in pain, "Ningning, what are we going to do? If this continues, we'll starve to death." Lin Kainin gritted her teeth and asked, "Is there any food with Shopeng?" Fang Yuqing shook her head. "I've asked him several times, even pretending to want to be friends with him, but he's really been drained by me, not a drop left. The last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his last bit of food. He's lost so much weight that he looks like a zombie. He definitely won't have any food left." Lin Kainin clenched her fists in frustration. "Then, is there anyone else we can try?" She looked at Fang Yuqing. "Look at us. We're both so beautiful. As long as we make a little effort, there must be men willing to be moved by us." Fang Yuqing glanced at her, somewhat dissatisfied. "Are you stupid? Everyone is treating resources like their lives right now. Even if they are attracted to us, they won't easily give us their supplies. Plus, with the weather so cold, even if we offered ourselves to them for free, they might not have the strength to accept." As she said this, a look of pain flashed in Fang Yuqing's eyes. Lin Kainin didn't know that Fang Yuqing had actually tried this method long ago, attempting to use her beauty to exchange for supplies with men. However, her standards were too high. She wanted the other party to be 185 meters tall, a civil servant, and earning 50,000 a month before she would consider engaging with them. In the end, even the 60-year-old neighbor said, "You came too late. If you had come half a month earlier, I might have been able to give it a try." Lin Kainin bit her lip, feeling very scared. As a woman with some looks, she had planned to rely on her beauty as her last resort for survival. But the cold temperature was evidently a great deterrent. Suddenly, a man's shadow appeared in her mind. She said to Fang Yuqing, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten you still have a simp?" Fang Yuqing certainly knew who Lin Kainin was talking about. She pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "Humph, that jerk. Unless he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I will never take the initiative to contact him." Previously, she had approached Zhang Yi a few times, hoping to give him a chance to come over with supplies to please her. However, Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was too cold, and he even sent photos to deliberately provoke her. This infuriated Fang Yuqing, and she vowed to make Zhang Yi come and lick her feet. If she contacted him now, wouldn't that ruin her aloof goddess image? No, that was absolutely unacceptable for Fang Yuqing. If her image was ruined, how could she find a rich second generation in the future? Lin Kainin said, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stocked up quite a bit of food before? Even if a month has passed, they must have more than an average family. As long as you make the move to find him, he will definitely agree to bring you food immediately." Hearing about food made Fang Yuqing's heart waver a bit. However, she hesitated and said, "But when I approached him before, he was so cold." Lin Kainin said, "Are you stupid? He must feel unworthy of you, so he wants to give up. After all, you were pretty cold to him not long ago." Fang Yuqing immediately became excited. "Well, it's all his fault. He is just a middle-class guy, pretending to be a rich second generation, making me waste so much emotion for nothing," Lin Kainin said with a smile. "But now he can still be considered a quality backup. The purpose of a backup is to be used when needed, right? Just give him a little smile. Let the hope in his heart ignite again. And then one tea he be at your beck and call. Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's family is too wealthy. Bai Lianhua is crying from envy after listening to Lin Kaining's advice. Fang Yuqing found it quite reasonable. The most important reason was that she was too hungry at the moment. Just thinking about the pictures Zhang Yi had sent her earlier, those steaks, Australian lobsters, and delicately prepared fruits made her mouth water. All her modesty could be temporarily set aside for a bite to eat. So she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and tried to send a voice message in a gentle tone. Zhang Yi was at home, sitting on the sofa watching a TV show. Nowadays, major television stations around the world had basically stopped broadcasting, but he had long downloaded many classic films and variety shows to kill the long, boring time. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fang Yuqing. A teasing smile appeared on his face. This woman, her little bit of pathetic pride, could no longer hold up. He opened the voice message and immediately heard Fang Yuqing's trembling, high-pitched voice. Zhang Yi, you little brat. You haven't chatted with me for so many days. You're really terrible. Just because I said a few words to you a few days ago, I actually regretted it at that time. But I'm a girl, so I was embarrassed to speak first. You little brat. You don't know how to feel for me at all. As a green tea by Lianhua, Fang Yuqing was quite adept at acting cute and charming. Otherwise, in her previous life, she wouldn't have been able to make Zhang Yi so dazed. I have to say, hearing her sweet voice made Zhang Yi's bones feel a bit weak. He gritted his teeth. This little brat, if it weren't for knowing her malicious heart, he would really want to take her down. Zhang Yi replied with a message. I've been feeling unwell lately, probably sick, so I'm too lazy to check WeChat. Fang Yuqing immediately asked, sick? Did you catch a cold? You must be careful to keep warm in this weather. No, I have a heat stroke, Zhang Yi replied. Looking at the message Zhang Yi sent, Fang Yuqing was dumbfounded. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their house's indoor temperature had already dropped to -5 or 6 degrees. Every day, she had to wrap herself in a blanket and huddle with Lin Kaining to keep warm, unable to sleep soundly from the cold. You're saying you have a heat stroke? Zhang Yi, don't joke. In such cold weather, how could you have a heat stroke? Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji. Cold. Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't feel much of it. He continued, this thing burns hot. Probably got sick from sleeping too close to the fire a few days ago, Zhang Yi said as he took a picture of the roaring fireplace with his phone. The photo also inadvertently captured his bare legs and the piles of snacks on the coffee table, along with leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then, he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. When Fang Yuqing saw the photo Zhang Yi sent, if the previous photos had only made her feel a bit sour, this one directly ignited jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. This was a magical tool for heating. Even in the far north, having this in the house would be fine, even if it was minus several degrees outside. The heating ability of this thing was even more powerful than central heating, as it could provide warmth up close. Fang Yuqing, who had been frozen for 10 days, had almost lost all sensation in her body. Right now, besides food, the thing she craved the most was a way to warm up. A few days ago, she and Lin Kaining had burned a chair in their house just to keep warm, although it only maintained warmth for a short while. The high temperature of the flames had made her cry on the spot. However, there were hardly any burnable items in the house. After burning, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that this guy Zhang Yi actually had a fireplace at home? Tianhai City was a southern city, and usually, in the dead of winter, people didn't need to wear down jackets. Who would install a fireplace in their house? Fang Yuqing didn't have time to think about this question. Her eyes were fixed on the photo, and her mind had only one thought. She wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Looking at Zhang Yi's carefree appearance with his bare legs and the large amount of food on the table, Zhang Yi had now become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Lin Kaining, curled up in the blanket next to her, noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned over to take a look and quickly became dumbfounded, exclaiming, my God, this photo can't be edited, right? How could anyone live such a good life at this time? This is simply paradise. Fang Yuqing suddenly realized. Yes, everyone else was at home, starving and freezing. Why should Zhang Yi be so comfortable? Perhaps this photo, along with the previous ones, was all edited by him. She had a flash of inspiration and made a video call to Zhang Yi. Whether it was true or false could be seen with just one look. Lin Kaining also leaned over, staring intently at the screen. Zhang Yi saw the call invitation and had a teasing expression. He was quite curious to see this white lotus begging him in a humble manner. If he couldn't watch her die in despair, how could he live up to his own tragic death in the last life? So, he reached out and answered the call. As soon as the call connected, both sides saw each other's current situation. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising, lazily lying on the sofa with his upper body bare. The room was brightly lit, and behind him were fitness equipment, with a considerable amount of food stacked in the kitchen. Occasionally, he would cook some meals for himself as a leisure activity. Therefore, the kitchen casually had a few boxes of scallops, fish maw, abalone, instant noodles, caviar, truffles, and other high-end canned goods. To him, these were just fast food to enjoy occasionally. But for the two women on the other side of the camera, it was the most beautiful food in their dreams. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfort, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining on the other side of the camera appeared very disheveled. Both of them were wrapped in thick blankets. And due to the low temperature, many cosmetics were unusable, making them look somewhat haggard and not as delicate as before. When Zhang Yi saw Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The goddess he had pursued so hard in the past turned out to look like this without makeup. At most a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how he had been infatuated with Asian beauty for so long, he cursed inwardly. "Shake it, you old horse." The two women didn't notice Zhang Yi's expression. At this moment, their eyes were completely captivated by the things in Zhang Yi's house. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature in Zhang Yi's house was definitely very comfortable. The bright lights were something they couldn't even dare to imagine during the days of limited electricity to less than an hour. After all, there were regulations that prohibited them from using high-power appliances, or else they would face force power cuts. Especially in the kitchen, the pile of food stacked like a mountain made the two women, who had been eating compressed food for a long time, have green light in their eyes. Chapter 32. The White Lotus softly persuades through video calls. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining saw Zhang Yi's current living conditions. The pleasant warmth and abundant food made them completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen heaven. They probably couldn't imagine that even 10 days after the apocalypse, there were still people living so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining wanted to curse internally. Did they want to lose weight? It was all because they were starving. Now, they could only afford to eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day. Otherwise, their supplies would have run out long ago. Lin Kaining's eyes were fixated on the food in Zhang Yi's house, and she swallowed hard, greedily saying, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Did you hoard those when we went shopping together last time?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and said nonchalantly, "Oh, those are just junk food. I eat a little when I'm too lazy to cook. I hardly move around usually." Zhang Yi was speaking the truth. In his alternate space, delicious food was piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants, not to mention the hundreds of billions worth of supplies in the Walmart warehouse, which included hundreds of thousands of food items. His casual remark was, for Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, a blatant display of wealth. After all, a pack of instant noodles had been inflated to 2,000 yuan in their owner's group. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats moving as they swallowed, clearly struggling with their desire. However, he said nothing and quietly enjoyed their longing expressions. Zhang Yi's family has so much food. That's amazing. Many people outside can't even get a meal now. Hee, you're so smart. No wonder you bought so many things back then. You had it all planned out. Fang Yuqing said playfully. Her address for Zhang Yi had surprisingly changed to Zhang Yi Gij, brother Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just good luck." Fang Yuqing then asked, "Zhang Yi Gij, your house looks so warm. And it's not even power supply time now. Why is your house so bright?" Fang Yuqing voiced her biggest confusion. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in an extremely cold state. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, turned the phone camera around, and pointed it at the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. This thing is really warm. It's uncomfortable in here because it's so hot." He then intentionally said, "By the way, you two look like you're really cold. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't been out for about 10 days, so I don't know what's going on out there." Zhang Yi's words were like pouring gasoline on a fire. How could he not know what was happening outside? Just by following the owner chat group, he could see everyone's miserable conditions and understand how low the temperatures were in other people's homes. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were seething with resentment. They knew Zhang Yi was doing it on purpose. But how could they resist when he was living in paradise? He had the capital to flaunt. Fang Yuqing only had one thought now: to move into Zhang Yi's house, because judging by Zhang Yi's state, their food was extremely plentiful, coupled with the warm environment. Who wouldn't he yearn for it? Fang Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful look, blinking her eyes and saying in a tender voice, "Zhang Yi, you're so amazing. I really admire you. Can I come to your house to take a look? I haven't seen you in a long time. Yuqing really misses you." Fang Yuqing believed this tactic would definitely work. After all, she had used it before to make many admirers obey her. Moreover, Zhang Yi had pursued her before. She thought that as long as she made a small effort, Zhang Yi would happily agree to her request. Once she could enter Zhang Yi's house, she naturally had more ways to justify staying there. At worst, she would just give Zhang Yi a little sweetness. Aren't all men like this? However, she didn't expect that Zhang Yi on the other side of the camera would feel nauseated seeing her act cute. He truly began to doubt whether he had been out of his mind in the past. Otherwise, how could he have pursued such a woman for 2 years? In the past, they had all worked in the warehouse area, where female employees were relatively few. Fang Yuqing could act spoiled and dress well, so over time, Zhang Yi regarded her as a goddess. Under the influence of love, once the goddess filter was activated, Fang Yuqing became his white moonlight. But ever since he was betrayed and died in his previous life, that goddess filter had completely vanished. Looking at the barefaced Fang Yuqing on the other side of the camera, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. He even found her pretentiousness nauseating. A sarcastic smile crept onto his lips. Then, leaning back on the sofa, he lazily propped his chin with one hand and said, "On such a cold day, it's better to stay home and rest. Don't run around outside." Although I don't know how cold it really is outside, judging by your appearance. It should be quite low. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning probably didn't expect Zhang Yi to refuse. Both of them froze for a moment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Yuqing's eyes were even more filled with shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was a decent backup. As long as she beckoned, he would obediently come to serve her. Now, she had taken the initiative to propose going to Zhang Yi's house, yet he refused without a second thought. This severely undermined her confidence. What made it worse was Zhang Yi's tone of disdain. No, she couldn't accept this outcome. Knowing that there was a warm paradise with abundant food right in her building, while she had to endure hunger at home, was something she absolutely could not accept. After all, she was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's expression stiffened for a moment. Then she forced a smile again. "Zhang Yi, don't joke with Yuqing. Weren't you always the best to Yuqing before? Why won't you let me come see you? I'm not asking for anything else." She pouted, showing a pitiful expression that was truly heart-wrenching. Any ordinary man seeing this would probably feel a surge of pity and succumb to her request. Zhang Yi, however, was the exception. Ever since he was betrayed and killed by Fang Yuqing, he had no feelings for her other than hatred. Zhang Yi said, "Every time I invited you to my house before, you always had various excuses, saying that we were both single and it wouldn't look good if it got out. I think you were right. Since we have no relationship, we should keep our distance to avoid gossip." In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing, he had to put a lot of effort just to invite her out for a meal or a movie. He prepared gifts, planned surprises, and even booked high-end restaurants to have a chance. Whenever he wanted to take a step further and invite Fang Yuqing to his house, she always had various excuses. Now, Zhang Yi was teasingly throwing her past words back at her. Chapter 33. Crazy slap in the face. Fang Yuqing's expression changed slightly. After all, she was somewhat aware of the things she had done in the past. However, how could the little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially when facing the backup option in her eyes, whom she could manipulate at will. Even though Zhang Yi's attitude towards her remained cold, Fang Yuqing believed he was just playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi was infatuated with her, and as long as she put in a bit more effort, she would definitely be able to win him over. So she pouted and said, "I only did that in the past for your own good. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it my fault, okay? I'll go over and apologize to you now." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip and a blush appeared on her face. At worst, I can help you massage your legs and shoulders. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think to himself, wow, in such cold weather. It was rare for her to display such excellent acting skills, portraying the shy girl vibe. What a waste of talent if she didn't become an actress. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi wasn't buying it. That's not going to work. We are not in a romantic relationship, and I can't accept such intimacy. Zhang Yi said with a stern expression. I'm a traditional person. Fang Yuqing was almost infuriated by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a platter, and yet he was still pretending to be reserved? Did she have to be so straightforward? All she needed was for him to let her stay at his home, and the benefits would be plentiful. Even making physical advances wasn't entirely out of the question. She thought maybe she hadn't expressed herself clearly enough. To live a heavenly life in Zhang Yi's home, she didn't even care that Lin Canning was nearby. She directly told Zhang Yi, I've actually always had a special fondness for you. Being in a romantic relationship isn't out of the question for the future. After all, love develops over time. As she spoke, she pretended to be shy, covering her face. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. How much more straightforward do you want me to be? Her bashful demeanor, combined with her flirtatious eyes, was indeed very tempting. If it were the old Zhang Yi, he would have definitely let her into his home without a second thought. It must be said that not everyone can play the green tea, white lotus role. Such tea skills require at least 10 years of practice. Zhang Yi quickly thought through in his mind whether to let Fang Yuqing, this white lotus, into his house. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't some saint. He simply felt that he had pursued her for 2 years in the past. If he could score, giving her a good beating would also count as providing closure for the past. However, this thought only flashed for a moment before he firmly dismissed it, because now it was the end of the world, and he had to eliminate any potential risks. So, he wouldn't open his door to let anyone into his fortress-like home. Staying alive was more important than anything. Zhang Yi sneered, looking at Fang Yuqing with a mocking gaze. Fang Yuqing, are you misunderstanding something? He spread his hands and said, I admit that we had a good relationship for a while in the past. However, he leaned closer to the camera with a teasing expression. You don't think I like you, do you? For a self-confident green tea white lotus, this statement was incredibly damaging. As expected, upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing's face immediately turned very ugly. Lin Canning, who was nearby, also stole a glance at her, her eyes revealing a trace of barely perceptible joy. Indeed, best friends can be like plastic sisters. On the surface, they care for you for your own good, but in reality, they're just waiting for you to embarrass yourself. Fang Yuqing questioned, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't you used to like me the most? Zhang Yi chuckled. Don't get me wrong. You do have some looks and are a pretty girl, but I never intended to date you, at most just to have some fun. With my conditions, finding a girlfriend with looks and figure in Tianhai City is not difficult at all. Youpht, where do you get the confidence to think I'm desperately pursuing you? Zhang Yi appeared to be trying hard to suppress his laughter. He was speaking the truth. As a local of Tianhai City with a household registration, he owned a house worth millions and had savings in the millions, along with a stable job with a monthly salary over 10,000. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he was definitely a quality man in Tianhai City's dating market. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing wouldn't have considered him her first choice after failing to catch a wealthy man. If it weren't for Zhang Yi being pure and kind in his previous life, he would have changed women countless times by now. Zhang Yi's words pierced Fang Yuqing's heart like knives. For someone who prides herself on being a goddess, the most unbearable thing is having her charm unrecognized, as that is her only means of survival. In the past, she thought of Zhang Yi as a backup and a simpering dog. She could dangle him while looking for richer, second-generation heirs. But in the end, Zhang Yi told her that she was the one in the fish pond. This was something Fang Yuqing could not accept under any circumstances. Her voice turned angry. Zhang Yi, you're going too far? Zhang Yi sneered and continued to intensify his remarks. All right, stop pretending to be a pure and beautiful girl. I've seen through you long ago. You're just a gold digger, always thinking about catching a wealthy husband. Do you think rich people are fools? By the way, let me tell you something else. You are notorious in the second-generation wealthy circle of Tianhai City. Today you're fawning over Zhang Xiao, Tomorrow you're chasing after Li Xiao. They just play with you for a few days, and you really think you can become the young mistress of a wealthy family? Do you know what they call you behind your back? Public bus, public socket. Zhang Yi unabashedly mocked Fang Yuqing. While she thought her charm was high and wanted to impress Zhang Yi with her beauty to enjoy a life of luxury in his home, Fang Yuqing's face turned pale from anger, her body trembling with rage. When had she ever been so humiliated to her face? Moreover, it was from the very backup option she looked down upon. This completely trampled her self-esteem into the ground. Zhang Yi, shut up! Fang Yuqing shouted angrily. Zhang Yi sneered. Am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you getting so worked up? Aren't these things all things you've done yourself? Truly hypocritical. After saying that, Zhang Yi did not give Fang Yuqing a chance to retort and directly cut off the call. Chapter 34. Ugly people cause trouble. Zhang Yi scolded Fang Yuqing harshly, exposing her true nature as a gold digger and a green tea bitch. This deeply struck a nerve with Fang Yuqing. Although she was materialistic, promiscuous, and played with men's feelings, she considered herself a good girl. Being ridiculed by Zhang Yi shattered her confidence. After all, if someone like Zhang Yi, who was just a petty bourgeois, could look down on her, it indicated that her charm was simply insufficient, and she had no chance to hook up with a rich second generation to become a wealthy wife. After hanging up, Zhang Yi quickly saw a long string of voice messages from Fang Yuqing. Without listening, he knew she was cursing him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. Under the apocalypse, this white lotus would die day by day in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely toyed with her, enjoying her miserable state. Why would he get angry with someone already dead? Instead, seeing the flustered expression of the white lotus brought him a sense of pleasure. Ha ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Roman economy from the fridge. This bottle of wine was worth 200,000, and when it was in Walmart's warehouse, it was also stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet. Zhang Yi didn't have many such wines, only a few dozen cases. In a good mood today, he decided to take one out to celebrate. His home would never lack electricity. The wiring had been upgraded during the renovation. It was connected to a backup power supply and a noise-free generator. He lacked nothing in terms of energy. He went to the living room and set up a table filled with delicious dishes. French baked snails, tomahawk steak, stargazing duck, complemented by a bottle of 200,000 Roman economy. In the apocalypse, all the societal norms and rules were rapidly disappearing. Zhang Yi didn't care much about etiquette when eating. He ate whatever he wanted and paired dishes however he liked. He could even eat caviar as a meal. Such a luxurious lifestyle was probably unique in the world today. Because the apocalypse came so suddenly, even the most powerful and wealthy people in the world had no time to prepare adequately. For example, Su Hao, whose father was a well-known CEO in Tianhai City. However, in Zhang Yi's memory, his father died half a month after the apocalypse. After all, his wealth had turned into waste paper, and that fat old man lacked the survival skills necessary for the apocalypse. At this moment, in the house shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, Fang Yuqing was in a state of collapse, angrily smashing things and cursing Zhang Yi. If it were usual, she might not have been this angry. But now, seeing Zhang Yi's home, which looked like heaven, made her unable to accept it. A warm and comfortable environment, abundant high-end food, were the most precious things in the icy apocalypse. Heaven was so close, yet she couldn't step in. It was unbearable. Zhang Yi, that damn guy. Who do you think you were to curse me? If it weren't for the current snow disaster, I wouldn't even look at you. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. On the nearby sofa, Lin Kaining stared at her, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Wasn't it because you had played around before? Otherwise, we could also enjoy the delicious food in Zhang Yi's home and the warm fireplace now. Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. What was he? Just a guy with a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am going to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Kaining frowned. But now, Zhang Yi has so much food and a fireplace for warmth. This is much better than a rich second generation. She looked out the window. The snow was falling heavily, showing no signs of stopping. According to news from their phones over the past 2 days, the whole world was under a blanket of ice and snow. She worriedly said, "Will this snow disaster last forever?" On the TV, The few remaining official channels were still encouraging people. Experts, wearing thick down jackets, shivered as they said the disaster would soon pass. We the people have strength. Perseverance is victory. But in reality, there were no signs of the disaster passing. Lin Kainine hugged herself tightly. If this snow doesn't stop, even if we don't freeze to death, we'll starve at home. Lin Kanine's words instantly turned Fang Yuqing's anger into fear. It had been 10 days. They had been trapped at home for 10 days. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. If one had not experienced such a situation, they could not understand the torment. It could even drive a person to madness. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainine were a green tea and white lotus combination, as women in their 20s, they were very fragile inside. Facing the relentless snow that showed no sign of stopping, they thought about death. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa. Zhang Yi's warm and well-fed home flashing through her mind again. She lamented angrily. This is unfair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably while I, being so beautiful, have to suffer so much? Lin Kainine glanced at Fang Yuqing, but said nothing. She wrapped herself in a blanket and took out her phone, searching for Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kainine. He was drinking top-notch red wine, paired with a luxurious meal. Seeing a message come in, he had a teasing look in his eyes. In the apocalypse, watching the struggles of women like them was truly more exciting than watching a movie. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Kainine sent. Zhang Yi, I just saw you scolding Fang Yuqing, and I'm so happy for you. I actually knew long ago that Fang Yuqing was a gold digger and never really took you seriously. I always hoped you would see through her true nature one day. That's great. Congratulations on waking up. Zhang Yi chucked it. Truly plastic sisters, selling out Fang Yuqing so quickly. But this is normal, like a tracks like. Neither Lin Kainine nor Fang Yuqing were good people. He replied, yeah, nothing much. Lin Kainine continued, in the past, watching you pursue Fang Yuqing made me really sad. Zhang Yi, actually, I've always liked you, you know. Now that you don't want Fang Yuqing anymore, let's be together. Zhang Yi almost spat out the red wine he had just drunk. Damn, this gold digger is direct enough. He shook his head. TSK. Reality is harsh. It seems that these past 10 days have been tough for her. Previously, Lin Kainine had also been cold to Zhang Yi, although her own conditions weren't great. It didn't stop her from thinking of herself as a fairy. Now, seeing Zhang Yi reject Fang Yuqing and noticing the high quality of life in Zhang Yi's home, she immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 35. Plastic Sister Zhang Yi sighed, wondering if this woman really thought he was a scrap collector. Although Fang Yuqing was a green tea bitch, at least she knew how to be coy and dress up. What about you, Lin Kainine? Besides being self-deprecating and narcissistic, what else do you have? But out of a sense of mischief, Zhang Yi smirked and said, oh, is that so? But I just gave Fang Yuqing a good scolding. You two are such good friends. If you followed me, wouldn't it affect your relationship? Lin Kanine's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. She replied without hesitation, what friends? We're just roommates living together. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she spilled all of Fang Yuqing's dirty secrets. You have no idea how much I dislike her. This woman is incredibly lazy. For the past few days, she's been saying she's afraid of the cold and won't even go to the bathroom. She uses a water bottle to pee. It's disgusting. Don't be fooled by her innocent act. She goes to nightclubs every day looking for men. If she meets a rich second-generation kid, she'll do anything to get close to him. If she's short on cash, she'll sell herself. Otherwise, how could she afford all those cosmetics and designer bags on her 5,000 yuan monthly salary? It's pathetic, just 500 yuan for one night. I can't stand women like her. It was the first time Zhang Yi learned that Fang Yuqing had such a side job. He gritted his teeth, feeling that the world was absurd. Luckily, he wasn't foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he wasn't going to be a pathetic sycophant like Zhou Peng. Lin Kainine continued to expose Fang Yuqing's secrets to gain Zhang Yi's trust. Don't be fooled by her innocent facade. She's had several abortions. In college, she had a few contractors supporting her for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently watched and recorded what she said. Lin Kainine clearly harbored resentment toward Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was better at being coy and prettier than her, which made Lin Kainine feel like a mere backdrop. How many women are willing to be someone else's supporting role? Otherwise, why do you think that in college, the beautiful goddesses often have ugly and fat friends? After venting her feelings about Fang Yuqing, Lin Canning continued to confess her feelings to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, do you know how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now I finally have the chance to confess to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I will definitely love you well in the future. And at this time, you're feeling lonely at home, right? Having a woman around can help you with many things. Lin Canning was clearly hinting to Zhang Yi that as long as he let her into his home, he could do whatever he wanted with her. However, unfortunately for her, Zhang didn't find her appealing at all. He forwarded their chat history to Fang Yuqing and said to Lin Canning, "Although I'm touched, let's forget about this." Lin Canning, not willing to give up, asked why. "Don't you need a woman right now?" Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and replied through his phone, "I do like women, but you're too ugly." After saying that, he muted his phone and tossed it aside. Lin Canning's face turned dark upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message. He actually said she was too ugly? This was slander, serious slander. Every time she posted her edited photos online, countless people praised her as a beauty, just as Lin Canning was furious. An angry scream pierced her ears. "Lin Canning, you shameless woman." Fang Yuqing had seen Lin Canning's insults and exploded in anger. The two women got into a physical fight, pulling each other's hair and pinching arms. They only stopped when they were exhausted, but continued to glare at each other. If it weren't for the cold weather and the need to live under the same roof, they might have even wanted to kill each other. Lin Canning understood what had happened and was filled with hatred for Zhang Yi. However, like Fang Yuqing, she probably felt more envy than hatred toward Zhang Yi. At this moment, if Zhang Yi agreed to let them into the room to have some food, they would abandon their dignity and crawl over like dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to live a simple yet monotonous wealthy life. Every night, he would turn on the TV to watch the news he had never cared about before. Although the news still contained a lot of fluff, it provided some information about the outside world. The Tianhai city government issued a notice stating that to meet the public's demand for electricity, power would be supplied every day from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances could not be used. Only small appliances like kettles and mobile phones could be powered. Currently, all power plants were suspended, and electricity was scarce. Hoping everyone would voluntarily reduce their usage to avoid large-scale, prolonged power outages. Seeing this news, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. In fact, for the past few days, power had been gradually restored for less than an hour each day. Sometimes, it was only supplied for a few minutes. At this time, the government was still willing to provide electricity to ordinary people, even if only for a short moment, which was probably their greatest effort. Most power plants around the world had ceased operations, and energy was depleting as the Ice Age approached. However, what Zhang Yi was concerned about was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the format of the news report. This time, the anchor's tone was serious, and the content was no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicated that the government had given up on concealing the extent of a national disaster. When they could no longer control the situation, they had to fully disclose the news, allowing everyone to recognize the reality as soon as possible and find ways to save themselves. As expected, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw that various chat groups were in an uproar. Some were angrily cursing the government for inaction, others were crying in despair, and many were frantically buying supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed from 2,000 yuan a pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan a pack. Zhang Yi felt speechless. The essence of human greed was laid bare, knowing that the world was facing an apocalypse. Money would be almost useless in the short term, yet they were still willing to trade food and drink for cash. Zhang Yi said nothing, observing everything like an outsider. Life had to go on, even if hope was lost, as no one wanted to die. Even surviving was better than nothing. Thus, despite the cursing and arguing, they would still struggle desperately to survive the next day. Chapter 36. The Vicious Woman Due to the Water Pipes Being Frozen. The water supply in the community has become a major issue. To get drinking water, one has to brave the extremely low temperature of over -70 degrees outside and go down to the first floor to collect snow water. However, after fetching the snow water, how to melt it becomes another big problem. The indoor temperature is also around -50 to 60 degrees, And at this temperature, solid ice is as hard as cement. Some residents, extremely thirsty, resort to licking it with their tongues, only to have their tongues stuck and frostbitten. During these days, Zhang Yi discovered through the surveillance cameras that Qin Jinghao's men would come by every day to spy. Obviously, they thought Zhang Yi would eventually go out to get water, planning to take this opportunity to eliminate him. However, after several days, they still had not seen Zhang Yi leave his house. They could never imagine how rich in supplies Zhang Yi's home was. As long as he wanted, he could live in this room without worrying about food and drink until he died. Is that Qin Jinghao still alive? He's holding up pretty well. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Qin Jinghao was shot in the calf, and without effective treatment, his leg would surely become useless. Moreover, due to infection, he might even lose his life. Not to mention, in such extreme cold, any injury could lead to a high fever. Surviving would be nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the temperature is so low that the virus cannot survive, which is why he hasn't died? Zhang Yi didn't understand much about medicine and couldn't figure out why Qin Jinghao was still alive. But he didn't care much. Whether people outside lived or died didn't significantly affect him. Qin Jinghao's death was just a matter of time. The next morning, after waking up, Zhang Yi sleepily picked up his phone. Checking the chat group messages and browsing the forum for updates on the outside world had become his greatest pleasure. In this apocalyptic world, watching others struggle in extreme cold while he enjoyed a life akin to paradise brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. At the very least, it dispelled his boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who froze or starved to death, or who struggled on the brink of death, he felt incredibly happy. Opening his phone, he was surprised to see messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning first. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, sorry. I might have been too cold yesterday, which affected my mood. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. You were right. I was too naive and didn't understand who truly cared for me. Now I realize that the person who treats me the best is you. Actually, I really like you deep down. Can you forgive me? Let's live together well from now on. I want to be your woman. Living alone, you must feel lonely too, right? I can come over to keep you company so that you won't be alone in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi felt a bit emotional. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing had finally discarded all her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even after being ruthlessly mocked by Zhang Yi, she had no choice but to abandon her pride and choose to curry favor with him. Zhang Yi shook his head. He had been foolish in his past life. If he had known she was this kind of woman, he wouldn't have been so easily swayed. A person like Fang Yuqing, clearly worthless, pretended to be a high-minded goddess. She was obviously quite cheap, yet acted pure. Zhang Yi replied, although a rotten pear can quench thirst. I'm not that thirsty yet. After all, he was a man with ancestral skills. If worse came to worst, there were plenty of props in the other space to use. They were high-end products developed by the country of cherry blossoms. Sigh, it wasn't that Zhang Yi wanted them. It was just that the variety in Walmart's warehouse was too complete. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat window, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's. This woman was bolder than Fang Yuqing. She probably knew her looks couldn't compete with Fang Yuqing, so she went straight for several suggestive selfies. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was even more daring. If this were in the past, it would have led to her social death. Zhang Yi quickly replied, I feel no emotional turmoil, even wanting to laugh a little. Then he ignored her. He knew that after these two women had seen the good things in his home, they would spare no effort to try to get into his house. Since they had already abandoned their dignity to beg him, they would definitely stop at nothing afterward. But what could he do? Zhang Yi had invested heavily to turn his home into an iron fortress, precisely to deal with any possible situation. After receiving Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were furious and began cursing. They had already abandoned their dignity and were humbly begging Zhang Yi, especially Lin Caning, who had taken pictures of every possible angle and pose. How could Zhang Yi say he wanted to laugh after seeing her photos? What a humiliation. Although she had no time or energy to dress up now, and her looks and figure were lacking, she was still a woman. Didn't she care about her pride? The two women grew increasingly resentful. Their current lives felt like hell, enduring hunger and extreme cold. Zhang Yi's home was their last hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with a fierce look. If it came to it, she would storm into his house. She had to live in his house. She couldn't bear to starve anymore. If necessary, killing Zhang Yi would be fine too, as long as she could move into Zhang Yi's house. She was willing to do anything. Although she thought this way, she was still a woman. If she rushed to Zhang Yi's house to bang on the door, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuqing cast a cold glance at the neighbor's house. She and Lin Caning had already fallen out. Their once close friendship had completely shattered. However, now, Fang Yuqing needed someone to help her. So she went next door and said to Lin Caning, "That damn Zhang, that worthless jerk, actually watches us starve and freeze without letting us into his house. We can't just sit and wait to die. Such a nice place shouldn't be his to live in. Let's find a way to take his house." Lin Caning's eyes lit up upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion. If begging Zhang Yi didn't work, they would have to find a way to deceive or steal. Okay, I agree with you. That kind of scumbag Zhang Yi doesn't deserve to live in such a nice house. He should freeze to death or be bitten to death by wild dogs. Moving into his house is the most suitable thing for us. Chapter 37. Killing at the door out of hatred for Zhang Yi and a desire for his family's resources. The two plastic sisters temporarily formed a united front. However, they discussed how to seize Zhang Yi's house and realized that they might not be able to overpower him alone. They needed external help. Even on a normal day, they couldn't defeat Zhang, let alone now when they were cold and hungry. While Zhang Yi was energetic and well-fed, Lin Caning gritted her teeth and suggested, "What if we call a few neighbors to help us?" Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. "Are you stupid? Even if Zhang Yi's supplies are ample, they won't be enough to share with so many people. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Lin Caning anxiously asked, "Then what should we do?" Fang Yuqing smugly replied, "We can call Zhou Peng over." Zhou Peng was her loyal admirer, completely obedient to her. Although Zhang Yi had also pursued Fang Yuqing, he at least had some sense and wouldn't let himself be manipulated by her. But Zhou Peng was completely brainless. He might even go to his death for Fang Yuqing. Thus, Fang Yuqing planned to have Zhou Peng help her seize Zhang Yi's house. Lin Caning clapped her hands and said, "What a great idea. That loyal dog is indeed useful." Fang Yuqing immediately called Zhou Peng. At that moment, Zhou Peng was starving and skeletal. As a warehouse employee, he used to have plenty of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng was completely unaware that she was just toying with him. He was self-absorbed, believing that since he had given so much, Fang Yuqing would definitely marry him in the future. When he saw Fang Yuqing's call, he excitedly forgot about his hunger and cold, rushing over. Once he arrived at Fang Yuqing's house, she immediately approached him with a pitiful expression, complaining about how Zhang Yi had treated her. "Wah, Zhang Yi is such a beast. I just asked him for some food, and he wanted me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of woman." Seeing Fang Yuqing in tears and recalling how she came to him when she was bullied, Zhou Peng felt an immense sense of joy. "Look, why does she come to me when she has problems and not anyone else? It shows my importance in her heart. This must be love." Zhou Peng thought it was his moment to showcase his masculinity. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity and win Fang Yuqing over. He pounded his chest and declared, "Zhang Yi is a scumbag. How dare he do this to you? I have to take care of him." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning exchanged glances, thinking, this loyal dog is easy to manipulate. They had prepared many lines, but didn't even need to use them. As Zhou Peng eagerly took on the task of dealing with Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing grabbed Zhou Peng's arm and gazed at him seductively. Zhang Yi's house is stocked with plenty of food. Plus, he has a fireplace that's really warm. Why does that jerk get to live in such a house? Zhou Peng, let us find a way to take his house. In the future, we can live together there. What do you think? Zhou Peng had always disliked Zhang Yi because he was more handsome and richer. They both had shown interest in Fang Yuqing, and naturally, she treated Zhang Yi better than him. Now, with Fang Yuqing holding his arm, feeling her faint touch through several layers of clothing filled him with a sense of victory. He immediately said, "Haha, great. Don't worry, Yuqing, I'll handle this." When Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng agree, she added, "But you must be careful. Zhang Yi is so selfish and shameless. If we try to take his house, he might retaliate. So we need to bring weapons and strike first." Lin Caning chimed in, "I say we should just kill him." She hated Zhang Yi the most because she had sent him her private photos, and instead of being moved, he said she was too dark. If that got out, she would want to die. Therefore, Zhang Yi had to die. Zhou Peng hesitated at her words. Killing someone sounded easy to say, but they had all lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. Taking that first step wasn't too simple. Seeing Zhou Peng hesitate, Fang Yuqing immediately changed her expression. What, you don't agree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so much, and you still feel soft-hearted toward him. It seems your past declarations of love for me were all fake. Humph. Seeing Fang Yuqing angry, Zhou Peng's loyal nature kicked in. He hurriedly said, No, Yuqing. Don't be mad. I'll do whatever you say. As long as he could win over Fang Yuqing, he was willing to kill. After all, they were in an apocalyptic world where moral values were gradually decaying. Fang Yuqing said, All right, no time to waste. Let us go now. We'll think a way to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. Once he does, She made a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Caning brought out the tools they had prepared, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which she had taken from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng took a kitchen knife and tucked it into his thick down jacket. Once they were ready, they set off toward Zhang Yi's house with a murderous intent. When they arrived at his door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hid with their weapons to avoid being seen through the peephole. They signaled Zhou Peng to knock on the door and lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded. Feeling the knife in his jacket gave him confidence. He knocked on the door, calling, Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Yi felt curious. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship was not good due to past conflicts over Fang Yuqing. This guy coming to find him surely meant no good. After all, in this apocalyptic world, there could be no good news. Zhang Yi didn't go to open the door. Instead, he turned on the TV to check the surveillance. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside. Looking at the 2 women hiding on either side of the door, holding knives and steel pipes, radiating murderous intent, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's back. Despite being well prepared, the ruthlessness of these 2 women still made him catch his breath. Want to kill me? You think you're worthy? Zhang Yi sneered, and a cold, killing intent spread in his dark eyes. Who would kill whom was still uncertain. Chapter 38. Drenching you in golden liquid, Zhou Peng saw that no one was responding to him, so he knocked harder on the door. Zhang Yi, it's me. Zhou Peng. Open the door. I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Yi sneered, took out his gun, and clicked off the safety. He walked to the door and asked, Who is it? Hearing Zhang Yi's response, Zhou Peng quickly gestured to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to get ready. The 2 women were nervous as it was their first time doing something like this. But thinking about killing Zhang Yi and moving into his warm, comfortable house with plenty of food, their expressions immediately became resolute. Zhou Peng said, Zhang Yi, it's me, Zhou Peng. We've run out of food at home. Given that we are colleagues, could you spare me some food? He had a pleading look on his face while his hand quietly moved down, ready to draw his knife at any moment. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and replied indifferently, We don't have any food left either. I can't help you with this. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning cursed inwardly. How can you not have food? There are 7 or 8 boxes of food in your kitchen, and they are all abalone, scallops, and dried seafood. Are those fake? But they were prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and pulled out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I'm not taking advantage of you. I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. With the cold weather, many people were catching colds and fevers. In this situation, medicine could be life-saving and was worth as much as food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng took out his prized ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was behind the door, considering how to deal with them. Killing them? That was easy. Whether with a gun or a crossbow, he could easily end their lives. However, just killing them would be too boring. In the apocalypse, death could be a release, but living was a hell on earth. He certainly wouldn't let these worthless people off easily. After some thought, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He walked to the trash can and took out a bottle of liquid. Having just drunk several cans of beer, he felt the urge to pee coming on. He opened the bottle and started to relieve himself. Ibuprofen? Not bad. Let me think about it. Zhang Yi chatted lazily with Zhou Peng while peeing. The people outside heard the faint sound of liquid, but they didn't know what Zhang Yi was doing. However, hearing that he seemed interested, excitement appeared on their faces. Zhou Peng quickly said, Yes, open the door, and we can trade. I don't want much, just 2 packs of instant noodles. Given the current prices in the neighborhood, ibuprofen could at least be traded for 5 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Peng intentionally offered a low price to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packs of instant noodles? I'm worried you might be at a disadvantage. That would be too embarrassing. After finishing, Zhang Yi held a bottle of iced tea, full to the brim and frothing with white bubbles. Zhou Peng thought Zhang Yi was about to take the bait, so he leaned against the door and said, "It's fine. I'm starving, and since we're colleagues, it's better to give you the advantage than someone else. Hurry up and open the door." Zhang Yi climbed on a stool to the peephole of the door and poured a bottle of warm iced tea over the 3 people outside. Zhou Peng and the others were startled when the unexpected liquid drenched them. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning screamed, "Ah, what is this?" "Oh, it's hot water, and it's still steaming." Feeling the warmth at first made them a bit happy, but within a second, they caught a whiff of a distinctive, pungent smell. This is urine." "Ah!" The 2 women screamed like they were being slaughtered and immediately crouched down, retching uncontrollably. Zhou Peng, furious and red-eyed, banged on the door. "Zhang Yi, you better get out here, I'll kill you." But the heavy alloy door showed no signs of budging. Instead, Zhou Peng's fists hurt badly. Zhang Yi's laughter came from inside. "How does my urine smell? Is it good to drink? A bunch of idiots, thinking they could trick me. Do they even deserve it?" Zhou Peng and the others suddenly realized they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. They were both shocked and angry. Cursing Zhang Yi from outside, Zhou Peng yelled, "Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath with you. Just wait, I'm coming in, and I'll definitely kill you." He stopped pretending and pulled a kitchen knife from his clothes, hacking at the door with all his might. Ordinary doors are made of wood, and once you break the lock, you can open them. But Zhang Yi's door was made of integrated alloy, capable of withstanding RPG blasts. When Zhou Peng swung the knife down, it was like striking a steel plate. The door didn't budge, and the enormous recoil sent the knife flying out of his hand. The knife grazed Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long gash, and his palm was bloodied from the impact. A small biological fact: human skin is more fragile in winter, and the sensation of pain is more intense. Zhou Peng was stunned. That last strike could have landed directly on his face if he had been a bit off. But soon, his daze was forcibly interrupted by intense pain. Zhou Peng cried out in pain. Seeing this, the 2 women, overwhelmed with fear, abandoned Zhou Peng and hurriedly ran away. Zhang Yi watched all of this from inside, weighing his gun in his hand and contemplating whether to go out and give each of them a shot. Not to say he would kill them, but at least injuring them would make their lives in this frozen apocalypse unbearable. However, after thinking for a moment, he abandoned that idea. Why? Because outside were 3 rabid dogs. Although he had a high probability of injuring them by going out, there was still a tiny chance he could be killed in return. Zhang Yi would never joke with his life's safety. Yes, he was the king of survival. Living comfortably, why act impulsively? No matter. He would just let them starve to death outside. Let us see how many days they could survive in this apocalypse. Calm and composed, Zhang Yi returned to the sofa and continued playing games. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing ran back home, sitting on the sofa, trembling all over. He had just narrowly escaped death, and he was still shaken. Upon seeing the urine dripping from him onto the sofa, Fang Yuqing immediately screamed, "Ah, get off! Who told you to sit on my sofa?" Chapter 39. Stink Bomb. Fang Yuqing felt sorry for her sofa, yet was disgusted by Zhou Peng, who was drenched in urine. After all, he had been the one at the door and had gotten the most splashed. She immediately yelled at Zhou Peng, telling him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt extremely wronged. He had only gone to trouble Zhang Yi because Fang Yuqing had told him to. Now, not only was he soaked in urine and shivering from the cold, but he also had injuries on his body, and Fang Yuqing treated him this way. However, a sycophant is still a sycophant. Zhou Peng thought about it and realized that Fang Yuqing had a point in scolding him. He hadn't done a good job helping her. And being dirty, how could he possibly stain the goddess's sofa? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that being scolded was deserved. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing. "I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainin were in a hurry to change their clothes, waving him off. "You better get out of here quickly. We need to change." Zhou Peng didn't dare say anything further and hurriedly left Fang Yuqing's home. The 2 women returned to their room and quickly changed out of the clothes that Zhang Yi had splashed with urine. However, Even after changing, they could still smell the pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just their clothes. Their hair and skin had also gotten quite a bit on them, even flowing down their necks. The weather was so cold that taking a shower felt like a death wish, and they didn't dare to do so. Therefore, they could only endure the nausea. Having failed in their plans and getting splashed with urine, both women felt even more hatred towards Zhang Yi. What to do? Zhang Yi was too cunning and hard to deal with. Damn it, no matter what, I will take his house. Let's think of a way. There's no way he doesn't have a weakness. Just as the two women were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine, but next time I might just throw feces on you. This time, Zhang Yi had prepared in a hurry. If he had been given more time, he would have definitely treated them with feces. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining turned green at the thought. If they got splashed with feces, they'd want to die. Zhang Yi closed the chat and stopped looking at the messages Fang Yuqing sent. Although he had muted the message notifications, the number of unread messages was rapidly increasing, and he knew without looking that they weren't pleasant words. He checked the owner group. As soon as he entered, he saw a good show unfolding. Ever since Chan Jinghao had taken over her house, Aunt Lin seemed to have lost her mind. Now she was constantly sending voice messages in the group, threatening everyone to turn over their supplies to her. I am the director of our community committee. Who dares not to listen to me? I'll have you all arrested when the snow melts. Did you hear that? Everyone must deliver food to my house today. However, this time, hardly anyone paid her any attention. After more than 10 days, everyone had realized what the current environment was like. The authorities couldn't care less about everyone. And Aunt Lin's so-called community committee was nothing at all. She couldn't scare anyone. Instead, she was met with ridicule. Damn old woman, why don't you just go die? At the beginning of the snow disaster, someone reminded her, you tricked us out of a whole box of instant noodles. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Someone else brought up what happened at the beginning of the snow disaster. If it weren't for you telling everyone that it was no big deal and not to hoard supplies, how could we be in this situation today? As soon as this was mentioned, it instantly ignited everyone's anger. When it first snowed, even though it was freezing outside, some people still wanted to go shopping. But at that time, Aunt Lin kept saying in the group that the snow disaster would pass soon and that anyone who hoarded supplies would be dealt with. So everyone didn't dare to go out. A few days later, the heavy snow blocked all the roads, making it impossible to go out. If it weren't for her, everyone could have stocked up on supplies for at least another half-month. Damn old woman, look at what you've done. It's all your fault. The neighbors cursed at Aunt Lin. Rich second-generation Su Hao also appeared in the group. Buying supplies at a high price, whether it's food or drinks, I'm offering 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles had reached 10,000 yuan. Su Hao was indeed anxious. If he didn't use his money now, it would just become waste paper. Zhang Yi shook his head, no matter what time it was. There would always be greedy people willing to risk their lives for money. Even if hope was slim, some were still betting that this snow disaster wouldn't last too long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this snow disaster would last for an incredibly long time. Even after the snow stopped, the whole world would need a very long time to recover. Money was even less useful than waste paper. At least waste paper could be used for wiping. As Zhang Yi thought of this, a mischievous idea suddenly came to his mind. He had an abundance of toilet paper in his warehouse, but the neighbors probably didn't have that much. If they ran out of toilet paper, what would they use to wipe? Soon, he shook his head. With everyone barely getting enough to eat, they probably wouldn't be producing much waste either. However, this also indicated that the fragile peace they were maintaining would soon be broken. Zhang Yi knew that once food was completely cut off, people would turn into terrifying beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining knocked on Zhang Yi's door again. They pleaded outside, hoping Zhang Yi would let them in, saying they were about to freeze to death. Zhang Yi completely ignored them. Freeze to death? That was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't respond at all, they said that out of past kindness, he could at least give them some food. Zhang Yi looked through the surveillance camera and saw that they had even come with umbrellas. It seemed that after getting splashed with urine yesterday, they had developed a psychological trauma. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door for them. If he guessed correctly, they were both carrying knives, ready to kill him and seize his house and supplies. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and opened the alternate space. The warehouse was filled with many miscellaneous items that were usually of no use, which he had tidied up at the time. Since his alternate space was large enough, he didn't have to worry about taking up space. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. He took out 2 stink bombs from the toy section. These toys were meant for pranks. Once ignited, they would emit an extremely disgusting odor. Moreover, they were very difficult to wash off with water and detergent. He listened to the voices of Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainin outside, chuckled to himself, and picked up the stink bombs to go over. Chapter 40 Gunshot Zhang Yi lit the stink bomb and quickly threw it out through the shooting hole above the door. After the stink bomb hit the ground, a large cloud of black smoke quickly billowed out. The pungent odor spread rapidly through the corridor. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kaning, upon smelling it, felt as if they had opened a can of feces sealed for 10 years and immediately began to vomit. Ugh, what is this, ugh? Zhang Yi, how shameless you are. The stench in the corridor increased, and the 2 women hurried to escape. Zhang Yi was not worried about the smell returning to the room. After closing the shooting hole, the entire room was in a semi-sealed state, although air could still circulate. The house was equipped with an air filtration system specifically designed during construction to prevent any unpleasant odors or harmful air from entering. Watching the 2 women stumbling and vomiting through the surveillance footage, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, he soon received a complaint from a neighbor next door. Zhang Yi, what did you throw at your door? It stinks. Could you please consider the feelings of your neighbors? Zhang Yi's neighbor was a young couple who had moved in 2 years ago. However, Zhang Yi rarely interacted with them. At most, they would nod at each other when they met in the elevator. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to maintain any neighborly relations. In the apocalypse, everything he did was for his own safety. He didn't care about others at all. He could even say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate others. In the apocalypse, there could be no saintly mentality. Once it appeared, it must be snuffed out immediately. Come and fight me if you dare. After saying this, Zhang Yi directly blocked his neighbor. As always, he was too lazy to argue with anyone and waste his breath. Soon, Zhang Yi noticed that the neighbor was ranting about him in a group chat. Unfortunately, others had no interest in their petty matters. Zhang Yi chuckled. The feeling of being amoral was quite pleasant. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was suddenly awakened from his sleep. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the corridor, quickly spreading throughout the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi's expression became serious. The sound resembled a gunshot. Was there someone in their community with a gun? Zhang Yi wasn't sure if it was a gun or firecrackers, so he hurried to the living room and turned on the TV to check the surveillance. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. In front of the third-floor residence door stood Chen Zhenghao, who had a broken leg, holding a black gun. The cold, dark gleam of it could easily send shivers down one's spine. The door of that apartment was open, and, from the perspective of the surveillance, he could vaguely see 2 human legs. Meanwhile, the small group of followers under Chen Zhenghao was joyfully coming out with food, candles, and other items. It was evident that the residents of the 3rd floor were already dead. Even if they weren't dead, having been shot and losing all their supplies, they wouldn't last long. It was 10 a.m., a time when every household would usually go out together to dig snow for drinking water. Together, they could temporarily raise the temperature in the corridor to prevent it from getting too cold. No one could survive without water, so this activity was carried out every day. Chen Zhenghao had seized this opportunity to start killing and robbing supplies. Ding dong, the phone rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone to take a look. The message was from the group chat. Chen Zhenghao had sent a voice message. Now that the heavy snow has sealed the city, we can't rely on anyone. We must depend on ourselves. I, Chen Zhenghao, will take on the responsibility of the building manager for Building 25. From now on, everything here will be decided by me. If you obey, I can ensure your survival. If anyone dares to stick their neck out, haha. Following that, Chen Zhenghao sent 2 pictures. One showed the gun he was holding, and the other depicted the resident of the 3rd floor lying in a pool of blood. The once chatty group chat fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this bloody and brutal scene. It was likely that most residents were filled with fear at that moment. In peaceful times, when had they ever seen such a scene? They couldn't even imagine it. Yet now, the bloody reality was laid out before them. In this apartment building sealed by heavy snow, others were hell. No one dared to contradict Chen Jinghao. Everyone was afraid of dying. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa and couldn't help but say, Chen Jinghao is quite clever. No wonder he can thrive in society. Chen Jinghao used a mix of soft and hard tactics. He didn't just threaten the residents of the building. After all, he only had one gun, and no one knew how many bullets he had. But Zhang Yi knew it couldn't be many, as this kind of thing was strictly controlled in the country. At that time, Zhang Yi had paid a hefty price, and they only sold him 100 bullets. Moreover, Chen Jinghao only had about 5 or 6 followers. With over 50 households and more than 100 people in the building, if they were truly pushed to the brink, a single crippled man couldn't handle it. Therefore, using a mix of intimidation and promises was the best way to get these residents to comply. Human nature has always been fearful of death. Even if they all understood that Chen Jinghao could kill the resident of the 3rd floor today, tomorrow it could be their turn. They still held onto a glimmer of hope. For instance, those living on higher floors thought that since Chen Jinghao killed the 3rd floor today and the 4th floor tomorrow, even if he came for them, it would be at least half a month later. So, they didn't need to fight for their lives. The people below would surely resist. And so on. As for those on the 4th floor, they believed that Chen Jinghao wouldn't necessarily kill in order. If they resisted, they would definitely be killed. It was better to just stay quietly at home. Perhaps someone else would die first. Zhang Yi shrugged. Anyway, these matters had nothing to do with him. Others dared not resist Chen Jinghao, but he feared him not at all. As long as Chen Jinghao dared to appear at his door, his life or death was completely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for the other neighbors, whether they lived or died was of no concern to Zhang Yi. They chose to bury their heads in the sand and refused to resist. Zhang Yi had no interest in being a saint, sacrificing himself to save others. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed with urgent notifications. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and saw it displayed several hundred new messages. He discovered he had been added to a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi entered to take a look. It turned out that the residents of the building had created a new group, but this time it didn't include Chen Jinghao and his followers. The death threat brought by Chen Jinghao had prompted some people to think about banding together for warmth. Zhang Yi remained silent. After all, his own safety was certainly not an issue. He just wanted to see what these people would do. Chapter 41. Neighbors who only shout slogans once the new group was established. The homeowners and tenants panicked and started chatting. Chen Jinghao was simply a devil. He had broken into 3 households. On the 3rd floor, apartment 301, lived 2 young men with fierce personalities who tried to resist, but they were shot dead by him. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, were so frightened that they obediently handed over all their food and drinks. In times like this, if there's no food or drink at home, isn't that just waiting to die? Someone angrily said, we must unite and collectively fight against this bully, Chen Jinghao. Immediately, someone responded, yes, with so many households, how can we be afraid of just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand together, he is nothing to fear. Others pointed out, but he has a gun. What can a gun do? How many bullets can he have? If we rush him all at once, he won't be able to stop us. I'll throw a left kick and then a right whip kick. I guarantee he'll be on the ground. Now that he's limping, he's not worth mentioning. If he didn't have a gun, I could handle him alone. Everyone was filled with passion at the thought of dealing with Chen Jinghao, as if they couldn't wait to rush to his house and execute him. However, someone interjected at that moment. So when do we act? This question caused a brief silence. It's easy to talk big, but when it comes to risking lives, not everyone dares to step up. Everyone understood the reasoning, but no one wanted to be the one at the front taking bullets. All the beautiful words were really just to persuade others to take the hits. Well, this isn't problem. We can definitely take care of him. After all, he is a desperate criminal with a few thugs under him, so we need to plan carefully. Yes, recklessness is the behavior of fools. We must win with wisdom. Zhang Yi snorted. Just now, they were shouting that Chen Jinghao was nothing to fear, and some were suggesting left kicks and right whip kicks against him. Now that it was time to act, they started calling for wisdom to prevail. He found it amusing. At that moment, the community security guard, Uncle Yu, suddenly spoke up. We can't let Chen Jinghao and his group continue like this. If this goes on, we'll all be killed by him. even if we're not shot. If he robs us of all our food and drink, ISNT, that's still death. I can take the lead. Everyone follow me to teach this bunch of bastards a lesson. Uncle Yu usually didn't say much. He was a retired soldier, straightforward and full of passion. He was quite respected in the community. Faced with a scoundrel like Chen Zhenghao, who disregarded human life, he was filled with rage. Wow, Uncle Yu is mighty. No wonder he is a soldier. Impressive. I support you, Uncle Yu. Do you need weapons? I can lend you our kitchen knife. I have a long quan sword I bought during a trip last year. It cuts through iron like mud. I can lend it to you. Chen Zhenghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, if you sneak up on him from behind, don't give him a chance. Everyone praised Uncle Yu and eagerly provided their suggestions. However, not a single person said they would go with him to confront Chen Zhenghao. Uncle Yu was somewhat speechless. With 5 or 6 people on Chen Zhenghao's side, armed with guns, he couldn't go alone. At the very least, they needed a dozen young men to go with him for safety. I used to be a soldier, and I have some skills. I can lead. The adult male residents suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, the female residents like Fang Yuqing, who had no adult males at home, were energized. Yes, we women are weak and can't deal with such scum. Men of Building 25, it's time to show your masculinity. You're all great men. You must succeed. It's time to show your gentlemanly demeanor. I hope you succeed and protect us weak women. The adult men among the homeowners were naturally unhappy. Some of them weren't even married and lived alone, while others shared with friends. They could risk their lives to fight against scoundrels. But seeing the attitude of the female homeowners, who clearly expected them to take on the danger, made them unhappy. Don't do that. You always prioritize women. And now, when danger strikes, you want us to go first? Why should we? Now we're offering you the fair treatment you want. If we're going, let us all go together. You all talk tough online, so why not face Chen Zhenghao? I'm not unwilling to risk my life, but I only protect my wife and children. The female homeowners, seeing the men unwilling to confront Chen Zhenghao, began to scold them. Are you even men? ISNT, this the time for you to step up? Making women take the risk, how can you say that? You're pathetic. It's disgusting. I'll never marry someone like you. Originally, the new homeowners group was established to discuss how to deal with the risks posed by Chen Zhenghao. However, inexplicably, it turned into an argument over who should confront him, eventually escalating into a gender conflict. Zhang Yi watched, feeling quite speechless. This scenario was exactly the same as in his previous life. This is also why Chen Zhenghao killed half the people in the building in his past life. It still managed to control everyone with a gun. When they died, they only knew to close their eyes and didn't even dare to struggle. Seeing this, Uncle Yu anxiously called for calm in the group. Everyone, stop arguing. Dealing with Chen Zhenghao is the most pressing issue. In the building, there was a female homeowner living on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian. She was a key player in the gender spat, a 22-year-old recent graduate. At this moment, both sides in the group were fired up, and every time Lu Tiantian saw a male comment, she would unleash a barrage of criticism. Even kind-hearted Uncle Yu wasn't spared. She quickly typed out a response. Uncle Yu, what are you pretending to be a good person for? Since you were a soldier and can fight, you should be the first to rush in when such things happen. With so many men in our building, if you take one down, the rest will be safe. In today's society, women are obviously more important. The only role of men is to serve us women. I hope all you pathetic men in the group remember this, and don't make me repeat it. Chapter 42. Reserve's Lu Tiantian's speech was met with ridicule from a group of male owners. It's the end of the world. Who still indulges you little fairies? Ha! Do you really think you're something special? We risk our lives to protect you, and you think you deserve it? Uncle Yu, who was being criticized, was at a loss. He couldn't understand why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they all had such an attitude. He was not very talkative and couldn't compete with others in arguments. So he simply chose to remain silent. Zhang Yi observed the chat among the group and found it quite lively, even amusing as a joke. After all, there were limited ways to entertain oneself now. In summary, he concluded that the vast majority of people in this owner group deserved what they got. The insults in the chat became increasingly intense. Perhaps because they had been suppressing their feelings for too long, everyone finally found an outlet to vent, and thus released all their pent-up frustrations. All kinds of malicious and filthy language filled the chat group, unbearable to listen to. They ultimately forgot the original purpose of forming the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and went to the kitchen. Although there were many ready-made dishes in the alternate space, he occasionally felt like cooking for himself to enjoy life a bit. He took out fresh ingredients from the alternate space. The potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic were as fresh as if just dug from the soil. The beef brisket was also very tender, with its bright red meat looking very appetizing. Walmart truly deserved its title as the world's #1 supermarket brand. With product quality that was undeniable, Zhang Yi stewed a pot of potatoes and beef brisket, and following the method for clay pot chicken, he stuck some flatbreads to the side of the pot. Once stewed, the flatbreads absorbed the broth and became particularly delicious. Picking up his phone, he noticed that Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had sent him messages again. This time, their voices were filled with desperate pleas. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were crying heavily, clearly frightened by Chun Jinghao's murderous actions. The two green tea bitches had no capability to resist the bad guys. Therefore, they were likely to become the next targets of Chun Jinghao's attacks, especially after witnessing the sturdy security door of Zhang Yi's house. They felt even more that his home was a safe haven and wanted to move in. Zhang Yi, no matter how much conflict we've had in the past, at least you once loved me, right? You can't just watch me die, can you? I know you seem tough on the outside, but your heart is soft. Please, save me. Lin Caning was even more shameless than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me live in your house. I'll do anything you want. But please, don't let me die at their hands. Zhang Yi could feel their fear. To be honest, if his house hadn't been reinforced, living in such a cold place with a lack of food, his despair would not be any less than theirs. However, would he pity these two women? Ha ha. Of course not. After all, this scene was exactly what he had been longing to see. The more desperate they were, the more excited Zhang Yi became. He didn't speak, just slowly recorded a video to show them. In the video, there was a large pot of potatoes and beef brisket in front of Zhang Yi, and a fireplace nearby was burning brightly. The atmosphere in the room was warm and peaceful, forming a stark contrast with the snowstorm and howling north wind outside. For the two women at that moment, this was undoubtedly a huge shock. After all, they were not only unable to have a full meal, but even survival had become a problem. The two of them continued to plead with a bunch of begging words, asking Zhang Yi to let them into the room to live together. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them. He neither agreed nor refused. He wanted to leave them with a glimmer of hope, making them aware that the hope was slim, yet they still had to come and grovel before him. The day passed by in such boredom. After Chun Jinghao and his group had seized a certain amount of supplies, they were temporarily not in a hurry to take further action. They also understood that if they went too far, it would provoke all the owners to unite against them. Gathering some, calming down others, and then killing some was the most reasonable approach. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed some unusual movements from Chun Jinghao through the surveillance. The entire Tianhai city was without power at night. Only Zhang Yi's family had their lights on, but the people in the same building had not noticed. Zhang Yi saw a few of Chun Jinghao's lackeys carrying two corpses out the door. Upon closer inspection, he found the two people somewhat familiar. The reason he remembered them so clearly was that he knew almost all the owners in the building. But these two individuals clearly did not belong to their building. Therefore, there must have been other lackeys called over by Chun Jinghao when the snow had just fallen. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yi figured out what was happening. The day Chun Jinghao attacked Zhang Yi's house, he had been splashed with water by Zhang Yi using a large hose. In such extremely cold weather of -60 to 70 degrees, that was very deadly. Therefore, these two individuals must have died from exposure. It was not surprising that they succumbed to cold-induced illnesses like colds and fevers without a comfortable environment or medication like ibuprofen. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their clothes and then thrown at the stairwell. Zhang Yi frowned, initially unable to understand their purpose. If they merely wanted to dispose of the bodies, they could have just thrown them out the window. The snow could cover everything. Why do they have to be tossed at the door? However, as thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Yi suddenly came up with a terrifying idea, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. Could it be that Chun Jinghao left their corpses behind to serve as backup rations? This thought made all the hairs on Zhang Yi's body stand on end, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, this explanation was indeed the most reasonable. In the freezing cold, the world was like a massive refrigerator, eliminating concerns about food spoilage. Modern people's understanding of the apocalypse often comes from movies about the end of the world, and cannibalism is not a rare occurrence in those themes. Historical records of humanity show that during times of great disasters, there were accounts of cannibalism and other horrors. Perhaps years of peace had made some people forget the written history, until the apocalypse arrived. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart quickly calmed down. Compared to the average person, he accepted this reality faster. After all, he had experienced an apocalypse once and had been eaten as food. He knew that when people reached a point of desperation due to hunger, they could commit any cruel acts and consume anything edible. Chen Jinghao was truly a ruthless person. Although Zhang Yi did not like that social boss, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Many people understand the reasoning, but those who can treat their brother's corpse as reserve food before running out of food are close to being devoid of humanity. Chapter 43, she got anxious after Chen Jinghao killed the resident of Unit 301. The atmosphere in the entire building became very tense. The large crowd that used to gather was now silent, with no one daring to speak. Chen Jinghao seemed to realize that everyone had secretly formed a new owners group behind his back. However, such things were impossible to prevent. He could only threaten and lure people within the owners group. The situation was so dire that everyone was just trying to survive. No one wanted to kill. If it weren't for that guy from 301 who had attacked my people first, I wouldn't have ended up killing him. After all, I'm not a demon. I hope we can all live in harmony in the future and lend us some food when we need it. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that everyone can live in peace. After these words were spoken, some people indeed relaxed their guard. Some even thought that perhaps it was true what Chen Jinghao said. The owner of 301 died because he acted first. This is what is referred to as Stockholm Syndrome, characterized by people who, in the face of death and despair, feel grateful when the perpetrator shows them a little kindness. Zhang Yi remained a bystander, observing coldly without commenting or participating. However, in his heart, he felt a bit more wary of Chen Jinghao. Although his home was well defended, with just a few of Chen Jinghao's men and that broken gun, there was no chance of them breaking in. But in the apocalypse, it's always better to be cautious. If he really provokes me, I'll find a chance to kill him, Zhang Yi said lightly. This brief calm was shattered the next day. Although every household was afraid of Chen Jinghao and dared not go out. If they didn't go downstairs to break ice for water, they wouldn't be able to survive. So, some people quietly opened their doors, planning to sneak out to dig for snow. As a result, they were caught red-handed by the people Chen Jinghao had sent to stake out. The supplies raided on the first day had been consumed by the starving thugs. Now, with red eyes, they regarded all the residents of the building as their prey. Once they caught someone, they would not hold back and would rob them clean. In the new group, urgent cries for help were heard. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and was instantly amused. The one crying for help was none other than Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor. Chen Jinghao lived on the 6th floor, right below her. That morning, she had planned to sneak downstairs to dig for snow and water under the cover of darkness. But she was caught. Living alone, it didn't take much effort for her to pack up. She was already a target for Chen Jinghao and his gang. Additionally, with the lockdown nearing half a month, both Chen Jinghao and those little thugs were feeling pin-up and were looking for a woman to relieve themselves. Lu Tiantian wasn't particularly pretty, but she was young and had a decent figure. With limited options, no one was picky anymore. So that group of thugs rushed up with wrenches and iron bars, laughing. Lu Tiantian hurriedly closed her door, and in her desperation, she thought of asking her neighbors for help. Wah, everyone, please come and save me. They're smashing my door. Please, I will be killed by them. Uncle you, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They definitely can't beat you. You can't trust those people. They are too cruel. We all need to unite. If something happens to me, you'll be next. Lu Tiantian sent voice messages in a panic, her voice trembling with tears. However, just yesterday, when she had been domineering in the group, angrily confronting the male residents, she was not like this at all. Uncle Yu replied, "Girl, this situation came up suddenly, and I can't handle so many of them alone." Although Uncle Yu was kind-hearted, he wouldn't just throw his life away. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men and guns. Even if he had been a soldier, he couldn't fight against them. If everyone had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a guard team, there might have been hope to scare them off. Lu Tiantian felt a chill in her heart when she saw Uncle Yu's message. She cried out, "You can't do this. Can't you protect a weak woman like me? What kind of men are you? Wah, if I die, I will haunt you as a ghost." Initially, everyone had some sympathy for her, but when they realized she was shamelessly trying to morally blackmail them, they suddenly felt anger. Plus, after Lu Tiantian had lashed out at all the men in the building yesterday, they were now settling old scores along with new ones. "Oh yes, yes, yes. We are all useless. Little fairy, you are so powerful. You definitely don't need our help. Ha, the little fairy can fight. She'll kill those people. Weren't you shouting so loudly yesterday? We thought you were so impressive, but now you're begging us to save you. You might as well just die. If you die, you'll make a happy family for countless others." The group was filled with cheerful laughter. No one felt the slightest sympathy for Lu Tiantian's predicament. Instead, they were somewhat gloating. Since Lu Tiantian's home was robbed, at least they were safe for the time being. Seeing the cold mockery, Lu Tiantian's heart sank into despair. She then turned to plead with the female residents for help. However, the replies from the women were also very uniform. "We are all sisters, but in this situation, there is nothing we can do. Hang in there, sister. I will support you spiritually. You must hold on, or if they break down the door, who knows what they might do to you?" Exactly. There are so many of them. They will ruin you. Some were offering perfunctory comfort, while others were maliciously trying to scare Lu Tiantian. After all, human suffering is not shared. Prolonged confinement and the threat of death had twisted the minds of many. More and more people joined the group chat, but the topic had changed flavor. "Sister, even if you die, take someone down with you. That counts as doing a service for the people. Yes, 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 since your home was robbed, you probably can't survive anyway. You might as well take someone down with you." Lu Tiantian trembled with anger, and just as she was about to say something more, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. In Zhang Yi's home, he watched on a monitor as Lu Tiantian let out a scream and was dragged out by several thugs holding her legs. "Even in this cold weather, you guys don't forget to exercise. Your enthusiasm is too strong," Zhang Yi exclaimed. However, it made sense. In the current situation, no one knew when they would die. And before dying, living beings instinctively think about passing on their life genes. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar and said to the monitor, "At this temperature, any exposed skin is at risk of life." Chapter 44. Why should I donate? What happened to Lu Tiantian in the end? Although everyone didn't witness it firsthand, they could still guess. A girl falling into the jaws of a pack of wolves. What kind of ending could she expect? Even if Chun Jinghao and the others spared her life. Having lost all the resources she relied on for survival, she could only wait to die. However, no one felt too much sorrow. Instead, they let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Tiantian could at least feed Chun Jinghao and the others for a while. Even so, this served as a wake-up call for the other residents. If things continued like this, they feared they wouldn't survive much longer. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly added to a chat group. He chuckled silently. In such an unstable environment, people's suspicion grew heavier, and small groups became more numerous. It seemed that by banding together, they believed they would grow stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and found only 6 or 7 people. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, Lin Caning were among them, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, unsure of what they wanted. Soon, someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous outside now. Chun Jinghao and his group will eventually come after us. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied calmly. It's fine, I'm doing quite comfortably on my own. Lin Caning, that is not the point. You're alone, but Chun Jinghao has 5 or 6 people. And he has a gun, so you're not safe either. Zhang Yi smirked. Why don't you ask Chun Jinghao who broke his leg? Chun Jinghao hadn't dared to come for revenge. He knew Zhang Yi was tough. Zhang Yi asked, so what do you all want? Fang Yuqing quickly replied, it's too dangerous to live separately now. We've decided to move in together, so even if we face Chun Jinghao, we can resist. Zhang Yi laughed. So you think gathering together means you're not afraid of Chun Jinghao's gun? How ridiculous. If numbers really mattered, the whole building with over 50 households and more than 100 people could easily overpower Chun Jinghao. They were all cowards, gathering together only for psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke up. His name was Sun Jichao, and Zhang Yi remembered he was a financial white-collar worker. Having more people will at least make them cautious. Plus, we can unite to barricade the door, so we won't have to fear them breaking in. What we lack now is a good stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your house has a balcony, and the security door is particularly strong, making it very suitable for resisting Chen Zhenghao. So, we hope you can join our team to fight against him. At this point, Zhang Yi understood. Fang Yuqing must have told these people that his house was particularly great. It was very likely they already knew Zhang Yi's house had a perfect insulation system and plenty of food. Zhang Yi sneezed it. Their calculations were so loud, he could hear them from over 10 floors away. Zhang Yi said bluntly, I don't need it, thanks. I'm quite comfortable on my own. If you want to live together, find somewhere else. What a joke, cramming 7 or 8 people into his home. At this time, he couldn't tell who was human and who was a ghost. Wouldn't that just bring danger to himself? Besides, Zhang Yi didn't owe them anything. Why should he? After Zhang Yi rejected them, the people in the group clearly became unhappy. Sun Jichao, Zhang Yi, everyone is in danger now. You can't be so short-sighted. Only by being together can we survive. Another group member, Wang Min, also said, it's only because your floor has a balcony that makes it convenient to collect snow water that we chose your house. You think we're taking advantage of you? In reality, we could protect you too. Zhang Yi's smile twisted. He sent a message in the group. Protect me? The series of question marks reflected his inner sarcasm. Did they know what kind of life he was living now? Protect him? How shameless to say that. Fang Yuqing, hiding under the covers, bit her lip and then started to retaliate. She knew Zhang Yi disliked her and wouldn't let her in, so she was now using the group to morally coerce him. She thought that life and death were at stake, and even though she and Lin Caning, Zhou Peng, and others had treated him poorly in the past, Zhang Yi should be more magnanimous. Lin Caning, Zhang Yi, okay, I admit we need your help. But think about it. If you let us into your house for refuge, you can save 7 or 8 lives. Can you bear to watch us get killed by Chen Zhenghao? We've been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among those 7 or 8 people, Zhang Yi indeed recognized them, and he had a few decent relationships with some, including a colleague from work. They all spoke up, urging Zhang Yi to let them in based on their past friendship. Unfortunately, after experiencing betrayal and death in his previous life, Zhang Yi was no longer the soft-hearted guy he once was. Most of the people in the group had also been part of that betrayal. In the apocalypse, what was there to talk about regarding humanity? The only way to survive was to take care of oneself. So he said at this point, whether we can survive depends on our abilities. You have no value to me, so why should I be obligated to protect you? After saying this, Zhang Yi directly chose to leave the group. Thinking they could take advantage of him was simply a dream. Only he had no morals, so he wouldn't be coerced. After chatting, Zhang Yi took out a box of chips from the alternate space. He went to the window, sat in a soft imported recliner, and while eating chips, he looked at the scenery outside. Ignoring the extreme cold outside, the snowy landscape was truly beautiful. The ground was covered in a silver blanket, with no colors mixed in, making it pleasing to the eye. At that moment, he suddenly saw a moving black that appeared on the 18th floor ahead, followed by a scream filled with despair. Zhang Yi looked closely and realized that a person was falling from the sky. In an instant, they fell into a snow pile that was at least 6 or 7 meters deep. Outside, the temperature was over -70 degrees. Trapped in the thick snow would mean certain death. It seemed that the situation in other apartment buildings was similar. Facing dwindling supplies, people began to fight over resources, even resorting to violence and murder to rob. Wherever there were people, everything was evolving toward a hell on earth. Zhang Yi continued eating chips while calculating the future situation in his mind. It seemed that in addition to being wary of the neighbors in his building, he also needed to be cautious of the survivors outside. In the apocalypse, anything could happen. Chapter 45, deciding to launch a strong attack inside Building 25. Chen Zhenghao and others had successively robbed several households, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of 5 people. This situation prompted many residents in the building to unite. Their solution was to stay together and not disperse, blocking the doors with heavy objects to prevent Chen Zhenghao and his group from breaking in. As for fetching water, they did it through the windows. Some residents on certain floors had balconies, which also accumulated snow. On Fang Yuqing's side, they all moved into Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min was Zhou Peng's cousin. She ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City and was considered an independent woman with some assets. Her home was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, the same as Zhang Yi's. The others were her colleagues and close friends. After all, in this apocalyptic world, even if they wanted to band together, they could only trust those they knew well. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were allowed in because Zhou Peng guaranteed them. At this moment, a group of people sat in the living room, wrapped in thick down jackets, with scars around their necks, wishing they could cover themselves completely. Since Zhang Yi had refused the proposal to live together, everyone's mood was not very good. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning and said lightly, "The reason I agreed to let you in was because of my cousin's face, and you promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us stay at his place. Now Zhang Yi flatly disagrees. What do you think we should do about this?" Zhou Peng was a sycophant, but Wang Min was shrewd and could see that these two girls were not easy to deal with. Therefore, if they weren't bringing up Zhang Yi, Wang Min would not have allowed them to join. Fang Yuqing hurriedly said, "Sister Wang, listen to me. Zhang Yi's supplies are really abundant, and he even has a fireplace. As long as we can move into his home, our lives will be much better." After being repeatedly rejected by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and the others no longer held any fantasies about him, so they revealed all the information about his home, including the photos and videos he had sent them. Lin Canning added, "Yes, you've all seen the videos and should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is now. If we all work together, we can live in Zhang Yi's house. Not only can we resist Qinzheng Hao, but we can also live comfortably." Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones to watch the videos Fang Yuqing had forwarded to them. The videos showcased Zhang Yi's home, which was very eye-catching and made their eyes sparkle. Wang Min frowned, but his attitude is clear. He doesn't want us to move in at all. At this moment, Sun Jichao, wearing glasses, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a low voice, "People like him are too selfish, completely disregarding others' lives. We don't need to be polite to such people. I think, since he is alone at home, we should use some special means." As soon as Sun Jichao said this, everyone looked over. It was evident that they all understood what he meant, to break into Zhang Yi's home and force him to give up the house. His friend Lu Tao loudly supported, "I think it's a good idea. Selfish people like him only think of themselves and don't consider others. Why should he live in such a nice house?" Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Peng, their security door was very sturdy. "We're not like Qinzheng Hao. We're not skilled at this." Zhou Peng also said, "Yes, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. Last time we knocked on his door, he even poured urine on us from above." Mentioning that incident made Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning feel nauseous, almost throwing up. Even now, they could still smell Zhang Yi's sin on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing their noses to be blocked, the smell would have made them sick. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses and sneered, "This matter is actually easy to handle. As long as we wrap ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and hold umbrellas, we won't fear his tricks. As for breaking the door," he looked at Lu Tao. Lu Tao cleared his throat and said, "I used to work a locksmith company. I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. I can open all the commonly used locks on the market." Hearing Lu Tao say this, Fang Yuqing and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. "Great. As long as we can open their security door. With so many of us rushing in, I want to see how Zhang Yi can resist." Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. She had pleaded with Zhang Yi before, but he refused to let her in and even humiliated her in various ways, making her hate him to the core. "Once we get in, I will definitely shove his head in the toilet and make him eat." Nearby, the sycophant Zhou Peng eagerly chimed in, "I'll be the one to pull him out." Zhou Peng's coarseness made Fang Yuqing very uncomfortable. But since she still needed him, she smiled and said, "All right, then eat more soy products and onions." The group appeared to be in high spirits. They clearly believed that with so many people working together, Zhang Yi would not be able to resist. So, they found umbrellas and wrapped themselves up tightly, bringing some tools for breaking in as they headed toward Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi's home had an alarm system. As soon as there was any movement on his floor, it would automatically alert him. Therefore, when this group climbed the stairs, Zhang Yi was immediately aware. Through the surveillance cameras, he saw them, but since they were all bundled up, Zhang Yi thought it was Chen Jinghao and his men coming over. Just in time. I didn't finish you off last time, so it's going to teach you a lesson this time, Zhang Yi sneered. However, he did not plan to let Chen Jinghao die just yet. If Chen Jinghao died, who would deal with those troublesome neighbors in the building? Then there would be no good show to watch. This group, wrapped up tightly, stopped not far from Zhang Yi's home and immediately opened several umbrellas. Now, whether Zhang Yi used water to spray or stink bombs to drive them away, he couldn't make them leave in a short time. All of this was information provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively believed that no matter how many defensive measures Zhang Yi had prepared, the resources in a house were ultimately limited. Spraying water and using stink bombs were Zhang Yi's last resort. Chapter 46. High-voltage electricity. The people had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, holding umbrellas. But there were an unusually large number of pinhole cameras installed by the Zhanglong security company on this floor. They could capture the visitors' actions from various angles. After a group of people reached the door, Zhang Yi saw one of them pull out several shiny metallic tools from his pocket and then jab them into the keyhole of his security door. Picking the lock, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't care. If their security door was that easy to pick, then the professionals from Zhanglong Security Company could just go eat shit. This door was not only world-class in security, comparable to a bank vault, but it also had 5 layers of defenses installed. To open the outer lock, one would have to be a world-class locksmith to have a chance, not to mention that there was also a physical lever installed inside. The more complex something is, the simpler the way to unlock it tends to be. It's the simple things that are harder to deal with. For example, Zhang Yi's door. Since he initially had no intention of leaving, he had simply inserted a steel rod with a diameter of 10 centimeters to block it. Unless someone continuously crashed a car into it, it couldn't be broken down by human strength. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of someone trying to pick the lock, so he had specially installed a unique defense system. Zhang Yi looked at the surveillance footage on the TV, then took out his phone, opened the security house control software, and gently pressed a button. Instantly, a massive electric current flowed through the security door. Lu Tao, who was focused on picking the lock, let out a scream as the powerful current coursed through his body. The few people nearby turned pale with fright and quickly stepped back. "Help, help me!" Lu Tao cried out in a distorted face to his companions. The strong current clamped down on him like a vice, making it impossible to break free. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and the others were dumbfounded, not expecting such a situation to occur and lacking suitable insulation tools. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by a burning smell. Boom! He collapsed to the ground, his clothes burned to shreds, and the skin on his arms and face charred. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainan, and the others screamed. Witnessing someone die right in front of them was an overwhelming shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. Strangely, he felt a sense of relief. But who could they blame? They dared to target Zhang Yi, and they deserved to die. Wang Min and the others felt a chill run down their spines, and their plan to pick the lock had failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been friends for years, and seeing his brother die in such a way ignited a fire in his eyes. "Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, get out here." He grabbed his shovel and started banging on Zhang Yi's door. The noise could be heard several floors up. However, the massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. After the paint had chipped off the surface, it revealed the thick alloy underneath. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in his pockets, and said mockingly, "You want to smash my door? Aren't you just asking for death?" He shook his head and sighed, "Hey, isn't it better to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the people outside were shocked and furious. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we originally intended to come over and discuss cohabitation with you peacefully. How could you resort to murder? You're even worse than Chen Jinghao. You're a murdering devil." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the people outside were not Chen Jinghao. But after killing Lu Tao, he felt no remorse. After all, people like him deserve to die. Then it struck him who the people in front of him were. It must be Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan's group. After all, they were the only ones who knew how comfortable Zhang Yi's house was. Zhang Yi's expression darkened, and he scolded without holding back. "Are you trying to play me? You're the ones who came to my house to smash my door, trying to seize my home. You deserve to die. Having the audacity to bark here, it's truly laughable. Sun Jichao pretended to remain calm. Zhang Yi, we mean no harm. We just want to talk with you. But you didn't even give us a heads up before killing our good brother Lu Tao. That's too much, isn't it? Do you not plan to give us an explanation? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Just coming over to talk? Inviting yourselves and directly trying to pick my door, and you call that talking? After breaking in, the next step would probably be to kill me or kick me out to fend for myself. Then you could enjoy the safe house I worked so hard to prepare, right? The others exchanged glances. Indeed, that had been their original plan. Sun Jichao's frown deepened. The tragic death of his good brother made him despise Zhang Yi even more. However, right now, the most important thing was how to break in. He took a deep breath and shouted, Zhang Yi, we give you one last chance. Open the door and let us in, or the consequences will be more than you can bear. Fang Yuqing shouted from outside, Zhang Yi, we won't hurt you. We just want to cohabitate and face the disaster together. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Kaining chimed in, yeah, at worst, we'll let you stay in the master bedroom, and we'll provide you with supplies first. They were very excited at this moment, because just a wall away was paradise, and they had waited a long time for this day. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. Have you lost your minds? This home is mine. You're the ones acting like you own the place and dividing it up. If you have the skills, come and show me. Let's see if you can break in. While speaking, Zhang Yi was not idle. He had already loaded his handgun and was holding his crossbow. The hunting moment was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside and even hear their quiet conversations. Sun Jichao and the others huddled together, discussing their next move. Among them, the timid good Jiaoyang nervously asked, what should we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can pick the lock. Should we withdraw? It would be bad if we drew Chun Zhenghao's attention. However, Sun Jichao scolded. What are you afraid of? This is the 24th floor. Chun Zhenghao and his crew would be exhausted just climbing up here. Even if they wanted to commit murder and robbery, they'd first target those on the lower floors. Wang Min's expression was serious as she said, Zhang Yi is indeed not easy to deal with. He acts as if he knew the apocalypse was coming and was well prepared. Chapter 47. The arrow of tetanus indeed. Some people gradually began to notice Zhang Yi's unusual behavior. In this icy apocalypse, everyone was starving and freezing. Even those who usually had supplies at home were struggling. But he alone was well-fed and warm, even opting to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Coupled with a sturdy security door, it was clear he was prepared for such a situation. Zhou Peng scoffed and angrily said, if that's the case, then Zhang Yi is even more despicable. He clearly knows the snow disaster is coming, yet he only cares about himself and doesn't even warn the neighbors. He spat harshly. Because of a personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng never missed an opportunity to slander him. Wang Min and the others continued to frown, ignoring Zhou Peng. After all, if it were them, they would certainly prioritize themselves and their families, not caring about the lives of others. The question was, what should we do next? We can't pry the door open. Can we break it down directly? Wang Min said, looking toward Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Good Jiaoyang. These three were the few men in their group, and if they were to forcefully break the door, they would be the main force. The few of them muttered and discussed for a while. Zhang Yi, watching through the surveillance, saw them leave the stairs again. He held a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, leisurely watching them depart. Zhang Yi could have taken action and shot two of them, but he wasn't in a hurry. Life had become too bland, and he needed some excitement. So he wanted to see how these people planned to break the door. This was also to prepare for dealing with more troublesome individuals in the future. After a while, they returned. This time, they brought a large, thick piece of wood, apparently taken from a bed. Several women stood by with umbrellas, preventing Zhang Yi from splashing them with cold water. The three men lifted the wood and slammed it against the front door with a loud duong. The sound was immense, and Zhang Yi could feel the walls trembling. However, he wasn't worried. Unless the opposing team had a Hulk, a 20-centimeter thick steel plate wouldn't be broken. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Good Jiaoyang were desperately slamming against the door. Zhang Yi simply sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on them as he monitored the house's changes via a mobile app. This app was specially designed by the Dragon Security Company for users. allowing them to check the overall situation of their homes at any time. He didn't let his guard down. He held his weapons steady, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. But after slamming for a long time, the entire building was aware of their efforts, yet the door remained steadfast. Besides a few white marks, there wasn't even a dent. 5 minutes passed, and the group was utterly dumbfounded. How thick could this door be? Even a bank vault door wouldn't be that sturdy. What kind of house uses such a door? Sun Jichao and the others were nearly in despair, roaring in frustration. It was a sound of unwillingness and hopelessness. Zhang Yi, seeing this scene through the surveillance, couldn't help but smile, feeling much more assured about the quality of his safe house. All right, now it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, put his handgun in his pocket, and opened an iron box. Inside were 20 crossbow arrows, but strangely, they were all covered in rust. Normally, these alloy arrows shouldn't rust easily, yet these 20 were all mottled with rust, as if they had been stored in a damp environment for years. In fact, he had deliberately created the rust. Just a slight scratch on the skin would pose a risk of tetanus. In this environment where medical help was unavailable, it wouldn't be immediately fatal. It would merely cause the wound to become infected, fester, and rot. If someone were hit by one of these arrows, they would either have to choose amputation to survive or wait to die in extreme pain. Zhang Yi had learned this experience from Chen Zhenghao. Although Chen Zhenghao had lost his leg, he had managed to survive through various means. But the next time he was hit by one of these tetanus arrows, Zhang Yi was curious to see how he would survive. With a devilish smile, Zhang Yi climbed up to the shooting hole. Feng Yuqing and the others, holding umbrellas, couldn't see the situation below at all. Zhang Yi didn't care about that, and shot directly under the umbrellas. If they died, consider it luck. If they didn't, even better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Zhang Yi didn't wait for them to react, quickly knocking a second arrow, not even needing to aim since they were all standing together. The second arrow flew out, and another scream followed. Zhang Yi quickly loaded another arrow and drew back the bow. At this moment, the few people finally reacted, screaming and scattering in all directions. Zhang Yi took his time, aiming and shooting at them, deliberately avoiding vital spots, targeting their arms and thighs. Among the remaining 6 people, 3 were hit by arrows, and 1 was struck twice. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could shoot another arrow at them, they had already escaped to a dead angle of his vision. Zhang Yi shrugged. It didn't matter. Those few were already as good as dead, and they would die in extreme pain. As for the others, Zhang Yi had plenty of time to play with them. The bottom line was, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even at this moment, he still hadn't opened the door to finish them off. One could say he was steady. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of being injured, Zhang Yi would never take that risk. The consumption of arrows was indeed a big problem. Zhang Yi frowned, starting to think about the long term. He had originally bought 300 crossbow arrows and another 300 regular arrows. After using them up, he couldn't go out to collect them. Although there were still many left, one must always be prepared for the future. After pondering for a while, an idea suddenly struck him. He opened the alternate space and rummaged around, quickly finding what he wanted. The warehouse contained many marbles used for bearings, which could also be launched with the crossbow. There were also those toy glass marbles. Although not as deadly as steel balls, when shot from a professional-grade crossbow, they still packed a considerable punch, even if the crossbow arrows ran out. There were plenty of metal products inside that could be disassembled and modified. Zhang Yi felt relieved. With these things, he could eat for a lifetime. He was comfortable, but at that moment, some people were in dire straits. Feng Yuqing and the other 7 initially planned to use their numbers to seize Zhang Yi's house. But in the end, not only did they fail to steal anything, but they also lost 1 person and had 3 others shot by crossbow arrows, forcing them to retreat in a panic. They didn't even dare to collect Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. Waiting for Death Without Medicine. Feng Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and others fled back like lost dogs. Once they returned to the house and closed the door, a group of them were drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, especially a few of the injured, who were gritting their teeth in pain and collapsed on the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows hit Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang. After all, they were the main attackers, closest to Zhang Yi's front door. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had witnessed Zhang Yi's methods before and deliberately stood further back, avoiding the arrows. As a result, out of the 7 who went, 4 men either died or were hit by tetanus arrows. Due to the cold weather, they initially didn't feel much pain. But once back home, several of them endured the extreme low temperatures and had to grit their teeth to remove their clothing. When they saw the wounds, their faces all changed. If it were just ordinary arrows, it would be manageable. They could pull them out, disinfect with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. But these arrows were all rusty. Without antibiotics, once infected in this environment, they could only wait for death, and a tragic one at that. No, how could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted. He understood what this meant, and the fear of death instantly enveloped him. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Wang Min angrily slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were all her friends and family, and all of this was because Fang Yuqing incited them to rob Zhang Yi's house. How could she not be furious? You bitches, it's all your fault. Didn't you say his house only had a sturdy door? Why were there arrows? Did you know all along? Which is why you ran so far. Why are you all fine? Wang Min was much taller than Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. That slap immediately scared Fang Yuqing into trembling. Covering her face, she shed tears of grievance. I don't know. The last 2 times we went, he didn't attack us with crossbow arrows either. Zhou Peng, who had an arrow in his arm, hurriedly struggled over to block Fang Yuqing, saying, "Cousin, don't do that." I can testify. Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min, seeing her cousin so foolish, felt frustrated. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, saying, "Then why are they both fine?" I saw them hiding far away just now." Lin Kaining was unhappy and muttered, "Aren't you fine too? You have the nerve to say that to us." Wang Min, infuriated, cursed, "I was just lucky and didn't get hit. Now we're all suffering because of you. You two get out." Sun Jichao, however, reached out to stop Wang Min and gave her a glance. "We're all injured now. Someone needs to take care of us," he said softly. He didn't want to die. They had to remove the arrows and pray not to get infected to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. "Get over here and help." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining lowered their heads, a flash of resentment in their eyes, but they still went to help the injured with their wounds. After unbuttoning their clothes and seeing the severity of the arrows, their faces turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows were professional grade, capable of hunting wild boars and coyotes. One shot into a person, they immediately sank deep. There were no professional medical personnel or equipment here. They had no way to treat it. If they weren't careful, it could lead to severe bleeding and death. Wang Min thought for a moment and said, "We can only call Dr. Zhou for help." The Dr. Zhou she referred to as Zhou Ke. Previously, when Lin Xiaohu had his liver ruptured, she was the one who helped save his life. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou Ke. Soon, Zhou Ke arrived. Wang Min rushed over and excitedly grabbed her hand. "Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you." Zhou Ke was dressed in a black knee-length down jacket, wrapping herself tightly, but still couldn't hide her tall, slender figure. She carried a metal medical box on her shoulder. Upon entering the room and glancing at the injuries, she immediately frowned. "Another arrow injury?" Wang Min blinked curiously. "Who else got hit by arrows?" A hint of unnatural expression crossed Zhou Ke's face. "No, it's from previous patients in the hospital." Wang Min felt a bit strange, but didn't have time to think about it now. "Dr. Zhou, please hurry and check on them." Zhou Ke didn't waste time and walked over to examine the injuries. By now, their faces were terrifyingly pale. Due to the arrows being stuck, they couldn't stop the bleeding, and in temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees, this was extremely lethal. Zhou Ke took a look and frowned. "Their injuries are too deep. Unless they're professional equipment, I can't guarantee a successful operation." Wang Min quickly said, "Dr. Zhou, it's already this time. Just go ahead and do it. We trust you." "So shu hit. The arrows are rusty. This will cause infections. I can at most pull out the arrows. But without antibiotics, there will still be infections. By then, I'm afraid." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone present understood what that meant. In this condition, once infected, it would be certain death. Wang Min's tears immediately flowed. Sun Jichao and the others were her close friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In a post-apocalyptic world, people already felt incredibly insecure. Losing so many loved ones and friends in a single day would absolutely drive someone to despair. That Zhang Yi has such a cruel heart. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so vicious? Even if we took his house, we wouldn't want his life. Wang Min cursed in despair. Zhang Yi. Zhou Ku'er recalled the name. She had met Zhang Yi a few times and vaguely remembered him as a sunny and handsome man. However, due to her cold personality, she hadn't interacted with him much. In any case, without medicine, simply pulling out the arrows would still pose a significant life risk. I hope you all understand, Zhou Ku'er said lightly. By this point, she no longer held back. In the apocalypse, everyone should be prepared to die at any moment. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to think of something. She excitedly said, "Medicine? I remember Zhang Yi has some." Chapter 49. Boldly asking Zhang Yi for medicine. Wang Min and Sun Jichao were immediately excited when they heard that Zhang Yi had medicine. When a person is facing death, they will grasp at any straw of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to say, "Is this true? Does he really have medicine?" Wang Min also stared at her intently. "Fang Yuqing, you must not lie. Because of you, several of us have been seriously injured." Hearing the name Zhang Yi now makes her feel anxious. Fang Yuqing said, "About a month ago, since then, Zhang Yi seemed to have changed completely. He started hoarding things like crazy. I could see delivery trucks bringing him supplies almost every day. Once, I saw a pharmaceutical company's truck come to the community, and Zhang Yi went to pick it up. Then, they carried 2 large boxes to his house. There must be medicine inside." Zhou Ku'er added, "Antibiotics are not rare medications. If he really knew in advance that disaster was coming and hoarded supplies, he must have a large stock of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs." As a doctor, Zhou Ku'er was very sure of this. Sun Jichao seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Then hurry to find Zhang Yi and let him bring the medicine to save my life. My injury was caused by him, so he must save me." Wang Min gritted her teeth, looking conflicted. "But after what just happened, he must be disgusted with us. How could he bring us medicine?" Good Zhaoyang could no longer bear the pain. He lay on the sofa, groaning in agony. "Oh no, I feel like I'm dying. Think of a way. Go ask Zhang Yi, you must save us." Fang Yuqing also said, "We haven't harmed him, and we even plan to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. On the contrary, he doesn't recognize a good person and has attacked us. We are the just side. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhou Ku'er listened to their remarks and basically understood what was happening, her eyes flashing with a speechless expression. But this matter had nothing to do with her, so she didn't comment further. Instead, she opened the medicine box and took out some gauze to stop the bleeding for a few people. There was hardly anything left in the medicine box. The medicines she kept at home were for emergencies and wouldn't be in large quantities. Moreover, in recent days she had helped several neighbors with treatment, so her stock was naturally running low. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get medicine, perhaps she could only help pull out the arrows and then bandage them roughly. At least, it could make their deaths less painful. A group of people were talking beautifully. Until now, they still thought they were not wrong. They were just trying to survive. What is wrong with that? They could only blame Zhang Yi for being too selfish. Why should he enjoy such good living conditions alone? After thinking for a while, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and said, "This matter is up to you to handle. I know Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you're the most suitable to do this." Sun Jichao and Gu Zhaoyang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, it was all Fang Yuqing's doing. If she and told them about Zhang Yi's situation and confidently said that Zhang Yi's defenses were weak and it would be easy to break in, they wouldn't have been so foolish to take the risk. Zhou Peng was somewhat unwilling to let Fang Yuqing ask Zhang Yi, but the severe pain in his arm and the danger of death made him choose to stand with Wang Min. He said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, we are a collective, right? This matter will be a bit of a burden on you. Only if we all survive can we protect you." Fang Yuqing looked conflicted, her heart very reluctant. After all, she had already been humiliated by Zhang Yi before. However, she had no choice now. It was only because of her relationship with Zhou Peng that she could join this group. Otherwise, as such a weak woman, she wouldn't be able to play much of a role against bullies like Chun Zhenghao. Other teams wouldn't choose to let her join. Even if she could join, she might end up as a toy. Women, especially those who have no skills other than being cute and pretty, are so cheap in the apocalypse. Zhou Kuer picked up a scalpel. With limited conditions, disinfection was impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, it would clump at this temperature. Moreover, without medicine, disinfection was just a meaningless task. She made Sun Jichao bite down on a towel and then began to dig out the arrows. In a surgery without anesthesia, soon there were screams like that of a slaughtered pig, and Sun Jichao was about to bite through the towel in his mouth. Everyone in the room was horrified and hurriedly urged Fang Yuqing to find Zhang Yi for medicine. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and called Zhang Yi on WeChat voice. Beep. 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 Zhang Yi was at home, preparing to eat something. It was quite miraculous, although it was his first time killing someone. He felt incredibly calm inside. There was no fear, but rather a thrilling excitement from the success of revenge. This made him very satisfied to survive in the apocalypse. One must have this kind of mentality. He was genuinely afraid he would vomit or suffer from insomnia. After all, the dire situations he had experienced were more than anyone else here, and nothing could make his mindset collapse now. At that moment, the phone rang. Zhang Yi curiously picked it up, and, seeing it was Fang Yuqing calling, his eyes widened, and a smile of surprise appeared on his lips. Oh, after being beaten up so badly by me, now she is calling to scold me? Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. The worse the other party was, the happier he was. He turned on the speaker and started making lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was very gentle, as if he and T just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jichao and the others. But the more he spoke like this, the more chilling it felt to Fang Yuqing and the others. Under the gaze of several people, Fang Yuqing also spoke on speaker. She pleaded, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others have been shot by you and are dying too. Woo! She cried miserably, seemingly trying to gain Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi only said lightly, Oh, dead is dead. Whether early or late, they all have to die. He held a knife, leaning close to the microphone, and said softly, You don't think you can survive this snow disaster, do you? That voice was like it came from hell, sending chills down Wang Min and the other spines. Zhang Yi spoke their deepest fear. The heavy snow had sealed the city, and their building had become an island. Even if they were barely surviving now, supplies would soon run out. Even if they weren't killed by Qinjiang Hao, they would freeze to death or starve. Fang Yuqing trembled as she cried, Zhang Yi, I know it was my fault. It's all my fault for not agreeing to your pursuit. But now I want to change. Can you forgive me? Chapter 50 Teasing the White Lotus. Zhang Yi asked lightly, What do you think? Next to Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others urged her to get to the point quickly. Fang Yuqing sniffled and said tearfully, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others were shot and are seriously injured. There's no medicine at home. They could die from infection. Didn't you buy a lot of medicine before? Please, lend us some. I promise I won't disturb you anymore. Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, baffled by Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. Fang Yuqing, do you guess why I shot them with rusty arrows? My goal is for them to suffer and die from infection. You actually came to borrow medicine from me? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi laughed as he scolded her. Did Fang Yuqing and the others not understand this? But right now, if they didn't shamelessly come to Zhang Yi, they could only watch their companions die. And Zhou Peng and the three men were their hope for survival. Fang Yuqing cried, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please let them go this time, and we promise not to trouble you again. The world is so difficult now. We should help each other. Don't be so cold-hearted, okay? Wouldn't you feel happy if they died? Before Fang Yuqing could finish, Zhang Yi said decisively, Yes, I feel very happy right now. Fang Yuqing was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to respond. Wang Min hurried over and said to Zhang Yi, I'm Wang Min. Do you remember I took you out for a meal before? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Wang Min had previously asked him for help to get some goods at a low price from the warehouse. He had eaten a meal from her, but ended up helping her make quite a bit of money. Do you think that's interesting? Zhang Yi coldly retorted. Wang Min swallowed her saliva, and the sound of Zhou Peng's screams came from the living room. Zhang Yi felt pleased and wished he could see their miserable state. Wang Min said, Zhang, everyone is struggling to survive, and there's that bully Qinjiang Hao causing harm. Leaving a line for others may be useful for us in the future. If you lend us the medicine this time, I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and repay you. Zhang Yi disdainfully said, Kindness? Do you think I'm an idiot? Those guys were injured by me, and one of them died right at my door. No matter what I do, this grudge is unresolvable. Helping you means waiting for you to take revenge on me later? That's laughable. Wang Min wanted to explain, we're not that kind of people. Enough. It's really pointless. Zhang Yi said, clicking his tongue. Whether you are that kind of person or not is not important to me. What matters is that I don't believe you are that kind of person. So I won't save you. Save those who want to harm themselves? That's pure saintly behavior. No matter how eloquently the other party speaks, Zhang Yi would not waver. Seeing that Zhang Yi was unyielding, the group became anxious. Wang Min's eyebrows furrowed. Zhang Yi, you must not push us to desperation. If you insist on our deaths, we don't know what we might do. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi scoffed. Haven't you all done everything you could do? If you had the ability, you would have broken into my house, killed me, and taken everything from me. I'm not easily scared. This trick won't work on me. Fan Yuqing snatched the phone and tearfully said to Zhang, Zhang Yi, do we really have to reach this point? We used to get along so well. Why can't we let go of our grievances and start over? I've always had feelings for you. At that moment, Zhou Peng next door was biting a towel during surgery. Upon hearing this, his eyes nearly popped out, and he cried even more. Zhang Yi admired Fan Yuqing's audacity. Her face was thicker than a city wall corner. But it was no surprise. In this environment, Zhang Yi was like a wealthy tycoon. Gold diggers were skilled at clinging to tycoons. Suddenly, an evil thought arose in Zhang Yi's mind. He knew others were nearby, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, Hey, Yuqing, actually, I still have feelings for you. It's just that you hurt me too deeply back then, and I can't let it go. This sentence was like a match that ignited Fan Yuqing's glimmer of hope. Ignoring the angry glances from the others, she excitedly trembled and said, Zhang Yi, I knew you still loved me. You're so silly. The person I like the most is you. Those past things were just to test you. Oh, you're such a blockhead. Why don't you understand my feelings? Nearby, Wang Min and the others felt nauseated, while Zhou Peng was so angry he nearly passed out. However, everyone thought if Fan Yuqing really got together with Zhang Yi, they might get a chance to access his house and supplies, so they remained silent. Zhang Yi, let me move into your house. From now on, I'll be your woman. Whatever you want me to do, I'll listen to you. Okay. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Sure. Fan Yuqing jumped up excitedly, more thrilled than if she had drunk soy milk. Lin Kaining impatiently said, Take me with you. Take me with you? Fan Yuqing shot her a cold glance, secretly laughing. Zhang Yi's cold voice came from the phone again. But, Yuqing, I only love you, so I can only accept you coming over. As for those other people, it's best for you to keep your distance. The environment is so difficult now. We shouldn't let a group of people drag us down, right? As soon as he said this, everyone present changed color. They had originally hoped that if Fan Yuqing hooked up with Zhang Yi, they could all benefit. But now it seemed Zhang Yi wanted to cut ties with them. Fan Yuqing was extremely excited and completely ignored the people beside her. She nodded vigorously, saying, Okay, I'll do whatever you say, brother. I'll listen to you. Then you should come over now. Don't worry about the others. Okay. I'll be right there, brother. Wait for me. Fan Yuqing's excited little face was flushed, thinking that she could escape her hellish life. She forgot everything else and ran towards the door. Wang Min and the others' anger had reached its peak. Seeing Fan Yuqing really about to abandon them and go to Zhang, Lin Kaining reached out and grabbed her. Fan Yuqing turned back and roared with a twisted expression. Get away from me. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I've had enough of this life. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min's heavy slap landed hard on her face. You shameless bitch. You caused us so much suffering, and now you want to leave? Not a chance. Chapter 51 No more. Just wait for infection. Wang Min and the others are furious right now. It was you, Fan Yuqing, who came over back then to lure us into attacking the Zhang Yi family. As a result, now we have the dead and the injured. And you want to abandon everyone and go enjoy life by yourself? No way. Zhou Peng, who was performing surgery, was even more furious when he heard Fan Yuqing wanted to find Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how can you do this to me? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi the most? Do you remember you said you wanted to be my woman? Fan Yuqing was slapped by Wang Min. Covering her face, but gritting her teeth, she stubbornly said, Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Being with you all is just temporary. Once we exhaust our supplies, won't we just be waiting to die? Zhang Yi's home is so comfortable, with food and drink, and no need to suffer from the cold. What is wrong with me going over to him? She looked at Zhou Peng, whose face was filled with pain, with an expression that said, "You should understand me. Zhou Peng, you are a good person and have always treated me well in the past. However, to love someone means to hope for her happiness, right? Even though you have helped me before, you shouldn't stop me from pursuing a better life. Can you give me more than Zhang Yi can?" Zhou Peng's face turned pale, stuttering and unsure how to refute her. Zhou Kuo frowned and said to him, "Don't move. Otherwise, if you cut an artery, you're dead." Wang Min became anxious and hurried over to hold Zhou Peng down. "Cousin, don't get so angry over this shameless woman. Your life is more important." She took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing. "Fang Yuqing, if you want to leave, we want to stop you. But only if Zhang Yi brings the medicine to exchange." Lin Canning blocked the door, also holding her head high. "Fang Yuqing, if you want to leave, let us leave together." Fang Yuqing glared at them resentfully and could only helplessly say to Zhang, "Brother Zhang, you heard them. They want to let me go. Why don't you just give them some medicine?" Zhang Yi was in the kitchen watching the show. Hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Medicine is very precious. How can I trust that they aren't lying to me? They might even be using you to threaten me and keep asking me for things." "Jing'er, we can't be fooled." Since it was on speakerphone, everyone could hear the conversation clearly. Zhou Peng was still shouting excitedly, "Yuqing, don't believe him. He is just playing you." "That's right. Outsiders think so. But the one involved is confused, and under such circumstances, Fang Yuqing's mental state had long been a bit abnormal." Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it like a drowning person grabbing a straw. Even if she rationally understood that it wouldn't save her, she held on tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, Brother Zhang Yi, you're right." After saying that, she crazily rushed towards Lin Canning, shouting, "Stinky woman, get out of my way. Don't block me." The two women immediately started fighting. In order to go to Zhang Yi's house, Fang Yuqing completely lost her mind. Fighting with red eyes, she desperately pulled Lin Canning's hair and bit her arm. Lin Canning felt the pain and also went mad, fighting back. The two of them fell to the ground like two crazy women. Wang Min couldn't watch any longer. There were still several patients undergoing surgery, and if they kept fighting, it might affect the operation. So she also joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Canning, and after a hard struggle, they finally subdued the frenzied Fang Yuqing. "Ah, let go of me. Let me go, let me go." Fang Yuqing screamed at the top of her lungs, looking like she had gone mad. Wang Min frowned, raised her hand, and slapped her face back and forth, landing 6 or 7 slaps. Fang Yuqing was stunned by the blows and finally calmed down. Wang Min coldly snorted, "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone, went to the side, and called Zhang Yi. "Hello, Zhang Yi. Right now, Fang Yuqing is in our hands. If you really want to save her, bring the medicine to exchange." Zhang Yi shuruk. "There are too many of you. I'm scared. What if you take the opportunity to kill me?" "So, Yuqing, even though your brother really wants to live with you, they won't allow it. Don't blame your brother." Zhang Yi deliberately spoke loudly. This was naturally heard by Fang Yuqing. She let out a painful scream, her eyes filled with malice as she looked at Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi timely hung up the phone, revealing a wicked smile. The cruelest thing in this world is to give a glimmer of hope to someone in despair, only to make them forever unable to reach it. He certainly wouldn't let that green tea white lotus in. He just wanted to disgust those people. At worst, they could kill Fang Yuqing. On Fang Yuqing's side, after howling for a long time, she finally broke down into a cry of grievance. But she didn't hate Zhang. She hated Zhou Peng, Wang Min, and the others. She felt that if it weren't for Zhou Peng and Wang Min stopping her, she would already be in Zhang Yi's house, enjoying exquisite food and the warmth of the fireplace. Wang Min sneered at Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Lin Canning, whose performance had pleased her. At least she wasn't in cahoots with Fang Yuqing. What a good best friend, selling each other out in times of trouble. You saw it too. This woman only thinks of herself and doesn't consider anyone else at all. If you want to continue staying in our team, you need to watch her closely. Don't let her escape." Wang Min coldly told Lin Canning. Lin Canning nodded vigorously. "Sister Wang, I will definitely listen to you. She glanced at the crying Fong Yuqing on the floor, her eyes filled with hatred, and said word by word, "I will never let her run away. If we have to suffer, we all suffer together. Why should you enjoy it alone?" In the living room, Zhou Ku'er performed simple surgeries on the three of them. Due to the lack of disinfection and anesthesia, she could only quickly pull out the rusty tetanus arrows and use gauze to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a cotton ball for disinfection, as the weather was too cold and the medical alcohol had frozen. The only good news was that the low temperature prevented them from passing out from pain. But the downsides were very obvious. Under such extreme low temperatures, the body could easily die. After Zhou Ku'er finished the surgery and wiped the blood off her hands, she closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, "This is just a temporary fix. Without medicine, there is a high possibility of infection later. So you need to be psychologically prepared." Wang Min and the others' eyes were filled with helplessness. Zhang Yi refused to help them. How could they get the medicine? Chapter 52. Wealth exposed. Zhou Ku'er reached out her hand to Wang Min naturally. She couldn't help for free. Wang Min understood the rules and took out a pack of biscuits to hand to her. Although it wasn't much, if she rationed it, it would be enough for her to eat for 2 days. Zhou Ku'er was somewhat satisfied and then left. After Zhou Ku'er left, the atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. The pain from the wounds was still throbbing, causing the 3 men lying on the sofa to wrap themselves tightly in their blankets, unwilling to move. Zhou Peng looked at Fong Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sorrow. As for the others, their gazes toward her were filled with hostility. Sun Jichao took a deep breath and said, "We can't just wait to die. We must get medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wound gets infected, we will all die a terrible death." He looked at Wang Min and Lin Caning and said solemnly, "You should understand that it's very hard to survive in this apocalypse without a man to protect you." Wang Min and Lin Caning's expressions were not good. They understood that what Sun Jichao said was true. Otherwise, Wang Min wouldn't have chosen to team up with them in the first place. But we have no way to deal with Zhang Yi. Wang Min took a deep breath, her face full of helplessness. They had failed even in a strong attack, losing both men and resources. What other good plans could they have? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the pain in his body making him reckless. "I actually have a plan that we can try." Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Sun Jichao. "What plan?" "As long as there is hope, we have to try." "Yes, dragging this out is just waiting to die. It's better to take a gamble." Sun Jichao said, "Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, which means he has stockpiled a lot of fuel. Plus, from his videos, the food looks very plentiful. Currently, only a few of us know this information. However, it's clear that we can't break into Zhang Yi's house by ourselves. Instead, we should leak this information and let everyone in the entire apartment building know." Sun Jichao's eyes were as venomous as a cobra. "If we can't handle him, can't a few hundred people? Not to mention there's a mad dog like Chen Jianghao, who has a gun. That group of people is ruthless and willing to kill. They will definitely go after Zhang Yi. When the time comes, we just need some medicine and food. It shouldn't be a problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyang excitedly said, "This idea is good. I agree." The others didn't hesitate long and nodded in agreement. After all, they had no better options at the moment. However, Fong Yuqing suddenly shouted at everyone, "You are all so shameless. How can you do this? I will have to live with Zhang Yi in the future. If you destroy him, what will I do?" Wang Min coldly slapped her hard, and at this moment, Fong Yuqing's face swelled up like a pig's head. Wang Min grabbed her hair and dragged her to the bedroom amidst Fong Yuqing's screams. Then Wang Min shouted to Zhou Peng, "Come here and take care of her for me." Zhou Peng's arm was injured, but the injury wasn't too severe. After all, Zhang Yi hadn't aimed for a vital part. He wanted these people to die from infection. Therefore, Zhou Peng, who had removed the arrow, was still able to move. Zhou Peng was taken aback by Wang Min's words and hesitantly said, "Cousin, isn't this bad? I really like her. How can I hurt her?" Fong Yuqing was trembling on the bed, begging for mercy. "No, you can't do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you love me the most?" Wang Min spat, disdainfully saying, "You little vixen, causing us so much suffering. Just letting you sleep with my cousin is already a favor." She said to Zhou Peng, "Silly brother, don't be confused. This kind of woman is very cheap. She probably doesn't even know how many people she has slept with. To put it bluntly, don't you just want to sleep with her? This time, I'll give you a chance to fulfill your wish. Let's see how she will deceive you in the future. Being a woman, Wang Min knew very well how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng slept with her once, Zhou Peng's novelty towards her would not be so deep. Zhou Peng roared and rushed into the bedroom, but instead, he pushed Wang Min away. Don't say that about her. Yuqing and I are true love. I will never force her, Zhou Peng said defiantly. Wang Min glared at him, pointing at Zhou Peng, so angry she couldn't speak. You useless lapdog. She had underestimated the loyalty of a lapdog. Zhou Peng said, no, I'm not a lapdog. Yuqing is a woman who truly cares for me. I believe that as long as I wait patiently, one day she will realize I'm the best man for her, Zhou Peng said, turning back to Fang Yuqing with a self-satisfied smile. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He remembered when he first arrived in this city, young and unfamiliar with the place. With only a middle school education, he was looked down upon by many around him. Only Fang Yuqing had given him a warm smile and even kindly asked Zhou Peng to help her move things. In his lonely and desolate moments, Fang Yuqing had given him the chance to invite her to dinner. That feeling of being trusted had always warmed Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather hurt himself than harm Fang Yuqing. Even though Fang Yuqing had just said such things, he felt it was Zhang Yi's fault. Fang Yuqing was just deceived by him. That's right. As long as he patiently waited, Fang Yuqing would eventually understand that he was the best man for her. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng's foolish grin and felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Although letting him in a little wasn't a big deal. She had always looked down on this guy and still felt disgusted. The others in the room were speechless at Zhou Peng's lapdog behavior. However, now everyone's thoughts were on uniting the entire apartment building to deal with Zhang Yi, so they ignored Zhou Peng for the time being. Wang Min and the others decided to leak the information about the abundant resources in Zhang Yi's house to everyone. With everyone's strength, they would break into Zhang Yi's house. Only then could they snatch the medicine and save Sun Jichao and the others. So, Wang Min posted the videos and photos of Zhang Yi from before in the previous owner group. The reason for posting in this group was naturally to let Xin Zhenghao see it too. Wang Min, dear neighbors, I just realized that some people are living such a happy life at home. This selfish behavior is simply shameless. The video was filmed in the past few days at Zhang Yi's house. Think about what kind of days we have been living recently, and what kind of life he is living. Is this fair? Let us discuss how we should handle this matter. Usually, this group barely had anyone speaking. Only Chen Zhenghao occasionally threatened the neighbors. So, when Wang Min posted so many videos and pictures, it immediately caught everyone's attention. Neighbors began to click on the videos to watch. As a result, when they saw the beautiful life in the videos, everyone was almost driven crazy with excitement. They're actually wearing pajamas in the house. Our house is over -70 degrees. How are they keeping warm? They have lights on at night. Where do they get the electricity? Is this really a video filmed recently? Isn't it from the past? Some people raised doubts. There was nothing they could do. Everyone was enduring hunger and cold, and it was hard to imagine that someone could enjoy hot, delicious meals and live in a warm and comfortable house. Chapter 53. The neighbors madly plead with Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately said, I can assure everyone that these videos were shot recently. Zhang Yi's home has long been stocked with various supplies, whether food or fuel. So his current life is like heaven. Lin Kaining also spoke up. Yes, I can prove it. I helped him when he went to the supermarket to buy things. His family bought a lot of supplies later. Had you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words triggered many people's memories. That's right. Zhang Yi's house was filled with trucks and small vehicles back then. I didn't even know what he was planning. Did he know in advance that there would be a snow disaster? That's just too shameless. He didn't even tell us. Zhang Yi is simply inhuman. How can he do such an immoral thing? We've all been neighbors and lived together for so many years. He's too selfish. Everyone was indignant, attributing all their current suffering to Zhang Yi. However, they did not consider that even if Zhang Yi had told them the apocalypse was coming, would they have believed him? Of course, they didn't think about that. They just felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Someone immediately said, Zhang Yi must be held responsible for this. Yes. Why should we suffer so badly while he enjoys a good life all by himself? His family has so much food and resources. He must share some with us. If we can't live well, he should bear the main responsibility. All the neighbors were enraged. They could not tolerate the situation. If everyone was suffering miserably, it'd be one thing. But why should they live in such dire conditions while he alone enjoys comfort? No way. If we die, we all die together. Chun Jinghao and others also saw the videos in the group. Chun Jinghao's eyes turned red immediately. Zhang Yi, you bastard. How can you live so comfortably? One of Chun Jinghao's legs was already crippled, all thanks to Zhang Yi. So among the entire building, the person he hated the most was Zhang Yi. He didn't attack him later because, first, Zhang Yi's house was hard to break into. He had suffered losses before and wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Second, he had no idea Zhang Yi had so many resources. Otherwise, even if it cost him his life, he would have continued to attack Zhang Yi's home. In the group, the chat records quickly exceeded 100. Many people began to tag Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering so much now, about to freeze and starve. You have so much food and fuel for the fireplace. Share some with us. Exactly. Everyone will remember your kindness. I hope you don't forget your humanity. Zhang Yi, we've been neighbors for many years. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhang Ge, I'm Aunt Wong from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 green onions before. With our good relationship, you have to give us some supplies. Zhang Ge, I'm your brother Lu and Xiang. We're practically brothers. How about I move in with you? The situation is so dangerous now. I'll come protect you. There were those who morally pressured him, those who begged, and those who reasoned. All sorts of people came with one central idea, to make Zhang Yi share all the supplies from his home with them. Messages kept popping up, and Zhang Yi naturally saw them. Everyone in the group was demanding that he share resources, but Zhang Yi just watched coldly, not rushing to say anything. He wanted to see just how interesting these people's true faces were. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi, I'm the head of the community committee in our neighborhood. She promoted herself. Hilarious. And I'm also an elder in this building. I have the final say. Bring those supplies here, and I'll distribute them to everyone. Mom Xieli Mei, Zhang Yi, my baby and I are about to starve. Didn't you once say our baby was cute? Please save us. I can let my child recognize you as a godfather. Even if you have other demands, that's fine. Rich second generation, Su Hao. Zhang, as long as you let me live in your house, I can give you all my assets. No, my father has died. Our family's assets worth over $1 billion will be yours. Zhang Yi watched the drama for a long time before slowly typing a single word. Oh, his one word instantly made everyone even more excited. Those who morally pressured him continued to do so, and those who begged continued to plead. After a long time, Zhang Yi casually asked, "Are we very familiar with each other? Why should we share our things with you?" At this moment, everyone was on the brink of despair. In fact, reasoning with them was completely meaningless. As long as they could survive, they would abandon all moral boundaries of humanity. Zhang Yi also knew that he had no intention of reasoning with these people. He was simply toying with them. His gaze became somewhat sinister, and at that moment, the crazy neighbors reminded him of a scene from his past life. Once, out of goodwill, he opened his door to them. Then, these neighbors rushed into his home, gave him an axe, and before he died, they eagerly dismembered him and ate him. He wanted revenge, so he was going to thoroughly toy with these pitiful yet detestable insects. Someone in the group immediately became furious. Zhang Yi, are you speaking human words? We've been neighbors for so many years. ISNT, it's supposed to be about helping each other? What is the meaning of you living alone? Young people shouldn't only think about their own comfort. You should understand the importance of giving. If you hadn't hidden the news and hoarded supplies secretly, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, everyone is suffering so much now. It's all your fault, and you must atone. Zhang, yo. Then what? A large group of people below continued to plead and threaten, cursing. They were like passengers on a sinking ship, falling into the icy waters of the North Atlantic, surrounded by sharks. But at this moment, they spotted a small fishing boat nearby. The boatman was leisurely enjoying hot pot and singing, leisurely paddling past them. So they swam desperately towards the boat, hoping the boatman would pull them aboard. The closer they were to despair and hope, the more their mentality began to collapse, and their true faces became even more twisted. Zhang Yi looked at their distorted appearances. smiling as he took out a bottle of top-tier Australian yellow kangaroo tail from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet in the alternate space, and also took out a portion of top-grade French foie gras. Red wine paired with foie gras is a perfect match. The bitterness of the foie gras and the astringency of the red wine tannins blend together to enhance the flavor, allowing even those unaccustomed to the taste of red wine to savor its deliciousness. As Zhang Yi ate foie gras and drank red wine, he watched the neighbor's spectacular performance. Some even sent him private messages, and there were those who called him. Zhang Yi took great interest in opening them one by one. Mon ji di me, Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. Just let me live in your house, and you can do whatever you want with me. College student Zhang Yu. Zhang Yi, I'm still young. I don't want to die. You can have me. Just give me something to eat. There are also many female residents sending private messages, many of whom had husbands. They understood the current market situation well and knew that money would not be able to sway Zhang Yi. Therefore, they all proposed to exchange their bodies for Zhang Yi's protection, hoping to at least get some food in return. Chapter 54. Zhou, what is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the news from those female homeowners? He merely considers them as some interesting little essays to read, and he can't even be bothered to reply. Of course, a few bold ones directly sent him private selfies. Zhang Yi glanced at them casually, showing no particular interest. Mainly, these women were overly confident. While a few looked decent, most were mediocre in appearance. They weren't like the female streamers on certain apps, who have practiced how to twist their waists and shake their hips, offering little to see. Are you testing men with this? Which man can't resist such a test? As for the selfishness of some male residents, it was even simpler. They either called him brother, big brother, or little brother, then asked Zhang Yi for a favor. Or there were some old men who morally blackmailed him, demanding he take care of them. The most disgusting was one gay guy. As for his requests, Zhang Yi didn't want to discuss it. After looking around, Zhang Yi felt bored. He found a phone holder, placed his phone in front of him, and hoped for some innovative ideas to appear. Then he lay on the sofa, sipping red wine, eating foie gras, while enjoying the beautiful snow outside. Half a month had passed, and the snow outside still hadn't stopped. The entire city was completely covered in snow. According to Zhang Yi's memory, this snow would last for a month, submerging everything below the fourth floor. As for how much longer it would continue to fall, he wasn't sure. However, he indeed had no need to go out. Going out was for seeking hope for survival, but now no one knew where one could live except for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, lazily muttering to himself. Staying at home every day is quite boring. Maybe I should find time to go out? Once the people in this building were mostly dead, he could go out for a stroll. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered that there were a few snowmobiles in his warehouse. They were originally meant to be transported to a nearby city for a man-made ice and snow park. This way, even if there were 10 meters of snow outside, he still had a way to get out. Although he couldn't leave this room right now with this method, he could go out for some fresh air in the future under safe conditions. Zhang Yi felt a bit tempted. Staying at home all the time could be boring. Going out to relax wasn't a bad idea. He had a national-level cold-resistant suit and a snowmobile, so he wasn't afraid even in minus 60 or 70 degrees. Zhang Yi continued to browse through the messages from his neighbors in boredom. Among these people, there was one message that caught his attention. Zhou had sent a message, not asking for pity or sending private photos, but calmly hoping to trade with Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine are running low. I hope you can provide some help, and in return, I can offer you medical assistance. Zhang Yi quickly recalled her appearance. She was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City, 26 years old, tall, and slender, at least 175 centimeters. What left the deepest impression on Zhang Yi was not her cool and seductive face, but her proud figure with 36D breasts. Especially in winter, when she wore a black sweater, her appearance was so striking that every time they met in the elevator, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a second glance. As expected of a doctor, she was very rational. She didn't try to elicit sympathy or beg for charity, but wanted to trade instead, right? Zhang Yi appreciated Zhou's attitude. In this apocalypse, only valuable people had the right to survive. Zhou demonstrated her worth, which was her superb medical skills. After all, it was impossible to work at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City without certain abilities. In the apocalypse, medical skills were also a very important asset. Although Zhang Yi had stocked up on many medicines and had been studying this area during this time, he hadn't become arrogant enough to think he could handle all diseases. If he had a doctor by his side, it would undoubtedly provide significant assurance for his survival in the future. The most critical point was that Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou Kuer's character. In his previous life, she had died because she gave food to Xieli Mei. Whether it was complete despair or genuine kindness, at the very least, Zhang Yi saw the brilliance of humanity in her. Zhang Yi rested his left hand on his thigh, adjusted his position, and propped his chin with his other hand, muttering to himself, "Why not keep her around to take care of me and my good brothers?" Although he was living quite comfortably now, his brothers were having a tough time, which was a problem. Zhang Yi was a young man full of vigor, and he wouldn't shy away from such matters. Moreover, in an apocalypse where morals and laws had collapsed, humans didn't need to live too repressively. They should face their desires honestly. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi suddenly burst out laughing. He patted the armrest and said, "I'm quite tempted, but it's a pity, just a pity." He looked up at the ceiling and said leisurely, "You see, I'm really afraid of dying. Although Zhou Kuer is a choice worth considering. Without 100% control over her, I can't let her in. Sai, let's just see how it goes. There will definitely be more survivors in the future. With such good conditions, how could I worry about not finding a good doctor or a good woman?" Zhang Yi was quite open-minded, as expected from a man who had died once. He replied to Zhou Kuer, "I'm currently very healthy, and there's no need for a doctor. However, I do have plenty of medicine at home, and food is even less of a concern. If you want to trade, at least bring something useful to me now. No matter how beautiful or talented you are as a doctor, you can't expect to get something for nothing from me. When have I, Lao Zhang, ever made a losing deal?" There was a long silence on the other end before Zhou Kuer finally replied, "Can this be considered as a prepayment for the consultation? I really can't hold on any longer." Zhou Kuer's tone carried hesitation and a hint of shame. It was clear that if she didn't have any other options, she wouldn't easily beg a man she wasn't very familiar with. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, "I can provide you with food and medicine, but you also have to help me with one thing." "What thing?" Zhou Kuer asked. Zhang Yi replied, "These neighbors are probably going to come after me. If you know what they plan to do, just let me know." Zhang Yi knew that these crazy neighbors would definitely come to attack his house, but he wasn't afraid. When he built this steel fortress, he spent so much money and personally selected many functions. The purpose was to wait for this day to come. At this moment, his home was like a war fortress with slightly weaker firepower. Even a group of armed soldiers wouldn't be able to break in without heavy weapons, let alone these half-dead neighbors who had been starving and freezing for half a month. He proposed such conditions just to find an excuse for Zhou Kuer. Moreover, having an insider could provide an extra layer of security and allow him to prepare early. Chapter 55. The neighbors attack Zhang Yi after hesitating for a long time. Zhou Kuer finally agreed. Her morals and conscience did not allow her to be a despicable person. However, the neighbor's decision to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy was even worse in her eyes. So she chose to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, "All right, I need to see your useful information first, and then I will give you what you want. After that, it's up to your performance." So Hoarded, okay, you understand. She was a kind-hearted woman, but definitely not foolish. She wouldn't naively ask Zhang Yi for unconditional help. Their conversation ended there. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat, where messages were still pouring in, with people tagging him, morally blackmailing and threatening him. "Zhang Yi, where have you been? Give us an answer. Are you going to hand over the supplies in your possession or not?" Some people were already becoming impatient. A cold smile crept onto Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed they were planning to storm his home. "Go eat shit," Zhang Yi replied with a laugh. Immediately, the group erupted in a torrent of insults, spewing all sorts of vile words. Zhang Yi didn't care. "If you have the guts, come over." He had already tried killing someone with his own hands and felt no guilt, so he didn't mind killing a few more. "All right, Zhang Yi, this is what you brought upon yourself. Don't say we didn't give you a chance, you selfish and despicable little man. From now on, all consequences will be your own to bear." The insults gradually faded. It was easy to guess that they had likely created a separate group, just like they did with Chun Jinghao, to discuss how to attack Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. a hint of tension and excitement flashing in his eyes, so much so that his body began to tremble slightly, even though he knew his home was an impregnable fortress. Facing an attack from over 100 people would naturally make anyone tense. But that feeling of excitement ignited the blood boiling in his veins. He had long wanted to teach those bastards who had shared his resources a good lesson. A glint of white light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as his weapons quickly appeared in the living room. 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade compound bows, more than 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. There were also 2 large boxes of steel balls, a mountain knife, a 1.2-meter pry bar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All the weapons were laid out on the table, perfect tools for killing. In addition to these physical weapons, there was also pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a large number of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails made from bottles, rags, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze was cold and piercing. Let as many come as they want. Just as Zhang Yi expected, when the neighbors realized that he wouldn't hand over the supplies in his home, they all became furious. Sun Jichao set up a new group chat and pulled in all the living owners except Zhang Yi. They even added Chen Jinghao to the group. When everyone saw Chen Jinghao, they felt a chill run down their spines. However, Chen Jinghao took the initiative to say, "Everyone, our primary goal now is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his home are probably more than the total of all ours. As long as we bring him down, we can obtain a large amount of supplies. So don't worry, I won't harm anyone else right now. But I want half of the supplies we get from this operation." Having suffered losses at Zhang Yi's hands, Chen Jinghao knew that Zhang Yi's defenses were solid and that he had crossbows. Therefore, he didn't dare to attack on his own and planned to leave the cannon fodder in the building to join him. He thought that with over 100 people, they could surely break through Zhang Yi's defenses. How many weapons can Zhang Yi have? How many people can he shoot dead? With over 100 people in the building, and only 6 of us, yet he wants half of the supplies. But no one felt it was unfair. Instead, they thought Chen Jinghao was a good person. He clearly has a gun, but is still willing to share half with us. What a great guy. Sun Jichao said, "Yes, everyone should temporarily set aside past grievances. Our primary goal is to break into Zhang Yi's home and retrieve the supplies that belong to the group." With these 2 leading the charge, the others naturally responded enthusiastically. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's living conditions, their eyes turned red with jealousy, eager to take down Zhang Yi and enjoy the life he currently had. Weapons in hand, follow me. Kill Zhang Yi, seize the supplies. Beat that shameless, selfish bastard to death. The crowd roared with fury. Only a few people remained silent, like Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke. The others, even those who had a decent relationship with Zhang Yi or had received his kindness, pushed those thoughts aside. Nothing was more important than staying alive, to survive. They were willing to abandon all ethics and morals. Zhang Yi was at home, cleaning his gun. He was familiar with this thing, having used it often at the shooting club. Moreover, in the month before the apocalypse, he had intensified his training. He felt no pressure when hitting targets at close range. Just then, Zhou Ke sent a message. "They're planning to come to your house." After seeing it, Zhang Yi replied with a simple, "Oh, got it." Zhou Ke sat on her sofa, looking at Zhang Yi's calm reply, and couldn't help but furrow her brow. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around her and tucked her snow-white feet in. "They must have gone to every household. They've seen your video and have gone crazy. Don't you want to think of a way?" Zhou Ke felt that the most rational course of action at this time was to hand over a portion of the supplies to quell everyone's anger. Otherwise, a single person, no matter how capable, could not possibly stand against so many. Over 100 people could easily tear down a house. Zhang Yi smiled, not explaining too much. He simply said, "Remember, you must not come over this time. I will only remind you once. Then just wait and see the show." Zhu Kai found it, her eyes full of curiosity. She couldn't understand where Zhang Yi got the confidence to take on over 100 people in the building by himself. This was no joke. If his door was breached, the frenzied crowd would surely take his life. Could it be that he's a madman? Zhou Ke murmured. However, this was Zhang Yi's own choice, and she had no way to intervene. But she did follow Zhang Yi's advice and did not join the group attacking Zhang Yi's home. She had her moral bottom line and would not partake in consuming the blood-soaked buns of others, whether it was Zhang Yi's or the neighbors. Chapter 56. Strong Assault. Zhang Yi sat at home, quietly waiting for those crazy neighbors to come. His expression was serious, and in front of him lay a large pile of weapons. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the gatekeeper. "Xiao Zhang, you better run. They are coming for you with weapons." Zhang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. It's rare to find good people in this world. He smiled and replied, "Uncle Yu, don't worry, I can handle it." Uncle Yu was silent for a moment, seemingly understanding that at this point, there was nowhere to run. Resistance was the only option. He said, "Xiao Zhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you this time." Uncle Yu felt very ashamed. He had actually benefited from Zhang Yi's kindness. When Zhang Yi reminded him to stock up on supplies, he managed to gather a lot of instant noodles and ham sausages at home. Now, he was living reasonably well. However, seeing Zhang Yi about to be besieged by so many people, he felt helpless. Zhang Yi calmly said, "Your choice not to join them already shows your kindness. It's fine. You don't need to worry about me." Uncle Yu's choice was the wisest. If he rushed over to help Zhang Yi now, he would probably be cut down by the over 100 homeowners. After a brief chat with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi, being cautious, did not reveal any details about his home. One must always be on guard. No matter who the other party is, he would never fully trust anyone. Soon, Zhang Yi felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble slightly. A rumbling sound came from outside. "They're here," Zhang Yi said calmly. He knew that it was the sound of hundreds of people rushing up the stairs. However, Zhang Yi lived on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of order, these people rushing up the stairs would surely be exhausted. Of course, the people coming were not just from downstairs. At the very least, Zhang Yi saw through the large screen monitoring the entire building that his neighbor from 2402 was also coming out with a kitchen knife and a wrench. Next door was a young couple. The woman was hiding behind the man, clutching a kitchen knife. Their eyes glinted with jealousy as they stared at Zhang Yi's door. Surely, upon discovering that their neighbor had been living a life of paradise for the past month, their hearts were filled with envy. The crowd surged in, blocking the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's door completely. A few people held umbrellas over their heads to prevent Zhang Yi from pouring cold water on them. Before long, someone couldn't help but rush forward to smash the door. Bang! 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 "Zhang Yi, get out here. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait until we rush in. Otherwise, it will be too late." Through the monitor, Zhang Yi did not see Sun Jichao and the others. Nor did he see Chen Zhenghao. The actions of those banging on the door confirmed to him that Sun Jichao and Chen Zhenghao had not informed them of the actual situation in his home. In other words, their goal was to use the other neighbors as cannon fodder, to first endure Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows and high-voltage electric attacks. Zhang Yi was not polite with them. After all, he had plenty of energy and was not short on electricity. He directly activated the high-voltage button. The young man who had just been angrily banging on the door was immediately struck by the electric current, his face contorting in pain. The most terrifying part was that, due to the crowd of over 100 people crowding together, the entire hallway was packed with people. Therefore, when he was electrocuted, a large group behind him was also shocked. "Ah, it's high voltage, get back." The people behind him, as if bitten by a tiger, hurriedly tried to pull away. If it weren't for the heavy clothing they were wearing, they wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Everyone was jolted by the high voltage, their muscles twitching in pain. The person banging on the door and the 7 or 8 people beside him fared the worst. They had no chance to flee and were directly electrocuted. Their bodies char black. Others looked at them in horror, but no one dared to go and help. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Yi cut off the current. 9 people fell to the ground, smoke rising from their bodies, and the air filled with the smell of burnt flesh and charred clothing. Bang! The 9 of them collapsed to the ground, charred all over, unsure if they were dead or alive. But everyone understood that even if these people still had a breath left, they were as good as dead in the current situation. Everyone's eyes widened in terror as they stared at the scene before them. They never expected that so many would die at once and right in front of them. The expressions of those electrocuted were extremely grotesque, their eyes bulging. Several women in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and screamed, bending over to vomit. Unfortunately, they had nothing in their stomachs and could only spit out bile. Some people were filled with dread and wanted to escape. When they reached the stairs, They found that the hallway had been blocked by Chun Jinghao and his lackeys. "What do you want? Go back," Chun Jinghao said coldly, holding a gun. The hallway was the only escape route for them to flee back, and Chun Jinghao blocking it meant he wanted everyone to go and fight Zhang Yi. The more they died, the better it was for Chun Jinghao, as he could rightfully seize the resources in their hands. Sun Jichao and a few others, dragging their sick bodies, were also on the scene. They looked at the 9 corpses with a cold expression. Clearly, they had the same intention as Chun Jinghao. Sun Jichao saw that the crowd was fearful and shouted, "That damn Zhang Yi is simply a beast. He actually killed his neighbors. Brothers and sisters. We must kill Zhang Yi to avenge them. Don't be afraid, everyone. Use the wood to bang on the door. Just don't touch the door." He had no other means. He was already at his wit's end. As long as they broke down this door, there would be a warm furnace behind it and endless food waiting for them. Sun Jichao's motivational speech caused many people to redden their eyes. They had lived in hunger and cold for over half a month, and for a bite to eat and a moment of warmth, they were willing to pay any price. Soon, someone found a piece of wood, apparently taken from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, hit it. Open the door and kill that bastard Zhang Yi." A group of people, holding the wood, began to crazily bang on Zhang Yi's door. Bang, bang, bang. The violent impacts made the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table shake. However, Zhang Yi felt it was not enough excitement. He took out a large Sennheiser speaker from the alternate space, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite song Love while making love. While the people outside were desperately banging on the door, the classic hype song echoed inside, making them even angrier. "Zhang Yi, you are so arrogant. I will kill you soon. You must die today to pay for my brother's life." They lifted the wooden post and banged even harder. However, after dozens of hits, they sadly discovered that the door had not budged at all. With more than a dozen adult men exerting their strength together, they had the strength of over 1,000 pounds. Yet, only white marks and barely noticeable dents remained on that black iron door. The neighbors' hearts sank. What kind of door was this? How could it be so sturdy? At this rate, how long would it take to break down the door? Everyone was panting heavily. They were working in temperatures of over -70 degrees, and due to not having enough food, they simply lacked the strength. After this round, many people felt their legs go weak and had to rotate out. But at the current pace, it seemed they would exhaust themselves without any hope of breaking through. At this moment, a person walked over, stared at the door for a while, and then exclaimed, This is the vault's anti-theft door." This person worked at the bank, and upon closer inspection, immediately noticed something unusual. The people around, upon hearing this, felt even more desperate. So this thing can't be broken through? The bank staff bitterly shook their heads. Don't even mention using wood to break it. With this top-tier anti-theft door, even if you used explosives, you wouldn't be able to blow it open. Without the key, only the world's top locksmiths would have a slight chance of opening it. At this moment, Zhang Yi, holding a crossbow, had already arrived at the shooting hole. Chapter 57. Heavy casualties watching the crowd outside chattering and discussing strategies. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to aim this time. Since they wanted his life, there was no need to be polite. Zhang Yi was not some saint. He raised the crossbow in his hand and began shooting. Soon, several people were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. Only then did the people outside realize the power of Zhang Yi's crossbow. He has weapons. Be careful. The surrounding people screamed in fear and hurriedly tried to scatter. However, the passage was so narrow, with hundreds of people crammed together, that they couldn't move at all. In their panic, they tripped over each other and fell in a large heap. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was unfazed, focusing intently on his work. The whistling of the arrows sounded like a death knell, particularly terrifying. This made the others even more afraid, and they desperately squeezed into the staircase. Some people fell to the ground and didn't have time to get up before being trampled. Cries of agony were heard everywhere. Chun Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs with a gun, aiming at those trying to escape. "What are you afraid of? It's just one person, all of you. Charge!" Chun Jinghao's cold gaze and the dark muzzle of his gun scared off those wanting to flee. His goal was to use them as cannon fodder to exhaust Zhang Yi's defenses, so he certainly wouldn't let them escape. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and others stayed far back. Avoiding the arrows, Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely packed crowd, almost none missed. This caused the neighbors great suffering. However, the potential of the neighbors in a desperate situation was still strong. Someone immediately noticed the shooting hole's location and said, "There's a hole above the door. He's shooting from there. We just need to block it." Instantly, someone raised a mop and broom to block the shooting hole. Others tried to throw things into Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi remained calm and quickly closed and locked the iron door behind the shooting hole. This thing could only be opened from the inside. It was impervious from the outside. However, in this way, Zhang Yi had taken down dozens of combatants in one go. When the neighbors saw that Zhang Yi could no longer shoot, they finally snapped out of their panic. The ground was a mess, with many people injured by arrows. Some seriously. A few had been hit in vital areas and died on the spot. But when the neighbors saw the rusted tetanus arrows, their hearts sank. They knew that everyone who had been shot was unlikely to survive. Some people lost their loved ones and cried out loud, cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you damn dog thief, you despicable scoundrel. Come out if you have the guts. Face me one-on-one. You demon, I'll take you down. Zhang Yi, I will kill you." The only response to them was the booming music inside. Only after love do we understand how deep love is. Only after loss do we understand what to cherish. Outside, screams and curses rang out, while inside, the music continued, resembling Zhang Yi's provocation towards everyone. In fact, it was exactly that. After shooting dozens of crossbow bolts and feeling a bit sore in his hand, Zhang Yi went to the kitchen, took a bottle of cola from the fridge, and gulped it down. Refreshing. Zhang Yi watched the screen, continuing to monitor the movements of the crowd outside. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Yi's front door was as solid as a fortress and unbreakable, the neighbors felt both anxious and desperate. What to do now? Just then, Sun Jichao shouted, "Everyone don't panic. I have a plan." The crowd turned to look, and Sun Jichao, clutching his injured leg, struggled to walk over. He pointed to the wall of Zhang Yi's house and smiled. "Their door is made of alloy. We can't break it. But this wall is made of bricks and cement, right? I don't believe we can't smash it." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with intelligence. Right? Why didn't I think of that? If we can't break the door, we can break the wall. With so many of us, it won't take long to smash this wall down. Zhang Yi, you dog thief, you definitely didn't expect we had this plan. Inside the house, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow when he saw the neighbors suddenly cheering. The music was too loud. He couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and planned to watch the changes. No matter how many tricks they had, he wasn't afraid. They couldn't have more than him. After a month of hard work, he had built such an indestructible fortress. If they could easily break it, then Zhang Yi would deserve to die. These people had come with tools. So they quickly lined up in front of Zhang Yi's outer wall, swinging their hammers and axes to start smashing. Bang! A big man used all his strength to swing the hammer hard against the wall. Instantly, cracks appeared and white dust fell. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes were filled with excitement, thinking they had found the breakthrough point in Zhang Yi's house. They smashed even harder. However, when the big man lifted the hammer to strike again, a sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Ping! The man let out a scream, and the hammer fell to the ground. He staggered back and fell, and when the crowd looked, his hands were cut open with long gashes, blood flowing out rapidly, quickly freezing in the cold, looking particularly gruesome. What was going on? The crowd was puzzled. What kind of wall could withstand a big hammer's impact? Someone walked over, brushed aside the outer dust, and when he saw what was behind, he nearly dropped his jaw. This wall is made of steel too. The crowd was shocked and rushed over to check. Indeed, after peeling away a layer of white dust, heavy black metal appeared behind it. The material was identical to the door. One person couldn't help but shout to the sky, "Why is this happening? Who built a house with steel walls? I refuse to believe this house is made entirely of iron." Some people could no longer bear this despair and picked up their hammers to strike other areas. Several people worked together, hoping to find a flaw in the wall. But no matter which angle they approached, they ultimately found only the solid, heavy steel wall. In the living room, Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip. "Could you all think of problems that I couldn't? I'm sorry, but even the walls of my house are made of 20 centimeters thick steel. Not even a cannonball could break through. Why would I fear your rusty hammers and axes?" Zhang Yi's greatest strength was his fear of death, so he solved every conceivable problem. During the inspection, he checked every inch himself and struck it with a hammer to ensure he was at ease. After all, the psychological shadow from being broken into and devoured in his previous life was too great. He didn't want to experience that again. The knocking from outside continued, but Zhang Yi found it too noisy, so he activated the noise-canceling feature in the room. This was to prevent the outside people from using the noise to launch attacks. After about 20 minutes, the sound finally ceased completely. The owners of the entire building stared blankly at the massive metal wall in front of them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It felt like a cruel city wall, cutting off their hope of obtaining supplies. How could this happen? Why would someone build a house like this? A person covered their face and cried out in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, also expressed their sadness, saying, "I knew they were renovating, but I never expected it to turn out like this. There probably aren't many normal families in the world that would build a house like this." Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang had bloodshot eyes. If the people in the entire apartment building couldn't break into Zhang Yi's house today, they would have to wait to die. Sun Jichao bit his lip so hard that he didn't even notice he was bleeding. Zhang Yi, he must have known there would be a snow disaster. Everything he did was to protect himself. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's house and shouted angrily. The neighbors glanced at him, crying and cursing Zhang Yi in pain. That despicable person Zhang Yi only cares about living for himself, without considering all of us. If we all die, what meaning is there for you to live alone? If you're the only person left in the world, won't you feel lonely? One day, you will fall into endless regret and self-blame for not warning us, not helping us. Can you sleep at night? Don't you feel guilty? Some people, seeing they had no way to deal with Zhang Yi, began to comfort themselves with an AQ mentality. One day heaven will make you pay for this, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, you will definitely live with a troubled conscience for the rest of your life. Little did they know how happy Zhang Yi was living in his house. Why would he take these slightly familiar strangers seriously? Chun Jinghao had been supervising from the back with a gun. At this moment, seeing the fully metallic wall, he also felt the problem was tricky. Now, he was no longer interested in anyone else, only wanted to see Zhang Yi's house. What are you all so anxious about? This is just the beginning. Even if their walls are made of iron, what about the ceiling? What about the floor? I don't believe he made an iron box. Chun Jinghao said coldly to everyone. Zhang Yi heard Chun Jinghao's words through the surveillance and nodded in approval. This guy's brain is quite useful. He then sighed and shook his head, saying, "But unfortunately, I'm not stupid." After hearing Chun Jinghao's words, the neighbors rushed upstairs and downstairs of Zhang Yi's house. They used hammers to smash, axes to chop, chisels to carve, and wooden sticks to knock. In short, they used every means available. They were only 20 centimeters away from their hope of survival. Their goal was to break through those 20 centimeters. However, soon they fell into a deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's house really was an iron box. Every angle up, down, left, right, and front was sealed off by thick iron plates. In this power outage environment, without tools like electric saws or drills, unless they worked tirelessly for a year without eating or drinking, they would have no hope of breaking through these walls. Chapter 58, Despair. Chun Jinghao and others surrounded Zhang Yi's house, smashing the walls and working hard for a whole morning. However, after tearing off the wall coverings and flooring, they discovered they were blocked by a thick layer of steel plates. A 20 centimeters thick steel plate was like a nightmare for them. With just human power, there was no hope of breaking through. After all, working in ultra-low temperatures without enough energy to replenish their lost strength would only hasten their deaths. Many people collapsed on the ground, exhausted. The sound of growling stomachs filled the air. They touched their shriveled bellies, as hunger was about to completely conquer them. However, there was hardly any food left. Some people saw their neighbors next door and, through the gaps in their clothes, caught a glimpse of the white flesh. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in their minds. Isn't this meat? As soon as this horrifying thought appeared, everyone was immediately chilled to the bone, desperately trying to push it out of their minds. But once this thought was born, it invisibly provided an option in their desperate situation. They probably understood that if it really came to that day, infighting and cannibalism would surely occur. Was there really no way out? Sun Jichao's face was filled with pain. He even felt that his arm had begun to inflame and rot. Without antibiotics, or even ordinary anti-inflammatory medicine, he could not effectively clean his wounds. His injury still harbored a large amount of rust. Under these circumstances, death was almost inevitable. Damn, Zhang Yi, why are you so cruel? How can your one life compare to so many of us living? What's wrong with sacrificing a little of yourself? What's wrong? Sun Jichao shouted to the sky, despair twisting his soul completely. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly came out. Maybe you could try going through the balcony. When they renovated their home, they turned the balcony into a floor-to-ceiling window, which was mostly glass. Perhaps there was a chance to break in. The other residents couldn't see the back of Zhang Yi's house, but his neighbor could. Building 25 has some floors that have a balcony, and Zhang Yi's 24th floor just happened to have a small platform. Usually, he used it to grow flowers and air out bedding. Hearing what Zhang Yi's neighbor said, a group of people who were on the brink of despair suddenly looked up. A window? Haha, yes. Since his house has a window, there must be an exit. It can't all be sealed off. As long as there is a window, they can rush in. A group of people, without a second thought, broke into the house next to Zhang Yi's. There was actually about a 15 centimeters gap between the balconies of the two houses, and a railing was installed in between. However, these were not enough to stop the now-crazed crowd. But outside the balcony was nothing like the corridor. At this moment, the corridors were sealed off by each household, airtight and somewhat warm. However, outside, the north wind howled and heavy snow fell, capable of freezing a person stiff in just a few hours. Chun Jinghao and the others couldn't care less. As long as they could rush into Zhang Yi's house, they could get everything. A group of people screamed and jumped onto Zhang Yi's balcony like madmen. Zhang Yi naturally noticed this scene. The two sides exchanged glances for less than a second. The neighbors waved their tools and crazily smashed at the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, dragged his white lounge chair to the window, lay down leisurely, and poured himself a cup of steaming coffee. The small balcony was soon crowded with over a dozen people. Their faces were pale, resembling living corpses, and combined with their crazed and twisted expressions, they looked nothing like living beings. Zhang Yi thought to himself, if there really were zombies, they would probably look something like this. Bang, 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 clink. A deep sound echoed on the floor-to-ceiling window, battling the wind and snow. This group of madmen was desperately smashing the glass. Even if they accidentally hit their own hands, they felt no pain, letting blood flow out and then freeze. When they were just smashing walls, that feeling of desire wasn't so apparent. But now, with just a layer of glass between them, they could clearly see how luxurious Zhang Yi's life was. Inside, the fireplace was blazing, and Zhang Yi was only wearing a light shirt, lying on a white lounge chair like a landlord. Next to him was a steaming cup of coffee, and, judging by the volume of froth, it appeared to be a cappuccino. The coffee table was piled high with weapons, but that wasn't the main focus. The main point was that under the coffee table lay a large pile of half-eaten snacks. Chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roast duck, and even oil-splash noodles. It was these things that drove the neighbors on the balcony completely insane, just half a month away from them. They were as excited as if they had seen a long-lost parent. Roar! They were so excited that they even forgot language, instead expressing their excitement with desperate screams. Then they smashed the window with even more ferocity, using all their strength. Zhang Yi held his coffee, enjoying this good show. He casually said, "Who says glass is always weaker than metal?" This wall was extremely expensive, for the sake of living quality. Zhang Yi had rejected the proposal of the Dragon Security Company and did not use metal here. Instead, he spent a large sum to customize a whole wall of bulletproof glass as a floor-to-ceiling window. He still remembered when Wu Huiren, the manager of the Dragon Security Company, had said that such a thick wall was not meant to stop bullets, but cannons. The bulletproof glass used on the special vehicles of Western heads of state could resist sniper rifles, but its thickness was still less than half of Zhang Yi's wall. Sure enough, as this group of people kept smashing, they realized something was wrong. They initially thought it was acrylic, thinking that a few strong blows would shatter it. However, after hitting for a long time, not even a crack appeared. What kind of glass is this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The word escaped from a bespectacled man's throat in a hoarse, despairing tone, as if it came from the depths of hell. If it can withstand cannonballs, How can it not withstand your handiwork? No, I don't believe it. A young man shouted to the sky, "My life is determined by me, not by heaven. I refuse to believe I can't break it. As long as I break it, the fireplace and all the food and drink inside will be mine. I must break it." Perhaps it was the extreme cold that, in this back and forth between hope and despair, had frozen everyone's minds. They chose to throw away their reason, desperately fighting for a future. Zhang Yi applauded them, feeling moved. However, he felt a bit hungry, so he took out some food from his space, such as braised pork knuckles, candy bananas, and some snacks, enjoying a pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59. Smash it hard. Haven't tea you eaten? Just separated by a layer of glass. Outside, people were desperately smashing the windows against the biting wind and snow, their expressions twisted. On the other side, Zhang Yi was leisurely lying on a recliner, enjoying delicious food. This stark contrast drove the neighbors outside to the brink of madness with jealousy. They cursed loudly, their voices hoarse and their eyes red. "Zhang Yi, just wait, I'll kill you soon. Once I break this glass, you're done for, you selfish bastard. You don't have much time left to be arrogant. Today is your day of reckoning. All that delicious food and hot coffee, it's all mine, all mine." Hearing this, Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup to signal them. "Go ahead, keep it up." Soon, the group outside began to tire. After all, they were on the 24th floor, the wind was strong, and with heavy snowfall, their body temperatures dropped rapidly. They had to swap out after about 10 minutes. However, half an hour passed, and the glass only had some small scratches on it. Their hearts sank deeper into despair. But seeing Zhang Yi living so comfortably through the transparent glass, their jealousy made them unwilling to give up. After another half hour, they were still trying hard. Zhang Yi spotted a few small thugs from Chen Jinghao among the crowd. Obviously, Chen Jinghao couldn't sit idly by at this moment either. Zhang Yi felt it was about time. He sat up from the recliner, walked to the coffee table, and picked up a bottle. The glass outside was frosted over, and at first, the neighbors didn't know what Zhang Yi was holding, thinking it was a drink. But the next moment, they saw Zhang Yi take out a lighter and ignite something. Immediately, a hole appeared above their heads, and a ball of fire was thrown out from inside. As a countermeasure, Zhang Yi's house had shooting holes both in the front and back, and not just one. The bottle arced through the air in a yellow trajectory, landing on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Bang! With a crisp sound, a roaring flame ignited. This was a homemade Molotov cocktail by Zhang. Even at extremely low temperatures, gasoline could burn fiercely and release heat. The gasoline in the bottle splashed everywhere, instantly igniting into a blazing fire. The balcony space was already small, and as the down jackets and padded pants of those 10 or so people caught fire, large flames erupted. Zhang Yi wore a mocking smile as he lit the next Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. Fire, fire. With so many people crammed together, and the balcony being separated, it wasn't easy for them to jump to the neighboring balcony. These people couldn't escape, their bodies being consumed by flames. Zhang Yi watched as they transformed into burning, twisted fireballs. Some tried to lie on the ground and roll to extinguish the flames with the snow, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Gasoline could still burn even when in contact with water. Others attempted to climb over to the next balcony, but in their haste, they lost their grip and fell directly from the 24th floor. With a long scream, there was a loud bang. From a 24th floor height, it was uncertain whether the snow below could cushion the impact. But according to the principles of physics, even if he didn't die, he would be left with broken bones and ruptured organs. It was as good as being dead. Zhang Yi chuckled it. At least dying from a fall is better than being burned to death. Bang! A grotesque face suddenly slammed against the glass, twisted and terrified, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yi. "Help me, help me!" In extreme pain, he cried out for Zhang Yi's help. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a toast to him. "Save you? Not a chance, go die, worthless." The man emitted a desperate sound, completely engulfed by the flames. On the neighboring balcony, there were still 60 or 70 people waiting to take turns. Seeing the hellish scene, they were also terrified. "Help, help me. I don't want to die, please." The person engulfed in flames tried to crawl over to beg for help, grasping the railing, ready to climb over. At that moment, A man on this side kicked his hand without hesitation. Get out, get lost. You are beyond saving. Don't drag us down with you. He kicked hard, and the burning man still wouldn't let go. Gritting his teeth, he kicked harder and harder. He even kicked off the man's fingers. The man struggled for a while, finally looking at them in despair before slowly collapsing in front of the railing. A familiar smell of charred flesh filled the air. In summer, if you go shopping, you can often smell it by the roadside. In just a short while, those 10 or so people were all dead. Some who weren't severely burned at first tried to escape, but were stopped by the neighbors next door. Fearing the flames would reach them, they chose to let those people die. Others, in too much pain from the burns, jumped from the 24th floor. The raging fire oddly brought a moment of warmth to those people. Gradually, they moved forward, extending their hands to warm themselves by the fire, their faces showing a hint of a smile, fearing others would notice. The flames burned for over 20 minutes before finally extinguishing. The neighbors looked at the corpses on the ground, fear creeping into their hearts. To deal with Zhang Yi, they had already lost 30 or 40 people. With no chance of breaking in from any angle, what could they do to snatch the supplies from Zhang Yi's hands? The air was filled with a sense of despair. But there was another kind of atmosphere, growing stronger, causing the neighbors' gazes to gradually change. Many hungry neighbors were unwilling to admit that a crazy thought was slowly taking root in their hearts. It made their throats continuously twitch. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears. I can't take it anymore. Everyone had been busy all day, thinking they could easily break into Zhang Yi's home. But the final result left them in despair. So many people had died, yet Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows had not even been cracked. She suddenly ran to the front and climbed onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Zhang Yi thought the next group was coming to smash the glass again, but she suddenly knelt in front of the glass with a thud. Zhang Yi, I'm about to starve to death. Please save me. Even if it's just a piece of bread. Not only her, but others soon followed, running over to Zhang Yi, bowing and crying, pleading for him to give them a bite to eat. The sight was truly heartbreaking, making those who heard it mourn and those who saw it weep. Most of those bowing were women, trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60 Bounty on Chun Jinghao. The cries for help outside the window continued endlessly, with the women bowing their heads until they bled, a scene of utter despair. Zhang Yi sighed and walked to the window, saying, "Everyone, please don't do this. It really hurts my heart to see." As he spoke, he lifted a bowl of steaming noodles in his hand. Feeling a pang of hunger, he wanted to eat something. Slurping, Zhang Yi devoured the noodles, making the neighbors drool with envy. Hearing this, the cries grew louder, and the bowing became more fervent. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We just want to survive. Please give us some food. Let us live like dogs. We'll do whatever you want from now on, okay?" Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued eating. How blissful it is to eat noodles heartily when one is starving. After finishing half a bowl, he casually placed the rest in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Right in front of these neighbors, just a window apart, they could see it but could not touch it. Each person pressed their face against the glass like dogs, as if that would allow them to eat the noodles. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Whoever goes over and brings me Chan Jinghao's head, I'll feed them noodles like this for a week, 3 meals a day. Zhang Yi certainly had no pity for these people. However, their constant banging on the walls and chiseling the windows was quite annoying. So, it was better to let them fight amongst themselves to self-destruct. That would be the most interesting thing. When Zhang Yi said this, he also sent it to the large group chat, informing everyone in the building. The neighbors in front of the window showed hesitation upon hearing this. Chun Jinghao had a gun in his hand. Wanting his head might cost them their own. However, if they found it difficult to deal with Chun Jinghao, could they handle Zhang Yi? There were 30 or 40 corpses lying in front and back of Zhang Yi's house. The fact proved that Zhang Yi was much harder to deal with than Chun Jinghao. At that moment, Chun Jinghao was observing the changes from the balcony next door. He didn't hear what Zhang Yi said, but he furrowed his brows, contemplating his next move. 2 of his men had died this time. If he wanted to continue controlling the entire building, he needed to replenish his manpower. While he was deep in thought, Chun Jinghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, making his hair stand on end. He whipped around, raising his gun, only to find that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. "What do you want?" Seeing the gun, the crowd hesitated and stepped back. "Get away from me!" Chen Jinghao shouted angrily. The way everyone looked at him was still odd, even somewhat eerie. It was not like they were looking at a person, but rather like they were looking at food. Chen Jinghao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly left with a few of his subordinates. "Wait, what about Zhang Yi's house?" Sun Jichao asked from the side. Chen Jinghao cursed. "Damn it, we can't break in. What else can we do? We'll think of something later." After saying that, he left in a huff. Those begging for mercy in front of Zhang Yi's window, and those wanting to smash the window, could no longer bear the bone-chilling wind and snow, and gradually left as well. Zhang Yi lay in his warm house, waiting for the show to unfold. After all, after this incident, about 40 people had been lost in the apartment building. Moreover, almost everyone had participated in the invasion of his home, leading to significant physical exhaustion. This made resources even scarcer, and conflicts among people became terrifying. Soon, Zhang Yi received many private messages. After this battle, the neighbors had completely given up. Their dwindling energy was nearly exhausted, making it impossible for them to launch a large-scale attack on Zhang Yi's home. Faced with Zhang Yi's impenetrable defenses, they had also lost hope. Thus, many began to plead for Zhang Yi's mercy or proposed exchanges of benefits. For example, the rich second-generation Su Hao. He sent Zhang Yi a video of his girlfriend, saying, "Zhang Yi, I can give you my woman. I just asked for some food, okay? She's a famous car model in Tianhai City. Look at her looks and face, they're top-notch. I guarantee you'll like her, please help me." Zhang Yi recognized the model. Su Hao had bought a house here just to keep her. Usually, she dressed provocatively, like a seductive fox, exuding temptation at all times. In the past, she wouldn't even spare a glance at the men around her. Facing Zhang Yi, she always wore an arrogant expression. But now, Su Hao was willing to sell her for a few meals. And this woman now looked much haggard, seemingly eager to be exchanged. At the very least, she knew Zhang Yi had plenty of food, so she put in a lot of effort during the filming. What a worthless commodity, Zhang Yi sneered. It had to be said, this model had a great figure and striking looks. However, a shameless woman like her would never be allowed into his home. Who knows? One day, while he was asleep, she might stab him and take over his house. A woman who could sell her body for money had no moral bottom line at all. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before contemptuously closing the chat box. There were other conversations below. Men contacting him were relatively few. After all, they had nothing to offer in exchange for food. Only Uncle Yu was happy to congratulate Zhang Yi on repelling the enemy. However, more women sought him out. For instance, Fang Yuqing excitedly said, "Zhang Yi, you're so amazing. I knew you would be fine. I can't get away right now. They're so despicable, always locking me in the house. Don't worry, I'll definitely come to find you." Zhang Yi scoffed and ignored her. It quickly became dark. Now it got dark around 5 p.m., with long nights and short days. At night, the temperature would drop another 10 degrees. On TV, the few remaining channels were still broadcasting programs. With the government's efforts, the snow disaster situation in the country was improving, and they hoped everyone would not panic, assuring that the problem would soon be resolved. The weather was severe. People were advised not to go out casually to avoid frostbite. Please provide assistance to those in need. Let us all unite to overcome the current difficulties. Tomorrow will surely be better. Zhang Yi found the news now far more interesting than the skits. However, he was also curious about where these TV stations had moved to and how they were maintaining operations. While listening to the interesting news, Zhang Yi scrolled through the chat records. Reading the messages of neighbors cursing, pleading, and begging for mercy was very entertaining for Zhang Yi. Those who cursed him were mostly people who had lost family members. In a good mood, Zhang Yi would even bless them. "Congratulations to you all who have lost family members. You can roast meat for the funeral and mix ashes with rice." Zhang Yi teased them, provoking even harsher curses. But suddenly, he noticed some movement on the balcony. Curious, Zhang Yi walked to the window. Outside, due to the heavy snow, the light was very bright. He then saw people sneaking over to move the corpses. To be precise, they were the charred bodies. These people were bundled up tightly. When they noticed Zhang Yi looking at them, they all jumped in fright. "Zhang, we're not here to mess with you. Don't misunderstand. We're just here to move the bodies. These people spoke with trembling vocal cords, unable to look at Zhang Yi due to their guilt. Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips. Oh, transporting corpses? Are you their family? And as for burial, you just need to throw them down below. Are you really going to pile up a grave at home? These people were at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yi's questions. Well, anyway, you won't need these corpses, so you don't have to worry about us. They gritted their teeth and quickly dragged the corpses away. Zhang Yi waved his hand at the glass. You are quite ruthless. Have you finally reached this point? Chapter 61. Zhou Ku'er can't stand it the next day. Zhang Yi heard gunshots coming from the corridor. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots sounded like 2 large firecrackers. This was undoubtedly Chen Jinghao making a move. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from yesterday had taken effect. In a desperate situation, people's fear of death began to fade. The promise of a week of unlimited noodles was an irresistible temptation for them. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance footage and saw the moment the conflict erupted. 2 men lay on the ground with wrenches and kitchen knives, blood staining the corridor. However, Chen Jinghao was not faring much better. He leaned against the wall, gun in hand, looking rattled. They would intercept those who came to fetch water here, and others could naturally take this opportunity to retaliate against them. Chen Jinghao ordered his men to drag the 2 corpses away and quickly returned to his residence. He gripped a handgun tightly in his hand. It was his last line of defense now. After dragging the 2 bodies back home, Chen Jinghao signaled to his men, and they immediately took the corpses to the back of the kitchen. With a sinister look in his eyes, Chen Jinghao sat on the cold sofa, not finding much warmth. After returning yesterday, he saw the messages in the group and learned that Zhang Yi had put a bounty on him. This made him furious. He considered himself the hunter, while Zhang Yi was merely the prey. How could prey retaliate against the hunter? However, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. Early this morning, 2 desperate young men came for his life. This made Chen Jinghao feel a sense of crisis, but at the same time, it drove him more insane. I'll kill you all. If you want me dead, you have to die first. Chen Jinghao roared. After calming down, he suddenly felt a pain in his back. He called over a subordinate to check what was wrong. After taking a look, the subordinate shouted, Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back. A 30-centimeter long gash was cut into Chen Jinghao's down jacket, and the blood was not very visible on the black fabric. One had to look closely to see it. Just now, due to the cold outside and the adrenaline rush from his excitement, he didn't feel any pain. But upon hearing his subordinate's words, he immediately cried out in pain. Those damn bastards dare to ambush me. Sweat beads formed on his forehead as he hurriedly took out his phone and called Zhou Ku'er. Dr. Zhou, I've been injured. Come over and help me bandage it. Soon after, Zhou Ku'er arrived at Chen Jinghao's home with a medical kit. Looking at this ruthless thug, she felt a wave of disgust. But to survive, she had no choice but to treat his wounds. In fact, the reason Chen Jinghao's arrow wound hadn't acted up before was because she had treated it. Although she was unwilling, facing the barrel of gun, she had no other option. I'm not going to help you for free, Zhou Ku'er said coldly. Chen Jinghao chuckled and pointed to the kitchen, saying, I'll share some of the food we eat later. Zhou Ku'er sniffed and caught a whiff of the nauseating smell of blood. Her face changed. Having worked in the hospital for years, she knew exactly what that smell was. Suppressing her urge to vomit, she coldly replied, No need. Chen Jinghao laughed. What time is it, and you still hold yourself so high, Dr. Zhou? Sooner or later, you'll eat it. If you don't eat, you'll die. I'd rather die. Zhu Kai found it. I can't bear to let you die. In this world, having a doctor by your side is too important, Chen Jinghao lamented. If Zhou Ku'er hadn't helped him with the injury on his leg back then, he would have lost not just one leg, but his life. Don't worry. If there comes a day when I must eat you, I'll keep you for last. Chen Jinghao stared at Zhou Ku'er, a fiery glint in his eyes. He had long coveted this beautiful woman. If it weren't for her current usefulness, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Ku'er frowned and stopped talking, instead helping him bandage the wound. Before long, the wound was simply bandaged. Zhou Ku'er picked up her medical kit and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that Chen Jinghao would signal to his subordinate? And that guy immediately blocked the door. Zhou Ku'er was startled. What do you want? Chen Jinghao said. Nothing. You can't leave until my injury is healed. At this moment, Chen Jinghao was also scared. He didn't know how many people wanted his life, and he lacked medicine. Having a doctor around made him feel secure. Ignoring Zhou Kuer's resistance, he forcibly kept her there. Before long, his subordinates brought in a pot of cooked food. Just thinking about what it might be made Zhou Kuer almost retch. Fortunately, working in the hospital and frequently encountering dead bodies had steeled her nerves. Chen Jinghao insisted that she eat some, but of course she refused. Chen Jinghao sneered but didn't pay her any mind. He thought Zhou Kuer was just pretending to be dignified. Sooner or later, when she couldn't take the hunger anymore, she would eat. Continuing like this was not a solution. These cattle and horses dared to resist now, which was unfavorable for them. They had to deal with Zhang Yi and take over his house. Only then would they be safe. His house was like a fortress, stocked with plenty of supplies, enough to sustain them for months. Perhaps by then, the snow disaster would have passed. So, they needed to consider how to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao told his subordinates. A few of them exchanged glances. Brother Hao, we've attacked Zhang Yi's house several times, but each time we failed. His place is like a turtle shell. We can't get in. Chen Jinghao replied. I don't believe there aren't any flaws in his house. Nor do I believe he doesn't go out. Let us move in next door and take turns watching him. As soon as an opportunity arises, we'll take him out. Plus, living a higher floor is safer. At this moment, the group was at a loss. They nodded in agreement with whatever Chen Jinghao said. Zhou Kuer overheard their conversation. Using the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom, she slipped into the restroom to message Zhang Yi, informing him of the situation. Upon learning this, Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively. It was absolutely impossible for him to go out. Got it. Keep observing the situation there, Zhang Yi instructed. Zhou Kuer was a doctor, so Chen Jinghao wouldn't kill her, which meant she was temporarily safe. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to take action. He had set a bounty, and soon someone would risk their life to kill Chen Jinghao. After packing up their supplies, Chen Jinghao and his men took Zhou Kuer to the 24th floor. The young couple living next door to Zhang Yi were terrified upon realizing Chen Jinghao had arrived. Chapter 62. Live streaming a feast for the neighbors. Open the door. Open the door. I'm Chen Jinghao, and I'm here to swap houses with you. Hurry up and open the door, or I'll start shooting. Inside the room, the young couple huddled together in fear. What should we do? They've come to take our house. We might even lose the little food we have left. The wife looked at her young husband with a face full of despair. The husband, a bespectacled clerk, comforted his wife, saying, Don't be afraid, it'll be fine. If they want the house, we'll just give it to them. By the way, quickly hide the remaining food on your person. The two of them hid their meager food supply in their clothes and then shakily opened the door. Seeing the fierce-looking Chen Jinghao and his men outside, the man swallowed hard and bent down, saying, Brother Hao, this house will be yours from now on. We'll leave right away. As he spoke, he tried to take his wife and leave. Before they could take 2 steps, one of Chen Jinghao's lackeys sneered and raised a metal pipe in his hand. Bang! With a dull thud, the man's vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. After passing out, disbelief filled his eyes. He couldn't understand why they would resort to violence when he had obediently given up the house. The woman stared in horror at her husband lying motionless on the ground. Oh! She covered her mouth and let out a shriek. Another blow struck her head with a stick. 2 small thugs approached, saying nothing more, ensuring the couple could no longer speak. Soki Ataisli Kovoltemil, completely stunned. This was her first encounter with murder. No matter how strong her psychological resilience was, she couldn't remain calm. Chen Jinghao merely glanced at her and sneered. It's too cold. They're bound to die sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you need to get used to this. After killing so many, he had completely lost his reverence for life. Moreover, there was one thing Chen Jinghao was unwilling to admit. After being targeted by Zhang Yi and attacked, he felt a sense of fear within himself. So he had to suppress the homeowners at all levels in a more brutal way to make them submit. Zhou Kuer held back her nausea and said nothing. Chen Jinghao swaggered into the house and ordered his lackeys to deal with the couple. In the following days, Zhang Yi could always hear a clattering sound coming from next door. He knew it was Chen Jinghao and his men looking for weaknesses in his room. They took turns monitoring the front door and back window of Zhang Yi's house. Chen Jinghao thought Zhang Yi would at least come out to throw out the trash or collect melted snow. As long as he seized an opportunity to kill Zhang Yi, he could take everything that belonged to him. However, He didn't realize that Zhang Yi had a huge alternate space. Water supply was never an issue. Although Zhang Yi indeed found it inconvenient to open the window to throw out the trash. Chen Jinghao had a gun, so he wouldn't take that risk. However, for a homebody, having a bit more trash at home was a big deal. When bored, he would play games or watch the movies and shows he had downloaded in advance. In the homeowners group, the pleas for help continued to echo every day. Along with that came the furious curses after being unable to get what they wanted. Zhang Yi, you're a heartless bastard. You could let everyone live a little longer. Why are you so selfish? You're destined to be lonely for the rest of your life. Don't you have a heart? If you don't help us, you'll live in guilt and regret for the rest of your life. Facing the neighbors' angry curses, Zhang Yi's response was simple. He directly live-streamed himself eating, recording his life to send to them. Hello, everyone. Today, I'm making braised pork. Saying this, he tossed a piece of pork belly weighing at least 2 pounds onto the cutting board. The neighbors in the group turned red with envy. What kind of braised pork can use so much pork belly? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Zhang Yi, you're not human. You're a beast. You don't deserve to eat that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't eaten anything oily for a week. Please let me have a piece of pig skin. Just let me sip some oil. That is something you don't want, right? Please, I beg you. People on the brink of starvation had no resistance to such high-fat foods. Zhang Yi skillfully prepared the dish, and through the screen, the neighbors seemed to smell the aroma of the braised pork. However, after cooking for a while, Zhang Yi frowned. He picked up a piece of pork belly to taste it, only to spit it into the trash can. Too much soy sauce. Damn, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi often cooked, he had made some big dishes. As a result, he accidentally added too much soy sauce, and the whole pot of meat tasted overwhelmingly salty. Even the sugar caramelization wasn't done right, making it taste bitter. How could this be eaten? Sigh, what a waste, such a waste. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. He intended to show off his cooking skills, but ended up ruining it. It was a pity he didn't have a dog at home. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone to waste. With no other choice, he poured the entire pot of pork into the trash can. The group instantly erupted. Neighbors went crazy. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away. My mouth is a trash can. The trash can is right here. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Why? Hurry up and throw your trash away. I'll go pick it up right now. Young master, the old servant arrived late. May I ask if you still need a dog? The kind that helps you handle trash. Some people were so angered by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted. Their hearts were bleeding. In the freezing cold, with gas shut off at home, they couldn't cook at all. Wanting to eat something warm had become a huge luxury, let alone braised pork. They couldn't even bear to eat that in their dreams. And Zhang Yi, without a shred of thriftiness, poured an entire pot away. He deserved to be damned. I might as well eat something ready-made. Zhang Yi shifted the camera, revealing a clean and tidy table filled with dozens of dishes. The warm yellow lamps illuminated the table, making the food look even more appetizing. Zhang Yi pointed at the dishes, enthusiastically introducing them. Look, tonight's dinner is oil-braised shrimp, scallops with green onions, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-tur intestines, stir-fried fish slices, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, black fish egg soup, and candied yam. Brothers, the dishes are ready. Let us eat. Zhang Yi set up his phone like a food streamer and began to feast heartily. The neighbors in the group went wild with messages. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I'll bow to you. Zhang, let my child have a bite of fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you're my dad. I'm your son. Just let me sip some soup. Various pleas echoed endlessly, and some were frantically dialing Zhang Yi's phone. Zhang Yi ignored them, happily enjoying his meal. Watching the neighbors' frantic expressions made Zhang Yi feel even more satisfied with his feast. Chapter 63 Infection. Zhang Yi's show-off behavior made all the residents of the apartment building feel heartbroken. Now, the kitchen scraps from Zhang Yi's home were considered exquisite delicacies to them. Yet, even that, Zhang Yi wouldn't give them, in Sun Jichao and the others' home. After the last failed assault on Zhang Yi's house, their hopes of obtaining antibiotics were dashed. Just 2 days later, the after effects began to show. The 3 injured men felt an unbearable itch at their wounds. Around the bandages, the blood began to take on an unusual, abnormal yellow color. unable to resist. Sun Jichao tore off the gauze to take a look. As a result, he saw that the wounds had begun to fester. A nauseating stench, reminiscent of a decaying animal carcass, hit him hard. No, no, no. Not like this, I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao was scared and began to cry, snot and tears streaming down his face. Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyong, witnessing this scene, were even more terrified. They lifted the gauze over their own wounds, praying they wouldn't become infected. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. If it were just abrasions, there might still be a chance for self-healing. However, they all had penetrating wounds, with rusted crossbow arrows deeply embedded in their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infection, and lack of sufficient nutrition and medication made the deterioration of their wounds inevitable. The few of them screamed in agony, as if they had gone mad. In the room, Fang Yuqing trembled. She held her phone and messaged Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they're going crazy. Qing'er is so scared. Can you come and save me, please? After I come over, I will definitely be obedient. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. After a while, Zhang Yi replied, Qing'er, seeing you like this also pains me. But I can't go out. Qin Jinghao is right next door. Why don't you come here? But be careful on the way. Don't get bumped into by them. Yesterday, my neighbor next door was killed by them. You're delicate and tender. You might be targeted. Zhang Yi's face was filled with mockery. Faced with Fang Yuqing, this white lotus flower, he only had one thought in his mind, to torment her in every possible way, making her die in pain and despair. Sure enough, upon hearing that Qin Jinghao was next to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's face twisted with conflict. Qin Jinghao had killed so many people. She didn't have the courage to take risks. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm scared. Can you come pick me up? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi cursed in his heart. Stupid bitch, really taking it for granted, asking me to pick you up? I want to do that too. But I was scared by them a few days ago and feel a bit unwell. Let's leave it at that. I'm a bit tired. Bye. Fang Yuqing listened to the screams outside the door, her face pale. But when she messaged Zhang Yi again, he had already ignored her. In the following days, Zhang Yi's life continued to be abundant and leisurely. Now that he didn't need to work, he could sleep whenever he wanted and get up whenever he wanted. There was no need to rush for a living, nor did he need to watch anyone's face. If anyone dared to annoy him, he would just scold them back. Life was incredibly enjoyable. Meanwhile, Qin Jinghao next door was contemplating how to kill him and seize his house. However, for several consecutive days, he hadn't seen Zhang Yi come out. As long as Zhang Yi didn't come out, he had no chance to deal with him. Instead, he himself was under constant threat due to Zhang Yi's bounty, living in fear every day. He didn't even dare to trust his own subordinates and held a gun while sleeping. Soon, his nerves began to weaken. After much contemplation, Qin Jinghao finally figured out what to do next. Zhang Yi had been monitoring the entire building through surveillance, and he could see anyone appearing in the hallway. In recent days, he noticed that Qin Jinghao seemed to be plotting something. Gradually, more people began to enter Qin Jinghao's home. These individuals were all young and strong, and all were single and living alone. Some willingly came over, while others were forced to come by Qin Jinghao at gunpoint. Slowly, Qin Jinghao's team expanded to 10 people. More than before, Zhang Yi realized it. He was scared, so he tried to gather a group of people to avoid being killed and have someone come for the bounty on me. However, in Zhang Yi's view, this approach was merely a way to drink poison to quench thirst. Over 40 residents of the building had been killed by Zhang Yi, and the remaining population was just around 70. According to predictions from his previous life, most families had nearly exhausted their supplies. Thus, the next food source would be people. Qin Jinghao had gathered a group of subordinates, and soon he would begin slaughtering others. However, this also meant that Qin Jinghao needed to provide food for 10 people. In this way, even if they turned on each other, it would be impossible to sustain for long. Moreover, everyone was harboring their own agendas. Qin Jinghao, this cripple, was barely maintaining his power with a gun, but that gun probably had very few bullets left. Zhang Yi messaged Zhou Ke to inquire about the situation with Qin Jinghao. After a long time, Zhou Ke finally replied, Qin Jinghao and the others have gone crazy. They have eaten all the food and have started eating people. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. I feel like I'm about to starve to death. Zhang Yi wasn't surprised by this. If one day he were about to starve to death and could only survive by eating people, he would probably choose to die rather than resort to cannibalism. Of course, now that Zhang Yi was eating and drinking well every day, he naturally had such thoughts. If one day he found himself in a situation of extreme food scarcity, he didn't know what he would do. Zhou Ku'er continued to tell Zhang, these days, they go out every day looking for people. As long as they find a house with people, they break in and kill them. Everyone is out of supplies. It's laughable. The dozens of people you killed back then allowed quite a few to live a little longer. However, they also faced resistance. And those who are still alive have banded together. They have their own casualties. After a long while, Zhou Ku'er sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yi felt the humility of this aloof female doctor. It seemed she had little hope in him. After all, in times like these, everyone was struggling for survival. Who had the capability to care for others' lives? Zhang Yi thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Zhu Kaiya. He still had use for this woman. He couldn't let her die just like that. It's hard to find a chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital, especially one he was familiar with. Help me with one thing, and once it's done, I can let you live. Chapter 64. When Lao Lu feels really good, Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Ku'er, but she had to present a declaration of loyalty. Zhang Yi's requirements were simple, useful, non-threatening, and, crucially, no saintly behavior. He was confident about the first 2 points. However, he wanted to know if Zhou Ku'er could be ruthless when it mattered. So, he assigned her a task. Zhou Ku'er did not respond to Zhang Yi for the time being, clearly struggling with the decision. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. After all, time was on his side. If Zhou Ku'er could not pass this test, Zhang Yi would decisively give up on her. After all, Zhang Yi was in relatively good health, with a low probability of falling ill. He also wouldn't go out carelessly, so the risk of injury was minimal. But how long Zhou Ku'er could survive was uncertain. The next day, Zhang Yi woke up at 10 in the morning. He threw off his velvet blanket and went to the bathroom to wash up. After changing into sportswear, he started exercising on the treadmill. In a post-apocalyptic world, good physical fitness is crucial. Having a strong body allows one to better handle danger and avoid falling ill. He sweated profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before stopping. Afterward, he took a hot shower. While showering, Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. This kind of enjoyment was incredibly luxurious for many people now. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a loud noise suddenly erupted outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he quickly wrapped himself in a towel and went out. He soon heard a stream of curses coming from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance feed and saw Zhou Peng outside his door, wildly hacking at it with 2 kitchen knives. Zhang Yi, get out here. All you do is hide in your house all day. You're a useless coward. Zhang Yi smirked. Oh yes, you're right. And then what? It's really laughable that a useless person who can't even survive dares to use provocation on me. He noticed that Zhou Peng was using his left hand to smash the door, struggling to lift his right. He knew Zhou Peng's arm was infected. Upon closer inspection, he could even see his arm swollen. Zhang Yi approached the door with his hands in his pockets and said lightly, Zhou Peng, doesn't the infection feel terrible? When I was in biology class, the teacher taught us about wound infections. When the tetanus bacteria from rusty metal enter your wound, it's like maggots on a corpse, starting to multiply uncontrollably. Your arm wound is at least 10 centimeters deep. The temperature outside is cold, but your flesh is warm. Bacteria are desperately reproducing in that warm bed, consuming your flesh. Then the wound starts to fester, leaking black pus with more and more bacteria, causing your wound to grow larger. Eventually, it spreads through your blood vessels to your entire body. Zhang Yi vividly described the situation, causing Zhou Peng to feel even more pain in his arm. Cold sweat dripped down as he felt as if he were infested with bacteria, ready to consume him entirely. Even knowing Zhang Yi was intentionally scaring him, he couldn't suppress his inner fear. Zhang Yi, I'll kill you. Zhou Peng had gone mad. His arm was indeed rotting, and he knew he was doomed. So, he wanted to try one last time, but this attempt was destined to be futile. In the next room, Chen Zhenghao's subordinates heard Zhou Peng's crazy shouts and asked, should we kill him? Chen Zhenghao thought for a moment and said, haven't you heard he's dying from an infection? Would you dare eat meat from a dead pig? They looked at each other and ultimately decided not to take that risk. After a while of hacking at the door and cursing, Zhou Peng grew tired and collapsed in front of Zhang Yi's door, starting to cry and plead for mercy. Zhang Yi said softly, "You're dead for sure. Your wound is rotting, it's in the late stage, and there's no saving you. You might as well do the things you didn't dare to when you were alive before you die." Zhou Peng's eyes filled with tears, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he fell into deeper despair. Could it be he was going to die? Fear wrapped around him like an abyss. But soon, anger followed, a wild fury. "I'm going to die anyway. What is there to be afraid of?" He struggled to get up and kick Zhang Yi's iron door hard. He intended to shout a curse, but the door was too hard, causing him to almost faint from the pain. Zhou Peng disregarded everything and stumbled back down the stairs. When he returned to his place, his eyes were vacant, and he vaguely saw Sun Jichao using a candle to heat a knife and then press it against his wound. The sound of sizzling oil burning accompanied by blue smoke rose, and Sun Jichao's eyes bulged as he groaned in pain, even biting into his quilt. He seemed to think that this would kill all the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiful. Cousin Wang Min watched Zhou Peng with concern, unsure how to comfort him. She knew Zhou Peng wouldn't last long. The stench of rotting flesh filled the room every day. The person hadn't died yet, but their body was already decaying. This kind of pain was unimaginable for ordinary people. Zhou Peng ignored Wang Min and rushed to the room where Fang Yuqing was held. Fang Yuqing screamed in fright upon seeing Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, what are you doing?" Zhou Peng approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixated on her. "Yuqing, will you marry me?" This pitiful simp, even as his life neared its end, had the greatest wish of simply marrying Fang Yuqing. In the apocalypse, how ridiculous yet humble this request was. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. She instinctively pinched her nose and said, "No, I don't want to." Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had given so much for Fang Yuqing, even willing to lose his life. But Fang Yuqing had never shown him even the slightest affection. "No, you love me. I want you to be mine before I die." Zhou Peng lost his sanity. Unwilling to accept that he had given so much yet received nothing in return. If he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it. Outside the room, people heard the commotion inside but didn't care. To them, Fang Yuqing was the culprit for their downfall, and she deserved to die. "No, get away. You smell so bad, it's disgusting." Fang Yuqing cursed. "You dare call me?" Zhou Peng, furious, suddenly tore off the bandage on his arm. At this point, his wound was swollen, dark, and terrifyingly infected. He made a gruesome move, grabbing at the rotting wound and shoving the rotten flesh into Fang Yuqing's mouth. "Let us see you insult me now." Fang Yuqing, horrified, began to retch, but was still forced to have Zhou Peng's rotten flesh stuffed into her mouth. Zhou Peng grinned, watching his goddess being humiliated by him, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Chapter 65. Zhou Kuer's decision. Zhou Peng tore off Fang Yuqing's clothes, disregarding the fact that the temperature in the room was over -60 degrees. Fang Yuqing was already too weak to resist, lying there with vacant eyes. However, when Zhou Peng took off his pants, he discovered a cruel fact. He couldn't even lift his head. It was no joke, in such extreme cold. His physical condition was at its worst. Even if given a chance, he wouldn't be of any use. "Get up, you get up now." Zhou Peng anxiously tried many methods, but none were effective. It seemed that area had lost all sensation. Seeing this, Fang Yuqing sneered and mocked. "You really are useless." The room echoed with Zhou Peng's desperate roar, resembling a teddy bear that had been choked on lychee. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Kuer ultimately gave a definite answer to Zhang Yi. She knew this was Zhang Yi's test for her. Although it was extremely dangerous, if she didn't do this, it wouldn't be long before she was certain to die at the hands of Chun Zhenghao and others. She had to take a chance. That night, Chun Zhenghao and others were sitting in the living room, instructing a younger brother to go to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Kuer was watching them from a corner when she suddenly stood up and said, "I'll help him." Chun Zhenghao's cold gaze turned to her, and he smiled in a somewhat creepy manner. "Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhou Kuer froze, her blood nearly congealing. Chun Zhenghao continued, 2 days without food. No one can stand it. Dr. Zhou, for the sake of survival, there's no shame in it. Zhou Ku'er felt a slight relief in her heart and bit her lip, saying, "You're right, I don't want to die. I want to live." Qin Jinghao thought Zhou Ku'er had come to terms with it and nodded, saying, "That's best. You're still of some use to me now. I don't want to see you die so soon." Zhou Ku'er took a deep breath and silently turned to help in the kitchen. The kitchen was covered in blood. Even with her stuffy nose, she could smell the overwhelming stench. She suppressed her discomfort and approached to help the younger brother cooking. The younger brother looked numb, saying nothing, just pointing to an axe and broken furniture nearby, indicating she should chop wood for the fire. Juka obediently complied. In the current energy shortage, cooking could only be done by burning furniture for fire. A makeshift stove had been set up in the kitchen with an iron pot on top. Once the fire was lit, the snow inside began to melt slowly, turning into water. However, this melted snow was not clear. It was particularly murky with impurities. Nevertheless, having something to eat was good enough, and no one was picky. Zhou Ku'er kept her eyes on the younger brother while also observing the movements outside the kitchen. Sweat began to bead on her palms. If her next move was discovered, she would undoubtedly die. After a while, the younger brother threw the ingredients into the pot and casually added some seasoning. "Keep an eye on it." The younger brother coldly dropped a sentence and left the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er waited for a long time, confirming it was safe before reaching in her pocket to take out a small bottle. Then, in a panic, she unscrewed the cap and poured a heap of white powder into the soup. After doing this, she hurriedly stuffed the medicine bottle back into her pocket. At that moment, she felt her heartbeat racing like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs trembled from nervousness. She swallowed hard, picked up a ladle, and stirred the powder into the pot. Although the whole process was thrilling, nothing unexpected happened. This wasn't a movie. There weren't that many twists and turns. Due to the harsh living conditions, everyone had grown numb. They would never think that Zhou Ku'er would put drugs in their food. At lunchtime, Zhou Ku'er brought a large pot of food to the table, and they immediately rushed over with red eyes, eager to eat. To gain their trust, Zhou Ku'er also served herself a bowl of soup and quietly returned to her room. No one paid attention to her. Everyone just wanted to eat something warm. Hot food equated to life. Every extra bite meant more hope for survival. After returning to her room, she sat on the bed with the soup in hand, starting to wait silently. She had put a large amount of sleeping pills in the pot, more than half a bottle. These sleeping pills took effect quickly. Just one could make a person fall asleep in 30 minutes. Especially after eating, blood would concentrate in the stomach, making one feel drowsy. With such a large dose, even an elephant would pass out after eating. As a doctor, Zhou Ku'er was well aware of how deep of a sleep such a dosage would induce. Unless stimulated by something particularly intense, it would be impossible to wake up in a short time. So not long after, Zhou Ku'er began to hear their snores coming from the living room, rising and falling. Zhou Ku'er carefully made her way to the living room and saw that everyone was lying on the sofas and chairs, fast asleep. Holding her breath, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. "I gave him a large amount of sleeping pills. They have all passed out. What do you plan to do next?" Just a wall away was Zhang Yi's residence. He had been waiting for Zhou Ku'er's message to confirm whether she could complete the task. Only by proving her value could she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's hands. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and said to her, "Drag them out to the balcony. You and T go over, to avoid falling into a trap set by the other party." Zhou Ku'er bit her lip and finally replied, "Okay." Most people would be scared half to death, as if Qin Jinghao and his men suddenly woke up at this moment. They would definitely kill her. However, as a professional doctor, Zhou Ku'er was very confident in the effects of the drugs. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she dragged Qin Jinghao and the others one by one outside and tossed them onto the balcony. Even though the cold wind was howling outside, they wouldn't wake up in the short term. That is how deep a coma works. In fact, due to the cold weather, their bodies would automatically lower their temperature, extending life in a dormant state. Zhou Ku'er's actions were all clearly seen by Zhang Yi, who stood in front of the window. He knew exactly how many people Qin Jinghao had. Through surveillance, nothing could escape his sight. When he saw Zhou Ku'er panting as she dragged all those people out, he nodded in satisfaction. "What else do you need me to do?" Zhou Ku'er asked, her voice trembling. "That's enough. Just wait for me for a moment." Zhang Yi put down his phone and turned back to his bedroom. After thinking for a while, He took out a thick winter coat from another space and put it on. He also grabbed 10 ropes about the thickness of a child's arm and hung them around his waist. In his left hand, he held a crossbow with a drawn string, and on his back, he carried a machete. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and felt it still wasn't safe enough. He opened the safety on a handgun he had bought but never had the chance to use and held it in his hand. After all this, he finally felt a sense of security. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door of the floor-to-ceiling window. The process was complicated. The lock had a fingerprint scanner, an electronic lock, and a physical lock, totaling 3 layers. After unlocking it, Zhang Yi stepped out onto the balcony. The biting cold wind blew past him, but through the winter coat, it didn't feel particularly intense. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at how effective professional-grade winter clothing was. Zhou was at the window, hugging her arms and shivering as she watched him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raising the gun in his hand, aiming at the villains on the ground, subtly also aiming at Zhou. He casually threw the ropes at Zhou's feet. It's not me, it's you. Chapter 66. The token of loyalty. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, his body leaning against the window, ready to retreat to the room at any moment if the situation turned awry. Chun Jinghao and his underlings were next door on the adjacent balcony, looking as if they had passed out. However, Zhang Yi couldn't be sure they were truly unconscious. What if this was a trap they had set with Zhou to lure him in? It was possible that as soon as he approached, they would spring up and take him down. Moreover, there was a gap of over 10 centimeters between the 2 balconies. The stainless steel railing was particularly slippery in the heavy snow. If he attempted to climb over, Zhou could easily push him, causing him to fall from the 24th floor. Therefore, Zhang aimed his gun at the unconscious Chun Jinghao and the others on the ground. Use these ropes to tie their hands behind their backs. Also, I remember Chun Jinghao has a gun on him. Give it to me. Zhou wore a look of exasperation. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, only drank a little water, and had dragged 10 people to the balcony, leaving her with no strength. Seeing Zhang Yi being so cautious and unwilling to come help, she bit her cracked lips and said angrily, "You're being way too careful. Better safe than sorry. I won't take any risks." Zhang Yi replied calmly, "I won't take any risks either." With no choice under Zhang Yi's gunpoint, Zhou had to comply with his orders. She picked up the ropes and securely bound the hands of those individuals behind their backs. When she retrieved the handgun from Chun Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also aimed at her head. "Take the magazine out and throw it to me." Zhou looked at Zhang Yi, suddenly biting her lip and asking, "How can I trust you? What if after I do all this, you turn against me?" Zhang Yi replied, "Right now, you have no other options but to trust me. Only by trusting me can you possibly survive in this harsh environment." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou realized she had no choice but to trust Zhang Yi. She couldn't break her moral code to resort to cannibalism, which would lead to her starving to death. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, she removed the magazine from the handgun and tossed it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it and confirmed it was indeed Chun Jinghao's gun before telling Zhou, "You can go back inside now." Zhou cautiously returned to the room, her heart racing with anxiety. If Chun Jinghao and the others woke up, Zhang Yi could retreat into the room, but she would be doomed. However, as Zhang Yi said, she had no choice. After Zhou got back into the room, Zhang Yi did not rush to cross the balcony. He picked up Chun Jinghao's gun from the ground. After checking the magazine, he found it still had 3 bullets left. Zhang Yi tossed the gun into a separate space, returned to the room, and took out a water pipe from the bathroom. He then sprayed it towards the group of 10 on the balcony. He refrained from using his gun, firstly, to conserve ammunition, and secondly, to avoid attracting attention that could lead to unnecessary trouble. With a splash, water gushed from the pipe, landing on Chun Jinghao and the others from 3 to 4 meters away. The temperature difference from the 20-degree warmth inside to the minus 70-degree chill outside. Almost a 100-degree difference. The initially warm water sprayed out with steam, but upon hitting them, it began to freeze instantly. Zhou, witnessing this scene from inside, hugged her arms tightly. Being frozen to death was indeed a cruel fate. At that moment, the icy water began to wake the group slowly. The cold water soaked into their bodies, causing them to freeze all over. One young man, his lips turning purple from the cold, screamed in terror. He attempted to get up but found his hands tightly bound behind him. The ground was also covered in a thick layer of ice, making it impossible for him to rise. Chun Jinghao was jolted awake by the cold water splashing on his face. He looked bewildered, then suddenly realized he had been drugged. But now, he had no time to investigate who had drugged him. The cold water washing over him felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, every pore stinging as if 1,000 needles were piercing him. All of them woke up, screaming in panic. However, no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't get up as 10 people crowded the balcony, getting in each other's way. Zhang Yi. Chun Jinghao spotted Zhang Yi on the adjacent balcony, spraying them with the water pipe, and let out an angry roar. Zhang Yi finally stepped out of the room. The previously impenetrable window now cracked open slightly. Unfortunately, he was now bound and could see his life slipping away. "You've caused enough trouble. It's time to die," Zhang Yi said coldly. Chun Jinghao and his companions had killed nearly half the neighbors in the building, nearly matching Zhang Yi's own kill count. Keeping them alive would only risk them retaliating against Zhang Yi soon. Although he wasn't afraid, it was better to eliminate them for safety's sake. Zhang Yi wouldn't joke with his own life. As Chun Jinghao and the others struggled with their last bit of strength, they roared in anger. Yet, they couldn't rise. The icy cold water poured over their faces, flooding into their mouths and collars. Their clothes soaked through, turning into hard ice blocks. 2 minutes later, they lay on the ground, unable to make a sound, their bodies turning blue and purple as they twitched. 3 minutes later, they were completely immobile, having turned into 10 large ice blocks. 5 minutes later, the mass of ice grew even larger, merging into a solid block of ice. To conserve water, Zhang Yi stopped spraying. In this state, without modern medical intervention, survival was impossible. Zhang Yi returned to the room and locked the floor-to-ceiling windows tightly. He then changed out his heavy winter gear and called Zhou Ke. "You've passed the test. You can come over." In the adjacent room, Zhou Ke heard Zhang Yi's voice and finally relaxed her tense heart. She trembled as she said, "Okay, I'll come over right away." She grabbed her medical kit and hurriedly opened the door, escaping from the hellish room. Zhang Yi unlocked the heavy security door, stepping back 2 paces and raising his gun to point at the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance to ensure Zhou Ke was fine before using a mobile app to open the final electronic lock. "You can come in now." Zhou Ke outside the door heard the voice and raised her cold, pale hand, pushing against the door with all her might. The door was heavy, and she struggled to push it open. But as soon as a gap appeared, a wave of warmth surged out, enveloping her. Zhou Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hadn't felt this warmth in so long. So, she exerted more strength, pushing the door open and stepping inside. At that moment, entering the room felt like stepping into paradise. The cold that had enveloped her body began to dissipate rapidly. The intoxicating warmth felt like a hot bath. Gradually, she even began to feel an unbearable heat. After all, she was wearing 6 layers of clothing, with 2 layers of down jackets. In Zhang Yi's room, where the temperature was 27 degrees Celsius, she felt so hot she could hardly bear it. So she hurriedly took off her clothes, ignoring Zhang Yi's gun pointed at her. Chapter 67, proving you are harmless. The room was too hot. Zhou Ke felt like she was being roasted in an oven while wearing a down jacket, making her extremely uncomfortable. Ignoring Zhang Yi's gun pointed at her, she quickly took off her thick down jacket to cool herself down. She gasped for air, tears in her eyes indicating her inner excitement. It was so warm, too warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was suitable for human life. And she hadn't felt such ordinary happiness in a long time. Have you forgotten something? For example, this is my home, and you haven't fully passed my test yet, Zhang Yi coldly told her. At that moment, Zhou Ke remembered there was a man in front of her. Zhang Yi kept his gun aimed at her. Zhou Ke forced a smile. "You are really cautious. I have already done what you asked and dealt with your enemies. Isn't that enough to gain your trust?" Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "Those people were also a big trouble for you. You got rid of them not just because of me, you also needed to survive. Eliminating them only proves you have some use and meets the basic condition of being my assistant. But next, you need to prove your harmlessness." Zhang Yi identified the crux of the matter. After enduring a long life in the apocalypse, He was unwilling to easily trust anyone, as anyone could lose their humanity in such desperate times. He could only trust himself. That was the only way to survive in the apocalypse. Zhou felt a bit helpless. She had already done as Zhang Yi requested and didn't know how to make him trust her. However, she definitely didn't want to leave this warm house. What do you want me to do to prove that I am harmless to you? Zhou looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost in a humble request. Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked cautiously, "You're not hiding any weapons on you, are you?" Zhou raised her hands in exasperation. "Look, in this position, I can't possibly hide any dangerous weapons, right?" Zhang Yi's expression remained indifferent as he shook the gun in his hand. "Put your hands up." Zhang Yi indicated he wanted to search her to ensure she wasn't hiding any weapons. Zhou felt a bit embarrassed, but understood that she had no bargaining power at the moment. Zhang Yi's home was too warm. Compared to the environment she had lived in before, it was simply heaven. To gain something, one must pay an equivalent price. She understood this well. "Okay, I understand." Zhou gathered her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a smart woman who knew what to give to get what she wanted. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on her, preventing her from suddenly pulling out any deadly weapon. This was purely for safety. Such a gentleman like him wouldn't have any other thoughts. Zhou slowly raised her hands and then placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in the TV dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached and searched her. "Is this okay now?" Zhou asked after Zhang Yi had finished searching her. Zhang Yi confirmed she wasn't carrying any weapons, then glanced at the medical kit on the floor and said to Zhou, "I suggest you take a shower first." Zhou's face turned even redder. She indeed hadn't showered in a long time and might have some odor, but that couldn't be helped. Feeling shy, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Zhang Yi found some women's clothes from the alternate space and threw them outside the bathroom. "Here's some clean clothes for you to change into later. I picked a set according to your size. Try it on and let me know if it fits. If not, I can find you another." Having managed the warehouse for so long, Zhang Yi had developed a good eye and could tell Zhou's clothing size at a glance. Zhou responded with a quiet from inside the bathroom. Then the sound of running water followed. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, carefully opened it, and examined its contents. He found it nearly empty, with only a few rolls of nearly used-up gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After a moment's thought, he took the syringes, tossed them into the alternate space, and closed the medical kit. He sat down on the sofa, waiting for Zhou to finish her shower before continuing their conversation. Inside the bathroom, as Zhou turned on the shower and felt the hot water cascading over her head, tears filled her excited eyes. Only after losing something do people understand what happiness truly is. She hadn't realized the importance of everything in her daily life before, but after the apocalypse struck, she discovered the value of those things. After thousands of years of human civilization, the conveniences it brought had made them increasingly delicate. Having not showered for half a month, Zhou washed particularly carefully this time. After half an hour, she suddenly remembered she was in Zhang Yi's home and quickened her pace. After all, water resources were extremely precious now. Zhang Yi, however, didn't voice any objections or rush her because he had plenty of stored water. Even in extreme situations, there was an abundance of snow outside that could be used. Human activity had hit the pause button, and the natural snowmelt was very clean and even drinkable. Click! The bathroom door opened. Zhang Yi looked over to see a steaming arm reaching out from inside the door, picking up the clothes he had placed outside. Soon after, Zhou emerged dressed in pajamas, her wet hair cascading down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi, holding the gun, remained oblivious to her beauty, his gaze still filled with caution. Until he was sure this woman was trustworthy, he wouldn't let his guard down. Whether it was seemingly fragile women or children, in the apocalypse, they could all pose a deadly threat. "Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't showered in a long time and wasted your water. Won't hold it against me, will you?" Zhou looked a bit embarrassed. Arriving at a stranger's home, she felt very cautious, especially since she didn't know what kind of person Zhang Yi was. At such times, being careful and respectful was always wise. She didn't want to anger Zhang Yi and be thrown out. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but going from luxury to frugality is difficult. After experiencing the wonders of a safe house, who would want to return to the icy wilderness? Chapter 68. Today it's settled. Zhou Ke noticed that Zhang Yi still had his guard up against her, and couldn't help but think, no wonder he could live so carefree in the apocalypse. Have a seat. Zhang Yi pointed to the sofa beside him, and, at some point, he had picked up his gun. Zhou Ke obediently sat on the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, her hands clasped on her knees, looking like a good girl. Listen, I'll let you stay here because you have some value to me. But you must always remember, this is my home, and being allowed to stay here is a gift from me to you. Therefore, you must obey all my orders. Otherwise, I will kick you out. If you make any inappropriate moves against me, once I find out, I will kill you without mercy. As Zhou Ke listened to Zhang Yi's cold words, she couldn't help but think, so cold-blooded. Although she understood Zhang Yi had reasons for saying this, she would have felt a bit touched if he had expressed it in a gentler way. Little did she know, Zhang Yi had been gentle before, but all his tenderness had ultimately been wasted. Zhang Yi then pointed to her room. Their home had a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, with 2 secondary bedrooms besides Zhang Yi's master bedroom. You will stay in that room. But let me make it clear, there are surveillance cameras in every corner of this house, so you will always be under my watch, with no privacy whatsoever. The door is also a security door, made of material only slightly thinner than the front door, but it cannot be opened by human strength. The key is in my hand, and you can only come out when I allow it. If you have any objections, Zhang Yi pointed to the front door, you can leave right now. Zhou Ke would never leave. No matter how harsh Zhang Yi's conditions were, this house was a paradise compared to the cruel outside world. She nodded, okay. I will listen to you. Duquere's submissive attitude greatly satisfied Zhang Yi. After all, she was a smart woman, making communication easy. If it were someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, they would probably cry and make a fuss. They deserved to die in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi put away his gun and adjusted the position of another one. He looked at Zhou Ke, his tone becoming slightly gentler. You're smart, which will make it easier for all of us to get along in the future. You should understand what hell lies outside. Besides depending on me, you have no other way to survive. So now, I want to tell you a secret, so listen carefully. Zhou Ke opened her eyes wide in surprise. A secret? You are willing to tell me? She thought that someone as cautious as Zhang Yi would not easily share a secret with her. Zhang Yi said, I'm telling you this secret to ensure your loyalty to me. However, if you leak it, I'm not too worried. After all, in this world, everyone struggles to survive. And I'm not afraid of anyone posing a threat to me. He shrugged. The people who want to kill me before have all been dealt with, and you saw that. Zhou Ke nodded, looking seriously at Zhang Yi, wanting to hear what secret he was about to reveal. Zhang Yi slowly said, the cause of this snow disaster, I believe you've seen online, is due to a supernova explosion that caused a gamma ray burst. This kind of radiation can affect the human body and may lead to mutations. Therefore, I have gained a superpower, which is to obtain a separate space. Ignoring Zhou Ke's shocked expression, Zhang Yi continued. The reason I can live so carefree until now is that my space stores a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, you can see that this house cannot store too many supplies. So, I live, and you can enjoy those supplies with me. That's why there's food to eat and hot water to bathe. If I die, this house will quickly become indistinguishable from other houses, and you will still starve. Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Ke, even though he knew she was a kind person. He only believed in interests, not in human nature, because human nature can be twisted without much effort. Only by telling Zhou Ke that she could only survive if he did, would she completely become part of his interest community. To gain Zhou Ke's trust, Zhang Yi took out a long sandwich from his space and tossed it to her. Seeing Zhang Yi produce a sandwich out of thin air, Zhou Ke's surprised gaze finally showed a hint of trust. Superpower? Does such a thing really exist? Looking at the sandwich in her hand, she swallowed hard but didn't dare to take a bite, waiting for Zhang Yi's command. Such a large piece of bread, if left outside, could feed 2 families. Not to mention, she hadn't eaten for 2 days. Zhang Yi said lightly, eat, that's for you. Zhou Ke could no longer hold back and took a big bite. Seeing her eat so hurriedly, Zhang Yi was afraid she would choke. So he poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. Zhou Ke devoured the sandwich, a kind of fast food she used to disdain. now making her feel so moved she almost cried. Oh my God, why can a piece of bread taste so good? Zhang Yi quietly explained the rules of living here. I don't trust you that much, so you need to be sensible. Cleaning, cooking, these things should not require me to instruct you. The sewer has long been frozen. So when you need to use the toilet, you need to use a special plastic bag and throw it out from the hidden door of the window. This will also be your responsibility from now on. In other words, you will be my maid in the future, exchanging labor for a comfortable living environment and food. Remember? Zhang Yi's home could not afford to keep idle people. Zhou Ku'er finished her food in a hurry and nodded repeatedly. I understand, master. She shyly called out. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This little girl really knew how to play her cards right. No wonder she could become the chief physician at such a young age. Seeing her well fed, a smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze falling on her snow-white neck. Do you know why? Out of so many people in this building, I chose you even though we are not the closest. Because I'm a doctor. You lack nothing, but you can't guarantee you won't get sick or injured. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That's one reason. Although my body is very healthy, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. He took out a half bottle of leftover red wine from under the coffee table and magically produced 2 wine glasses. He poured 2 glasses of red wine, pushing one in front of Zhou Ku'er. So what do you think the second reason is? Zhou Ku'er took the wine glass, hesitated for a moment, took a sip, and a hint of understanding appeared in her eyes. There is no free lunch in this world. Because I'm a woman, and a very beautiful woman. This woman had a good sense of self-awareness. Zhou Ku'er put down her wine glass and stood up. In front of Zhang Yi, she untied her bathrobe. Zhang Yi didn't pretend to be a gentleman. After more than half a month of repression, he had accumulated a lot of negative energy that needed to be balanced out. So, today it was settled. Chapter 69. A good night's sleep this night was destined to be incredibly long. Zhou Ku'er had finally obtained the warm room she desired. Now, for the first time since the apocalypse began, she could comfortably enjoy a good night's sleep. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside, keeping the only key with him. Business is business, and there are basic principles to uphold. Even though Zhang Yi knew that Zhou Ku'er was a kind person, letting her in and allowing her to survive was already a great mercy. For the time being, he couldn't let his guard down around her. He took a shower first, and then returned to the bedroom to rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi woke up feeling refreshed, his eyes brighter than usual. Having a woman by his side added some enjoyment to life. Living alone all the time worried him that he might mentally break down one day. After all, humans are social animals. However, the premise was that Zhou Ku'er had to be obedient and absolutely harmless. Zhang Yi checked the surveillance and saw that Zhou Ku'er was still deeply asleep in bed. She hadn't had a good rest in a long time, so she was sleeping soundly and hadn't woken up yet. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, got dressed, and finished his morning grooming. After completing his morning routine, he went to the living room, ready to have breakfast. He took some food from the alternate space and placed it on the coffee table. Then he went to Zhou Ku'er's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked on the door. Come out and eat something. It was somewhat amusing. Even though he could see everything in the room clearly, he still knocked out of politeness. After all, if the two were to coexist for a long time, basic respect was necessary. Zhou Ku'er's soft voice came from inside, laced with a hint of fatigue. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Yi went to the dining table, picked up a beef cheeseburger, and walked to the window while eating. After a night, the large ice block next door had grown bigger, covered in a layer of white snow, and he could vaguely see the twisted forms of 10 corpses inside. Zhou Ku'er walked out of her room, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, her complexion slightly flushed. As a medical doctor graduated from a prestigious university, she had always been proud and indifferent towards men. That was why she had remained chaste until now. After all, people in high society placed great importance on such matters. However, she had not given herself to her husband or even to a lover. Instead, in this apocalypse, she had exchanged that for survival with a man she wasn't very familiar with. Yet, looking at Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold, rationally handsome face made her feel particularly at ease. Women often have a special feeling for their first man. Zhang Yi quite liked Zhou Ku'er because she was beautiful. What man wouldn't love a stunning woman with a great figure? But love was something that couldn't be talked about at the moment. Perhaps when he fully trusted her in the future, he would slowly invest his feelings. After all, living alone in an apocalypse was too exhausting. One always needed some emotional support. Zhang Yi gestured for Zhou Ke to look at the food on the table. Zhou Ke looked over and found steaming burgers, fried chicken, and fries. These were food Zhang Yi had ordered in bulk from fast food restaurants like KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation ability of the alternate space, they were still warm. Zhou Ke swallowed hard, unable to resist walking over to grab a burger, and started eating heartily. The fast food she had once looked down upon now tasted delicious enough to make her want to cry. In less than 10 minutes, she finished a pile of food. Zhou Ke leaned back in her chair, comfortably burping. When she saw Zhang Yi's half-smiling expression, she shyly covered her mouth, looking embarrassed. Zhang Yi didn't care about that. He asked, "Are you done eating?" Zhou Ke tilted her head and replied seriously, "Not yet, but I can't eat too much at once, or it might cause gastroenteritis." "Then you're done. Come over and work," Zhang Yi said, pointing outside. Zhou Ke obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of cold weather gear from the alternate space, and Zhou Ke's eyes widened. Although it wasn't her first time seeing it, she still found it particularly fascinating. In her heart, her determination to follow Zhang Yi grew stronger. In the apocalypse, there were very few people who could survive. Only by following powerful individuals could she increase her chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed Zhou Ke a set of cold weather gear for her to wear and put on his own. "What are we going to do?" "Zhukaya usket cool usli." Zhang Yi pointed to the block of ice on the neighboring balcony and said, "Go smash that ice block." Zhou Ke's body trembled. The bodies inside had already merged with the ice. If they smashed the ice block, their corpses would be shattered as well. They were surely dead, so why do this? Zhang Yi shuruk. Maybe it's simply because I really dislike them. Seeing Zhou Ke's surprised expression, Zhang Yi smiled and continued. "Almost everyone in this building wants to kill me and take my room and supplies. I have to do something to let them know I'm not someone to be trifled with." He smirked, recalling how they thought of him as a turtle that only stayed at home. "Of course, I don't mind their opinions of me, but over time, it does get a bit annoying. It's good for them to remember." There was another reason Zhang Yi didn't mention, and he couldn't be bothered to explain to Zhou Ke. He was someone who would repay a grudge. Chun Jinghao had tried to kill him multiple times, and Zhang Yi was very angry about it. He thought merely freezing them was too lenient. Zhou Ke seemed to realize something and pointed at her own nose, saying, "You don't expect me to do it again, do you?" She was utterly speechless. It seemed that from the beginning, it was her alone who had been putting effort into dealing with Chun Jinghao and the others. Now that they were dead, why was Zhang Yi still so cowardly? Zhang Yi replied seriously, "This is called being prudent. What if I go over and you close the window on me?" Although Zhang Yi's supplies were all in the alternate space, so he wasn't worried about starving, who would want to seek trouble after living a comfortable life. Zhou Ke rolled her eyes, feeling both amused and exasperated. She secretly criticized how someone could be so prudent. She wasn't an idiot. Why would she do something that harmed others without benefiting herself? Zhang Yi ignored her thoughts, gestured for her to follow, and handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Ke noticed that when Zhang Yi handed her the bat, his body was clearly in a defensive posture. She was furious, finding Zhang Yi's excessive caution ridiculous. But despite her reluctance, she honestly accepted the bat and climbed over the railing to the neighboring balcony. Zhang Yi then took out his phone and started recording. Chapter 70 Deterrence. Zhou Ke raised the baseball bat in her hand, looking at the huge ice block in front of her. She gritted her teeth and decisively swung down hard. After all, she was a woman with medical training, so her aversion to corpses wasn't that strong. Crack! The ice block shattered at her strike. Zhou Ke's hand stung from the recoil, as she exclaimed as she dropped the bat. She frowned slightly, rubbing her palm. So hard. Before Zhang Yi could speak, she walked into the house and returned with a large iron hammer in her hand. "This is much better," she said with determination in her eyes. Zhang Yi paused for a moment, feeling as if he had underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Ke lifted the hammer and brought it down forcefully. Since the amount of water spread wasn't too much, the ice layer wasn't excessively thick, and Zhou Ke's strength was considerable. She really smashed a large chunk off. Zhang Yi recorded the entire process with his phone. After Zhou Ke's first strike, her courage grew. and she no longer felt fear. With a series of cracking sounds, the chunk of ice was already in pieces. At this moment, it was hard to see what was inside, only a blur of colors. But Zhang Yi knew what they were. After Zhou Ku'er completed Zhang Yi's request, she climbed back. "What's the use of recording this?" she asked curiously while changing her clothes. Zhang Yi smirked and sent the video to the owner group. Zhou Ku'er suddenly understood. "You want to establish authority in the owner group so that they won't dare to disturb you in the future?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "Not only that, I want to replace Chen Zhenghao in their minds." The neighbors feared Chen Zhenghao far more than him, because Chen Zhenghao had a gun and would storm into their homes to kill them and take their supplies. But even if Zhang Yi killed many people, he still left the impression of being a pervert lurking at home, relying on sneak attacks to kill. Zhang Yi wanted to take the initiative and prepare for the day he might need to step out of the house. Hoarded, supporting Zhang Yi's action. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa to rest, casually checking the chat group's updates. Zhou Ku'er snuggled up beside Zhang Yi, her legs together like a cute little cat. Her head rested against him as they both watched the reactions in the owner group. The two looked like a couple deeply in love. Zhou Ku'er's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from dependence, a natural admiration for strength in women. However, for Zhang Yi, she still had more of a servant's attribute at this point. As for feelings, they could wait. If they developed, he wouldn't mind. But even if feelings emerged, they wouldn't be too deep. Recently, the internet seemed to have worsened a bit. It took a full minute for Zhang Yi to upload the video. It appeared that due to the heavy snow, the nearby base stations were affected. However, as a world-renowned infrastructure powerhouse, China maintained top-level standards in communication. Thus, it hadn't reached a point of total communication failure, although long-distance communication might face significant interference. When the neighbors saw the video, they clicked on it out of curiosity. When they saw how miserably Chen Zhenghao and the others had died, many couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears mingling with their amusement. Chen Zhenghao, that devil, is finally dead. Xiao Chui, you can rest your eyes now. Finally, he is dead. We can go out now. That bastard died well. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Woo woo. The neighbors harbored a deep hatred for Chen Zhenghao. If it weren't for him leading the bloody chaos, many in this building would never have died. Their relatives, friends, and lovers were all cruelly killed by Chen Zhenghao and his men. This kind of hatred was beyond words. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Chen Zhenghao is dead. Zhang Yi did it. Zhou Ku'er shot him a glance filled with grievance, thinking, wasn't that me who did it? Zhang Yi continued. From now on, this building is under my control. The neighbors suddenly remembered that the video was posted by Zhang Yi, and Zhou Ku'er appeared in it. Zhang Yi, you killed Chen Zhenghao? You're amazing. Thank you for eliminating that damn devil. Zhang Yi, do you have food at home? I'm starving. My son is dead. My daughter is dead. But I want to live. Zhang Yi, you must have food at home. Please give me some. I'll do anything you ask. The neighbors saw Zhang Yi appear and immediately began pleading. The name Zhang Yi equated to a large supply of resources, a synonym for food. Zhang Yi was somewhat speechless. It seemed they held no fear of him. He said to Zhou Ku'er beside him, I killed Chen Zhenghao, but why aren't they afraid of me? Zhou Ku'er replied without hesitation, because compared to that madman Chen Zhenghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi pointed to himself. Amused. I'm a good person? Don't put me on a pedestal. Zhou Ku'er said earnestly. To me, you are a good person because you've never actively killed anyone. As for Chen Zhenghao, he deserved to die. Zhang Yi smiled without speaking. He didn't consider himself a good person, but at least he didn't think he was a bad person either. That was because he hadn't been pushed to the brink yet, allowing him to retain the basic moral bottom line of humanity. At that moment, someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, did Zhou Ku'er move into your house? Why can she live there and not me? Why can't I go in? She sensed a blind spot. Zhou Ku'er was helping Zhang Yi in the video, so it was likely they were together. Many people's eyes turned red with jealousy. They had been dreaming of entering Zhang Yi's house. It was said to have a fireplace, a warm greenhouse of 20 to 30 degrees. It was comfortable, filled with supplies that could last 10 years. In the past, they had tried to break in forcefully, but had all failed. However, Zhou Ku'er's situation gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do what Zhou Ku'er can do, and I can definitely do it better. Let me in too. Zhang Yi, I've actually liked you for a long time. Can you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, even though I'm a man, I could. Zhang, he felt his eyes burning from the messages. Zhou Kuer was also dumbfounded, feeling a twinge of crisis. In fact, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, she wasn't very skilled at dating men. What if Zhang Yi met someone better in the future and neglected her? Stockpiling, secretly resolving to showcase her value better in the future and to cling to Zhang Yi's leg. The neighbors were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred toward Zhou Kuer, begging Zhang Yi to take them along, especially Fang Yuqing, who nearly went mad when she saw these messages. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Kuer now? Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Fang Yuqing grew anxious. At that moment, she was huddled in a stinky room, disheveled like a madwoman. Sun Jichao and Zhou Peng, Good Jiaoyang had been dead for several days. However, Fang Yuqing still held onto a glimmer of hope. She believes that one day she can go to Zhang Yi's house and enjoy that wonderful life. She typed with trembling, cracked hands, Brother Zhang Yi, now that Qin Zhenghao is dead, can Qing'er come to you? Didn't you say you wanted to live a good life with Qing'er? Didn't you promise to let Qing'er have enough to eat and wear and live happily? You promised me, you have to want me. You can't be with other women. You are mine, and everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi didn't expect Fang Yuqing to still be alive. He sneered and retorted, you're not dead yet? However, Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up. So, Brother Zhang Yi thought I was dead. That's why he let that slut Zhou Kuer live in their house. It must be like that. Now that he knows I'm alive, he will definitely choose me over her. Her excited lips trembled as she said to Zhang Yi, Brother Zhang, Qing'er is doing well now. You used to like me so much. You won't change your mind, right? Don't let Zhou Kuer stay in your house. Let me go. I'm the one who loves you the most. Kick her out of the house. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Kaining noticed Fang Yuqing's abnormal behavior. Seeing the light in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they immediately understood she was chatting with Zhang Yi. The two rushed over, their faces twisted with anger, and said, Fang Yuqing, don't even think about leaving us to live a good life on your own. The three fought over a phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Kaining, Zhang Yi, I'm not worse than Fang Yuqing. I could do everything she can do. I'm much more considerate than her and won't treat you as a backup. Wang Min, Zhang Yi, I'm a bit older, but being older means knowing how to cherish people. Young girls don't understand what it means to be gentle and considerate. Give me a chance. Zhang Yi just treated it as watching a show. Listening to the messages they competed to send and the voices filled with arguments, he couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuer felt even more anxious, tightly hugging Zhang Yi's arm, afraid he would run away. Chapter 71, Don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid she'll misunderstand Zhang. He felt a hint of happiness and warmth in his heart as Zhou Kuer actively approached him. Although he wasn't someone easily influenced by women, he still needed tenderness and care. There was no doubt that Zhou Kuer was a beauty, and it was reasonable for her to have an impact on him. He also enjoyed the process of her coming close to him. A mischievous thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. If Fang Yuqing saw how intimate he and Zhou Kuer were, would she go crazy? With that in mind, Zhang Yi immediately picked up his phone and sent a selfie to both of them. In the picture, Zhou Kuer was nestled beside him, tightly holding his arm. Then, he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Qing'er, you're a good person, but unfortunately, you came too late. I've now met someone better. You'll bless us, right? Fang Yuqing was still desperately fighting for her phone. Ding dong. The three of them heard the notification sound and quickly looked over. Every message from Zhang Yi was a glimmer of hope for them. But the result was that they saw the intimate scene of Zhou Kuer and Zhang Yi, who were clearly already a couple. Zhou Kuer surpassed them in terms of education, talent, and looks, making them feel inferior. Fang Yuqing's education was not high, and she only worked as a clerk in a warehouse. Compared to a high-quality beauty like Zhou Kuer, she was utterly crushed. Thus, intense jealousy burned fiercely within her. Brother Zhang Yi, no, you can't do this to me. Qing'er loves you. You're my favorite. She must be lying to you. She doesn't really like you. Give me a chance, and I will prove that I am the one who truly loves you. Zhang Yi sneered and said, no need. What I have with Kuer is true love. She is so much better than you. How could I give her up for you? Do you think you qualify? So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid she might misunderstand. Zhang Yi knew that his words would surely drive Feng Yuqing crazy. He understood that he was Feng Yuqing's last hope in this apocalypse. To personally extinguish someone's hope was a wonderful thing, especially in this manner. Feng Yuqing always thought of herself as a goddess, only deserving to be adored by men. But today, she had lost her man, or so she thought, to another woman. The key was that this woman was indeed better and prettier than her. This pain and despair were doubled. She regretted wanting to slap herself, asking why she had been blind not to marry such a good man as Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi had predicted, Feng Yuqing was nearly going insane, letting out a hysterical scream from her throat. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were clearly my loyal dog. You adored me for 2 years, so why? Now that I'm so proactive, are you not adoring me anymore? That bitch. Why did she take my man? You should die. Yes, Zhou Kuer, it's all that bitch's fault. Lin Caning and Wang Min saw Zhang Yi's message and pointed at Feng Yuqing, laughing heartily. Ha ha, you silly girl, just being overly sentimental. This is your retribution. Ugh, you totally deserve this. Feng Yuqing's former best friend, Lin Caning, cursed through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with disdain. With red eyes, Feng Yuqing tried to send another message to Zhang Yi, only to find that he had blocked her. This meant that Zhang Yi no longer wanted to deal with this woman at all. Not long after, she would die in this apocalypse. And Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation of her would bring him satisfaction. Zhang Yi put down his phone, a happy smile on his face. The more pain that woman felt, the happier he became. Zhou Kuer was closely leaning against him, looking up at him with curiosity. Zhang Yi turned his head, and their eyes met. Suddenly, he frowned and tightly grasped her soft hand. Do you think I'm cruel? Zhou Kuer's breathing became rapid, and her face flushed with nervous excitement. You must have your reasons for doing this. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened. He thought back to how Feng Yuqing had treated him in his previous life. He had given her everything, only to be betrayed by her, tricked into opening his door, leading to him being devoured by his neighbors. The excruciating pain was unimaginable for any human. After all, you have to watch them use dull knives to cut off your limbs, piece by piece. You understand, right? Zhang Yi didn't want to explain much. He couldn't even clarify. After all, those events had nothing to do with Zhou Kuer. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer dealt with Chen Zhenghao, things became much quieter around them. At least, there wouldn't be daily knocks and people sent to monitor them from next door. Chen Zhenghao didn't even know that the main reason Zhang Yi was now killing him was that he was too annoying. The atmosphere in the 25 was slightly more relaxed, not as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi knew this was just a facade. The longer the apocalypse lasted, the more twisted human nature became. Now, even without Chen Zhenghao, those who had tasted blood might still resort to murder. But as always, what did that have to do with him? That morning, after getting up, Zhang Yi went to Zhou Kuer's door and helped her open it. Zhou Kuer blushed and went to the bathroom, then came over to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her cooking skills were average, but at least they were better than Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, when Zhang Yi wanted freshly made food, he would have her prepare some. Of course, before eating, Zhang Yi would have Zhou Kuer taste it first before he picked up his chopsticks. While eating, Zhang Yi would check WeChat and some news that was still operational. Nowadays, only a small fraction of the software still in operation was being maintained by the authorities. In the extreme cold, the vast majority of people could not survive. However, the higher-ups always had contingency plans for disasters, allowing some so-called important figures to stay alive. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the WeChat group. It was the previously wildly disruptive Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, the snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a high-ranking official in Jiangnan province. He told me over the phone. You all need to listen to me now, or else I'll have you all dragged out and shot. Did you hear me? Send me food right now. But no one in the group paid her any attention. She had gone mad. Yet, it was a miracle that she had survived until now. I remember that Chen Zhenghao's first target was her. Zhang Yi said indifferently. Sitting across from him, Zhou Kuer revealed a faintly sad expression upon hearing this. When I want to treat Lin Xiaohu, I felt sorry for them, so I gave them some supplies. Chapter 72. Uncle Yu borrows medicine. Hearing this, Zhang Yi glanced at her. Zhou Kuer, afraid that Zhang Yi would look down on her for being too virtuous, hurriedly explained, at that time, the snow disaster had just begun. and I thought it would pass soon. Zhang Yi smiled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and crossing his hands. That's not the issue. The supplies you received should have been used up by now, right? What have you been relying on to hold on until now? Zhu Kaiya, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently put it back in her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. Lin Xiaohu died about 10 days ago due to the lack of medicine. Zhang Yi nodded. If that was the case, it made sense. He suddenly laughed, saying in the past, Lin Xuanxia always said Lin Xiaohu was her precious darling, wishing she could keep him in her mouth. She really did what she said. Zhou Ke couldn't help but cover her mouth, giving Zhang Yi a reproachful look. I me kink. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed as his prank succeeded. He suddenly felt that living with a woman made life much more interesting. At least there was someone to talk to, making it less boring. Just then outside, a shout suddenly rang out. The two turned to look out the window. About 40 meters away from their building, on the balcony of Building 18, a naked man stood with his arms raised, shouting into the wind. Then, under their gaze, he dove down like a diver. Zhou Ke frowned slightly and couldn't help but sigh. When will this snow disaster end? In this apocalyptic world, many people chose to commit suicide because they saw no hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are not something humanity can control with our current technology. As long as we can survive, that's enough. While they were talking, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Uncle Yu, the security guard. With his experience from his past life, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two people in this life, Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke. Both had sacrificed for others and adhered to the moral bottom line of humanity until death. That's why he allowed Zhou Ke to enter his home and become his servant. As for Uncle Yu, he was the person who had stockpiled supplies in the entire building, second only to Zhang Yi. Up until now, his supplies were still relatively sufficient. A single man in his 40s with no children, working as a security guard, would naturally stockpile cheap instant noodles and sausages to save on living costs. Zhang Yi answered the call. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi, are you doing okay? Uncle Yu spoke hesitantly, with an unnatural silly laugh. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that this was usually a sign of him needing something. Zhang Yi weighed his options in his mind. If Uncle Yu was asking to borrow supplies, he could give him some. After all, this security guard had served 5 years in the army and was quite capable. In the future, if something happened, he could call on him for help or to take a bullet for him. So Zhang Yi was happy to give him some small favors. Uncle Yu, I'm doing fine. It's just that there's an extra person at home, and the supplies are running out a bit faster. He glanced at Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head to continue eating her rice. Oh, that is indeed a problem. With one more person at home, there's more to eat. That's true. Uncle Yu's tone gradually weakened, seeming a bit embarrassed to speak up. However, after hesitating for a moment, he finally said, Zhang, want to ask you something. Uncle Yu, there's no need to be polite with me. Just say it. As long as it's something I can help with, I'll do my best. Uncle Yu shyly replied. It's like this. Xieli Mei's daughter, Tang Bao, has a fever, and I don't have any medicine at home. She's all red, and both her mom and I are almost going crazy watching her. Do you have any medicine there? By the end, Uncle Yu's voice was trembling, filled with pleading. Zhang Yi's eyes widened, looking as if he had received shocking news. Wow, I didn't expect Xieli Mei to find Uncle Yu as a backup. This woman's taste was quite good, able to pinpoint a quality stock among so many single men in the building, second only to Zhang Yi. However, thinking of Xieli Mei's situation in his past life, Zhang Yi quickly felt relieved. She looked pitiful, but in the end, she lived longer than Zhang Yi. Clearly not as simple as she appeared. Xieli Mei was not yet 30 this year, with a 6-point appearance, but after having a child, her figure was quite full. Uncle Yu, who had been single his whole life, couldn't resist the charm of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in other people's private affairs. If Xieli Mei could hook up with a big-hearted man to help raise her child, that was her skill. Zhang Yi said, so that's how it is, Uncle Yu. Congratulations. Uncle Yu seemed a bit embarrassed, saying, what is there to congratulate? It's just sharing a life together. You know my situation. If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even be able to find a wife. Zhang Yi said, I have a few boxes of medicine here. You can come by and pick them up. Zhang Yi's tone was light, but the key phrase "a few boxes" revealed an important piece of information. He actually didn't have much fever medicine left. Yet, in this cold and resource-scarce situation, he still generously offered some to Uncle Yu. Just think about it. How loyal and good Zhang Yi was to him. How could Uncle Yu not do his best for him in the future? Sure enough, Uncle Yu was so excited he couldn't speak. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You've helped me twice in a big way. Yu Jiguang, promise here that if you ever need me, if I even say a word of refusal, I'm not human. Uncle Yu vowed excitedly. Zhang Yi laughed. Uncle Yu, you're being too formal. We've known each other for many years. To me, you're like my own uncle. No need for polite words. Just come and get the medicine. Across the table, Zhou Kuer pouted playfully at Zhang Yi and even made a face at him. She realized that beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior, there was also a sly side. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, Zhou Kuer curiously asked, "Are you and Uncle Yu that close?" Zhang Yi picked up his bowl and chopsticks and replied lightly, "The relationship between people is built on mutual benefit. This is even more evident in the apocalypse. Uncle Yu is a kind person with strong abilities. Having him owe me a favor might be useful in the future." At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly paused. Then he said, "Moreover, from the bottom of my heart, I also hope that the light of humanity in him does not fade away in this apocalypse. That is something exceptionally precious." Chapter 73. The Scheming Mother. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock on the door from outside. Following, that was Uncle Yu's voice. "Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you home?" He habitually checked the surveillance camera to take a look outside. But soon, Zhang Yi frowned, because standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman holding a child. Although she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi knew she must be the mother, Xieli Mei. What was she doing here? Zhang Yi had a relatively good impression of Uncle Yu, but he had no relationship with Xieli Mei. Moreover, based on his experiences from his past life, he always felt that this woman was not simple. Zhang Yi stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Kuer just glanced at him but did nothing. In this house, Zhang Yi was the master. He reached the door but did not open it. "Is it you, Uncle Yu?" he asked knowingly. Uncle Yu replied, "Yes, it's me." At that moment, Xieli Mei interjected. "Zhang Yi, our Tang Bao has a high fever that won't go down. Please help her." Her voice was tinged with a sob. Zhang Yi took out a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine, which he had prepared earlier, and threw them out through the shooting hole. "Hurry and give the medicine to the child. Being sick at this time is no small matter." Uncle Yu quickly picked up the medicine from the ground. His eyes filled with excitement. "Zhang Yi, thank you so much." "Thank you." Xieli Mei took the medicine. Uncle Yu had intended to take her away, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. She said, "Zhang Yi, I have a request. Can you let the baby stay at your house for a while? I know you have a heater, and it's warmer there. Our house is so cold. The baby is sick now, and I'm worried she might get frostbite. Can you help us with this?" Uncle Yu was taken aback. Xieli Mei had not mentioned this to him on the way here. He felt a bit awkward, as he had not discussed this with Zhang Yi before coming. Now that Xieli Mei suddenly brought it up, he felt caught in the middle and was embarrassed. However, seeing Xieli Mei's pleading eyes, he didn't know what to say. In the room, Zhang Yi heard Xieli Mei's words and slightly curled his lips. "Pushing your luck? Is it Sister Xie? I'm sorry, but at this critical time, I can't let anyone in. Besides, our coal supply is almost out, and to be honest, the temperature inside is not much warmer than outside." Zhang Yi would not be swayed by her words. Xieli Mei's nice talk about the child was just that, talk. But neither he nor Zhou Kuer had any experience taking care of children, and even if they did, he was too lazy to deal with such troubles. Once he let the child in, Xieli Mei could use the pretext of taking care of the child to come in as well. It's easy to invite a god in, but hard to send them away, if she had some bad intentions. Wu and Ti Zhang, you have to be on guard 24/7? He really didn't want to go through that hassle. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu quietly said to Xieli Mei, "Zhang Yi has already been very generous to us. He even brought medicine for the child. Let's go back and add more clothes so she won't catch a cold." Xieli Mei wiped her tears and said pitifully, "What do you know, you're a man? The baby is so small and very fragile." She then turned to Zhang Yi inside and said, "Zhang Yi, I know this request is a bit inappropriate, but I really have no other choice. Sister, knowing you have a kind heart, that's why I shamelessly made this request. Please, for the baby's sake, and for Uncle Yu's sake, let the baby stay at your house for a while. Having said that, she also involved Uncle Yu. Generally speaking, if a person is not particularly hard-hearted, they would soften up. When you make a significant request, it's best to start with a smaller one. Once the other party agrees to the smaller request, it becomes difficult for them to refuse the larger one afterward. This shows that this woman is not simple. Xiaoli Mei deliberately did not communicate this with Uncle Yu beforehand, but waited until Zhang Yi had finished delivering the medicine before suggesting that the baby stay at Zhang Yi's house. However, she underestimated how hard-hearted Zhang Yi could be. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Sister Xia, if this request had come before the apocalypse, I would have definitely agreed. But now, everyone in this building wants to take my house and my life. I'm really scared and can't let strangers in. I believe you can understand that, right? Uncle Yu, you should understand too? Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. At that moment, he felt very awkward being caught in the middle, but his gratitude towards Zhang Yi made him unwilling to trouble him further. Yes, Zhang Yi has been good to us. Otherwise, who would be willing to give us medicine? Do you know how hard it is to get medicine now? Xiaoli Mei bit her lip and did not refute Uncle Yu, only looking at him with tearful eyes, appearing pitiful. But didn't he let Zhou Kuer stay at their house? Zhang Yi scoffed and said, Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer felt a little pleased. Even though she knew Zhang Yi was just brushing Xiaoli Mei off, her lips curled up slightly. Compared to the truth, women care more about a man's sweet words. Even if she knew it was a lie, she would self-hypnotize and believe it was true. Xiaoli Mei frowned slightly, seemingly pondering her words. But Uncle Yu didn't have her thick skin. Zhang Yi had helped him several times. He couldn't lose face as a man. So he pulled Xiaoli Mei aside and said with a serious expression, Let us go. Don't trouble him anymore. Zhang Yi has been good to us. Don't overdo it. Seeing that Uncle Yu was genuinely a bit angry, Xiaoli Mei immediately changed to a pitiful expression. I know. I don't want to do this either. It's all for the child. Uncle Yu said to the room, I'm sorry, Zhang. Please don't hold it against her. Thank you for this. Zhang Yi replied, It's fine. We all understand the feeling. Let us support each other. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu take Xiaoli Mei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and said to Zhou Kuer, This woman is a bit troublesome. Zhou Kuer dismissed it. Aren't there many people like that? Zhang Yi shrugged. That's true, but I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I'm afraid she might interfere with our relationship. Uncle Yu was the ideal worker Zhang Yi had chosen. He didn't want a woman whispering in his ear around Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi became more vigilant towards Xiaoli Mei. At the very least, she had her eyes on Zhang Yi's house and resources. Chapter 74. Night raid on Zhang Yi's home. Uncle Yu returned home with Xiaoli Mei and the child. After closing the door, he said with an unhappy expression, What kind of talk was that just now? How could you ask someone to help you take care of the child? The outside is so chaotic, and no one knows if others are human or ghost. If he can give the child medicine, it shows he is a trustworthy good person. How can you still be so greedy? Xiaoli Mei sat on the bed holding the child, feeding him medicine while loosening her clothing to let her milk help wash it down. She didn't argue with Uncle Yu, but said weakly, Isn't everything I do for the child? The only motivation I have to live now is the baby. If anything happens to her, what is the point of me living? As she spoke, tears fell again. Uncle Yu turned his head and saw her snow-white chest and felt a bit soft-hearted, but also somewhat firm. His tone softened. I understand your meaning, but as a person, you should at least know to be grateful. Thinking about how Zhang Yi has helped me twice, I can't help but exclaim, if it weren't for Zhang Yi, I wouldn't have thought of stocking up supplies in advance, and I wouldn't be alive now. This great kindness, Yu Jiguang, must find a chance to repay. Just then, a faint voice from Xiaoli Mei reached his ears. Actually, I think you don't need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At least he is still wary of you, right? Uncle Yu was taken aback and excitedly replied, What are you talking about? Xiaoli Mei, looking weak, continued softly, Think about it. If he really trusted you, he should have opened the door for us to come in and sit when we went over. The medicine was thrown out of the window, and he didn't even show his face. Isn't he wary of you? Uncle Yu was very unhappy. Don't say such things. He has good intentions, and you twisted it into something else? Xiaoli Mei remained calm and continued in a gentle voice. I'm not speaking randomly. I think he has helped you, but he didn't suffer much loss. Perhaps he is just giving you a little favor. hoping that one day you can be his henchman. If he were really a good person, how could he use such cruel methods to kill dozens of neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us live in his house, I want to believe he is a good person. Besides, his house is big. 3 more of us wouldn't be too many. Before Xiaoli Mei could continue, a loud shout sounded in her ear. Enough! Uncle Yu's face turned red, angrily staring at her, which startled Xiaoli Mei. The baby in her arms also began to cry loudly. Xiaoli Mei quickly hugged the baby and said softly, "I'm sorry. It was my fault. What I just said was for your good. At this time, it's always better to be cautious." Uncle Yu coldly said, "Don't say such things again. I, Yu Jiguang, can still distinguish right from wrong. If I start to doubt my benefactor, am I still a person?" Uncle Yu is honest and straightforward, but being honest and straightforward is not the same as being foolish. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi helped him for a purpose, so what? In this world, there is no kindness without reason. He had lived for over 40 years and worked as a security guard for more than 10 years, seeing through the ways of the world. How could he not understand this principle? Xiaoli Mei knew Uncle Yu was angry and realized she couldn't push further, so she obediently chose to remain silent. However, this didn't mean she gave up on persuading Uncle Yu. The warm house of Zhang Yi was what she longed for. Xiaoli Mei glanced down at her 8-month-old baby and made a silent determination. "Baby, in order for us to survive, I don't care what price I have to pay." That night, the white moonlight spilled over the silver ground, carrying a hint of desolation and solitude. Heavy snow had been falling for nearly a month, sometimes heavily and sometimes lightly, but it never stopped for a day. The snow in the Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor, and the ground was a sea of white. Out of habit, most people were still sleeping at this time. Meanwhile, the entrance door on the 1st floor of Building 25 was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of snow, making it airtight. Suddenly, the snow layer at the entrance seemed to shift, and a few ice chunks fell to the ground. But soon, a large chunk of ice and snow bulged out and was forcefully pushed away. From the broken hole, a shovel appeared. Then, the hole grew larger, and more than a dozen people dressed in heavy clothing, wielding shovels, steel bars, and axes, crawled out. The leader was short, thin, with deeply sunken cheeks, but he had a pair of sharp, chilling eyes. Once they entered the hallway, he lowered his voice and said, "Let us go up." A group of people cautiously held their weapons and climbed upstairs in a disorganized manner. Their formation was very neat, with some in front holding wooden boards and frying pans as shields. When they reached the 10th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a resident who had secretly gone down to fetch snow. A strong man, without saying a word, swung a shovel directly at the person's head. With a poof, blood splattered against the wall, and the person didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. The strong man looked at the body on the ground and asked the thin leader, "Second uncle, what should we do?" The second uncle replied, "Just leave it here for now. We'll take it back after we finish our business." The group obediently continued climbing upstairs. Their target today was room 2401 of Building 25. At this moment, Zhang Yi was deep in sleep, while Zhou was locked in the adjacent bedroom. This group of intruders quietly arrived at the 24th floor. Despite climbing so high, their stamina showed no signs of depletion. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. They must have special professions. They reached the door of Zhang Yi's home. However, no one rushed to smash the door. The leading second uncle gestured for everyone to stop and quietly called out, "Old donkey, come here." From behind the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a gray knitted hat approached. He had a gray backpack on his back. "Open the door." The second uncle pointed at Zhang Yi's door and said. Old donkey nodded, "Watch me." He came to Zhang Yi's door, put down his backpack, and quickly took out various tools from inside. The most obvious were detonators and several rectangular packages wrapped in yellow tape. After fiddling for a while, everyone quickly hid in the hallway. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire building. Everyone was startled awake from their dreams, and Zhang Yi was no exception. Because the explosion was right in front of his door, his ears were still buzzing, and his eardrums ached painfully. Chapter 75. The Power of White Phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted quickly, climbing out of bed in his pajamas. He immediately retrieved a handgun from another dimension, unlocked the safety, and held it in his hand. He opened his phone to check the surveillance outside. The living room was safe and sound. In Joker's room, however, she looked terrified, tightly wrapped in her blanket, hiding in the corner. With the inside of the house unharmed, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He then checked the outside through the surveillance camera. To his surprise, he noticed a dozen sneaky figures. Most of them were armed with shovels, steel bars, wooden boards, and axes. Zhang Yi recognized one of the wooden boards. Upon closer inspection, it was the common red plywood used at construction sites. He clearly remembered that there were no construction workers in their building. However, next door at 26, there were a group of workers from a nearby site, about 20 people, living in a company dormitory. As the dust settled, those people hurried to the door to check if the explosion had succeeded. Their appearance indicated they were well prepared, and their target was very clear. It was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes turned cold. It seemed that news of the abundant supplies in his home had already spread outside. Outside the door, his uncle and others stood dumbfounded at the heavy metal door, which was completely unharmed. "Old donkey, what kind of work did you do? You made this thing and can't even blow open a door." A worker angrily questioned Old Donkey. He hadn't expected such a result either. "This doesn't make sense. The explosives I mixed were fine. Maybe they got damp." Old Donkey was a demolition expert in the engineering team, but he only used rudimentary methods. Thus, while the explosives were loud, they were far less powerful than those mixed by professionals. Otherwise, even if they couldn't blow open Zhang Yi's door, they would have been able to destroy the walls nearby. In simple terms, the damage was minor, but the scare factor was extremely high. Zhang Yi confirmed through the app that his house had not been damaged, which relieved him. However, at the same time, the anger in his heart began to blaze. These people wanted him dead. Then he would let them die first. Outside, the group continued to complain, with some attempting to smash the door with their shovels. They didn't notice that a small window had opened above the heavy iron door. Zhang Yi lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. The flames instantly erupted. Not satisfied, he took out a few small white bottles from a space, containing a nearly transparent white liquid. These were bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, essentially the simplest version of a white phosphorus bomb. White phosphorus bombs are known as hellfire. They burn at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius and can eliminate all living organisms within a certain range. When a white phosphorus bomb explodes, it produces intense light and splattering burning fragments. Once it touches the skin, it is difficult to remove in time, and the wounds are horrendous, causing not only terrifying lethality, but also a strong psychological deterrent. The use of white phosphorus bombs is banned internationally. However, Zhang Yi didn't care about that. As long as it could effectively kill enemies, he would use any means necessary. The Molotov cocktail landed on the ground, and a roaring fire ignited. However, the destructive power of such things wasn't very strong. The intruders had crossed through the snow, and their clothes were wet, making them hard to ignite. But the flames from the Molotov cocktail quickly evaporated the sulfur dioxide, causing the dissolved white phosphorus to ignite. In an instant, it created temperatures in the thousands of degrees in the air. The flames splashed onto their clothes, which could not be extinguished no matter how they tried. Instantly, the outside corridor turned into a sea of fire. Zhang Yi's response exceeded the expectations of the group, and they had no time to react within just a few seconds. Many were caught in the burning flames of white phosphorus. Their down jackets and cotton clothes were excellent materials for combustion. Help me, help me." The shrill screams sounded like they came from hell, as they were burned alive, which could be said to be the most painful way to die for a human. Even an ordinary person would feel excruciating pain if their finger was burned by a match, let alone having every inch of their skin consumed by flames. Zhang Yi felt unsatisfied and pulled out his gun, shooting desperately at the outside. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't care about saving bullets, shooting as if he were setting off firecrackers. Soon, one body after another fell. Out of the dozen people who had invaded, only 8 bodies remained, with only 5 or 6 managing to escape. Zhang Yi didn't open the door to chase after them. He prioritized safety. After confirming that those people were dead, he closed the shooting hole and activated the air filtration system to prevent smoke from entering the house. Zhang Yi glanced at the gun in his hand. All the bullets were spent. He couldn't help but shake his head. This thing really isn't durable. Thank goodness I didn't buy a machine gun. or I would have run out of hundreds of bullets with this one round. It seems I need to think of a way to get some heavy weapons next time. Before this, his sense of crisis hadn't been that high. But today, the workers from nearby floors using demolition methods had reminded him. Those who can survive in the apocalypse are not simple. The people he would face in the future would all be ruthless characters. If one day, an engineer carrying a large amount of explosives showed up, he might be able to blow up his entire building. Of course, that was just an exaggerated statement. After all, such a large quantity was not something an ordinary person could acquire. However, this also made Zhang Yi realize he had to prepare for the worst. I will kill every last one of you. Zhang Yi cursed fiercely. He walked to Zhou Ke'er's room and opened the door. Zhou Ke'er was curled up in the corner, tightly burying her head between her snow-white legs. It's okay now, Zhang Yi said to her. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Ke'er felt a sense of security in her heart. Although this man was overly cautious and always appeared indifferent right now, he was the greatest source of warmth in her heart. She raised her head to look at Zhang Yi, justifying, I wasn't scared. I just thought there was an earthquake, and it's safer to hide in the corner. Zhang Yi chuckled. On the 24th floor, if there really was an earthquake, anywhere you hide would be enough to crush you. Zhou Ke'er stood up and asked, what just happened? Zhang Yi sat on her bed. Before she moved in, the room was very plain, with no blankets on the bed. But after she moved in, the room had a warm aroma. A pink velvet quilt, yellow sheets. On the windowsill hung her washed black lace, underwear, and black stockings. It was clear she was a delicate woman. Of course, not just her own room, the entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was kept spotless by her daily cleaning. Zhang Yi thought to himself, having a sensible woman by your side is really nice. If it weren't for the apocalypse, such a woman wouldn't be married without a bride price of 88 million. Chapter 76. The Alliance of the Heavenly Harmony in Building 26. Zhang Yi told Zhou Ke'er about what had just happened. It was those workers from next door, Building 26. There's a newly developed community nearby. So many workers are renting houses around here. Zhou Ke'er was a bit curious. Our community is considered mid to high end. Do they really spend that much money? Zhang Yi said, they live 10 people in one room. How expensive do you think it can be? Zhou Ke'er nodded in understanding. But then her expression turned serious. If that's the case, they're actually more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao was just a social thug. During peaceful times, ordinary people wouldn't dare to stir trouble, so they were afraid of him. But now everyone is living on the edge. If he didn't have a gun, he would have been killed long ago. However, these workers are different. They do physical labor every day, so their strength is much greater than that of ordinary people. And their combat ability is even more fierce. Moreover, they're all familiar with each other and outnumber us, making it easy for them to do whatever they want. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sighed. Fortunately, we took out that fat guy who was into explosives yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have slept well at night. Zhou Ke'er asked, what should we do next? Should we seek revenge? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Of course we should seek revenge. But I can't go over there. It's too unwise to step onto their turf. Look, didn't I just take out half of them? Zhou Ke'er replied helplessly. But you have a gun. Zhang Yi argued. Having a gun is useless. Even if I killed them all, if I got hit by a shovel, I'd feel like I lost big time. Zhou Ke'er rolled her eyes. You're too cautious, too steady. But if you don't go out to find them, how are we going to take revenge? They don't look like the kind of people who are afraid of dying. They seem like desperate criminals. After all, who would play with explosives in an apartment building? One mistake could bury themselves. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, and he already had an idea in his mind. If he wanted to live a stable life in the future, he needed to find someone to act as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, took his phone, and opened the owner group for Building 25. At that moment, because of the recent explosion, the neighbors were all startled awake, and the group was in an uproar. What was that sound just now? An earthquake? Or a bomb attack? The sound came from upstairs. Could it be a meteorite falling? It's very likely. If it wasn't a meteorite falling from the sky, how could there be such an abnormal temperature? Maybe humanity will go extinct like the dinosaurs. The messages were chaotic, with all sorts of things being said. Zhang Yi said, the workers from Building 26 broke into our apartment building to kill and steal supplies. I discovered them in time and chased them away. Zhang Ming, who lived on the 16th floor, has already been killed. The sound was from their use of explosives. As the neighbors listened to Zhang Yi's account, they became tense. What? We just took care of Chun Jinghao, and now those mud-legged guys from next door are coming again. They are ruthless. I heard that there are often fights among several groups at that construction site. How did the people from Building 26 get over here? Zhang Yi repeated. They dug a snow tunnel from below and came up to the first floor. Immediately, someone nervously said, "Quick, collapse that tunnel and lock the door." Zhang Yi said, "It's useless. That kind of door can be broken with one hit. Even if you block it, they can climb in through the windows on the fourth floor." The neighbors were all terrified. If Zhang Yi hadn't chased those people away that night, they might have broken into their homes and killed them. What should we do? How can we fight those laborers? Half of the people in our building are dead, and most of the rest are elderly, weak women and children. That's right. Most of the people who could put up a fight have died near Zhang Yi's house. At this moment, someone said, "Fortunately, we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you're really amazing. You chased away so many of them by yourself. With you here, our safety is guaranteed. Zhang Yi, you are our hero." After the reminders from a few people, the others suddenly realized. Now Zhang Yi is the strongest combat force in their building, and he has a gun. Sending him to deal with the workers from the adjacent building is the best choice. Zhang Yi found this scene quite amusing. Previously, they were cursing him in the group every day, calling him selfish and shameless. Most of their families had lost members due to Zhang Yi, and they hated him to the core. Yet now, they needed him and called him a hero. Did they really think Zhang Yi was a fool? Zhang Yi curled his lips and said, "It cost me a lot of weapons to deal with them. It's hard enough to protect myself. Everyone should take care of themselves." What a joke. Why should I protect you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Zhang Yi fell silent. The people in the group became agitated, pleading with Zhang Yi to protect them. "Zhang Yi, you can't just watch us die. If we all die, there will only be two of you left. Won't you feel lonely? If we all die, sooner or later you will also become a target. Who knows how many people are watching you?" Seeing these messages, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold. That statement was true. Who knows how many people are watching him now? After all, the video Zhang Yi posted in the group must have been shared by the neighbors. When outsiders see it, they might just feel jealous. But the people from the surrounding buildings have the opportunity to come to Building 25 and take everything from him. Yet he still said nothing. Instead, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message, asking if he needed help. "I know those bastards from Building 26. I even drank with them before. Those bastards actually came to target you. I won't let them go. Zhang Yi, if you have any ideas, let me know, and I'll help you deal with them." Zhang Yi similed. "Uncle Yu, they have quite a number of people, right?" Uncle Yu replied, "Yeah, they originally had over 30 people. But recently, about 10 have died. So there are probably around 20 left. I know their boss, Huang Tianfeng. We were just chatting a while ago. But these bastards are really something. They cause a lot of deaths in Building 26. Ugh, I wouldn't want to be associated with this group of scoundrels." Uncle Yu and those workers all came from the countryside. However, while the workers are out in society, Uncle Yu had spent many years in the military. Their mindsets are simply on different levels. Chapter 77. Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I'll kill your neighbors. According to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi had a bit of understanding about those people. The group of workers worked under a construction company called Tiana Group. They were informal workers contracted by a foreman, and they followed the foreman to work. However, they boasted to outsiders that they were employees of Tiana Group, which made them feel more respectable. Therefore, their group called themselves the Tianhe Gang, with the leader being a thin, short man named Huang Tianfeng. "Zhang Yi, do you have any plans for them? If you need my help, just let me know," Uncle Yi said. Zhang Yi similed faintly. It was impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest reliance was this steel fortress. Once he left the room, facing those 20-odd people would be very dangerous, even with a gun in hand. "Uncle Yu, for safety's sake, I currently have no plans for revenge. Mainly, it's just me, and even with you, I don't have a guaranteed victory. Unless..." His eyes flashed with a gleam. "We can mobilize the neighbors in the building." Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's meaning. "You mean we should unite, like Huang Tianfeng's group, and stand together against external threats?" "Yes, that's the idea." Uncle Yu said, "All right, then I'll bring this up in the group and see how many are willing to join." Zhang Yi laughed. "Uncle Yu, there's no need for that. If you push them to join the group, They might think you have ulterior motives and even take advantage of you. Uncle Yu asked, "Then what should we do?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "We're not in a hurry. Are we? We have enough supplies at home, so let's just wait. The Tiana gang will come back for the second time after the first. Not to mention, they've lost so many people to me. They will definitely come back for revenge. By then, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us for help." Uncle Yu couldn't help but admire. "Zhang Yi, you're truly brilliant." The two hit it off and reached an agreement to temporarily ignore the Tiana gang. In the owner group, the neighbors still wanted Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead and deal with the Tiana gang. They were very familiar with moral coercion, praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people. Though Zhang Yi felt this was an insult, "You're the good people. Your whole family are good people," while making various excuses for themselves, claiming they had no food or no strength to fight, or they used their age as elderly or women as an excuse, unwilling to step up. Zhang Yi knew this shameless group of neighbors too well, so he directly ignored them. After all, once the knife fell on them, they would naturally know the pain. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside world. Of course, he wouldn't ask himself, as there were too many people coveting his supplies, and the information they provided could likely be false. He asked Zhou Ku'er and Uncle Yu to help inquire. One was a doctor, and the other was a security guard. Both had a wide network. Zhang Yi wanted to know which people in the 30 buildings of Yuelu community posed a threat to him. This information was not difficult to gather. Who had killed the most people and who currently had the most power was easy to find out. Zhou Ku'er actively took out paper and pen and helped Zhang Yi create a statistical table. Zhang Yi glanced at it, which roughly described the number of forces and weaponry of the opponents. After reading it, he felt much more at ease. After all, Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end area, and there weren't many ruthless criminals inside. According to the information obtained by Zhou Ku'er and Uncle Yu, the main troublesome forces were two groups. One was the Tiana gang from the neighboring building 26, formed around a small construction team under Tiana Group with fierce combat capabilities. Their main weapons were shovels and rebar, and they didn't have guns. The bomb used against Zhang Yi last time was homemade by a worker in their company who understood demolition, but its power was limited. That worker had already been burned to death by Zhang Yi, so they could not continue making homemade bombs. However, no one knew if they still had any stockpiles left. Be careful. Find an opportunity to send some cannon fodder over to deplete their reserves, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Besides the Tianhe gang, there was another force that caught his attention. In Building 21, there was a group of young people who called themselves the Wolf Pack. The name sounded extremely juvenile, but their combat power was not weak. According to the information Zhou Ku'er had gathered, there were students among them as well as some idle street thugs, mostly around the age of 20, with a dozen people in their ranks. The two leaders were named Wang Chang and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yi knew both of them. They were well-known street thugs in Yuelu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they relied on their families and didn't qualify as rich second-generation kids. But they were still considered middle class. Because they refused to go out to work, they stayed at home, and over time, they got involved with some people in society. In the past, they wouldn't even compare to a toe of Chen Zhenghao. However, there were no ruthless characters like Zhang Yi in their building, which allowed them to grow bigger. For Zhang Yi, only these two forces posed a certain threat to him. In other units, some even had only a dozen households left. Many people couldn't withstand the terror of the apocalypse, broke down mentally, and chose to commit suicide. Or they killed each other under extreme shortages of supplies, dying cleanly. Zhang Yi felt more confident. He said to Zhou Ku'er, "Keep gathering intelligence. We must clarify everything and minimize the danger, especially whether they have firearms. This point is crucial." Zhou Ku'er obediently nodded and then picked up her phone to continue gathering information. In the following days, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus to stay home and not go out at all. The Tianhe gang, having suffered losses last time, hated Zhang Yi to the core. They had lost 8 brothers, and the remaining ones had also been burned, suffering serious injuries. 2 of them died that night due to their injuries. This kind of loss was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They vowed to bloodily slaughter Building 25 and kill Zhang Yi to avenge their brothers. However, a twist came. The people they hated the most were Zhang, but they were also most afraid of Zhang Yi. After witnessing Zhang Yi's methods and feeling the defensible nature of his home, they temporarily dared not make a move against him. So what should they do? They could only turn their knives on the neighbors in Zhang Yi's building. Huang Tianfang's idea was, Zhang Yi, if I can't kill you, can I not kill your neighbors? When the neighbors saw their tragic deaths, wouldn't you feel guilty? How would you face their accusations? Killing your neighbors is the greatest revenge against you. Huang Tianfang indeed had a bit of the spirit of Q, knowing that one should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Thus, in the following days, he brought a group back and stealthily attacked several households. After killing, they even wrote with blood in the hallway, Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I'll kill all your neighbors. Chapter 78. The neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang thought he was clever and killed 25 people to force Zhang Yi out. If this were a movie with a saintly protagonist, they would surely be unable to hold back and would step forward to negotiate with Huang Tianfang. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi not only felt no guilt, but was also overjoyed. His goal was to make Huang Tianfang kill more neighbors, creating panic and forcing them to seek his help. Sure enough, just 2 days later, the neighbors couldn't take it anymore. They saw the bloody message left by Huang Tianfang and unanimously agreed that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the current situation. Consequently, they bombarded Zhang Yi in the group chat, and private messages and voice calls came pouring in. Zhang Yi opened the group chat to see the neighbors' reactions. Zhang Yi, you caused this mess. You need to fix it. The Tianhe gang came because of you, and you killed them. So what does that have to do with us? Right? Right. One person does the crime, one person takes the blame. You can't expect us to bear the consequences for you. They said if you don't come out, they won't stop killing. Zhang Yi, if you have any conscience, go solve this matter yourself. Can you really bear to watch everyone die because of you? Seeing these messages, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't angry at all because he understood the nature of these neighbors very well. He casually sent a few messages in the group. It's not like I called them here. So what if they came to kill me and I fought back? Now it's my fault? You guys have no ability to resist them. What does that have to do with me? You said those people are too dangerous. If that's the case, I'm even less likely to go out. My house is safe. After that, Zhang Yi even sent a smiling emoji. This infuriated the neighbors in the building. Zhang Yi, you're safe, but what about us? Aren't you putting us all in danger? You brought these people here. Why should we face them for you? Do you have no conscience? Faced with the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He was very aware of their shamelessness. He coldly mocked, what do I care about you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Don't even talk to me about conscience. When you attack my house, which of you didn't participate? It's just that I'm magnanimous, and didn't bring a gun to your doors to kill you all? You dare to talk about conscience with me? His tone turned sinister as he said, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The last sentence silenced many who were about to speak. They suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not someone to be trifled with. How did Qin Jinghao die? He was frozen solid and then smashed to pieces. That was done by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped speaking and sent a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it's your time to shine. Uncle Yu replied, don't worry, I've got this. In the owner's group, those who were scolded by Zhang Yi were at a loss. The moral coercion had failed. The negotiation had broken down, which meant they would still have to face the Tianhe gang, who might burst in at any moment to kill. And with half of the fighting force of 25 dead or injured, only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were left to rely on. What to do? They thought that once Qin Jinghao was dead, they could survive. But the Tianhe gang was even more brutal. Qin Jinghao killed for power and supplies. Huang Tianfang and the others killed for revenge, attacking anyone without consideration. Were they really just waiting to die? Damn, why has the world turned into this? Is a barbaric society the new norm? The snow disaster would not pass anytime soon, and they would all perish in it. Many fell into deep despair, believing they wouldn't last a few more days. At that moment, the usually quiet Uncle Yu suddenly spoke up. Everyone, don't panic. The Tianhe gang only has about 20 people. If we unite, we can resist them. Uncle Yu's appearance lit up many faces. After all, this veteran security guard gave off a solid and reliable vibe. Uncle Yu, it's good to have you here. I thought you were dead since you hadn't spoken in a while. Great. With Uncle Yu here, everyone's safety is guaranteed. Uncle Yu, just tell us what to do, and we'll fully support you. Seeing the neighbor's words, Uncle Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Fully support me? Does that mean you want me to take the lead while you watch from the sidelines? He was utterly speechless. Uncle Yi said, sigh, relying on just me one tea work. Our supplies are exhausted. We haven't eaten for days and are too weak now. Everyone is probably in a similar situation. In this state, how can we contend with the Tina gang? Some neighbors remained silent. A portion of them had actually been eating well recently, enjoying barbecued meat. Once your spirit is numb, even those things taste good. Uncle Yi, what should we do? Everyone is short on food and can't help you. Just moments ago, they said they would fully support him, and now they couldn't even spare a bite to eat. Do you have any suggestions? Speak up. Everyone will listen to you. They started to flatter him again. Uncle Yi said, right now, our building can only rely on Zhang Yi to fight against the other buildings. Zhang Yi has many weapons, and he eats well every day, so he has strength. It's the best choice to have him lead us. Everyone exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Just now, they had driven Zhang Yi away, and now they wanted him to lead them. Was that even possible? However, Zhang Yi had just said he would let them fend for themselves. He wouldn't leave that room, and they couldn't call him out. But if he could come to lead them, that would indeed be the best outcome. They felt that although Zhang Yi was detestable, he was indeed powerful. Half the people in a unit had died by his hands. What about the ruthless thug Chen Zhenghao? Wasn't he smashed to bits by Zhang Yi? Uncle Yi said, let us do this. I can still talk to Zhang Yi. I'll go find him and see if I can persuade him to come out. Everyone hurriedly said, Uncle Yi, it all depends on you. Chapter 79, Subduing Neighbors as Cannon Fodder. Zhang Yi watched the conversations in the group. Uncle Yi turned to send Zhang Yi a private message. Zhang Yi, what should we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the time is almost right. When the moment comes, you help me persuade them to listen to me. Using both rewards and threats will make them obedient, and then our building will be safer in the future. Zhang Yi didn't know if the neighbors would be safe, but he was sure he would become safer. Moreover, many of these neighbors would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder by Zhang Yi. Most of them had family members killed by Zhang Yi, and if given the chance in the future, they would definitely seek revenge. So it was best to deal with them now. After discussing with Uncle Yu, the two returned to the owner group. Uncle Yu pretended to tag Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, everyone really needs you right now. If only you are left in this building. You will feel lonely, right? So please show some kindness and help everyone. We will definitely be grateful from the bottom of our hearts. The neighbors quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, as long as you can save us, we will be forever grateful to you. From now on, this building will be up to you. Zhang Yi, our family's lives are in your hands. Flattering words poured in. Zhang Yi sneered. I'm only here to talk to you because of Uncle Yu. But honestly, I couldn't care less about you. I'm doing just fine on my own. Why should I care about you? I'd have to go out and risk my life. I think it's not worth it. The more Zhang Yi said this, the more uncertain the neighbors felt. Zhang Yi, don't. At worst, whatever you ask us to do in the future, we will do it. Okay? Desperate to survive, even in a hopeless situation, they would not want to die as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi coldly asked, oh, is that so? Whatever I tell you to do, you will do it? Does everyone agree? The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, as long as you don't ask us to die, any other conditions are fine. Zhang Yi retorted, if I ask you to take up arms and fight the Tina gang, will you go? Silence fell over the group. No one spoke, waiting for someone else to take the lead. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. So you just wanted to fight for you, right? Fine. Then I want to take care of you. When Huang Tianfang brings people to kill us, just stick out your necks and let them cut it. Goodbye. Uncle Yu panicked. Zhang Yi, don't. We will definitely listen to you. After all, it's all death anyway. Fighting gives us a chance to survive. I'm with you. Saying this, he began to rally everyone. What are you all hesitating for? If we fight together, there's a way to survive. Do you have to wait until they call us out one by one to kill us? Uncle Yu's encouragement indeed had an effect. Thinking that fighting together might offer a chance to survive, everyone began to voice their agreement to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu worked in tandem, and just like that, they gained control of the entire building. He said lightly, all right, from now on, everything must go according to my orders. The situation is severe. The enemy may attack at any moment. Any passive or negligent behavior will be seen as betrayal of all the owners in the building. At that time, don't blame me for directly killing that person. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the list of group members. Just don't let me find anyone hiding quietly, refusing to come out and fight. If I find one, I'll kill them on the spot. If you want to hide and reap the benefits, there's no way. Zhang Yi said this because he roughly calculated that only about 20 people were speaking in the group. Clearly, some were keeping silent, planning to hide like ostriches and let Zhang Yi take the risk. When Zhang Yi said this, the neighbors who agreed to face the enemy together became unhappy. Fong Lin, come out. I know you're not dead. I saw you digging snow yesterday. Liang Yilu, where are you? Don't hide, and don't pretend you didn't see the group messages. We will come looking for you. The neighbors, red-eyed, tagged those who are hiding. People are selfish, having made up their minds to risk their lives. They certainly didn't want to see others hiding behind them. Reluctantly, those hiding also peeked out. I just fell asleep and just saw the message. Huh, what is going on? Are we going to fight back? That's great. I'm not afraid of dying. I just didn't see it. A group of people said nervously. Zhang Yi didn't care about those excuses. In any case, since everyone had chosen him as the leader, they had to obey his orders. Anyone who dared to cower in the back was betraying all the owners and deserved to die. The owners no longer dared to speak. They knew Zhang Yi would really kill them. The 50 or so lost souls were bloody evidence. After waving the big stick, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and decided to give him a carrot. Don't worry, I, Zhang, am a kind person and can't bear to see you go hungry. As long as you listen, I will go out to help you find supplies. Zhang Yi had considered this matter a while ago, since there were construction teams that used blasting techniques. It was hard to guarantee that more powerful enemies wouldn't appear in the future. He lived on the 24th floor, although his house was made entirely of metal. If the building collapsed below, it would also have a significant impact on his house. Therefore, he wanted to keep a group of cannon fodder living below to act as his watchmen and help him die when necessary. It was impossible to maintain them without supplies. Zhang Yi was unwilling to give them the supplies in his space, so he needed to go out to search. Moreover, his ammunition consumption was relatively fast. He had used up 20 bullets in the battle a few days ago and needed to consider going out to find more weapons and equipment. As for how to get out, that question was simple. The snow outside was over 10 meters thick, and vehicles had become useless. However, there were vehicles specifically designed for driving in the snow, known as snowmobiles. Zhang Yi had 5 in his space, 2 with cabins, and 3 small snowmobiles. In this era of snow sealing the city, others would have to expend tremendous effort just to leave their homes, while he could move freely throughout the city. At this moment, the owner group erupted. Zhang Yi, you can go out to find supplies? With such heavy snow, how can you drive? Do you plan to walk through the snow? Won't you freeze to death? Zhang Yi replied, no matter how harsh the environment outside, for everyone's sake, I have to try. Don't worry, I have worked in warehousing for many years. I know where all the warehouses, large malls, and supermarkets are in Tianhai City. Finding supplies won't be difficult for me. Chapter 80. Snowmobile. The neighbors looked as if they had encountered savior. Even those who felt hopeless and were wrapped in blankets at home, waiting to die, now had a spark of hope in their eyes. Zhang Yi, can you really go out and find supplies? They asked. If you can do that, we can't survive. Despite the blizzard sealing off the city, the vast amount of supplies produced by society over the past few decades was actually enough for them to survive. Zhang Yi, I'm really so touched. We treated you so badly before, and now you still. Some people choked up. Many of their family members had died at Zhang Yi's hands. But now their hatred for him seemed to have vanished, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi said solemnly, since I become the building leader, I must be responsible for everyone. Besides, the supplies at home are running low. Going out to search for supplies is the only way for us to survive. Hearing this, everyone felt more at ease. In the apocalypse, if you say you're doing good deeds, others often think you're being hypocritical. But if you also have needs, people see it as normal. After all, the apocalypse had been going on for almost a month. Many neighbors had people starving to death in their homes. So they believed that even if Zhang Yi had hoarded supplies, there would come a day when they would run out. Moreover, now there were only 2 people in his home, which meant that supplies would deplete even faster. The neighbors were immensely grateful to Zhang Yi, praising him as if he were a deity. Joker even joked, if you start a cult right now, you could become the founder. During disasters, Religions develop the fastest because people always need a spiritual refuge. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. There was no need to complicate things with a group of cannon fodder. With just a moldy bun, he could make them feel closer to him than to their own fathers. Zhou Ku'er curiously asked, "But are you really going out?" Her eyes revealed a hint of worry and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she genuinely thought he didn't have much supplies left and felt she was a burden to him. He pinched her soft little face and squinted his eyes with a smile, saying, "Don't worry. The supplies at home are enough to take care of you. I'm just looking for a suitable opportunity to check the situation outside." Normally, Zhang Yi wouldn't dare to go out, fearing an ambush from crazed neighbors. But now, he had become everyone's hope for survival, so they naturally wouldn't attack him. Zhou Ku'er nodded, "Then I'll go with you." She knew Zhang Yi didn't fully trust her, so she proactively requested to accompany him. Zhang Yi looked at her with deep eyes and slowly, but firmly shook his head. "Given our relationship now, do you think I would still doubt you? Women should stay at home and wait for their men to return." Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Zhou Ku'er's eyes filled with emotion. However, this feeling didn't last long because Zhang Yi quickly collected the remaining food and coal in the house into his space. "I trust you 100%, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhou Ku'er. She looked exasperated. Just a moment ago, she had been touched by him, but now he had quickly returned to his old self. Ignoring Zhou Ku'er's resentful expression, Zhang Yi went back to his room to change clothes. This was his first time choosing to leave the apartment building after the apocalypse. The blizzard had sealed off the city, and he couldn't see any living creatures outside, so the danger level wasn't that high. However, out of caution, Zhang Yi still put on a layer of leather jacket. This thing, even if stabbed with a knife, would not be penetrated without sufficient force. After careful consideration, he found 2 frying pans in the alternate space and placed one in front and one behind his body. This way, even if he encountered an opponent with a gun, an ordinary handgun wouldn't be able to reach his vital parts. Finally, he put on a cold-resistant suit. At this point, his figure looked quite bulky, but he felt completely secure. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar over a meter long and tested it in his hand. In a real fight, this heavy crowbar was actually more useful than a machete. A cut from a knife wouldn't cause immediate loss of combat ability, but a hit from this crowbar would knock someone down right away. Holding the crowbar, Zhang Yi filled the handgun magazine and put it in his pocket. Fully armed, he finally left his home. The temperature outside was very cold. Even wearing professional sportswear similar to that of the national mountaineering team, he could still feel a slight chill. However, this chill wouldn't affect Zhang Yi. After some exercise outside, his body would warm up. He held the crowbar in both hands and walked down the stairs at a steady pace. Before leaving, he always observed his surroundings. Better safe than sorry. There were no incidents along the way, as there were very few people who overestimated their abilities. Zhang Yi arrived at the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Tiana gang and others, most residents had moved to the upper floors, and there were no people living below the 10th floor. Zhang Yi pushed the door open. It was chaotic inside, with windows already smashed, and even the not-so-sturdy security bars had a large hole torn in them. The wind howled as it invaded the building through this hole. Zhang Yi carefully climbed out through the opening. His feet landed on the ground, and the snow piled up to his knees. However, as the snow had accumulated, the ground below was somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking completely. But walking in the snow was still quite difficult. Zhang Yi looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The vast Yulu community was silent, with nothing but the sound of the wind filling the air. He didn't see any prying eyes watching him. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile from the alternate space. It had been filled with gas before he left. The operation of this vehicle wasn't complicated. After a little thought and checking the user manual, he figured out how to operate it. He mounted the vehicle, turned the key, and the roar of the engine immediately rang out. Zhang Yi drove the snowmobile toward the outside of the community. As he was leaving, he seemed to feel some people looking at him through the windows. This wasn't surprising. After all, there were hardly any human traces outside, and the sound of the snowmobile was very jarring. It seemed that, in the future, people would covet this snowmobile. Zhang Yi simirket koldi. He was afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. There were too many people who wanted to take advantage of him. Not to mention that now, It wouldn't be surprising for someone to kill for a piece of biscuit. In Zhang Yi's own words, having too many debts wouldn't weigh you down. The heavy snow buried many low houses, and the streets were completely invisible. However, having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could roughly figure out the direction through the iconic buildings of the high-rises. So for him, getting lost wasn't an issue. Chapter 81. The police station's armory in the silent city of Tianhai. White snowflakes drowned everything. From high above, one could only see the shadows of tall buildings. The rest was all covered in thick white snow. Zhang Yi rode on a snowmobile, speeding swiftly across the snow. After nearly a month of self-isolation at home, this was his first time out racing. The wind whistled past his ears, and the sensation was exhilarating. Zhang Yi couldn't help but howl a few times in delight. The noise of the snowmobile was particularly attention-grabbing. As Zhang Yi rode, he noticed shadows flitting behind the glass of some high-rise buildings. Even in the apocalypse, some resilient humans would find a way to survive, much like locusts. This extreme cold felt like a pesticide had been sprayed, but after this disaster, the surviving humans would slowly adapt. Zhang Yi touched the gun in his pocket, feeling a sense of security. Every person still alive in this city could potentially be a threat. In the apocalypse, one must never trust human nature. Zhang Yi's first target was not the supermarket nearby. He rode straight to the Tianhai Public Security Bureau, because there were definitely weapons stored there. Zhang Yi remembered the saying that all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Therefore, weapons, especially firearms, were absolutely essential. After more than half an hour of riding, Zhang Yi arrived at the location of the Tianhai Public Security Bureau. At this point, most of it was submerged. The originally 6-story building had its lower 3 floors completely hidden. Fortunately, the police station was an independent building, and its single-story height was taller than residential buildings. Otherwise, if Zhang Yi had come here 10 days later, there would be nothing left. Zhang Yi parked the snowmobile in front of a 4th-floor window. He got off, removed the key, and grabbed a crowbar to smash. Crash! The tempered glass shattered everywhere. Zhang Yi took out his gun from his pocket and entered the building. It was pitch black inside, but this was not a problem for Zhang Yi. He directly retrieved a miner's lamp from his other space. This lamp, used by underground miners, was small but extremely bright. Once turned on, it illuminated the surroundings like a small sun. Zhang Yi was not familiar with the internal structure of the police station, so he had to search room by room. When he reached the 2nd floor, covered in ice and snow, he pried open a locked room with force, and the scene inside slightly moved him. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 police officers were huddled together. They were wrapped in thin blankets. Their bodies had turned whiter than the snow. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of sadness. They were night shift officers who, when the blizzard struck, didn't even have warm clothing. From the looks of them before they died, they must have frozen to death. Zhang Yi wanted to bury them, but after some thought, he felt that being buried in this place where they had devoted years of their lives might also be a form of completion. He bowed his head in respect, mourning for those who had protected the city. Then he bypassed the bodies and continued to search. The police station was cluttered with many items, so searching took quite a bit of time. When Zhang Yi got tired, he took out a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from his space, ate it, replenished his energy, and continued. After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Yi finally found the armory, but it was locked with a heavy padlock. After struggling for a long time without success, he slapped his forehead and decided to go back for the key. Fortunately, he knew it must be in the duty room, so it wasn't hard to find. After getting the key, Zhang Yi successfully opened the door. Upon entering the armory, Zhang Yi was amazed. There were many firearms, including handguns and rifles, totaling dozens. He even found a large sniper rifle. However, he had never seen these things before. He couldn't name them and had never used them. Zhang Yi didn't care about that. He gathered them all up, planning to study them later. Especially the sniper rifle. It was an excellent piece of equipment. It would be incredibly satisfying to use it to take down people stealthily. Well, even if his aim wasn't perfect, at least he could scare people. Zhang Yi felt he had a talent for shooting. He considered himself a semi-professional, especially skilled with handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a more resolute mindset, his shooting had become even more decisive. When he was shooting at that group from the Tiangang gang, he hardly missed a shot. "I'm a shooting genius," Zhang Yi laughed proudly, almost as a form of self-deprecation. Then, he found over 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the armory, along with some old guns that had been confiscated and had probably been there for years. It was uncertain whether they could even fire. Zhang Yi didn't mind and took them all. This outing had been extremely rewarding. In addition to firearms and ammunition, Zhang Yi also found over a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of anti-explosion gear, including riot helmets, shields, and batons. With these items, he could easily form a formidable team. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. Just finding these made his trip worthwhile. Inside the police station, Zhang Yi had a bountiful harvest. This also confirmed one thing for him. There were still plenty of supplies outside. After all, the heavy snowfall that fell on the night of December 12th left over a meter of snow by the next morning, with temperatures dropping to several degrees below zero. Therefore, at that time, most people were unaware of the apocalypse's arrival and hadn't started frantically hoarding supplies. By the time they realized something was off, it was already too late to go outside. Having found what he wanted, Zhang Yi left the police station. Outside, a thick layer of snow had already settled on the snowmobile. It then dawned on Zhang Yi that he had been out for quite a while. It was time to get some food for his neighbors. Thinking of those bastards next door, he said lightly. He circled around and found a supermarket that hadn't been completely buried. Then he broke a window to get inside. However, upon entering, he found that the supermarket was mostly empty. The shelves were as clean as if they had just been restocked. There were only some frozen, rotten vegetable leaves on the floor. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and said, "This place is close to the residential area. It's a convenience supermarket, so it's not surprising that everything has been looted. However, the large malls in the city and suburbs probably haven't been touched. Many newly built large malls are generally not close to residential areas because the land costs are too high." Zhang Yi, who worked in warehousing, was well aware of which large malls in Tianhai were far from the crowd. So he hopped back on the snowmobile and headed towards the economic development zone. There, Awanda Mall had just been completed 2 years ago, and the nearest residential building was 3 kilometers away, making it less likely to have been looted. Chapter 82. Food for the neighbors. Zhang Yi arrived at the Wanda Plaza in the economic development zone. After arriving, he could only see a roof. He broke the glass above and climbed in using a climbing rope. Once inside the mall, the remnants of its former splendor were still faintly visible. The circular mall had shops displaying exquisite merchandise, expensive clothing, shoes, and various daily necessities, all of which were now worthless and could be taken freely. Zhang Yi selected some useful items from the stores and stuffed everything from the entire shop into a space. The supermarket was on the basement level. After casually gathering supplies, he walked down to the lower level. As he expected, this place, being far from human habitation, still had shelves full of goods. However, the quality was truly disappointing. The mall had partially collapsed under heavy snow, allowing cold air to seep in, resulting in frost covering the shelves. The cold air had thoroughly ruined the food inside. Some puff snacks and biscuits even had ice layers on them. Especially in the vegetable section, although nothing had rotted or smelled, they were severely dehydrated and likely tasteless. The meat section was relatively better. It had frozen into icy lumps, the true definition of zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they had burst from the freezing, and one couldn't expect to eat fish here. Overall, the food here, in normal times, would probably have been thrown away as garbage or sent to food factories for processing into ready-made dishes. Zhang Yi shrugged. I wouldn't eat these things even if they were given to me for free. He was even too lazy to collect them into his other space. After all, he didn't lack supplies. Why would he want this inferior stuff? However, this was not important. Even if the quality of the food was poor, to the neighbors who hadn't eaten anything normal in a long time, it would be a top delicacy. Zhang Yi took out 2 large luggage bags from his space and casually tossed in some rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat. He also stuffed in some bread and biscuits that had swelled due to moisture. Soon, the 2 bags were filled. He decided not to touch the other items and left them there for now, perhaps to save someone else's life later. After all, he did not need to take them away. After finishing all this, Zhang Yi glanced at his Rolex on his wrist. This luxury watch had been treated for cold resistance and could still operate in extremely low temperatures. The time might not be completely accurate, but at least he could get a rough idea. The Rolex showed it was 3:30 p.m. It would take about an hour to return to the Yuelu community. Zhang Yi didn't waste any time. He still had plenty of opportunities to come out again in the future, and no one could compete with him. He would leave other places to explore slowly later. Zhang Yi left the supermarket with the gathered supplies and rode his snowmobile back. By the time he returned to the Yuelu community, the sky had already darkened. The roar of the engine was particularly pronounced in the quiet community. As soon as he returned, faces appeared at the windows of every building, staring intently at him. In room 15 of building 26, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his eyes and stared fixedly at the brand-new snowmobile. Half of his face had been burned, making him look even more terrifying. That night, although he and a few others had narrowly escaped, half of his face had been scorched by flames, leaving him with this appearance. Such a thing actually exists. It can run in the snow. If we could use such a good item, we could go out to find food without having to eat that sour meat. A burly man next to him glanced over and said, "Uncle, I know what that is. In our area, we call it a snow sled. This is an electric snow sled." Huang Tianfang's eyes remained fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile as he said in a deep voice, "No matter what it is, we need to find a way to get it." Not just Huang Tianfang thought this way. Everyone staring at Zhang Yi shared the same thought. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them had gone mad, and the remaining ones were just a matter of time before they succumbed to madness or death. They needed to leave here to search for food and space to survive. The heavy snow had originally obstructed them, but Zhang Yi's snowmobile reignited their hope. Zhang Yi could sense the greed and naked killing intent contained in so many gazes. But after touching the pistol at his waist and thinking about the large amount of weapons he had found today, he felt quite at ease. After dismounting the snowmobile, Zhang Yi looked up and found that the neighbors in Building 25 were also excitedly watching him. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 luggage bags Zhang Yi had brought back. Zhang Yi smirked and pretended to park the snowmobile in the underground garage at the back. Avoiding everyone's sight, he stored the snowmobile in his space. Then he returned carrying the 2 luggage bags. There was quite a lot of stuff, so his footprints were deep, which excited the neighbors in Building 25 to the point of practically leaning out of the windows and shouting. The people next door, including Huang Tianfang, were also staring wide-eyed. "Uncle, could that be food?" The burly man excitedly asked Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfang scolded, "Of course. At this time, if we don't go out looking for food, are we supposed to look for women?" The group of Tianhe gang workers around them swallowed hard and gathered closer. "Is there food?" "He found food outside." "That's great. There's still food outside. We have hope. What's there to wait for? Let's go get him. Grab everything he has, including that vehicle." A group of people shouted with red eyes. Huang Tianfang pondered for a moment and said coldly, "Don't rush. This kid should be the one who took down Qin Zhenghao. Zhang Yi, he's ruthless. Last time, he got so many of our brothers killed. We need to be careful. Besides, I heard he has a gun. Even if we want to act, we have to do it quietly." Huang Tianfang was very cautious. Although the 2 buildings were close, there were still dozens of meters in between. Running across thick ice and snow would be like walking in front of a live target. So even though they were greedy for the supplies Zhang Yi had brought back, they didn't act recklessly. However, where there are calm people, there are also impulsive ones. A few workers were dissatisfied with Huang Tianfang's arrangement. After discussing among themselves, they believed that if they didn't act now, they wouldn't have another chance once Zhang Yi returned to his house. So a few of them stealthily went downstairs with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi entered the building through the window with the supplies and took out his phone to inform Uncle Yu that he was back and needed him to come assist. In fact, he didn't even need to say it. Uncle Yu had already heard the sound of the snowmobile and rushed over to meet Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you actually found so many things." Looking at the 2 large luggage bags in Zhang Yi's hands, Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Outside, the heavy snow was blinding. If someone else had gone out, they might not have even found their way back. Professional matters, after all, still required professionals to handle. Chapter 83. The invaders. Zhang Yi said, "It's indeed hard to find supplies outside. As soon as I went out, I ran through all the supermarkets and malls I could remember nearby. As a result, the surrounding malls had long been looted clean, and there was nothing left. But I didn't give up. I knew everyone was waiting for me. To ensure everyone could eat enough, I would search the entire Tianhe city if I had to. I must find food and bring it back for everyone. I had no choice but to wander around the city and after a lot of effort, I managed to gather this little bit of stuff from them all. Zhang Yi handed 2 bags to Uncle Yu and went back to open the door for Zhouke, bringing her down the stairs. Then he sent a message in the group, calling the neighbors over to collect food. Before long, the neighbors swarmed in. The stairs were filled with people, these thin, hungry neighbors gazing at the bags of supplies in front of Zhang Yi with eager and greedy eyes. Some were restless, even planning to rush forward. But when they saw the dark iron lump in Zhang Yi's right hand, they became fearful. Zhang Yi squinted and smiled. I went through a lot of trouble to get these supplies for you. He signaled Zhou Ku'er to open the bags. Zhou Ku'er complied and unzipped the bags, dumping the contents onto the ground. Clatter. A large pile of food appeared before everyone's eyes. There were vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits, although they looked of questionable quality. Most of them would have been things even dogs wouldn't eat in the past. But now, these long-hungry neighbors saw them. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors immediately understood and began shouting along, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. Big brother from now on, you are my real brother. Please accept my bow." Now, even if Zhang Yi asked them to crawl over like dogs, they would obediently comply. The temptation of food was just too great. Among the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Sanyang struggled to squeeze out. They looked very disheveled, with greasy, messy hair like 2 crazy women. Seeing Zhang Yi bring back so much food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved and shouted, "Brother Zhang Yi, it's me, Qinger." She looked at Zhang Yi, who seemed like a hero, feeling delighted inside. She still thought Zhang Yi loved her very much, and even though Zhou Ku'er was by his side, he must still have lingering feelings for her. So with so much food, he would surely give her a bit more. Lin Sanyang followed beside her, pleading, "Yuqing, we are good friends. Can you ask Zhang to give me a little more food?" Fang Yuqing glanced at Lin Sanyang with disgust and pushed her away. "Get lost. You shameless woman." The commotion caught Zhang Yi's attention, and he frowned. Immediately, someone growled at them, "Don't cause trouble. Listen to Brother Zhang Yi." The surrounding people stared hard at Fang Yuqing and Lin Sanyang, and they quickly quieted down. Fang Yuqing muttered softly, "Why are you all so fierce? Do you know what my relationship with Brother Zhang Yi is?" Seeing that everyone had settled down, Zhang Yi finally spoke, this time. "I went through a lot of effort to bring back these supplies. Naturally, the intention is to share with everyone." His tone suddenly turned cold. "However, this is a time of crisis, and I absolutely will not support idlers. If you eat these things, you must take up arms to fight against the enemies. Anyone who dares to eat without working, I guarantee they'll vomit out more than they ate." Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand and the food on the ground, everyone nodded in agreement, submitting to Zhang Yi's carrot and stick approach. "All right, let's distribute the food," Zhang Yi said, and prepared to call names. At that moment, 2 arms suddenly appeared outside the 4th floor window. A few workers from the Tianhe gang broke in. They saw so much food on the ground, and their eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother Zhao, so much food, we're rich," one worker exclaimed. "What else is there to say? Grab it." 4 workers drew their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. These people were really ruthless. Even though there were dozens of people in front of them, they didn't care. They could see that the others were sheep, and there were very few who could actually fight. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted, and he instinctively pulled out his gun to aim at them. But suddenly, he changed his mind. Instead of shooting, he retreated while shouting, "This food is for you. Don't let them take it away. Anyone who takes down one of them, I'll reward them with enough food for 5 people." As soon as these words were spoken, the neighbors, who had initially been scared and only wanted to escape, stopped in their tracks. Right? This food was brought to them by Zhang Yi. If it got snatched away, what would they eat? Food is life. Without food, aren't they just dead? Moreover, Zhang Yi had said that taking down 1 person would yield food for 5. The neighbors looked around. There were dozens of them. What was there to be afraid of? A few young men gritted their teeth, took out their weapons, and rushed forward. Now everyone had their weapons with them when they went out, making it very convenient. Zhang Yi retreated to the back, aiming his pistol at the front to prevent anyone from seizing the food amidst the chaos. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were taken by surprise. They originally thought these softies would be scared into fleeing, but for some reason, They suddenly charged forward like they were on adrenaline. In the blink of an eye, everyone was caught in a chaotic battle. The space on the fourth floor was not large, and dozens of people were crammed together with shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives clanging together. For the sake of food, everyone was fighting fiercely, and the extremely cold temperature made them not feel much pain even if they were injured. Soon some got hurt, but before they fell, they continued to swing their weapons desperately. Uncle Yi was the main force in the fight. He swung a metal rod, roaring as he struck down. Although the 4 members of the Tianhe gang were fearless, they couldn't withstand so many people. They were quickly knocked to the ground. The air was filled with people's roars. It was a release of emotions. After all, they had been living in fear of death during this time, being attacked daily by members of the Tianhe gang. So, swiftly taking down the 4 members of the Tianhe gang relieved them greatly. Their fear of the Tianhe gang also diminished significantly. After the battle ended, 6 people lay on the ground. Besides the 4 from the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from building. Zhou Ku'er frowned slightly at the sight. As a professional surgeon, she knew that these 2 might still be saved. But that required professional surgical conditions, as well as a lot of medicine and blood transfusions. Given the current survival environment, that was simply impossible. She sighed helplessly. Is this what a lost world looks like? Chapter 600. Zhang Yi. Do not raise waste, Zhang. He looked at the neighbors in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. After killing someone, these neighbors could become qualified vanguards and cannon fodder. It would be much easier for them to help him deal with attacks from other apartment buildings in the future. All he needed to offer them was a bit of trash food and various empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi laughed and clapped his hands. Good job. Did you see that? As long as we unite, what is there to fear from these people? Zhang Yi looked ahead and waved to the 2 most hardworking young men. You 2 come over here. The 2 young men, with joy on their faces, rushed to Zhang Yi without bothering to wipe the blood off their faces. Zhang Yi reached down and grabbed a large handful of food from the ground, then stuffed it into one person's arms. 1 handful isn't enough. Let's have another. Inflated bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of pale zombie meat. These are all genuine good stuff. The other neighbors watched this scene and swallowed their saliva in envy, wishing those things were theirs. Zhang Yi stuffed a pile of food into both of them and then patted their shoulders. Keep up the good work, as long as you maintain this spirit. I won't treat you unfairly. The 2 young men were so excited that they trembled. This food was enough for them to eat for several days. Tears streamed down their faces. Brother Zhang Yi, we will definitely follow you and work hard in the future. We'll listen to you. You're like my own brother. The 2 young men were namely Changbin and Jiang Lei, and they shouted loudly. At this moment, their eyes were filled with gratitude towards Zhang Yi. The other neighbors saw hope and secretly regretted why they hadn't put in more effort just now. This scene was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. After rewarding the 2 most hardworking young men, Zhang Yi said to the others, Next, it's time to distribute food. One by one, come here. Zhang Yi had seen everyone's performance just now. Those who work hard would get a little more, while those who performed poorly would get less. However, most people only received a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits, no larger than a child's palm. Zhang Yi had raised dogs before, so he understood one principle. If you let a dog eat too much every day, it will become lazy and less obedient. Therefore, the best approach is to keep it from starving, but always in a state of hunger. Only in this way can the dog remain obedient. The same goes for people. The neighbors saw the little food in their hands and felt a bit disappointed, but they didn't dare to say anything, because Zhang Yi had first shown them 2 examples. You say you have little food? Then you can only blame yourselves for not working hard. Look at Li Changbin and Jiang Lei. Why do they have so much food? Find reasons within yourselves rather than blaming others. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the rich second-generation Su Hao, who quickly walked over, extending his hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi looked at him with some disdain, then scraped the ground with his foot, casually tossing a piece of fruit candy into his hands. This is your food. The neighbors around burst into laughter. Even those who received little food felt much better at this moment. Look, although I got little food, at least there is someone who got even less. Huh. Su Hao is really an unlucky guy. Su Hao's eyes widened, and a strong sense of humiliation engulfed him. He shouted angrily, Are you kidding me? Why do I only get 1 piece of candy? Zhang Yi sneered. Do you even have the face to complain? Just now, while others were fighting, you were hanging back the whole time. You didn't even touch those few people. Giving you this piece of candy is already me showing kindness. Su Hao was very cunning. When he went up, he shouted loudly, holding a stick, yelling to kill them. But his voice was loud, and his feet were honestly retreating, unwilling to step forward to fight. He really thought everyone else was a fool in front of Zhang Yi. Su Hao stared wide-eyed and argued. Can you blame me? There were only 4 of them. Everyone surrounded them tightly, and I had no chance to step in at all. Zhang Yi said, that is not my problem. I don't care about the process. I only want results. Su Hao, frustrated and unwilling, shouted, it's unfair. This is too unfair. You're clearly targeting me. Zhang Yi laughed disdainfully. Fair? Are you mistaken about something? Were you to talk to me about fairness? Do you really think I'm reasoning with you? I'm ordering you to obey my demands. Do you understand, waste? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Chongbin, and Jiang lay beside him. How should he deal with this disobedient, undisciplined person? Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei had now become Zhang Yi's loyal lackeys. At Zhang Yi's command, the 2 carefully placed their food on the ground, then walked over and grabbed Su Hao to beat him up. Su Hao initially wanted to argue a bit. However, as a punch landed heavily on his stomach, his whole body spasmed. In the apocalypse, wanting to reason with someone is definitely the act of a fool. Other than teaching him a lesson with fists, there was no need for more words. Su Hao was beaten for a long time, and when he was gasping for breath, Zhang Yi finally ordered Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei to stop. Although Su Hao was a waste, he could still serve as cannon fodder when armed. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and said to the crowd, this is the consequence of disobeying the landlord's orders. Don't say, I'm tyrannical. I'm very fair. If anyone here thinks I'm tyrannical, you can now put down the food in your hands and leave with dignity. I absolutely won't create any trouble for you. The neighbors looked at each other, and no one stood up. Are you kidding? Food is their lifeline. How could they bear to leave? Zhang Yi nodded. Very good. Then we have reached a consensus. He walked up to Su Hao, who at this moment was curled up like a shrimp, his body spasming from being beaten. However, his hand was still tightly clenched. A piece of fruit candy might just save his life. Zhang Yi's gaze was cold as he stepped hard on his hand. He was wearing snow boots, and the soles were very rough and hard. Stepping on Su Hao's hand directly peeled off a layer of skin and flesh, blood gushing out. Su Hao screamed in pain and involuntarily released his grip. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and, looking into Su Hao's desperate eyes, said, I hope you can learn your lesson next time. I, Zhang Yi, do not raise waste. After this show of authority, everyone became obedient. They waited patiently for Zhang Yi to distribute food, and no one dared to voice any objections. Soon, Zhang Yi finished distributing the food, with only a few people not receiving anything. Chapter 85. Humiliation of the White Lotus. All right, the supplies have been distributed. Zhang Yi instructed Zhou Ku'er to put the remaining supplies into her pocket. But at that moment, a sudden anxious shout came from the crowd. Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received anything yet. I haven't. The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing. She had always thought that Zhang Yi would definitely take special care of her and give her the most food. However, after waiting for a long time, she still hadn't received anything. Next to Fang Yuqing, Lin Kaining also anxiously said, Brother Zhang Yi, how could you forget about me too? Zhang Yi looked at the 2 of them teasingly. I didn't forget you. The 2's faces brightened, thinking that Zhang Yi was giving them special treatment by saving them for last. However, Zhang Yi's next words sent them crashing down. You 2 didn't get anything in the first place. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Lin Kaining blurted out, why not? Everyone else got something, why not me? Fang Yuqing could not accept this, rushing to Zhang Yi with tears in her eyes, asking pitifully, Brother Zhang Yi, you're just joking with me, right? Right? This isn't real. You wouldn't treat me like this. You said you liked me, didn't you? Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. I did say I liked you, but you didn't take it seriously, did you? I treat many girls this way. We all know it's just for fun. Now I've lost interest in you, so please don't bother me anymore. I already have a girlfriend. As he spoke, Zhang Yi deliberately pulled Zhou Ku'er into his arms. Standing next to each other, Zhou Ku'er and Fang Yuqing were a stark contrast. One was a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university, a chief doctor at a top-tier hospital, with an impeccable figure, looks, and temperament. The other was an employee at a small company, chatting with various men every day, often fishing for rich men in nightclubs. It was clear who to choose. Moreover, at that moment, Fan Yuqing looked disheveled and extremely embarrassed, while Zhou Kuer was elegantly made up and well-dressed. The comparison made it seem like a fairy and a beggar. Fan Yuqing couldn't bear such a blow. Her most proud looks and charm were ruthlessly trampled by Zhang Yi. She cried, pointing at Zhang, this isn't true. Just a while ago, you even let me stay at your house. Why are you like this now? Zhang Yi smirked. You mean that? I was just messing with you. Look at how ridiculous you look right now. He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Kainin. Hey, doesn't she tell you every day that I like her and that I would let her in? Wang Min and Lin Kainin quickly nodded. Yeah, this woman is completely delusional, just daydreaming. This trash doesn't even know her worth. She even caused my cousin's death. She truly deserves it. Zhang Yi publicly humiliated Fan Yuqing, stripping her of her dignity. Everyone looked at her with disdain. Fan Yuqing's face turned pale as she covered her head and said, No, please stop talking. I beg you stop. Zhang Yi ignored her and continued, You think you're some kind of fairy, always dreaming of hooking up with rich second-generation heirs. But you don't realize that in the wealthy circles of Tianhai City, you're infamous. Who doesn't know you're a cheap woman who can be slept with for some money? Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao. Su Hao, what is her nickname? Su Hao curled up on the ground, gritted his teeth, and said, Self-righteous gold digger. Laughter erupted in the crowd. Ha ha. I didn't expect there was such a talent in our building. I even had a crush on her before, damn. Turns out a few $100 could settle it. I wouldn't have bothered otherwise. Such a shameless, cheap woman. The surrounding waves of mockery and insults completely enveloped Fan Yuqing. Even as she desperately covered her ears, she couldn't block out the sounds. She screamed like a madwoman and then ran out. Zhang Yi took out a small bag of cookies and tossed it in front of Su Hao. Smart, this is a reward for you. Training a dog is the same. You need to give some rewards when they obey. Su Hao's eyes were filled with joy. He didn't expect to regain the food. So much so that even after being beaten up just now, his hatred for Zhang Yi had diminished significantly. Instead, he now believed Zhang Yi was a fair person. He realized he was at fault for resisting Zhang Yi. Thank you, brother Zhang. I'll be sure to listen well from now on. At this moment, Lin Kainin also stepped up. Zhang Yi, Fan Yuqing has offended me before, but I have no conflict with you, right? I just help you speak up. Should you give me a bit more food? Zhang Yi glanced at her and no. Lin Kainin immediately got angry and shouted, Why not? You're pursuing her, not me. Zhang Yi looked at her seriously and said, I just find you annoying and don't want to give you anything. Is that a problem? Lin Kainin was choked by his words. You, Zhang Yi said, the supplies are mine. I can give them to whoever I want. If you have a problem, just hold it in. This isn't fair. Lin Kainin began to cry. Only a fool would mention fairness. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered with her. The others looked at Lin Kainin with glee. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei kindly urged Lin Kainin to leave so she wouldn't be an eyesore. After distributing the supplies, Zhang Yi said, Next, let us discuss how to set up defenses. Next to Uncle Yu. Xieli Mei frowned and whispered in his ear, Why didn't we get any? You killed 2, so we should have 11 portions. Uncle Yu replied, Zhang Yi won't forget us. Just hold on. Xieli Mei glanced at him with dissatisfaction, then looked at Zhang Yi, muttering a few words under her breath. Zhang Yi said, In our building, excluding the children who can't walk, there are 47 people. Excluding me, Zhou, Uncle Yu, and Xieli Mei, there are 43 left, divided into 6 groups with 7 or 8 people in each. They will take turns on duty every 24 hours to prevent people from other buildings from attacking. Once someone is spotted approaching, you will knock on the stair railing or other metal objects to alert everyone. When people from other floors wake up, they will use the same method to notify those on higher floors. Zhang Yi, with his hands in his pockets, said seriously, The rewards I just mentioned are still valid. For every enemy killed, there will be 5 portions of food as a reward. If there are no achievements, just being on duty will earn 1 portion of food per day. However, it will be chosen by others first, and the quantity cannot be guaranteed. As he spoke, Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, you handle this matter. Uncle Yu nodded. All right, no problem. Chapter 86. The Sniper. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors all bowed their heads, contemplating the pros and cons. Someone asked, Zhang Yi, I can understand why you and Joker don't have to stand guard. But why doesn't Uncle Yu have to stand guard? He's clearly the strongest. Zhang Yi stared at him and said word by word. It's precisely because Uncle Yu is an important combat force that he needs to conserve his energy and wait for the crucial battle to take action. Do you understand? This reasoning was somewhat forced, but no one dared to refute Zhang Yi's words. In fact, Zhang Yi's real purpose was to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The others were on the front lines, responsible for resisting the enemy's attacks from other buildings. They were essentially cannon fodder, or to put it nicely, consumables. Uncle Yu was skilled, kind-hearted, and straightforward. He was Zhang Yi's best subordinate in his heart, so of course, he needed to keep him alive for future service. After making the arrangements, Zhang Yi let the neighbors go back to their homes, leaving only those on duty near the fourth floor to launch an attack on their building. The fourth floor was a necessary passage, whether it was digging a tunnel from below or climbing in through the fourth floor window. Guarding this area would allow them to detect any incoming enemies in time. After the others went upstairs, Zhang Yi took Joker back. He wouldn't turn his back on someone he didn't trust. At this moment, there were no other people around. Crazily, seeing that Zhang Yi was slow to mention the food for their family, couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, did you forget about the food for our family? Zhang Yi looked up at Crazily, his eyes carrying a hint of cold amusement. Uncle Yu quickly tugged at her arm. What are you saying? But Crazily continued. Clearly, Brother Yu's putting the most effort, yet he gets nothing. This is too. Zhang Yi said, the supplies I brought back are not just these. What I gave to others were the inferior ones. The good stuff is saved for later. Uncle Yu, you can come to my house to pick it up later. Upon hearing this, Crazily immediately put on a smiling face. I knew you wouldn't let him work for nothing. Uncle Yu rolled his eyes at her. I've told you long ago, Brother Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person. Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word. After returning home, Zhang Yi took a box of instant noodles from the alternate space and placed it at the door, then notified Uncle Yu to come over in 10 minutes to pick it up. Once inside the room, Zhang Yi quickly took off his cold-resistant clothing. Bang! The frying pan inside his leather jacket fell to the ground with a clatter. Joker laughed and picked up the frying pan. There is probably not even a ghost outside. You're being too cautious. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, thinking he wouldn't need this thing anymore. He had found something better. The police bulletproof vest was both close-fitting and safe. After returning to his warm house, the feeling of happiness in Zhang Yi's heart deepened. When he went out, facing the temperature of over -70 degrees, even wearing cold-resistant clothing felt chilly. Especially while riding a motorcycle, that feeling was even more pronounced. Zhang Yi took some food from the alternate space and placed it on the table. Joker was also starving after a day without food. Zhang Yi had taken away all the food before he left, so neither of them had anything to eat. The two sat at the dining table, feasting. Joker curiously asked, what is it like outside now? Zhang Yi replied, what else could it be? The heavy snow has sealed the city, and the lower buildings are completely covered. If this situation continues, even if the snow stops and the temperature returns to normal, it will take more than half a month for the snow to melt. Joker nodded, but winter is about to set in, and the temperature will only drop further. This isn't a problem for us. Zhang Yi said, what we need to deal with now is people. In the apocalypse, people are far more terrifying than demons. After they finished eating, Joker cuddled up to Zhang Yi and wrapped her arms around his shoulder. Zhang Yi glanced at her and asked, what are you doing? Joker's face turned slightly red to keep warm. Saying this, she pressed her fatty layers against Zhang Yi. Ever since Zhang Yi opened her mind, she seemed to have awakened, and now she clung to him every day. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was young and vigorous. Otherwise, a regular guy might not be able to handle it. Zhang Yi laughed and playfully slapped her ample backside. There is no time to deal with you right now. Go take a shower and lie down in your room. Joker threw him a flirtatious glance and obediently went to take a shower. What made Zhang Yi able to put aside even beauty? Of course, it was a common interest among men. Zhang Yi took out all the firearms he had collected today from the alternate space. He had some knowledge about firearms, having previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City and often going to the shooting range. The police firearms were naturally much better than those he had purchased from the black market. So Zhang Yi eliminated the guns he had been using before, replacing them with 2 police handguns fully loaded with bullets. The holsters and tactical belts were also ready to go, easily strapped to his waist. Then, Zhang Yi began to study the rifles and the big sniper rifle he had obtained. The shooting range in Tianhai City had dedicated rifles for target shooting, but no sniper rifles. However, with the modern internet being well developed, there were comprehensive introductions to various firearms online. Zhang Yi took out his phone to search the internet and quickly found information about them. Unexpectedly, those online servers were still operational. Indeed, big companies have their ways. Zhang Yi Seekit. Although many internet companies had gone bankrupt in the apocalypse and a large number of software had ceased operations, a small number of large enterprises still had their servers running. Of course, this was also in collaboration with the authorities. At least up to now, humanity had not given up on rebuilding after the apocalypse and was still preserving some sparks of civilization. Zhang, he didn't have time to lament. He learned the operating instructions for these firearms online. Since Zhang Yi already had experience with firearms, he learned quickly. Whether he could shoot accurately was one thing. At least he knew how to fire and reload. At worst, he could use them to intimidate people, which was enough. The mere existence of firearms was the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, filled all the magazines with bullets, and disengaged the safety before placing them in the alternate space. This way, in case of an emergency, he could draw out a gun to shoot at any time. However, he was somewhat reluctant to part with that big sniper rifle. A gun is a man's romance. A man's love for guns can be said to be in his nature. Zhang Yi lifted the gun, using the scope to look at the opposite building. The unit building about 50 meters away was clearly visible, and he could even see the lock on the window. He thought about finding an opportunity to test this gun. It was definitely a tool for ambushing. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He didn't like direct confrontations. Hiding in a corner to ambush others, shooting them before they even knew where he was the most enjoyable thing. Chapter 87, The Revenge of the United Alliance. Zhang Yi was enjoying himself with the sniper rifle, observing the situation in the entire community through the scope. It was night, and the other households had no electricity, so the apartment building was pitch black inside. However, thanks to the reflection of the snow, the outside was still a vast expanse of white, and some scenery could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. When he looked toward the garage, not far away, he noticed 2 small black dots moving in his line of sight. The garage people. It seemed they were heading for my snowmobile. A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. When he returned during the day, he pretended to put the snowmobile into the garage. Sure enough, someone sneaked over at night. Unfortunately, they were doomed to fail. After a while, Uncle Yu came over. He saw a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the door, and his eyes became moist with excitement. I can't believe it's from White Elephant. Zhang Yi, you are too generous. This box of noodles can last the 3 of them for a week if they eat sparingly. Considering that Zhang Yi's own supplies weren't plentiful and he still gave him so many noodles, Uncle Yu felt nothing but gratitude. Zhang Yi's family didn't have many of these instant noodles. There were only over 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. And until now, he hadn't eaten a single pack. After all, there were various gourmet meals prepared by famous chefs at home. Who would eat that stuff? Uncle Yu picked up the noodles, knocked on the door, and said, Zhang Yi, I'm taking the noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi put down the sniper rifle, walked to the door, and said, Uncle Yu, why are you being so polite with me? It didn't matter what happened to others. Uncle Yu had to be taken care of and well fed. Only then could Uncle Yu be his ace enforcer and human shield. It wasn't that Zhang Yi was heartless. He would never let Uncle Yu die for him, unless it was absolutely necessary. Well, unless it's absolutely necessary. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Don't take to heart what Xieli Mei said to you during the day. She's a bit of a chatterbox. Zhang Yi lowered his eyelids and smiled faintly. Hey, can I really hold a grudge against a woman? I'm not that petty. But Uncle Yu, are you really going to raise someone else's child? Zhang Yi's tone was slightly probing. He didn't like Xieli Mei, but didn't want to ruin his relationship with Uncle Yu. Therefore, he had to stir the pot little by little. Uncle Yu laughed. Hey, what can I say? It's already great that I can find a woman like that. Zhang Yi nodded. Yeah, that's true. Actually, Sister Xie is a good woman, not bad looking, and she can have kids. I don't mean anything else. I just think you're underestimating yourself. In this day and age, a strong man like you, who is also good at fighting, is quite in demand. Just joking. Even if you wanted to find a celebrity now, it wouldn't be too much. Uncle Yu was very happy to be praised. Am I really that good? Zhang Yi said. You seen the situation now. Those pretty boys who can sing, dance, and rap are useless. They can't even support themselves. It's still guys like us who can give women a sense of security. At this point, Zhang Yi changed the subject. But on the other hand, Sister Xie is really quite good. You two should work hard and let her have a kid for you in the future. After all, as a man, you should have your own children. Raising someone else's kid is to some extent. Uncle Yu felt a bit uncomfortable inside. What Zhang Yi said stirred up some thoughts in him. He did like Xiaolime. She had a full figure and good skills, satisfying this old bachelor. However, that kid was still less than a year old and was quite a burden in this day and age. To take care of her, Uncle Yu often got woken up in the middle of the night, unable to guarantee his rest. If it were his own child, it would be one thing. But the key was that it was someone else's. People are selfish. Uncle Yu had long harbored some dissatisfaction. He just held it back and didn't think too deeply. Produce. Xiaolime was constantly brainwashing him, saying to treat the child like his own daughter, and when she grew up, she would be filial to him. Over time, Uncle Yu genuinely helped raise the child. It was Zhang Yi's words that alerted him and made him start having different thoughts. Having kids or anything like that. I don't dare to think about it now. Let's talk about it when things settle down. Uncle Yu forced down his unusual feelings and said with a smile, Right. You're right. I was just saying it casually. Uncle Yu, don't take it to heart. I truly respect you and Sister Xie and sincerely hope you can be happy. Uncle Yu nodded, then I'll head back first. Contact me anytime if there's anything. After Uncle Yu left, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of the sniper rifle and put it back into the spatial pocket. These rifles and sniper rifles would become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Zhou Kuo, wrapped in a towel, came out, and under the pink towel was her skin as white as milk. Her well-toned, long legs had elegant lines and shimmered alluringly under the light. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, rubbed his temples, and said lazily, I'm a bit tired today. Come over and give me a massage. Zhou Kuo nodded, walked over to Zhang Yi, and gently began to massage his body. That night, the United Alliance, having lost 4 members, launched another attack on Unit 25. The consecutive successes in the past few days made them look down on everyone in Unit 25, except for Zhang Yi. However, this time, they unexpectedly faced resistance. The leader was Huang Tianfeng's nephew, Huang Wei, who excelled at stealth attacks under the cover of darkness. Around 2 in the morning, he led 8 men into Unit 25. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the stairs, bricks were thrown down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The people on duty discovered the enemy and immediately fought back with whatever they had. They wielded knives, sticks, and other weapons to block the United Alliance from above. Then, threw stones, bricks, and anything heavy they could find down by time. While resisting, they also knocked on the stairs and windows, making noise to attract the neighbors. Soon, the entire building's neighbors were awakened. Huang Wei and the others were eager for revenge, and coupled with the lack of supplies, they chose to launch a strong attack. However, their numbers were too few, and even though they were fierce fighters, they couldn't take on so many people. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, one of their lives was worth 5 portions of food. The neighbors were all pumped up, eager to claim a kill. The battle lasted only a few minutes, with everyone fighting to the death, leaving 3 corpses at the scene. Seeing the situation turn against them, Huang Wei quickly shouted, Retreat! Let us go, go, go! As they ran, the neighbors from Unit 25 were ecstatic, yelling and chasing after them. One worker who ran slowly didn't manage to climb out of the window in time and got his but sliced by a knife, with half of the blade buried in his flesh. He let out a miserable cry and struggled to crawl out with a tilted backside. Once they got out, the neighbors didn't dare to chase too deep. After all, it was late at night, and they didn't know what the situation outside was like. At this moment, Zhang Yi was also awakened by the noise. He went to the balcony and looked at the fleeing members of the United Alliance below, suddenly coming up with an idea. At this distance, could he use the sniper rifle to kill them? Chapter 88. Precision shooting, hitting the target every time when a man encounters a beautiful woman. His first thought is to engage in deep conversation with her. Similarly, when he acquires a good weapon, he will want to test its power. This is a habit ingrained in his bones. Even as a child, finding a good bamboo stick on the roadside would prompt him to wield it like a sword. Moreover, Zhang Yi had obtained a sniper rifle, something unimaginable for an ordinary person in China, let alone using it to shoot someone. Let's see how effective this thing really is. Zhang Yi took out the sniper rifle from an alternate space and began aiming down from the balcony on the 24th floor. The 8 times magnification was incredibly powerful. What had originally looked like tiny ants from 24 stories up now appeared crystal clear. Zhang Yi held his breath, avoiding the hot air from his mouth that could blur the scope. The 7 fleeing individuals trudged through the snow at a slow pace, making them easy targets. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Yi aimed at one person's back and pulled the trigger. For some reason, the moment the bullet left the chamber, he had a strange feeling that it would definitely hit. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the quiet night. Countless people were startled awake from their restless dreams by that sound. Looking through the scope, Zhang Yi saw that the person had fallen to the ground, blood staining a large patch of snow. What the hell? Why is my marksmanship so accurate? Am I a genius? Zhang Yi was both surprised and delighted. He had only intended to test the rifle's effectiveness and had not expected such a perfect shot. What was that strange feeling he had just experienced? He was a bit astonished. However, he had no time to ponder, as the people nearby heard the gunshot and saw one of their companions go down, causing them to quicken their pace. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and aimed at the next person. As he focused intently on one individual, that miraculous feeling returned. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and another person fell. This time, Zhang Yi understood. His ability to shoot enemies from the 24th floor was not a coincidence, but a talent. More precisely, it was some sort of special ability. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, "It seems that the ability I've awakened is not just as simple as an alternate space. It's just that my potential hadn't been realized before." But one thing was certain. His extraordinary ability was definitely related to space. That was what made him a natural sharpshooter. Previously, using a crossbow and a handgun had involved close-quarters combat, and he had not noticed this ability. He only felt that shooting was quite enjoyable. Now, with the sniper rifle, that feeling had become extraordinarily clear. Zhang Yi was extremely excited. In the apocalypse, having an extra ability meant one more chance to survive. He reloaded and raised his rifle again, this time aiming for someone's head. Bang! As a shot was fired, he saw that person's head explode in a spray of blood, confirming it without a doubt. This was indeed a powerful ability for precision shooting. Zhang Yi was overjoyed as he aimed at the remaining individuals. Click, click, click. He fired quickly, reloading after each shot, the gunfire echoing throughout the neighborhood. One person, one shot. The others didn't have time to escape, and all fell along the way. 7 bodies lay in the pure, white snow, blood staining large patches crimson. An exceptionally shocking sight. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. From now on, he could hide and become a top-tier schemer, specializing in taking out others. Meanwhile, the neighbors downstairs, hearing the gunfire and witnessing Huang Wei and the others drop one by one as if named, displayed looks of horror in their eyes. The gunshots came from upstairs. It must have been Zhang Yi. At such a distance, it certainly wasn't a handgun. It had to be the power of a sniper rifle. My God, at that range, one shot and they were dead. Zhang Yi was actually a sharpshooter. Everyone was dumbfounded, and at the same time, they felt a wave of fear. With Zhang Yi's skills, killing them would be as easy as squashing an ant. They automatically filled in the blanks in their minds, believing that Zhang Yi was likely a hidden soldier in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such excellent marksmanship? It seemed that from now on, it was best to obediently listen to Zhang Yi. Indeed, their survival until now was due to Zhang Yi not getting angry. The human capacity for imagination is truly terrifying. At that moment, their awe for Zhang Yi reached new heights. And it wasn't just them. The midnight gunfire had awakened everyone in the community. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle didn't have a suppressor, but anyone with a bit of knowledge in that area could tell it was definitely not the sound of a handgun. In a world where a single handgun could dominate a building, the horror of someone possessing a more powerful rifle, even a sniper rifle, was unimaginable. Zhang Yi put away the sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder. Continuous shooting had made it a bit sore. Fortunately, his physical condition was good. Otherwise, his shoulder would have been in pain for several days. That night, many people likely found it hard to sleep again. Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a message asking if he was the one who fired the gun. Having been in the army, Uncle Yu immediately recognized it as a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi didn't hide it, telling him, "I got this from the police station today." Uncle Yu curiously asked, "Were you in the army before? What was your unit?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was so sharp that, from Uncle Yu's perspective, it was definitely at the level of a sharpshooter in the military. Zhang Yi smiled, saying, "I just have talent, haha." Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi didn't want to talk, so he didn't press further. As long as it was him who fired the gun, it was fine. If it were someone else, they would be in danger. Zhang Yi chatted casually with him and then returned to his room, lying down in his warm, soft bed and quickly falling asleep. The next day, he woke up after 9 o'clock, washed up, and let Zhou Kuo out of the room. "Let us get something to eat. I'm craving freshly made food." You can make 2 bowls of oil splash noodles," Zhang Yi said to Zhou Kuo. Zhou Kuo laughed. "What I make isn't as good as what they make at the noodle shop." Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Then just practice more. We have plenty of time." After eating restaurant food for a long time, he occasionally wanted to eat home-cooked dishes to change things up. Zhou Kuo obediently went to the kitchen, and before long, she brought out 2 bowls of oil splash noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite. It tasted quite good. By the way, Zhang Yi had installed surveillance cameras throughout the entire house, including the kitchen. The ingredients were also provided by him. As for Zhou Kuo, on her first day entering the house, Zhang Yi had thoroughly checked her from head to toe. Even now, Zhang Yi checked her body every day, leaving no corner unchecked. Thus, he eliminated all possibilities of her drugging him. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat food brought to him by someone else. Sitting at the table, Zhou Kuo curiously asked, "I heard gunshots yesterday. Were you the one shooting on the balcony?" Chapter 89 Warehouse Area. Zhang Yi glanced at her and smiled, saying yes. He took a bite of noodles. Zhou Kuo's cooking was just average, but fortunately, noodles were not difficult to make. "I found it when I went out. It's a sniper rifle." Zhang Yi's tone was very calm. Excitement sparkled in Zhou Kuo's beautiful eyes. "A sniper? Can you use it?" "Not only can I use it, but I'm also quite good at it." Zhang Yi pointed outside. "Last night, I took out 7 people with 7 bullets. Zhang Yi was rather proud of this, as men often like to boast about their prey to women. Zhou Kuo looked at Zhang Yi with a bit more admiration. With a man like him around, her safety was better assured. "Zhang Yi, you're really amazing." She cupped her chin in her hands and looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. "What's wrong? Aren't you curious how I learned to use a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. What does that have to do with me? Even if you were a murderer or a psychopath in the past, I'm still sticking with you now." She thought for a moment and added, "It's better than dying outside, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You're really smart, unlike some foolish women who always like to ask questions." 26. Over the Tina gang, Huang Tianfang discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and the others only in the morning. Last night, after hearing the gunfire, he felt something was off. However, out of caution, he didn't dare to send anyone out to check. But he pretty much knew that Huang Wei and the others wouldn't be coming back. In the morning, they saw the 10 bodies piled outside, and, for a moment, Huang Tianfang's pupils constricted, filled with intense anger, but the fear in his heart was 10 times greater. Now, there were only 9 of them left in the Tina gang, and their combat power had sharply decreased. Even if they forcibly made the surviving owners join, it wouldn't make up for the loss of those workers' combat power. If a fight suddenly broke out with other buildings at this time, they would be at a huge disadvantage. They have guns and not just ordinary guns. I suspect they have rifles or sniper rifles. The bullets were fired so densely last night, which means they have plenty of ammunition. This opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Huang Tianfang's expression was very serious. The others under him also looked fearful. "Boss, what should we do? Dao Wei and the others are dead, and we're down by more than half. Should we keep going?" Huang Tianfang glared at the neighboring 25, gritting his teeth, and said, "What the hell? They have guns. What are we supposed to fight them with?" His subordinates were anxious. "But if we don't rob their sled and supplies, the owners in our building won't have enough to eat for a few days." After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang said in a deep voice, "Tonight, we'll go over and steal back Dao Wei and their bodies. The others looked at each other, a look of struggle flashing on their faces. They had been brothers for many years, sharing life and death. Now they had to. Everyone felt uncomfortable, but no one spoke up. They knew that compared to staying alive, other matters were not important. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer finished eating, he stood up and said, "I'm heading out." Zhou Kuer promptly stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket upon hearing this. Zhang Yi didn't say much, but this time he didn't put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. Having lived together for a long time, he had full trust in Zhou Kuer's intelligence. Unless a better tree appeared for her to lean on, she wouldn't do something foolish like betray Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi reached downstairs, a few people on duty immediately stood up straight upon seeing him. "Brother Zhang, are you going out?" Zhang Yi glanced at them and could see genuine respect in their eyes. Zhang Yi's strength had been recognized by everyone. He nodded, "Work hard." He climbed out of the window on the 4th floor, thought for a moment, and pretended to take a detour to the back garage. Shortly after, he rode off on his motorcycle, leaving the community. Many figures appeared at the windows of the houses, watching Zhang Yi leave. Their expressions were complex. Some were excited, some envious, and some were fierce. At 21, the building was managed by an organization that called itself the Tianlang Gang, comprised of a group of young men around 20 years old. The gang leader, Wang Chong, stood by the window, a bloody machete with some rust beside him. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community and couldn't help but frown. Where exactly was his motorcycle hidden? Last night, he had sent someone to steal Zhang Yi's vehicle. His second-in-command, Xiao Lu, said, "Our community is quite large. He is hiding it really well. It's indeed hard to find." Wang Chong snorted coldly, crossing his arms and said, "In any case, this motorcycle must be in our Tianlang Gang's hands. With the snowmobile, we can go out to find supplies. Then expanding our team and forming a big gang won't be a problem." Xiao Lu nodded seriously. "That's right. Heroes emerge in troubled times. This era is an opportunity for us brothers." He looked in the direction Zhang Yi had left, his eyes full of bloodshot determination. "Now, let us find a way to get some cigarettes. I haven't smoked in half a month. I'm going crazy." In other buildings, the leaders were also discussing Zhang Yi. His appearance was a crisis for them because he had guns, and not just any guns. But it was also an opportunity since Zhang Yi had a snowmobile and could go out to obtain supplies. Some wanted to fight, others wanted to cooperate. But one thing was certain: they would soon have unavoidable contact with Zhang Yi. This time, Zhang Yi left and first went to a nearby supermarket to take a look. Unfortunately, the nearby supermarkets were not built high enough, and some small supermarkets were only 1 story tall, so they were buried under the heavy snow. It seemed that unless the heavy snow melted, the only places to obtain food in the entire city would be those few large independent supermarkets and the warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of where he had worked before. To the southwest of the economic development zone, there used to be a large area of wasteland, which was later developed to provide various enterprises with factory and warehouse space. Because the land was cheap, most of the city's warehouses were located there. Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, but there were still goods from other companies there. Medical supplies, food, cars, toys, everything one could think of. It would be worth checking out. Perhaps there would be something useful. Zhang Yi made up his mind and turned his motorcycle towards the warehouse area. The warehouse was only about 10 kilometers away, and in less than 20 minutes, Zhang Yi arrived at the location. It was very spacious here, and the factories were built quite high, without the excessive snow accumulation seen in the city. Therefore, when Zhang Yi arrived, he could still see the tops of some factories. Chapter 90 Gas Station Zhang Yi was too familiar with this area. In the entire Tianhai city, hundreds of group warehouses were concentrated here, both large and small. If he could gather all the supplies back, it wouldn't be a problem to support thousands of people, let alone himself. However, the biggest issue was whether those supplies were still there. Zhang Yi took out his handgun and crowbar and headed to the nearby Carrefour warehouse to check. He used the crowbar to smash the window from the top. When he peered inside, he found that the large factory was now empty. Had it been transported away? Zhang Yi had mentally prepared for this, so he was not too surprised. He continued to other warehouses, and the result was the same. Medical equipment, daily necessities, food, even snacks and pet food warehouses had been emptied. Just as I thought. When disaster strikes, the officials and experts will report the situation immediately. The higher-ups will definitely prioritize the transfer of supplies. This is also why Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He knew that once disaster hit, those powerful figures would only consider themselves first, not the lives of ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not give up searching. There were hundreds of warehouses here. There might be something left inside that could be useful to him. Sure enough, hard work paid off. After a busy half-day, Zhang Yi found a warehouse storing cars. The area was over 1 million square meters, very spacious. The cars were lined up on steel racks like sardines in a can. Among them were many luxury cars that could sell for millions before the apocalypse. However, now they were completely useless. He couldn't think of any practical use for them. After seeing so many vehicles, Zhang Yi felt they were quite pointless. He spat out a toothpick, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided, since there was still plenty of space, just throw them in. What if he needed them later? Men love their cars. Seeing so many valuable luxury cars, Zhang Yi thought about collecting them for fun. Even though he couldn't drive them now, he could at least enjoy looking at them. It would be like having high-end models. So he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and put them into his alternate space. For the next entire day, Zhang Yi was busy in this warehouse area. Most of the warehouses had been emptied, leaving behind items that were inconvenient to move, such as large machinery or bulk construction materials. He didn't find a single bit of food or supplies. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the frustration, and picked up many things as if he were scavenging. Heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if he needed them later? Zhang Yi kept telling himself. Then he found his thoughts quite amusing. In this icy weather, driving such vehicles wouldn't get him anywhere. What good would they be? Fortunately, the alternate space was large enough to accommodate all these vehicles comfortably. After a busy day, Zhang Yi felt it was about time. There was no further value in exploring this place, and he didn't have any other urgent needs. He took out a piece of chocolate from the alternate space and quickly ate it. Eating while the cold wind blew into his mouth was a bit unpleasant. There was no way to drink hot water now. Once the lid was opened, it would cool down in less than half a minute. Zhang Yi scooped up some snow from the ground and put it in his mouth, making do with it as water. Then he quickly thought of another place he needed to go. Since he had gathered many vehicles, he thought about gasoline and diesel. The gasoline and diesel stored in the alternate space were enough for daily use. However, given the current situation, he would need to use snowmobiles as his daily transportation. In that case, the stored amount might not be sufficient. Out of caution, Zhang Yi decided to go to the gas station to see if he could get some fuel. He rode the snowmobile, pondered for a moment, and headed towards the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Soon, he arrived at the location he remembered. However, when he got there, the scene before him made him exhale a long puff of white smoke. The huge gas station had been completely covered by the snow. Zhang Yi could only rely on the tall buildings around to judge its location. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. There were no high-rise buildings at the gas station, so wouldn't that mean he couldn't find a place to refuel? Damn it! Zhang Yi frowned, feeling helpless about the situation. Given the current thickness of the ice and snow, it was nearly impossible to dig it out by hand. Plus, who knows how long this snow disaster will last? Would he have to conserve fuel in the future? According to the inventory in his alternate space and the fuel consumption of the snowmobiles, he might run out in 20 years. This was not good news. Humanity really was weak. If only he could use large machinery to dig. Zhang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to turn the key and leave, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Excavation equipment? Could an excavator work? He had just picked up some working vehicles from the warehouse, including several excavators. Originally, he had only collected them for future use, never expecting to need them so soon. Digging a hole in the snow with an excavator would definitely be a piece of cake. But to be honest, this was quite rare. After all, on the previous planet, it was seldom that one would encounter such deep snow and ice. No one used an excavator to work in the Arctic. They used icebreakers instead. However, after careful consideration, Zhang Yi believed this idea was absolutely feasible. The snow had only been piling up for less than a month, and it hadn't formed a very hard ice layer. It could be dug through with an excavator. The ice and snow underground were at most several meters thick, and he just needed to dig to an entrance like a door or window to break in. So, it wouldn't take too much time. Feasible. Zhang Yi decided to go for it and directly took out a large excavator from the alternate space. Bang! The nearly 20-ton excavator crashed to the ground, sinking in over a meter. Zhang Yi chuckled at this scene, saying, "That's good. Saves me the trouble of digging down." The surface snow was still relatively thin and couldn't bear such weight. However, the snow below should be thicker. It was Zhang Yi's first time operating an excavator, but it wasn't a big issue. He had operated cranes, forklifts, and large trucks while working in the warehouse before. This thing was no different. After a little consideration, he figured out how to drive it. Although he couldn't claim to be highly skilled, at least he could operate it. Chapter 91, finding a new way out. The operation of the excavator is relatively simple, mainly consisting of 2 push handles and a control lever for the bucket. Zhang Yi found the fuel tank and took a barrel of diesel from the alternate space to pour into it. Then he climbed into the control room and turned the key. Rumble. Fortunately, the low temperature didn't have a significant impact on the new machine, and the excavator was still able to function normally. Zhang Yi operated the excavator and began to push the snow away from the front to the sides. At first, his speed was a bit slow, but gradually it picked up. Half an hour later, he had dug out a 3-meter deep pit, and even the tracks could move slowly. Luckily, the excavator didn't have wheels. Zhang Yi even thought that if he encountered a special situation, this thing could be used as a transport vehicle. The speed was a bit slow, but the excavator's tracks moved well on the snow. This thing could even crush through muddy marshes. It was really great. With his unskilled technique, Zhang Yi worked for almost 2 hours before finally digging into solid construction. He felt a surge of joy and quickly started to push the snow away along the building. Only then did he slowly see the huge rooftop platform of the gas station. Finding the gas station building made things easier. The next step was to clear the accumulated snow along it. Due to his lack of skill, Zhang Yi worked for 4 to 5 hours before finally reaching the convenience store window of the gas station. Luckily, it was the excavator that did the digging, not him. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. Zhang Yi got off the excavator and returned it to the alternate space. Then he broke the glass window and jumped inside. Once inside the convenience store, he was taken aback. The snow had burst through the door, and most of the space inside was filled with snow. Fortunately, he could still see the back door. Zhang Yi stepped over the snow and needed to find the oil storage area first. Gas station oil storage warehouses are usually underground, which also avoids the risk of being buried by snow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the oil storage room. Despite the gas station's large front, the space behind it was actually small, so finding an entrance was not too difficult. Zhang Yi used a crowbar to pry open the iron door and turned on his miner's lamp for lighting. The sight before him made him gasp. 4 huge oil storage tanks were in the storage room, holding about 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it was quite spectacular. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yi quietly stepped back outside, simply removed some static electricity from his body, and then dared to walk inside. At this point, the gas station had already stopped operating, and it was pitch black inside. Zhang Yi used the miner's lamp to block the oil pipelines above. The pipe openings were wrapped with many layers of plastic sheets and cling film to prevent leakage. Then he collected all 4 huge tanks into his alternate space. Normally, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he wouldn't have to worry about refueling in the future. Wait a minute. A light bulb went off in Zhang Yi's head as he suddenly realized something very important. If I can use the excavator to dig through the snow, doesn't that mean I can also dig up other places buried by snow? If that's the case, the whole world could become a huge treasure trove. Even a treasure trove just for me. At this moment, Zhang Yi's imagination ran wild, and after realizing this, his heart was filled with joy. Beneath the heavy snow, there are still many buried treasures. Good things, all good things. Zhang Yi felt reassured. He would no longer have to worry about any shortage of supplies. The vast world could be at his disposal. Zhang Yi climbed onto the snow surface along the path created by the excavator's tracks, and then hopped onto the snowmobile. It was getting late, and today's search would end here. He made another trip to the supermarket at Wanda Plaza and brought back 2 bags of junk food. As soon as the motorcycle appeared outside the community, many people were peering out of their windows to stare at him. Zhang Yi drove the vehicle to the back of the building, pretended to put it in the garage, and then carried the 2 bags of food back to Unit 25. Without him instructing, the neighbors had already gathered here. However, Fang Yuqing did not come this time. She seemed to have realized that Zhang Yi would not provide her with any food anymore. But Lin Caning was still unwilling to give up and planned to come and try her luck. Zhang Yi didn't even glance at her. Everyone had worked hard dealing with those intruders yesterday. Today's food was a reward for them. Food distribution would follow the rules we previously agreed upon. He distributed food based on contribution. Since there was only so much food, if some people took more, others would take less. In short, those who did less work shouldn't expect to get much to eat. Due to the sniper rifle incident, everyone was even more fearful of Zhang Yi and didn't dare to say much. Moreover, they knew that Zhang Yi had killed the most enemies. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei didn't stand guard last night, so they only received one portion of food each. When Zhang Yi mentioned one portion, it meant not enough to fill them. The two looked a bit disappointed. Li Chengbin said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, are we just going to wait for them to come? Who knows how long it will take? You killed over a dozen of them. They probably won't dare to come anymore. If this goes on, how are we supposed to get rewards?" Young guys tend to be impatient. Zhang Yi scratched his nose and smiled lightly. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. I only said that killing one enemy rewards 5 portions of food, but I never said you could only wait for them to attack. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei's eyes lit up. You mean we can take the initiative to attack, so we can kill people from other buildings and exchange them for rewards? The two were very excited. They desperately needed food, and there was also a desire to perform within the group. They hoped to prove their strength and become Zhang Yi's trusted aides, following him. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. So far, besides the Tianhe gang in Unit 26, no one else had attacked Unit 25. But no one could guarantee what would happen in the future. Especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile, more people in the community would definitely have their eyes on him. Jiang Lei and Li Qingbin's suggestion intrigued Zhang Yi. These people were originally brought in by Zhang Yi to serve as cannon fodder. If they wanted to go to their deaths, then let them be. After all, this junk food wasn't worth much to Zhang Yi. A smile of approval immediately appeared on his face as he nodded. Of course. Right now, everyone outside is an enemy. Killing them will ensure the safety of our group. Anyone from any building, except our own, can be killed, and we can exchange them for rewards. That said, due to the low temperatures and heavy snow outside, they could only target the nearby buildings. Naturally, the first target would be the Tianhe gang in Unit 26. Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei cheered in excitement. The expressions of the others varied, and it was unclear what they were thinking. But it was evident that some people were tempted. After all, who wouldn't want to get more food? Chapter 92. If you don't save my grandson, you should die. After distributing the food, Lin Kai-ning caused a scene again, but was beaten badly by Jiang Lei and Li Chengbin, Zhang Yi's lackeys. Then Zhang Yi let them go back. Zhou Kuer walked beside him, linking her arm with his, and whispered, "The atmosphere in the community feels off today." Zhang Yi silently pulled his arm away and asked, "Oh, what's going on?" Zhou Kuer was slightly taken aback, then realized that Zhang Yi didn't want to be restricted. It was fine at home, but outside, Zhang Yi really wouldn't relax at all. She said, "I always feel like there are many eyes watching us. This feeling is very strong." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It's not surprising. The appearance of snowmobiles will inevitably provoke jealousy from others. After all, this is the South, and such vehicles are extremely rare. Having one means you can go out to look for supplies, which means you can survive. Who wouldn't want to live? Zhou Kuo was a bit worried. Do you think people from the other buildings might attack us? I'm afraid it could be very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked around, and only when he noticed no one was nearby did he lower his voice. Aren't there plenty of cannon fodder around? Besides, no matter how capable they are, breaking into our home is harder than reaching the sky. Zhou Kuo laughed, but if people are pushed to their limits, who knows what they might do? Zhang Yi nodded. What you said makes a lot of sense. While they were talking, Zhang Yi habitually glanced around. After all, it was best if their conversation wasn't overheard by others. However, this glance suddenly revealed a black crack appearing at the edge of his peripheral vision. At that moment, as he and Zhou Kuo passed the 13th floor, a gap appeared in the iron door of the stairwell. A blood-red eyeball was peering through the gap, staring at him. Who is it? Zhang Yi's muscles tensed up immediately. Even though he was bold, this sudden event still made him a bit nervous. The stairwell door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A disheveled woman screamed as she rushed out, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife aimed at his head. Ah! Zhou Ku screamed in fright. Zhang Yi quickly pushed Zhou Ku hard to the side, and due to the reaction force, his own body also tilted to the side. The knife missed its target in midair. However, the woman crazily continued to swing the knife at Zhang Yi, who knew that Zhang Yi would roll down the stairs, directly tumbling down. Anyway, he was wearing thick clothes, and underneath he had a bulletproof vest, so he wasn't afraid of hurting himself. After rolling down several flights of stairs, Zhang Yi finally stabilized his body. At this moment, he saw clearly who the woman was. It was actually Aunt Lin, who had disappeared for a long time. Aunt Lin was relentless, raising the kitchen knife, her bloodshot eyes glaring at him. Zhang Yi, I want you to pay with your life for my grandson. Damn old hack. Zhang Yi had already steadied his mindset. He took out a thick and long crowbar from another space with his right hand and smashed it down directly. The width of the stairs was very narrow, so Aunt Lin had no space to dodge. She didn't even have the chance to get close to Zhang Yi with her small kitchen knife. Faced with the crowbar, she instinctively tried to dodge, but instead of hitting her head, it smashed down on her shoulder. Crack! Zhang Yi heard the sound of bones breaking. This old arm and leg couldn't withstand such a hit. Aunt Lin was instantly knocked down on the stairs, losing all strength to resist. Even so, she still tightly gripped the blood-stained kitchen knife, glaring at Zhang Yi with hatred. Kill you. Avenge my grandson. Zhang Yi coldly looked down at her, then raised the crowbar and smashed it hard onto her hand. You have to say, in this cold weather, the human body is really quite fragile. With this hit, 3 of her fingers were smashed off, and the knife clattered to the ground. Her pig-like screams echoed in the stairwell. The patrolling team heard the commotion and hurried over to check. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin, they couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Yi coldly said, This old woman wants to kill me. Hearing this, several people immediately cursed. This old woman truly deserves to die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. If she wants to kill you, just get rid of her. She's already gone crazy. Keeping her alive will be a hassle sooner or later. Aunt Lin had indeed gone crazy a long time ago. She had been ranting in the group all day. Zhang Yi said, You all go back. I'll handle this. The few of them didn't dare to defy Zhang Yi's wishes and obediently left. Zhou Ku stood on the stairs, covering her mouth with her hands, looking at Zhang Yi with worry. Zhang Yi, are you hurt? Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head and coldly said, She can't hurt me. Aunt Lin stubbornly raised her head, glaring at Zhang Yi with resentment. Zhang Yi, you should die. You should die. You killed my grandson. You will surely descend into the 18th level of hell. Zhang Yi didn't rush to act. Instead, he calmly asked, You say I killed your grandson, but why are you seeking revenge on me? Aunt Lin's timing to attack was very clever. Clearly, she had planned this out long ago. Knowing Zhang Yi would return at this time, she had hidden behind the door, waiting for the opportunity to ambush him. And Zhang Yi had been talking to Zhou Ku, slightly distracted, which gave her the chance. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's caution, he certainly wouldn't have missed the issue with the door gap. At this moment, Zhang Yi wanted to ask this crazy woman why she attacked him. Aunt Lin glared at Zhang Yi with hatred, gritting her teeth, spewing saliva, resembling a mad dog. My grandson was killed by you. You should die. You deserve to die 1,000 times. I wish I could drink your blood, eat your flesh, and bite you to death piece by piece. Zhang Yi's expression remained calm. But I don't remember killing your grandson. Strictly speaking, I'm still your benefactor. Because it was Chen Zhenghao's people who kicked your grandson to death. And I helped you kill Chen Zhenghao. You should be thanking me. Aunt Lin was momentarily stunned. Then she became even angrier because she realized that Zhang Yi's words made sense. But a woman, especially an unreasonable woman, how could she admit she was wrong? Stop pretending to be a good person. My grandson was still alive at the time. Later, he died from the lack of medical treatment, suffering to death. It's you. It's you who wouldn't lend me medicine that caused him to die. You are the culprit. Aunt Lin cursed, her eyes reddened due to bloodshot, looking like a fierce ghost. Chapter 93. The wrong person is yourself. Zhang Yi finally understood the cause and effect of the situation. Oh, so that's how it is. This is how you understand it. He nodded. However, is there a misunderstanding about this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin and met her hateful gaze. Then Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said softly, "Actually, I'm the kind of person who appears tough on the outside, but is soft-hearted inside. How could I bear to watch a child suffer to death? So later, I went to your house to deliver medicine." Aunt Lynn's eyes widened. "You're talking nonsense." No, I'm really not. I went to your house. Think carefully." "Oh, right. At that time, you were too focused, so you might have forgotten." A trace of regret appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes. "In fact, Lil Hu was still alive then, and I clearly saw his chest moving. But how could you, Sai? He had a chance to survive, but you deprived him of that chance. You are truly a good grandmother." Zhang Yi's gaze darkened, and his tone became extremely cold. Aunt Lynn's mental state was already unstable. Hearing what Zhang Yi said made her thoughts even more chaotic. A trace of panic crossed her eyes. Could it be that Little Hu really didn't die? Did she accidentally cause his death instead? No, that's impossible. Little Hu was already dead then. You caused his death. Zhang Yi burst into laughter, pointing at Zhou Kuer, and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Is there still hope for Lin Xiaohu?" Aunt Lin turned her head in confusion, looking at Zhou Kuer on the steps. Seeing Zhang Yi's eerie smile, Zhou Kuer couldn't help but feel a chill inside. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't kill Aunt Lin directly, but talk to her for so long. It turned out he not only wanted Aunt Lin to die, but also to destroy her heart and make her die in extreme pain. Zhou Kuer looked down at Aunt Lin and slowly nodded. Indeed, Lin Xiaohu actually had a chance to be saved. I contacted Zhang Yi at that time, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But you didn't wait for him to come and mistakenly thought Lin Xiaohu was already dead. If he could have waited a bit longer, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Zhou Kuer didn't say the last few words because she felt that what she had said was already strong enough. Aunt Lin covered her face in despair and began to wail in pain. "No, this is impossible. It's not like this. I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was dead." Her mental state had long since collapsed, and her memories were chaotic. Sometimes she didn't even know what she was doing. Living until now was all based on her hatred for Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer's conversation made her unable to distinguish what was real. Could it be that the person who caused her grandson's death was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Zhang Yi suddenly shouted loudly, So that's how it is. This is the good grandmother of the Lin family, saying she loves her grandson, but in the end, she caused her own grandson, who was still alive, to die. You really love him, don't you? Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their grandson to you. Can you face them?" Aunt Lin's gaze became vacant as she held her head and let out a painful wail. "No, it's not like this. It's not like this. It is. It's not like this. It's not like this. It is. It's you who did it." Aunt Lin wailed in pain and despair. Zhang Yi stood by, laughing as he dealt her the final blow. Zhou Kuer felt a chill run down her spine. Zhang Yi was terrifying when he tortured people. Aunt Lin suddenly screamed and slammed her head hard against the wall. She had completely collapsed and lost hope of living. Death was the best release for her. But at a crucial moment, Zhang Yi acted like a good person. How could he bear to watch his neighbor die in front of him? Zhang Yi shouted no, and then kicked Aunt Lin away. Bang! Aunt Lin fell to the side and rolled down the stairs to the lower floor. Zhang Yi said earnestly, "Aunt Lin, you must look ahead in life. Don't think too much." After all, his smile grew wider. You sacrificed your grandson to survive. If you die, how will you face your whole family down there? Aunt Lin was now spitting blood and couldn't say a word, but her eyes were full of pleading for Zhang Yi. "Don't say any more. Please, don't say any more." At this time, neighbors from several floors nearby heard the commotion and came over to see what was happening. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and loudly said, "Everyone come quick. Aunt Lin wants to commit suicide." How strange. How did she live so long? Does your family still have food stored? After hearing this, the neighbors showed extreme disgust. Even though some people would do anything to survive, there was no one who could do such a thing to their own relatives. That was their last moral bottom line. Aunt Lin was watched by these gazes, and her spirit collapsed even more. She was spitting blood, and her eyes were filled with struggle and pain. She wouldn't last long, at most. She would freeze to death in half an hour. Zhou Kuer walked over to Zhang Yi and said, "Those few kicks you gave were heavy enough to rupture her internal organs." Freeze to death? Zhang Yi frowned it. How can it be so cruel? In this cold weather, letting her freeze to death, I can't bear to see it. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that Zhang Yi was going to let Aunt Lin go? Only Zhou Kuer, who understood Zhang Yi, gave him a helpless glance. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi sighed. Ah, the old lady has had a hard life. Let her warm up a bit before she dies. He reached into his clothes as if to take something out, but in fact he took out a bottle of alcohol from another dimension. Unscrewing the cap, he poured it all over Aunt Lin. Seeing this scene, the neighbors finally understood what Zhang Yi wanted to do. They were speechless, but at the same time, they felt it was very reasonable. After all, this was Zhang Yi. When have you ever seen him show mercy to others? After pouring a bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly stepped back, lit a cigarette with a lighter, took 2 puffs, and threw it over. Whoosh! The flames instantly blazed up. Soon, the stairwell was filled with the sound of piercing screams. Zhang Yi turned around and walked back, not even taking another look. The other neighbors hurriedly made way for Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with fear. Chapter 94. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Ku'er returned to their room, they took off their cold weather gear, sat on the sofa, and cursed, "That damn crazy woman." He sprawled out on the sofa. Zhou Ku'er went into the bathroom and came out with a basin of hot water after a while. She smiled as she knelt in front of Zhang Yi, helping him take off his cotton socks and then washing his feet with her own hands. She gently asked, "Were you scared just now?" Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa and said leisurely, "Actually, it's fine. Ever since the apocalypse, I haven't been too surprised by anything. In chaotic times, all sorts of absurd things can happen." He was wearing a police bulletproof vest, unless the old lady was a nimble assassin who could precisely strike his neck. She wouldn't be able to hurt him. But Zhang Yi wasn't a wooden block. He would naturally dodge. Was anything happening in the community while I was gone? Especially in the other building. Was there any movement? I nodded slowly, Elise. I was just about to tell you. Zhang Yi sat up a bit straighter, his eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Oh, what happened? Zhou Ku'er, while massaging Zhang Yi's feet, said lightly, in Building 9, "The person in charge now is my former patient, named Chunlingyu. She contacted me today, hoping I could facilitate your friend request with her. She said she wanted to discuss something with you." Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Building 9, Chunlingyu? That's a name I'm not familiar with. Although they lived in the same community, the Yulu community was quite large, about 500 meters long from north to south. His Building 25 was like the village head to the village end, and there was no opportunity for interaction on a usual day. "What does she want to talk to me about?" Zhang Yi asked. She just said she wanted to discuss cooperation with the head of Building 25, but the specific details must be discussed by you. Zhang Yi sukofut. Cooperation? What the hell cooperation? I lack nothing now, and they can only wait to die in the building. What do they have to cooperate with me on? Zhou Ku'er looked up, a light smile on her lips. Then should I tell her you don't want to talk to her? Zhang Yi waved his hand. There's no need to rush. Tell me what kind of person she is, and the specific situation in their building. Zhou Ku'er then shared what she had learned with Zhang Yi. Chunlingyu was the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company valued at 200 million in Tianhai City. Although it was called a beauty and cosmetics company, it was actually a micro-business enterprise. Chunlingyu was 38 years old, average-looking, strong-willed, and a capable businesswoman. She and Zhou Ku'er knew each other from a previous visit to the First People's Hospital. Their relationship was just average, at most a nodding acquaintance. As for her Building 9, it was now controlled by her and her subordinates. According to what Zhou Ku'er had gathered, Building 9 was currently well managed, with only 10 deaths so far. After hearing this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers and nodded. In such times, a woman can actually manage a building. This Chunlingyu is indeed something. Zhou Ku'er also sighed lightly. Yeah, after all, she's in the micro-business and pyramid selling, so she must be skilled at brainwashing others. Zhang Yi chuckled. Now that's a tough person. When it gets serious, they can betray even their own parents and relatives. One must never underestimate such a woman. Zhou Ku'er nodded. I don't have a good impression of her either. We haven't been in touch for a long time. It's sudden that she found me today and asked me to pass on a message. Zhang Yi said, that's not surprising. Now that I have a snowmobile and the news is spread that I can go out and gather supplies, who in the whole community wouldn't be jealous of me? Who wouldn't want to get their hands on my snowmobile? Zhu Kai'e nodded. If that's the case, do you still want to talk to her? Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a few minutes. Let's chat. I also want to know what ideas the other buildings have now. At the very least, I can't push those people to the edge all at once. Otherwise, if the people from the other 29 buildings turn against me, that wouldn't be good. If Zhang Yi were just hiding in his house, he wouldn't have to fear them. But now, Zhang Yi knew the outside world was a huge treasure, and he would need to continue gathering various survival supplies in the future. So he couldn't afford to fall out with the people from the other 29 buildings just yet. Thus, while enjoying Zhou Kuer's delicate massage, Zhang Yi opened his WeChat on his phone. He noticed he had 99 friend requests, which he had been too lazy to check, as most people who contacted him were asking for supplies, and he couldn't be bothered to respond. Opening the friend request list, the first one he saw was Chun Lingyu, the president of the A Furong Group. She had a business suit and white shirt, arms crossed with a deep expression and an exaggerated smile on her face. A standard micro-business profile picture. Just as Zhang Yi was about to accept her friend request, he suddenly noticed a somewhat familiar avatar below it. Business people generally use personal photos for their WeChat avatars, so Zhang Yi quickly recognized who it was. It was Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. He recognized him because he had seen him on stage during a company annual meeting dinner. Zhang Yi also knew he lived in the same community. But since they had no work-related connection, they hadn't kept in touch. Zhang Yi glanced at the time of the friend request, which was at 10:30 this morning, shortly after he had just left the community. It seemed that he was seeking him for the same reason. Zhang Yi had an idea. After a moment's thought, he decided to accept both friend requests simultaneously. He wanted to see what these two would discuss with him, in order to determine how to deal with the people from Building 29. As soon as he accepted the friend requests, he received replies almost instantly. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Chun Lingyu from Building 9. I'm currently in charge of managing Building 9. I would like to discuss something with you. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian from Building 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I would like to talk to you about cooperation on behalf of the residents of Building 18. Zhang Yi first opened the chat box with Chun Lingyu. What do you want to talk about? Chun Lingyu quickly replied, It's not convenient to chat like this. Can we do a voice call? No, it's inconvenient for me. Let's just chat like this, Zhang Yi said coldly. He was very familiar with women in micro-business. They could talk endlessly if given the chance. If there's something to discuss, be straightforward. I'm not a patient person and don't like to waste words. Chapter 95. Discussing cooperation and attitude. Zhang Yi gave Chun Lingyu a warning to let her know he was not to be trifled with. Chun Lingyu paced back and forth in the room, not out of nervousness, but because it was too cold, and moving around helped warm her up a bit. She was dressed in many layers, yet she made an effort to appear sophisticated, even wearing a coat with a fox fur collar on top. After receiving Zhang Yi's cold message, she took a deep breath and murmured to herself, He really is a formidable character. I can't be careless. In front of Zhang Yi, Chun Lingyu felt extremely nervous, even fearful. After all, Zhang Yi's reputation had spread far and wide. He had single-handedly killed half of the neighbors in an entire building. Moreover, he possessed quite a few weapons, including terrifying things like a sniper rifle. Various rumors had made those in other buildings who had heard stories about Zhang Yi deeply afraid of him. Chun Lingyu calmed her emotions and typed out the countless drafts she had rehearsed in her mind. Mr. Zhang Yi, I've long admired your name. We've heard your story and have always hoped to meet you. Now that we know you have a snowmobile and can venture out to find supplies, we hope to cooperate with you. Zhang Yi glanced at her and sneered. Cooperate? What can you offer me? Cooperation is about an equal exchange of conditions. You should understand that. Chun Lingyu quickly replied, We are quite harmonious in our building, and there haven't been many deaths among us. Therefore, we have plenty of manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile and can leave the community, you can go out to explore. As she spoke, Chun Lingyu became more and more excited. We could provide you with 76 people. They're the best labor force. The outside world is buried under heavy snow and has clearly lost all order. In other words, everything buried in ice and snow belongs to whoever can retrieve it. You have transportation and weapons. I have family members who will obey orders and work. As long as we join forces, we will surely achieve great things in the future. Zhang Yi scratched his ear. It sounded impressive, but was all just empty talk. Let me ask you, with so many people not even knowing how to survive tomorrow, what do you expect to develop? Chun Lingyu swallowed hard. Of course, this requires your help in collecting food to ensure our basic safety. After that, no matter what project you want to undertake, our people will be the best labor force. Zhang Yi shook his head, already losing interest. A pyramid scheme leader could fool those desperate homeowners, but trying to deceive him would only be a waste of time. He was too lazy to type, so he sent a voice message. I'm completely uninterested in what you're saying. Goodbye. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Chun Lingyu felt a sense of urgency. She gritted her teeth and quickly sent another message. You have already become the object of envy in the entire community. You only need to provide us with food, and, at the very least, we can maintain neutrality towards you. You don't want us to become your enemies, do you? After seeing this message, Zhang Yi's expression became slightly serious. This was what he wanted to hear. Why waste time with all that unnecessary talk? These damned micro-businesses. Oh, so many people in the building want to take action against me? I find it hard to believe. I'm doing just fine. Who would come to attack me? Zhang Yi asked cautiously. Chun Lingyu knew he was testing her, but to express sincerity, she had to reveal some information. Zhang Yi, you are a smart person and should understand the principle of possessing a jade can lead to disaster. There are thousands of people living in this community, all waiting to starve in their homes. Only you can ride the snowmobile to find food. If you were in their position, wouldn't you feel envy and resentment? The reason they haven't acted is merely weighing the pros and cons. However, it is only a matter of time before they take action against you. I'm not asking for much. As long as you can ensure our basic food needs, the people in our building will absolutely not take action against you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a sense, this was a threat. Oh, are you saying that if I don't agree, you all will attack us in Building 25, right? Zhang Yi's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. Chun Lingyu couldn't help but shiver, but quickly responded firmly. I believe you wouldn't choose to do that. Being enemies with us, even if you win, would bring you no benefits. The reason she was so calm was that the distance between Building 25 and Building 9 was quite far. If Zhang Yi wanted to bring people to attack, he would be cutting off his own retreat. Moreover, he could also be attacked by others in the neighboring buildings. We just need some food. We have no other demands. With my abilities and your firepower, it will be no problem for us to dominate the entire community in the future, Chun Lingyu said excitedly. Zhang Yi's smile held a hint of disdain. This is the first time I've seen someone begging so brazenly. Chun Lingyu gasped in anger. This is cooperation. Zhang Yi replied flatly. Let me think about it, and I'll get back to you. After saying that, he didn't want to continue the conversation with Chun Lingyu and closed the chat window. Zhang Yi placed his phone on his lap and began to contemplate how the situation would develop. He didn't care about Chun Lingyu at all. What was a mere Building 9? Even if they had many people, it was not a problem. They had no idea how many guns and bullets Zhang Yi possessed. If they really did attack, with just one assault rifle and his precise shooting ability, he could wipe them all out. However, the problem was that there were likely more people in the community who shared the same thoughts as Chun Lingyu. In the other 29 buildings, everyone was eyeing his snowmobile. Some, who were impatient or running low on supplies, might even risk their lives to come after him. If they united and simultaneously attacked Building 25, Zhang Yi would have to work himself to exhaustion to fend them off. Zhang Yi looked up at his safe house, its shell made of aerospace-grade alloy, capable of withstanding artillery fire. Even if the entire community attacked, they would absolutely not be able to breach it. Unless those people could demolish Building 25, Zhang Yi would be basically unthreatened. How likely was that? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, pondering this question. If the people from the 29 buildings really did join forces, this scenario could indeed occur. Currently, the power supply did not allow for high-powered appliances. They wouldn't be able to use tools like jackhammers or electric drills. It was utterly impossible to completely rely on manpower to bring down a building in the current extreme cold, especially with a severe lack of food to provide energy. After all, given their current physical condition, they would likely freeze after walking outside for a while. How could they have the strength to break down walls? Chapter 96, Should They All Be Killed? After some contemplation, Zhang Yi arrived at a satisfactory answer. As long as he remained in Building 25 and did not go out, utilizing the firepower at his disposal and the strength of the safe house, even if the residents of the other 29 buildings united, they would not be able to harm him. Simply put, in such a situation where food is extremely scarce and the temperature is unbearably cold, walking a few steps outside against the biting wind is a tremendous ordeal. 20 people cannot accomplish the work that one person used to do in the past. My personal safety is not a concern. At worst, I could ride my motorcycle out of the encirclement and use my weapons to engage in guerrilla warfare, gradually wearing them down. However, this approach is simply too troublesome. How long would I have to kill the residents of the 29 buildings? But if I don't kill them, they will definitely come to attack me. Zhang Yi pondered carefully in his heart. Should he spend some time and energy eliminating the people in the neighborhood who pose a threat to him? Or should he think of another way? In the short term, Zhang Yi had not made up his mind. He glanced at his phone and decided to chat with Li Jian as well. He needed to see if all the building managers shared this mindset. Zhang Yi opened the chat window with Li Jian. He did not initiate the conversation, but Li Jian was very proactive in introducing their situation to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I come with sincerity this time, hoping to collaborate with you to build a harmonious home, a post-apocalyptic utopia. So far, in Building 18, we have only lost 5 elderly people who died due to complications from the extreme cold. Everyone has been living harmoniously through reasonable planning and allocation of resources. I believe this is the best way to survive in the apocalypse, preserving the spark of human civilization and facilitating the reconstruction work after the snow disaster. Currently, we lack effective food sources. In hopes of collaborating with you, we can provide manpower and resources to meet your requirements as much as possible. Additionally, we can help coordinate relations with other units to avoid conflicts. After reading Li Jian's introduction, Zhang Yi felt much more comfortable. No wonder he was the financial director of a large group. His emotional intelligence was significantly higher than that of Chun Lingyu, who did business online. His statements were clear, concise, and his tone was neither servile nor arrogant. However, what Zhang Yi cared about most was the mention of a harmonious home. It had been over 20 days since the apocalypse began, and not a single person had died from conflict. Zhang Yi looked at Sir Clar, who was diligently massaging his feet. Kur, do you know anything about the situation in Building 18? Zhou Kur thought for a moment and said, I have heard some things. It is said that the manager of their building is a very charismatic person. After the apocalypse began, he united all the residents and adopted a unified distribution of resources, allowing most of them to survive until now. Zhang Yi sighed. No wonder he is the financial director. A management accountant not only needs to know how to manage, but also how to maximize benefits. In fact, Li Jian's approach is the most reasonable. Other buildings, like the one I am in, Building 25, have wasted a lot of resources due to conflict and internal strife. Theoretically, if a person doesn't exercise, including mental exercise, the energy consumed in a day is minimal. One meal is sufficient. Li Jian is a talented individual, Zhang Yi remarked, but then added, however, thinking that one can survive long-term in the apocalypse like this is still impossible. Li Jian's capability lies in establishing order. Through his influence in Building 18, he united everyone early on. But what happens when faced with external attacks? Those who are used to comfort will likely be slaughtered when encountering the likes of the Tianhe Gang or Qinzhenghao. This is akin to how the ancient Central Plain civilization was repeatedly defeated by nomadic civilizations. Without the protection of military power, all stability and harmony are illusory. Zhang Yi asked, what would you do if I disagreed? Li Jian took a long time to ponder before responding. We uphold a spirit of friendly cooperation and extend an invitation to collaborate. If you refuse, I will be deeply regretful. However, this does not mean your thoughts will not change in the future. I still look forward to the next opportunity for cooperation. Zhang Yi similed. This official response was quite pleasant. So, you don't plan to attack Building 25? Or join in when other units attack? Li Jian's response was also very candid. Our military strength is only for self-defense. We will not take the initiative to attack others. It's not that we lack strength, but unnecessary internal strife will only result in mutual destruction. Zhang Yi almost wanted to applaud him. Look at him, clearly cowardly, yet speaking with such righteousness. That said, the harmonious home in Building 18 has indeed spent half a month in the apocalypse without the courage to engage in conflict with others. Li Jian is an understanding person. He also knows that if Zhang Yi really gets into a fight with others, even if they intervene, they would not gain much benefit. It is better to sit back and watch the tiger fight. If Zhang Yi loses and his snowmobile falls into someone else's hands, he could still seek cooperation with others. Let me think about it. After sending this message, Zhang Yi went to his friend request list to look for others. Previously, he had ignored all friend requests due to the overwhelming number of people wanting to add him for supplies. But now it seemed that everyone in the neighborhood wanted to talk to him and seek his help in gathering supplies. Indeed, Zhang Yi added a few more building managers. Their messages were almost identical to those of Chun Lingyu and Li Jian. They all hoped to collaborate with Zhang Yi and requested his assistance in gathering supplies to help them survive. However, the conditions they could offer were extremely limited. Only labor, women, and promises not to take advantage during conflicts. The only difference was the attitude, good or bad, nothing more. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, and murmured softly, "Now there are only two choices, war or peace. War means I have to kill all those who threaten me. This is not impossible, but it is too time-consuming and ammunition-consuming. Killing a large number of residents from all 30 buildings in the neighborhood would exhaust my ammunition reserves. The amount of ammunition I obtained from the police station is not much, just over 1,000 rounds. This is considering an ideal scenario. They can attack me, and I could kill them, but what if they hide inside the buildings and don't come out? I wouldn't dare to risk going in. Moreover, although I have no psychological shadow regarding killing, I am not a psychopathic butcher. Most people in the neighborhood do not have much enmity with me. It would still be a bit hard to bear if I were to kill them all. Damn, I might even end up with psychological issues myself." Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. He felt that exterminating everyone in the neighborhood was not a good option. That would be far too troublesome. Chapter 97 Attitudes of each building in the community. Listening to Zhang Yi's mumbling, Zhou Kuer felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, no one in the entire community knew that they were crazily jumping back and forth on the edge of hell. Life or death was just a thought away for Zhang Yi. Fortunately, I chose to follow him back then. Zhou Kuer felt extremely grateful in her heart. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Kuer and patted the sofa beside him. "Come here." Zhou Kuer walked over and sat beside him. The temperature in the room was quite high, so both of them usually wore home clothes when at home, particularly casual ones. Zhou Kuer didn't bring any clothes with her. All were chosen by Zhang Yi. So, her dressing style naturally depended on Zhang Yi's preferences. The outfit she wore was very cute and suited her beautiful figure. Sitting close to Zhang Yi, she felt as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked Zhou Kuer, "From your perspective, should I fight them or negotiate?" Zhou Kuer initially thought Zhang Yi wanted to share some intimate thoughts with her. She didn't expect that he was actually asking for her opinion. Of course, this also counted as a form of trust in her, which was a good thing. She felt a bit regretful, but was also happy that Zhang Yi valued her input. Zhou Kuer thought for a moment and said to Zhang, "If you fight, can you withstand the attacks from the residents of the other 29 buildings all at once?" "Yeah, no problem," Zhang Yi replied confidently. In fact, he felt a bit uncertain inside because he only had a 99 certainty, but there was still a 0. One he wasn't sure about. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there wasn't anyone in those 29 buildings hiding explosives capable of collapsing an entire building. However, the probability of that was about the same as a meteorite falling and hitting his house. If it happens, there's nothing he could do. Zhang Yi chose not to dwell on it. Zhou Kuer's eyes were filled with surprise. She had thought Zhang Yi would say it was impossible, but unexpectedly, he gave a positive answer. After all, he had never told her how many weapons and supplies he had at hand. But then she realized Zhang Yi was a person with special abilities, and anything was possible for him. She took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Then if you negotiate, wouldn't you have to provide the living data of everyone in the entire community afterwards?" Zhang Yi burst into laughter. According to their reasoning, that was indeed the case. Zhou Kuer immediately said, "That is absolutely not acceptable. Even if we calculate the survival rate at 50 people per building, that is still 1,500 people. If you have to take care of so many people's food and drink, who knows how much supplies will be needed? Putting all of that on you is simply asking too much." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "That's not how the calculations work. They set the conditions high, waiting for me to bargain. And don't think of these people as anything good. Anyone capable of controlling a building definitely has their own little group. Once they have supplies, they will prioritize their own people." A deep glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. As for the others, they were just reserves. Did they really need to waste food on the reserves? Zhou Ku'er felt that Zhang Yi's reasoning made a lot of sense and nodded. Even so, having to provide supplies for 30 buildings was still a huge hassle. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, exactly. So I need to get rid of this trouble. Either I kill them all, which is a complicated and troublesome process and might still carry some danger. After all, I would have to leave this house and go out to deal with them. He rubbed his head. Tell me, is there any way that I can avoid the hassle of having to take them all out while also getting rid of this troublesome group? Zhou Ku'er seriously pondered with her head down. Zhang even wrapped his arm around her slender waist, contemplating internally. After a long while, Zhou Ku'er helplessly said, "This question has no solution. To them, you are the only hope. If you don't help them, they will definitely come to kill you. There is a theoretical idea, but it's not realistic." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what idea?" Zhou Ku'er laughed. "Though it's shameful, avoiding them would work. You could leave this community and live somewhere else, thus getting rid of them." Zhang Yi stared at Zhou Ku'er with wide eyes. Initially, he found her suggestion to be quite ridiculous, even nonsensical. He had worked hard to create a safe house, and now she was telling him to leave the community? However, suddenly, another thought popped into his mind. What if he could take the safe house into his own space and bring it with him? Zhang Yi had tried to collect large items before, but the items had to meet a condition of existing independently. His safe house was integrated into the building's framework. To take it away, it would have to be dismantled. But how would he dismantle it? With what tools? If it were possible to dismantle it, he believed those bastard neighbors would have done it long ago. This idea, although bold and extremely difficult to implement, made Zhang Yi feel refreshed. Perhaps in the future, when conditions allowed, he could try it out. But for now, this was clearly not an effective option. Zhou Ku'er looked at Zhang Yi's serious contemplation and couldn't help but laugh. "I was just saying that casually. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you?" Zhang Yi looked at her and smiled as he pinched her little nose. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Ku'er pouted. "I don't know either." Zhang Yi's gaze was deep. "Well, let us not rush. We can wait and see. After all, time is on our side, and the advantage is with me." The only thing that made Zhang Yi feel a bit troubled was the possibility of the other 29 buildings uniting. However, in this apocalypse, people were filled with cunning and deceit. Within a single community of 30 buildings, various types of civilizations had already emerged. Zhang Yi and the Tina gang, along with the wolf pack, gained control through force and slaughter. Chun Lingyu controlled the residents of a building through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian, on the other hand, created a harmonious home through scientific management without conflict. With so many organizations, their ideologies were completely on different levels. Furthermore, they had to guard against each other, as they could turn into enemies at any moment. Uniting them was not an easy task. Zhang Yi planned to continue observing and see how they moved before deciding what to do. After all, the initiative was in his hands. In terms of force, with a pile of firearms and the ability for precise shooting, he was not afraid of a group battle. Chapter 98, Establishing Authority. Zhang Yi had made up his mind to observe the situation for now. However, he also knew that those people would definitely lose their patience and want to take action against him. Therefore, he needed to pay special attention to his safety issues during this period. He had a police helmet on his head and a bulletproof vest for protection. Zhang Yi looked at his legs and couldn't help but frown. He had a bulletproof vest, but there were no bulletproof pants. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He took a bulletproof vest from the alternate space and handed it to Zhou Ku'er. "Is this for me?" Zhou Ku'er asked happily. "Help me cut the threads. I want to use it," Zhang Yi said. Zhou Ku'er pouted in disappointment, but still obediently took the bulletproof vest and used scissors to cut the threads on both sides. The threads of the bulletproof vest were quite tough, as they were made of special materials designed to withstand great impacts. Zhou Ku'er exerted a lot of effort to take apart the bulletproof vest. Now, the bulletproof vest had turned into 2 pieces of fabric. Zhang Yi took it, measured it against his legs, and nodded in satisfaction. Wrapping it around his legs and putting on a winter coat. Wasn't this just bulletproof pants? There are major arteries in the legs. One must not be careless. After preparing the gear, Zhang Yi thought for a while and felt that he couldn't let the neighbors in the building become too comfortable. He had to give them a sense of crisis and encourage them to actively go out and look for a fight. After all, he had initially organized them to be cannon fodder, not to pamper them. The other buildings had sent him signals and he had to do something in response. Therefore, Zhang Yi sent a message in the owner group, informing everyone of the current situation. Everyone, brothers and sisters of Unit 25, family, we are facing a major crisis. Someone is coming to seize our food. Some nearby buildings are envious and want to come out and help everyone find food, so they are threatening me. They claim that if I don't share food with them, they will attack our building. As soon as this was said, the owner group erupted. The neighbors had just seen a glimmer of hope for survival. Now they were counting on Zhang Yi to go out and bring back food to sustain them. Now that other buildings were envious and wanted to come and rob, of course, they wouldn't agree. Damn, what are those bastards thinking? If they have the ability, they should go out and find it themselves. Let us fight them and vow to protect our food. We won't give them a single grain. Yes, anyway, we have Zhang Yi here. If it really comes to a fight, can we be afraid of them? However, some people express concerns. But there are only 30 or 40 of us in our building. If the other buildings come to attack us, can we really hold on? This is indeed a bit difficult. Then can we negotiate with them and ask them not to mess with us? Hee, do you really think that's possible? Everyone is fighting hard for food now. Who would reason with you? What should we do then? Just do it. Without food, we're dead anyway. The neighbors were arguing fiercely. They were indignant, but most people also felt fear. If they really win against all the other buildings in the community, wouldn't that mean fighting over 1,000 people? What would be the difference from seeking death? Zhang Yi timely sent a message. Everyone knows the current situation outside. Heavy snow has buried various low-rise buildings, including most supermarkets. Therefore, finding supplies is also very difficult, and it depends on luck. There are thousands of people outside. If you give them food, then you all will have nothing to eat. I, Zhang Yi, don't want to offend them anyway. My supplies can still last for a few days. So how to do this? I leave the decision to you. Whether you keep the food for yourselves or give it to them in exchange for stability, it's up to you. The choice Zhang Yi gave was like holding a gun to someone's head, asking them whether they wanted to live or die. In fact, there was no real choice. When the neighbors heard Zhang Yi's words, they also realized that they had no way out. Without food, they would definitely still die. Perhaps fighting back would give them a chance to survive. I understand now. Let us fight them. This food belongs to us. Why should we give it to them? Let them die. Exactly. They can't even get food themselves and just think about robbing others. Isn't that disgusting? The most disgusting people in my life are those. Spit. Seeing the mood lifting, Zhang Yi said, all right, we can't let them look down on us. We must let them know our strength. Tonight, Li Chengbin and Jiang Lei, you two take people and charge into Unit 26. There are not many of those old gangsters from the Tiangong gang left. Take them out. 1. To avenge our fallen family members, and 2. To warn the other buildings. Li Chengbin, okay, Brother Zhang. Jiang Lei, yes, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi, as for me, I've been busy outside all day and am a bit tired, so I won't go with you this time. Next time for sure. Li Chengbin, Brother Zhang, got it. You've worked hard today. Jiang Lei, Brother Zhang deserves the most credit. We can't let him do everything. Right, everyone? Neighbors, yeah. Zhang Yi, good brothers, you go. After the neighbors went to deal with the Tiangong gang, Zhang Yi comfortably tossed his phone aside and picked Zhou Kuer up in one motion. Zhou Kuer let out a cheerful scream. An hour later, Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, while Zhou Kuer, looking exhausted, lay on his chest with a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. Ding dong. A WeChat message rang out. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and found it was from Jiang Lei. Brother Zhang, those old gangsters from the Tiangong gang are a bit hard to deal with. Zhang Yi raised the corner of his mouth. Of course it's tough. If it were easy, I would have already stormed in with a gun and taken them all out. The Tiangong gang members worked at construction sites, were well-armed, strong, and had great endurance. Plus, they had long dealt with buildings and knew how to use the terrain. Jiang Lei and the others would definitely suffer heavy losses when they attacked, given that the Tiangong gang was prepared. But since they were just cannon fodder, Zhang Yi wouldn't feel sorry for them. In fact, he could even say he wanted to laugh. After all, most of those bastards among the neighbors had shared in his bowl of meat soup. Zhang Yi pretended to be worried and asked, "How are our casualties?" Jiang Lei replied, "We lost 8 people, and we only took down 3 of them." Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this result. The Tiangong gang members were already few in number, and those left were all tough fighters. Losing 3 would make Huang Tianfeng almost a lone wolf. Chapter 99 Ambush Zhang Yi asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Jiang Lei didn't expect Zhang Yi would specifically inquire about his condition and quickly replied, "Just a scratch. I'm fine." Zhang Yi immediately spoke in a tone filled with anger and grief. "Those scoundrels from the wolf pack nearly injured one of my key players. Jiang Lei, you don't have to stand guard tomorrow. Take a rest." He then addressed the group. "Everyone performed very well tonight. Tomorrow we will reward those who participated in the attack on the wolf pack with at least 2 portions of food for each person. Jiang Lei fought bravely and got injured, which is worth learning from, so he will have a day off tomorrow. Additionally, he will receive an extra large serving of braised pork rice." Hearing Zhang Yi's encouraging words, the neighbors were extremely excited. Although 8 neighbors had died, did it matter now? They had long become numb to it. The most important thing was that they would have double guaranteed food tomorrow. The most enviable was still Jiang Lei, who could eat braised pork rice at a time like this. Even if they had ingredients now, they didn't have enough seasonings to cook, let alone waste firewood. They were eating whatever was available every day and had almost forgotten what braised pork rice tasted like. Zhang Yi is powerful. Roar. Indeed, they had to follow Zhang Yi. There was meat to eat. Damn it, I didn't get a kill this time, but the next braised pork rice will definitely be mine. Many people secretly vowed to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi donned his full body gear and confidently left his home. He planned to check out some well-known large shopping malls and hotels nearby to see if there was anything useful. Crawling out of the 4th-floor window, he noticed a large area of the snow-covered ground had caved in, stained with mottled blood. Zhang Yi then recalled that there had been many battles in their area recently. He merely felt a moment of sentimentality, then focused his mind and secretly took out his snowmobile, heading toward the community's exit. As the sound of the motorcycle roared to life, that familiar feeling returned, the feeling of being watched. Although Zhang Yi couldn't see the people behind the windows, he knew many were staring at him. He raised his head and coldly scanned the towering buildings. These people might become his enemies in the near future, and then die at his hands. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted from afar to nearby, slowly retracting. However, just as he passed one building, he suddenly felt something was off. 21. The red 21 on the wall was very eye-catching. It was this reminder that sparked a strong sense of unease in Zhang Yi's heart. 21. Wolfpack. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, his expression instantly became sharp. How could I not realize something was wrong? The Wolfpack's 21 was not far from their building. But so far, even though they knew Zhang Yi had a large amount of supplies and a snowmobile, they still hadn't made a move against him. In the past, Zhang Yi thought it was because they were cautious and afraid of him. But thinking back now, it was still too strange. No matter how cautious they were ultimately a group of young, hot-blooded people in their 20s. Faced with something as tempting as a snowmobile, they couldn't possibly remain indifferent. The most bizarre thing was that the owners of the nearby buildings had all approached Zhang Yi to discuss cooperation. Only the wolf pack had never contacted Zhang Yi from the beginning to the end. This was very abnormal, extremely abnormal, in Zhang Yi's understanding. This behavior could only be explained in one way. The dogs that don't bark are the fiercest. They were planning to launch a silent attack. Zhang Yi touched the handgun in his pocket, recalling the guns filled with bullets and ready to fire in the alternate space, feeling much more secure. He took out his phone and quickly messaged Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke, telling them to lock the doors at home and be wary of ambushes from other residents in the building. Then he stuffed the phone back into his pocket to prevent it from freezing. Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and drove forward. When the vehicle reached the edge of the community, an unexpected change occurred. The snow on the ground suddenly exploded. Then a door panel stood upright, blocking the front of Zhang Yi's vehicle. Zhang Yi had no time to brake and quickly turned the handlebars. Bang! The motorcycle crashed sideways into the door panel, and 2 people were thrown out into the snow. It turned out that 2 people had hidden in the snow, using a rope to tie the door panel as a trap. Unfortunately, the door panel was too thin and light, not only failing to trip Zhang Yi, but instead being flung away. It proved that you can't learn everything from TV shows. Zhang Yi immediately realized he had been ambushed. Without time to think, 7 or 8 people had already crawled up from the snow, brandishing weapons and rushing toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. the cold air calming him down. He quickly pulled out his gun from his pocket, and by the time he disengaged the safety, the 8 people were already right in front of him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and shot. Bang, bang, bang. If it were an ordinary person caught at such close range, even with a gun, they would likely be in trouble. But Zhang Yi had precise shooting skills and an exceptional grasp of space. The bullets in his hand would not miss. 3 bullets took down 3 people right in front of him, each shot hitting their heads. Before he could catch his breath, several others with machetes charged in, only a meter away from him. The machetes were raised high, ready to strike down at Zhang Yi. In a split second, Zhang Yi turned the gun's muzzle. Before the man's blade could fall, Zhang Yi aimed at his head, nearly shoving the gun into his mouth. The man's body instantly stiffened, just as he was about to say something. Bang! A shot left a hole in his head. This scene stunned the other few who were charging ahead. They had never seen someone so ruthless with a gun, taking down 4 of them in an instant. Was he half human, half ghost? The legendary sharpshooter Yin Shuangyi? Zhang Yi wouldn't give him a moment to recover, raising his gun and shooting again, downing 2 more people. It was only at this point that the remaining 4 were terrified and hurriedly turned to run back. Zhang Yi's gun aimed at their backs. Watching them desperately scrambling through the snow, he suddenly changed his mind. He bit the gun in his mouth, then revved the motorcycle and followed after them. The few people could hardly run in the snow. It was more like crawling. At this moment, the sound of the motorcycle roared in their ears, and they were so scared they nearly wet their pants. Zhang Yi caught up to the last person, crashing the motorcycle directly into him. Half of his body was in the snow, and Zhang Yi's motorcycle knocked his upper half to the ground, then mercilessly began to run over him. What does it feel like to crush over 400 kilograms with a person and a vehicle? The man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. His spine was directly broken. The motorcycle rolled over his back, then his head. The front few heard this horrifying scream. Their faces turned even paler, gritting their teeth and running for their lives, as if a demon were chasing them. Chapter 100. Kill quickly. After Zhang Yi passed by the man on his motorcycle, he looked back. Although there was snow cushioning his body, the weight of over 400 kilograms pressing down on him made him spit out blood. Zhang Yi shot him in the back, putting an end to his suffering. Then he continued to leisurely pursue the others. He wanted to know where these people had come from. If they wanted to harm him, they had to pay the price. The direction the few of them were fleeing looked very much like the territory of the Wolfpack gang at 21. At this moment, on the 7th floor of 21, the leader of the Wolfpack gang, Wang Chong, and the deputy leader, Xiao Lu, were watching the scene in front of them, their hearts bleeding. They had prepared for this robbery for many days, scouting Zhang Yi's travel route and timing, and had sent 10 subordinates to ambush him. They originally thought this was a foolproof plan, but no matter how they calculated, they hadn't considered that Zhang Yi's shooting skills were so good. They also didn't expect him to have so many bullets. Not only had they failed to kill Zhang Yi and steal his snowmobile, but they had also suffered heavy losses, and now Zhang Yi was coming for them. This was a big trouble. Wang Chong said, "Quick, gather everyone at the entrance and set up traps. Also, be careful of his gun." Xiao Lu nodded. "Don't worry, we have set up everything in the hallway. If he dares to come in, we can kill him right here. The result will be the same anyway." The two spoke confidently, but their feet were retreating in unison, not daring to appear at the window. They knew Zhang Yi had a gun, and also a sniper rifle, a deadly weapon. Showing their heads was like seeking death. The people of the Wolfpack gang at 21 were on high alert, all hiding in the hallway, praying that Zhang Yi wouldn't come in. Outside, Zhang Yi was still leisurely hunting down the remaining members of the Wolfpack gang. As he walked, he casually shot one person after another. The last person saw that he was about to reach the entrance of 21, but before he could get there, the roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle echoed in his ears. Zhang Yi glanced at the dark room in front of him, knowing that the Wolfpack gang members were definitely lying in ambush. Instead of using his gun, Zhang Yi took out the Damascus steel hunting knife he had bought earlier. This thing was used for cutting wild beasts and was incredibly sharp. But Zhang Yi had never used it on a person before. Swish! The hunting knife glided across the man's neck, and the sensation was surprisingly smooth. The sound of blood splattering was like the wind, and a head flew high into the air before falling to the ground. At 21, The members of the wolf pack gang, hiding in the shadows, felt a chill down their spines upon witnessing this scene. All 10 of their brothers sent out had been killed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi parked the snowmobile, got off, picked up the head from the ground, and threw it into a room on the 4th floor. The head rolled a few times before coming to a stop, its hollow eyes staring blankly at the people inside. Inside, there was silence, and the members of the Wolfpack gang were so nervous that their hands and feet turned cold. They knew that if Zhang Yi came in with a gun, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Many of them would die. However, Zhang Yi stood outside 21 and did not walk in. He was unsure of what traps and ambushes lay inside. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. He would not place himself in a perilous situation. But he also felt that letting the Wolfpack gang go was too lenient. At that moment, the gunfire had alarmed everyone in the neighborhood, including those in 25. Uncle Yu and Li Bin were on duty, and they rushed over with weapons to support Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, what happened? How did you get into a fight with them? Uncle Yu asked angrily. Zhang Yi glanced at them and said calmly, they ambushed me outside, and I killed them all. There were 10 corpses lying along the way from outside the neighborhood to 21, bloodied and glaringly obvious. Uncle Yu shouted angrily, these damn things. How insidious. If something happens to Zhang Yi, our food supply will be cut off, and everyone will have no way to survive. Hearing this, everyone was startled, realizing the severity of the situation. Zhang Yi waved his hand at them. Go back first, call everyone. Get all the people over here. The group immediately returned to 25 and called all the residents over. Zhang Yi's expression was very stern. He was in a bad mood, quite bad. He was not afraid of being ambushed because, in the end times, such things were unavoidable. Moreover, he was fully prepared, equipped from head to toe, with an assault rifle in his space. A mere 20 people would not be able to do anything to him. But he was angry because he knew that someone among the residents of the 25th floor had tipped off the Wolfpack gang. The reason was easy to explain. For safety, Zhang Yi did not have a fixed time for going out each day, precisely so that others could not plan against him. A preemptive ambush? That was impossible. In this temperature, one would have to bury themselves in the snow. Even if their clothes were thick, they couldn't last more than half an hour. Yet today, those people had just happened to ambush him in the snow. There were no such coincidences in this world, which meant there must be someone inside who knew he was going out and informed the Wolfpack gang. Zhang Yi did not feel the anger of betrayal because he knew these neighbors were not good people either. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they would easily turn against him. He simply wanted to kill the person who leaked the information. However, almost everyone in the building could have done such a thing, and he had no idea who it was. In that case, it would be the same for everyone. The Wolfpack gang at 21 was on high alert, and a strong attack would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Zhang Yi decided to let them fight among themselves. He wouldn't care who died. Zhang Yi's cold gaze swept over everyone, and seeing him like this, their expressions were filled with fear. However, they also knew that this feeling of being ambushed would not be pleasant. After a while, Zhang Yi said calmly, the people at 21 have taken action against me. If I die, you won't survive either. So if they want to kill me, they want to kill you too. We must eliminate all of them. Uncle Yu, you go out with me this time. The rest will be led by Li Chengbin, and we will officially launch an attack on 21. For every person we kill, I will reward 10 portions of food. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's reward, many people were tempted. Many had no chance to make contributions last night and were still regretting it. However, some raised objections. Isn't it too risky to go over now? They must be on guard against our revenge. If we go, it would be better to wait until night. Zhang Yi glanced at the speaker, a Mediterranean man named Guodahai. He then pointed to Uncle Yu and said, besides, Uncle Yu is our main force. It's best if he stays back for a strong attack. When everyone heard Guodahai's words, they felt it made sense and began to whisper among themselves. Yes, even for revenge, it would be better to sneak attack at night. Is Zhang Yi angry now? He needs to stay calm. Uncle Yu is strong and should be used as the main force. Chapter 101. Disobedience leads to death. Zhang Yi heard such a voice and sneered. His tone made everyone present quickly shut their mouths. Have the meals I've been providing you every day made you bold? Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Guodahu. The Mediterranean fat man was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. When I first became the building manager, I said that everyone must listen to me. He revealed a chilling smile. It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten? After saying this, Zhang Yi suddenly pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Guoda's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! Guodahu's head burst open in a spray of blood, and many female neighbors screamed in terror. No one expected Zhang Yi to shoot on command, to kill on command. Those who disobey must die. Zhang Yi said coldly to everyone. It was at that moment that everyone suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not a gentle neighbor who brought them food. He was a demon who had killed more than half of the building's owners. The scene fell silent, and no one dared to breathe. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, looking completely indifferent. Go now and take care of that group from the wolf gang. Who agrees? Who disagrees? After a few seconds of silence, Li Chongbin raised his hand and said, I agree. Let's listen to Brother Zhang. One by one, the others slowly raised their hands, listening to Zhang Yi. Seeing this, a gentle smile returned to Zhang Yi's face. That's more like it. We are all family. Family should help each other. You see, I'm not putting you in a tough spot. I'm taking care of 10 of them myself. The rest can be handled by you dozens of people. I'm being good to you, right? Come on, Uncle Yu and I will go out and help you find food. Tonight, we'll have an extra meal, and everyone can enjoy a good feast. Zhang Yi's carrot and stick strategy was very effective. Although the neighbors were initially frightened by Guo Dahe's death, he was dead. What did it have to do with them? Zhang Yi promised to find them food, and their dissatisfaction diminished significantly. Holding the gun, Zhang Yi watched them go in. Thus, this group of people, willingly or unwillingly, could only rush into Building 21 with their weapons. After a while, chaotic noises and the sound of shouting and killing erupted from inside. Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. The gold Rolex was still plain and dull. Let them keep fighting. I have to go. Otherwise, I won't know what time it is when I return. He looked at Uncle Yu. Let's go. You help out this time. Today's outing was still a routine search, with nothing particularly needed. So it didn't matter to bring Uncle Yu along. Uncle Yu chuckled, glanced at Building 21 not far away, and nodded, all right, let's go. Zhang Yi slightly furrowed his brow, pretending to be in pain as he held his rib. I can't drive. I bumped into something while fighting with them, and my ribs hurt a bit. Uncle Yu looked at the snowmobile and volunteered, then I'll drive. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, so Uncle Yu drove while Zhang Yi sat behind him. The injury was fake. He just didn't trust anyone else with his back. The war god, Yin Shuangying, once said, be careful of your back. The two left the community together. Uncle Yu had neither a helmet nor goggles, and the cold wind forced him to squint, letting the biting snow and wind slap against his face. However, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt very refreshed. It had been a long time since he left the community, and being cooped up for over half a month had been stifling. Haha, it's really refreshing to be out. By the way, Zhang Yi, where are we going? Zhang Yi casually replied, the city is so big, we can go anywhere. Let's go check out the World Trade Center first. The World Trade Center is a famous commercial district in Tianhai City. Uncle Yu nodded, then relied on his memory of the surroundings to head towards the World Trade Center. After more than half an hour, they arrived. At that moment, the World Trade Center looked like many tall buildings had sprung up from the snow, half emerging while the other half remained buried. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu got out of the car and casually searched for items inside the buildings. It was Uncle Yu's first time out, and everything in the commercial street felt fresh, especially among the many luxury brand boutiques in the malls. Gold, silver, jewelry, designer clothes, luxury cars in the showrooms. Those high-end products he once dared not imagine were now unclaimed items that he could take at will. Uncle Yu was so excited that he ran in to find a bag and started stuffing things inside. Zhang Yi glanced over and noticed that he was mainly looking for clothes, especially baby clothes. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Should he say Uncle Yu is kind, or should he say he is a bit of a simp? Zhang Yi, feeling bored, walked over and said, Uncle Yu, I've checked around here. There is no food. Looks like we came to the wrong place. Uncle Yu chuckled, yeah, that's true, but we don't lack food at home. It's just that the kids grow fast and need clothes. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and sat down on a nearby chair. Your relationship with Sister Xia seems pretty good now. Uncle Yu said with a simple smile, what good relationship? We just share the same household. Having a woman to warm the bed makes life hopeful, doesn't it? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. If you like that, I can introduce you to a few women with big breasts and big butts to serve you well. How about that? Uncle Yu turned his back to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi could clearly feel his body sway slightly. This isn't good, is it? You know, I'm not really that kind of person. Zhang Yi raised his chin, giving him a knowing look. He knew that Uncle Yu used to visit Yuhu Street a few times a month to have the female technicians at Shuangfeng Hair Salon help him with some troubles. Uncle Yu is indeed a straightforward person, but that doesn't mean he isn't interested in women. If that were the case, he wouldn't have been so easily taken by Cieli Mei. Don't worry, we're bros. I'll take care of this kind of thing for you in the future, Zhang Yi said, putting his arm around his shoulder with a mischievous smile. Oh, come on, you're saying that again. I'm a serious person. Uncle Yu licked his lips. He said this, but there was an uncontrollable smile on his face. All right. Zhang Yi made a judgment in his heart. Uncle Yu has feelings for Cieli Mei, but not too deep. So in the future, if Cieli Mei becomes a problem, he could deal with her. However, to maintain his relationship with Uncle Yu, he would need to help him find a caring woman with good skills who understands warmth and cold. Chapter 102. Intelligence on Weapons. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were wandering outside, casually collecting supplies. As they chatted, they brought up the current situation in the community. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi, someone is already planning to take action against you. They are eyeing the snowmobile in your hands. Things are likely to get more troublesome. Do you have any plans? It was rare for Zhang Yi to chat with Uncle Yu like this. Hearing the question, Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and said, You ask me? I was just about to ask you. He sighed deeply. Now everyone is focused on my snowmobile, knowing it's the only transportation available. Everyone wants to snatch it from me. What can I do? I can only try my best to protect it. And, of course, I have to protect myself too. Uncle Yu nodded gravely. You're right. With the current situation, it's already tough for you to take care of us. It's impossible to look after over 1,000 people in the whole community. Zhang Yi replied, You're right. So now I can only take it step by step and think of ways slowly. Uncle Yu pondered for a moment and said, Actually, this morning, Huang Tianfeng contacted me. Zhang Yi's clear eyes suddenly became sharp. What does he want with you? Uncle Yu, with his back to Zhang Yi, didn't notice the change in his expression. He said, Huang Tianfeng is scared of you now, so he wants to negotiate. He also revealed something to me. Other buildings have started to organize an alliance to pressure you. Someone invited him. He can choose not to join them, but he needs you to provide food and winter supplies. Zhang Yi responded with an O. He had heard this request so many times that it felt like his ears were calloused. It was not surprising. It was indeed terrifying that everyone wanted to target him. Zhang Yi's tone was weak, but there was no hint of fear in his eyes. If not for the ammunition considerations, given enough time, he could even wipe out the entire community. Of course, that timeline might be longer for safety reasons. However, that scoundrel Huang Tianfeng had to be dealt with. Both his Tiana gang and that pack from the Wolf gang. I won't let either of them go. Zhang Yi's voice was very calm, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. But there was a chilling intent in his words. They were the ones who had initiated the attack against him. So Zhang Yi had to make them pay with their lives. To survive in the apocalypse, he could not allow anyone who threatened his safety to exist. Uncle Yu said, They indeed deserve to die. They've killed too many innocent people and even attacked you first. But do you have enough weapons to confront them? Since Zhang Yi had emptied the police station's armory, he had acquired a large batch of weapons and ammunition. However, Uncle Yu was unclear about the specifics. He only knew that Zhang Yi had come back quite clean that day and hadn't seen much. Therefore, he thought that Zhang Yi had probably exhausted most of his bullets after several days of fighting. A glint of sharpness flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, and then he sighed helplessly. This aspect is indeed a bit difficult. I don't have many bullets. But as long as it's not a large-scale battle, I should be able to manage. Uncle Yu scratched his head. Zhang Yi, if we had enough weapons and equipment, do you think we could successfully protect our home and your snowmobile? This sudden statement made Zhang Yi's eyes brighten. Uncle Yu, do you know where there are weapons? Zhang Yi had plenty of weapons and ammunition, but he was low on sniper rifle bullets. After all, such things wouldn't be stored in large quantities at the police station. He had only found one police sniper rifle. Other weapons and ammunition would certainly be welcome. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Uncle Yu chuckled, with a hint of pride in his expression. Have you forgotten what I used to do? I was a soldier for 5 years in the army. Zhang Yi hurriedly asked, Were you a soldier in Tianhai City? If so, Uncle, you could take me to the military camp in Tianhai City to gather weapons. Uncle, you replied, I served long before that. I wasn't stationed in Tianhai City, but I have old acquaintances in the army there. I know where that place is. As long as we go to the military camp and find the stored ammunition, you won't have to worry about bullets anymore. He looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. A marksman like you, if you run out of ammunition, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? The army has always revered the strong, and a gun king is a god in the hearts of all soldiers. Having witnessed Zhang Yi's terrifying shooting skills, Uncle Yu naturally held him in high regard. Zhang Yi was overjoyed, not expecting this unexpected gain. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over there. The military has plenty of hot weapons. If we can get our hands on tanks, armored vehicles, and the like, I can drive over and blow those who oppose me to smithereens. At that time, who would dare to confront me, Zhang Yi? Uncle Yu, you're truly a treasure. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Uncle Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward seeing Zhang Yi so excited. Hold on, I haven't finished my sentence. That place is quite remote, northwest of the city. It's over 100 kilometers away from here. And although I know there's a military camp there, don't get your hopes too high. After all, it has been snowing for so long, so finding the right direction won't be easy. Even if we get there, it's possible everything is buried under the snow. The military camps are located on the outskirts of the city, and the stationed troops in Tianhai City are in the countryside. After heavy snow, it will be difficult to find the right location. Zhang Yi calmed down and said seriously, Can we take more time to confirm the location? Uncle Yu replied, I know that area very well. There are no tall buildings, but there are 6-story storefronts. If we look carefully, we should be able to identify the direction. I'm just worried that the military camp might be buried under the snow, making it useless to go there. After all, we have no way to dig. Zhang Yi's mouth revealed a mysterious smile. Digging? I'm familiar with that. It's okay. At least we can find the location. If we think of a way later, we can use it. His expression became serious as he placed a hand on Uncle Yu's shoulder. The enemies we are about to face might be numerous, and we must have more weapons to protect ourselves and our families. Uncle Yu nodded vigorously. You're right. Let us go find it. The two got on a snowmobile, braving the cold wind and heavy snow, and began heading northwest toward Tianhai City. Chapter 103, Finding the Military Camp in the Strong Wind and Heavy Snow.